It's really the great sanctuary. We've missed the mark. I said why I have always been so calm. I thought it was self-esteem. Now it seems that people really have such capital. Damn, that guy Yuhaochi is so lucky. If I had known it earlier, I would have been ahead of Haochi. Knowing that Han Feng is less than 500 years old is the fourth level of the great sanctuary. The attitude of the inner disciples changed one by one. Perhaps in their hearts, Han Feng's status is not as good as that of Prince Yun, but at least he is second only to Prince Yun. Such a character, they didn't grasp it well before. A group of inner disciples beat their chests and feet. The envious eyes of many inner disciples fell on Haochi. The great sanctuary may not have so many rights to become an elder of Keqing, and it may not be valued much. In the eyes of the top officials of Xintian sect, the two sides were nothing more than a transaction. But there is a future, even if it is said that the promising great sanctuary becomes the elder Keqing, then it is completely different, and the high-level Xintian sect will try their best to win over. Such a great sanctuary has a very special status in the Xintian sect. Compared with the core disciples, it is not bad at all, and it may be a little higher. Once it becomes the peak of the sanctuary, it is even more incredible. Befriending such an elder Keqing is of indescribable benefit to the disciples of Xintian sect. In the eyes of these inner disciples, this Yu Haochi may have to turn over. Once he turns over, with the talent that Yu Haochi showed at the beginning, maybe it won't take 200 or 300 years before he can be promoted to the great sanctuary. Once they became the great sanctuary, the gap between Yu Haochi and them was completely separated. Facing the jealous eyes of many inner disciples, Yu Haochi's heart was full of anxiety and excitement. Yu Haochi never expected that Han Feng would be such an outstanding genius. Originally, Yu Haochi only thought that Han Feng might be the kind of great sanctuary that had just broken through, and the immature complexion might be due to a fortuitous encounter or some kind of medicine pill that changed his face. But now Yu Haochi clearly knows that Han Feng is so young. It should be because when he was promoted to the sanctuary and the great sanctuary. Not very old. Meng Qin and Prince Yun's eyes also turned to Han Feng, and their expressions became solemn. This guy, where did he come from? The fourth level of the great sanctuary, who is less than 500 years old, is only slightly worse than this prince. Less than 500 years old, it is very likely that he is more than 100 or more than 200 years old. More than 300, more than 400. Prince Yun did not think that Han Feng would be the first three. At this moment, Han Feng finally stepped into Han Feng's eyes. The red-robed old man and the others looked at each other with a wry smile, and their previous guesses really came true. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that my Tian sex assessment will not only include Prince Yun, but also geniuses like Your Excellency. Just based on Your Excellency, how come this old man has never heard of it before? The seventh elder was a little puzzled. As a superpower, Xintian sect pays attention to many powers, and there is no such person as Han Feng. Han Feng smiled and said, "The younger generation is from Beizhou continent." The seventh elder gasped, "Northern continent." No wonder the old man has not heard your name." The seventh elder looked stunned. The eyes of the rest of the people looking at Han Feng are also condensed. The central continent and the Bei continent are separated by the central North Sea. The scope of the North Central Sea area is only slightly smaller than that of a continent, and there are a large number of sea monsters in its sea area, which is more dangerous than any continent. If you want to run wild in the North Central Seas, you must at least be at the pinnacle of the sanctuary, otherwise it will be easy to be attacked by the Kraken. This Han Feng can come from the North Continent to the Central Continent from the Great Sanctuary alone, either by being escorted by the peak of the sanctuary, or by teleporting directly across the continent through the teleportation array. No matter which one it is, it shows that the forces behind Han Feng cannot be underestimated. The former is actually better, the latter is horrifying. Teleporting across the continent, the holy stone consumed is a terrifying number. And if you want to teleport across continents, the teleportation array you need is extremely advanced, and it is not something that any force can have if you want to have it. In short, the ability to teleport across continents is not a fried egg force, and even the current Xintian sect may be far behind. For those forces, there are 10 strong people who have a small perfection in the sanctuary. Knowing that Han Feng came from the Beizhou continent across the continent, even Prince Yun was afraid. In the main hall of the sect master of Xintian sect took a deep breath and his eyes became hot. It's not just Prince Yun, this guy called Han Feng must also be recruited. With these 2 people, it is not a problem to turn over completely. Great elders. The first elder's eyes flashed. I didn't expect that such amica would appear. If I knew about this, I would have personally assessed it. But it doesn't matter. When this kid knows the strength of the old man's faction, he will naturally join the old man's faction. Inside the Showa hall, the 7th elder smiled all over his face. The last assessment is now on your comprehension. I have a spar here, which contains some vibrational mysteries. You can comprehend through this spar. The more mysteries you comprehend, the more light spots appear in the spar. As long as you can make the light spots appear 100, even if it is qualified. The bald-headed Great Sanctuary and the big-nosed Great Sanctuary stared at the spar. Even if he didn't pass the assessment this time, as long as he realized something through this spar, his trip would not be in vain. This time, Prince Yun didn't say that he was the first to play, but looked at the others, especially Han Feng. However, Han Feng remained unmoved, causing Prince Yun to withdraw his gaze. In the end, the bald Great Sanctuary couldn't help but said, "Junior, come first." The bald Great Sanctuary sat cross-legged, with the spar in the center. The power of the primordial spirit of the bald Great Sanctuary poured into the spar, and the spar brilliance bloomed in an instant. 1, 2, 3, 6, 15, 30. As soon as the light spots began to appear, they increased rapidly. There was an intoxicated look on the face of the bald Great Sanctuary, apparently realizing something through the spar. However, gradually, when the light spot reached 60, the speed suddenly slowed down, and then it became slower and slower. When the number of light spots reached 80, the face of the bald Great Sanctuary showed a look of struggle. In the end, the light spot stopped at 94, and the bald Great Sanctuary woke up with a sweat on his face. The 7th elder sighed, 94, only 6 of your excellencies can pass. The bald Great Sanctuary was so disappointed, it was almost there. Just thinking of the comprehension he had passed through the spar before, the bald Great Sanctuary became excited again, and he saw a glimmer of hope that he would be promoted to the middle grade. The second is the big-nose Great Sanctuary. The comprehension of this Great Sanctuary is not very good, and it can make more than 70 spots of light appear. You can see from the appearance of the big-nose Sanctuary, it is estimated that there is no gain. The third is Meng Qin, a woman in palace dress. The power of Meng Qin Yuanshan poured in, and the light spots increased at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the spot of light broke through the 100 mark. 101, 110, 120, 130. Although the speed did not increase or slow down, the 7th elder's eyes became hot. 500. The number of light spots that finally lit up for the women in the palace dress was 500. Opening his eyes, Meng Qin, who had always been expressionless, also flashed a happy look on his face, obviously having gained a great deal. Now, only Han Feng and Prince Yun are left. Prince Yun looked at Han Feng with a cold face, unmoved. TSK, this guy probably has the most amazing idea of suppressing his appearance, so I plan to save it for the end. Han Feng, you don't have to wait, just shoot. Hee, when this kid finds out that his understanding is not as good as yours, I don't know what kind of look it will show. Xuanhuan said with a wicked smile. My comprehension is not very good. This is still the constant nourishment and improvement of Ling Quan. I should not be as good as this Prince Yun now. Han Feng is self-aware of himself. In the past, when cultivating the sacred arts, it was always in the house of time. There is not only the effect of heaven and man, but also the proportion of time, so the practice is extremely fast. But outside, it's completely different. In the same environment, Han Feng is very clear about his position. Second more. There are 2 more updates. Strive for the completion of the 4D update. The third update was completed around 1 a.m., and the fourth update was estimated to be around 3 a.m. You can watch it the next day. This, also. Little Fatty was unwilling, and then gritted his teeth. You said that you hurry up and practice the 9 flames and different fire art, if you cultivate to the late 5th stage, and the Holy Stone Spirit Spring nourishes, your understanding will definitely not be better than this. Prince Yun is bad. Han Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When my understanding comes up, my cultivation base has reached the peak of the sanctuary. At that time, I was still compared with Prince Yun. Stepping forward, taking the spar, Han Feng sat cross-legged and realized. The power of Yuanshan entered the spar, and Han Feng's senses quickly changed, as if he was in the vast galaxy. The mysterious feeling made Han Feng gradually lost. The vibration is very mysterious. Han Feng swims in the vast galaxy, as if he felt the power of the vibration, and he seems to have found nothing. Outside, the light spots in the spar continued to grow at a gentle speed, and soon broke the 100 mark. Han Feng's comprehension is indeed not as good as that of Prince Yun, but that is compared to Prince Yun. After such a long period of nourishment from the spiritual spring, Han Feng's comprehension has actually reached an inconceivable level, and many great sanctuaries and even the peak of the sanctuary are not as good. After the light spot increased to 300, the speed began to decrease. The 7th elder couldn't help frowning. Does it start to slow down just to this point? In this case, it will be more than 400 to die, and it is not as good as Meng Qin. This result was also excellent in the past, but given the premise that Han Feng is less than 500 years old and is the 4th level heaven of the great sanctuary, this result is not enough. Prince Yun tickled the corner of his mouth, winning the ticket. But in the next moment, Prince Yun's face froze. The speed that had slowed down suddenly soared in an instant. Among the spar, Han Feng finally caught the trace of vibration. At this moment, the dope of vibration fist that Han Feng had previously practiced merged with this vibrating force. Boom! Han Feng only felt that his whole body was shaken, and everything about fighting the shaking fist was completely analyzed at this moment, and it was clearly presented in Han Feng Yuanshan. Vibration and mystery kept appearing. This was originally a perfect martial arts in Han Feng's view. At this moment, there are actually many loopholes, and there are many problems that need to be solved. Han Feng's Yuanshan was shocked. Could this be that the dope of vibration fist is about to be promoted? The original dope of vibration fist was actually only a low-grade sanctuary. The only big explosion was the combination of 9 shocks, which was barely comparable to a low-grade and middle-grade sanctuary. Later, through the light of God, dope of vibrating fist was directly promoted to the low-rank medium, or its top existence. At the beginning, Han Feng didn't think much about the improvement of dope of shaking fist, but unfortunately, he was almost upgraded to a low-grade, high-grade sanctuary. But now, Han Feng understands why dope of vibrating fist has not been promoted to the low-grade and high-grade sanctuary peculiarity level. It turns out that I didn't have a deep understanding of the power of vibration before. The dope of vibration fist, which was about to be promoted to the lower-grade high-grade sanctuary, had to be broken and stayed at the low-grade middle-grade sanctuary. And now I finally have a deeper understanding of the power of vibration. Dope of vibration fist will automatically be promoted to a low-grade, high-grade sanctuary. The power of Han Feng Yuanshan surged, filling the loopholes that appeared one by one. When the loopholes were completely filled, Dope a Vibrating Fist was very different from the previous running route, but the power was far from comparable before. Today's Dope a Vibration Fist has finally been upgraded to a low-grade, high-grade sanctuary. Although there are still 9 vibrations, the power boosted by each vibration is far greater than before. Han Feng constantly comprehends the power of vibration, and constantly integrates it into the Dope a Vibrating Fist. Before he knows it, Han Feng suddenly realizes that the Dope a Vibrating Fist can no longer be improved. It's not that the Dope a Vibrating Fist cannot be improved, but that the level of vibration power contained in this spar is too low. If you want to upgrade the Dope a Vibrating Fist to a higher level, middle grade or high grade, you need a higher level vibration power. Earthquake Stone, maybe it can help me achieve this goal. Han Feng Yuanshan thought so. Outside, Han Feng's eyes finally slowly opened, and the first thing that caught his eye was the old face of the 7th elder, who was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Han Feng was suddenly startled. Haha, brother Han, please get up quickly. The attitude of the 7th elder could be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Han Feng was stunned, but when Han Feng's eyes moved to the spar, he understood everything. The light spot in this spar actually surpassed the 1,000 mark. The question of this description is too shocking. Many of the high-level powerhouses in the peak of the sanctuary may not have such strong comprehension. Glancing around, the inner disciples hide in fear one by one. This kind of comprehension made the inner disciples' attitude towards Han Feng already look at him at the peak of the sanctuary. What is the existence of the peak of the sanctuary? It is definitely the supreme existence of Xintian sect. Facing the great sanctuary, they may have a little disobedience and comparison under their respect, but facing the peak of the sanctuary. As for Prince Yun, his eyes were full of jealousy and viciousness. This person actually took away his own style completely. 7th elder, the younger generation has not yet been assessed. Prince Yun couldn't help but said. Prince Yun eagerly wanted to prove that he was the strongest genius, not someone who suddenly appeared. 1, 2, 3. The light spots in the spar grew explosively, and its speed was far from comparable to that of Han Feng at the beginning. However, after 600, the speed slowed down, and finally stopped at more than 960 light spots. There were more than 960, which was not much different from 1,000. But Prince Yun still had a dark face, which proved that he had completely lost to a strange genius. Damn. Damn, this prince is the strongest genius, how can this kid compare with this prince? Prince Yun was twisted in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, Prince Yun has always been the existence that the younger generation looks up to, and no younger generation has ever been able to compare to him. Now that he was suddenly surpassed by a strange genius, Prince Yun couldn't bear such a blow at all, and his heart was slightly distorted. The 7th elder was immersed in discovering a piece of beautiful jade, but did not notice the expression on Prince Yun's face at the moment. Now the old man announces that Meng Qin, Han Feng, and Yun Songqiong have passed the assessment, and congratulations to the 3 of them for becoming the elders of Kiching of my Xintian sect. Please follow the old man to meet the sect master. Great elders. The first elder suddenly stood up. Let's go to the main hall of the sect master. This is called Han Feng, we must fight for it. The first elder was short of breath, and when a Prince Yun was recruited, the first elder had the confidence to defeat the sect master faction. If a genius comparable to Prince Yun, or even better, was recruited, the sect master faction would no longer have the ability to fight back. Sovereign Hall. The sect master of Xintian sect looked at the 3 of them with a smile on his face. Congratulations to the 3 of you for joining and becoming our elder zone Kiching. Now I invite 3 of them to join my sect master's faction. What do you think of the 3? The 7th elder also smiled and looked at the 3 with kindness in his eyes. Generally speaking, the elder Kaching who passed the assessment at that time will belong to which faction is presided over, unless the elder Kaching really refuses. Therefore, the two factions are fighting fiercely for each assessment. Only this time, the sect master's faction is extremely relaxed when it obtains the authority of the assessor. The sect master didn't think about whether there would be a conspiracy, but in the end, the sect master of Xintian's sect didn't figure out why. Suddenly, the face of the sect master of Xintian's sect froze, and at some point, 3 figures appeared in the sect master's hall. The sect master of Xintian's sect said coldly, "Elder, the third, the fourth, what do you mean?" The first elder snapped his fingers, "What do you mean?" Of course he came to pick up Prince Yun. The seventh elder couldn't help but said, "Elder, at the beginning, it was agreed that which party should be the assessment officer, and Elder Kuching would belong to which party. Is the first elder too arrogant now?" The third one. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. The first elder laughed, "No, no, no. The old man and Prince Yun have known each other more than 10 years ago, and Prince Yun has agreed to join the old man's faction more than 10 years ago. Is that Prince Yun?" Prince Yun walked towards the great elder with a cold face. Because the style was taken away by Han Feng before, Prince Yun was in a bad mood at the moment. How could this be? The sect master of Xintian's sect and the seventh elder were stunned. Suddenly, the two of them remembered the first elder's letting go this time, and the two of them fully understood. This is simply the fact that the elders want to play with their suzerain. The sect master and the seventh elder blushed, they were angry. The first elder turned his eyes to Han Feng, "I regret it at the moment. I knew that there is a genius no less than Prince Yun, and this time the old man will not let it go." Seeing that the first elder even wanted to snatch Han Feng, the sect master couldn't sit still, and his momentum rose. "Great elder, Prince Yun has made an agreement with you before. It doesn't matter if you don't have this son, do you still have a big elder? Can't you force it away? What kind of cultivation is the sect master?" As soon as the momentum of the peak of the sanctuary came out, the entire hall was filled with majestic coercion. As a peak powerhouse in the sanctuary, the suzerain clearly controls his aura with extreme precision. Although the momentum in the hall was terrifying, it did not affect Han Feng and Meng Qin in the slightest. These auras were all directed at the Great Elder faction. But the Great Elder snorted coldly, and with a flick of his sleeve robe, the same huge coercion shot out. Boom! It seems that a 10th-level storm has been set off in the main hall. If the entire Xintian mountain range was not enveloped by a powerful barrier, and if the material of the main hall was not unusual, this momentary confrontation would be enough to tear the main hall into pieces and shatter it into pieces. Scum! The first elder chuckled softly, "Every person who passes the assessment has the right to choose." Have you asked him? As long as he refuses, this old man is not considered breaking the rules. Having said that, the first elder turned his eyes to Han Feng. "Han Xiaoyu, if you join the old man's faction, the old man can guarantee that your training will be 30% higher than that of the core disciples. But don't underestimate these 3%. There is no doubt that the training of core disciples by Xintian sect is very large, and the resources spent on these core disciples every year are astronomical. 30% higher, that is 3 layers higher in astronomical figures. These 30% resources may be able to create several or a dozen great sanctuaries." The face of the sect master and the seventh elder changed greatly, and the sect master immediately said, "Brother Han, as long as you join my sect master's faction, this sect master swears that the training strength of this sect's faction will only be high and not low. The elder pouted, "Sect master, do you still have so many resources?" The sect master gritted his teeth and was suppressed by the elders for so long. There are really not many spirits in their inventory, but in order to keep Han Feng, the sect master fought hard. But at this moment, Han Feng suddenly said, "Two seniors, I don't know which of the two has the golden thread aggregation grass?" From the beginning to the end, Han Feng never forgot the purpose of his visit this time. The golden thread gathers grass. There was a sudden silence in the hall, and even the tit-for-tat momentum was stagnant. Several people never imagined that at the moment when the sect master and the great elder were fighting, Han Feng ignored the momentum and asked such a sentence. Although the sect master and the great elder tried their best to control the momentum and not affect Han Feng, this was too calm. If it was an ordinary great sanctuary, it would have been dripping with cold sweat at this moment. Golden threads gather grass? The elder frowned. The sect master was overjoyed. Golden silk gathers grass? This sect has it here. If Brother Han wants it, the sect will give it to Brother Han immediately. The seventh elder opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. The golden thread aggregated grass is extremely precious, and it is a heaven and earth spirit that is helpful for breaking through the peak of the sanctuary, and it is at the level of holy grass. In normal times, there are not thousands of accumulations that you want to exchange for golden thread aggregation grass. Don't think that it is only a few thousand points, because the registered disciples of Xintian sect and the outer disciples are not eligible to earn points at all, and the inner disciples usually earn between a dozen to 100 points in 10 years. Individuals will only exceed 100. There are many ways for core disciples to earn points, and because of their strong strength, generally speaking, the points earned in 10 years can reach hundreds, but it is more difficult to break through 1,000. Thousands of points in Xintian sect, even the core disciples, it is reasonable to say that it can be accumulated in more than 100 years. 100 years doesn't sound like a long time, but the question is, won't the core disciples of the past 100 years not use a point? Whether it is to exchange the heaven and earth spirits in the sect, or to refer to the sanctuary secrets left by the predecessors of the sect, it requires a lot of points. So really, it takes hundreds of years to get so many points. Giving it to Han Feng for nothing, the price is too high. Thinking of the consequences of Han Feng being recruited by the great elder's faction, the seventh elder sighed in his heart. Only in this way can it be possible to completely recruit a genius like Han Feng. Han Feng was overjoyed when he heard that the sect master had the golden silk aggregated grass. The first elder saw that something was wrong and hurriedly said in a deep voice, "Although there is no golden thread gathering grass here, old man, there are other heaven and earth spirits that are no less precious than the golden thread gathering grass. There are more than the suzerain, Xuanhuan, can think about it clearly." The last sentence also contains a faint threat. Han Feng said lightly, "Think about it, the junior chooses the sect master." "Ha ha ha, Brother Han, don't worry, this sect will definitely not let my brother down." The sect master laughed happily. Seeing the shriveled and dark expression of the first elder, the sect master was not happy. The first elder was furious. "Boy, how dare you reject this old man?" His lack of interest in Han Feng made the first elder's impression of Han Feng plummet, and the title changed from Xuanhuan to a boy. Prince Yun secretly rejoiced on the side. Originally, he was the only one who was valued by the elders, but suddenly a Han Feng was inserted, and the demeanor was taken away and made Prince Yun hate Han Feng. At this moment, seeing that the elder was provoked by Han Feng, Prince Yun's displeasure immediately went away. Angered the great elder, this Han Feng is undoubtedly impossible to join the great elder faction again, so he is still the genius most valued by the great elder, and being newly cultivated by the great elder, the time to break through the peak of the sanctuary will inevitably be much earlier. Idiot, the great elder is a half-step sanctuary small perfection master. Such a master does not follow, but follows a newly promoted sanctuary peak Jizongshan. Prince Yun sneered in his heart, and was even more pleased to see it. The Great Elder's anger made the Great Elder's control of his own momentum a lot worse, and immediately the only 3 great sanctuaries present were affected at the same time. Boom! Han Feng's face turned pale, and his Xuanhuan was on the verge of collapse at this moment. So strong! Han Feng was horrified. Is this the powerful strength of the top of the sanctuary peak? Very scary. At this time, Han Feng had a complete understanding of the power of the Great Elders, such as the peak of the sanctuary, the 9-layered heaven, and the masters who stepped into the sanctuary's small perfection with half a foot. If the 2 sides fight, Han Feng has no doubt that the oppression of one of the other's primordial spirits is enough to make him die without a place to be buried. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. The sect master suddenly flashed in front of Han Feng and Meng Qin, and forcibly resisted this powerful momentum. As for Prince Yun, the sovereign will not care about him. Beside Prince Yun, the other elders of the Great Elders faction hurriedly took action to protect Prince Yun. The sect master shouted loudly, "Elder, who said that the right to choose is in the hands of those who pass the assessment? Is it possible that the other party refused, and the elder will kill him?" The elder was stunned, and his grim face was forcibly eased by himself. For Elder Kuching, it is a well-known rule that they cannot coerce and retaliate. After all, strictly speaking, they are dealing with Elder Kuching. If the news of coercion or even revenge for killing Elder Kuching spreads out, who would dare to take part in the assessment in the future? No matter how important it is to comprehend the unique skills and increase your strength, it is not as important as your own life. Glancing at Han Feng coldly, the first elder asked unwillingly, "Have you really decided?" Han Feng did not change his face. "Yes." "Okay, very good. I hope your excellency will not regret it in the future." The elder threw his sleeves angrily, and his tone was cold. "The first one is complete. Sorry, I didn't finish the 4th one yesterday, and in the end I couldn't keep up, the card was too bad. Fight for the 5th shift today, to make up for the 4th shift that was missing yesterday." Taking a deep breath, the first elder suddenly turned his head. "Miss Meng Qin, what do you mean?" Meng Qin was actually very calm in front of a group of sanctuary peaks. "The junior chooses the suzerain." The great elder breathed for a while. "What the hell happened today? 1 or 2, don't give him face. Don't you know that the sect master of Xintian sect is on the decline? Miss Meng Qin, you have to think about it? Why do you want to kill yourself like that, kid?" Prince Yun couldn't help but interrupt. The aptitude shown by Meng Qin has already caught the eye of Prince Yun. Generally, people with the identity of Prince Yun already have a lot of wives and concubines around, but Prince Yun is still a virgin. It's not that Prince Yun's health is bad, but that Prince Yun is too arrogant and doesn't think any woman is worthy of him. The current Meng Qin has given Prince Yun an idea of his future crown princess and queen. Meng Qin shook his head indifferently. "Since I have made a choice, I will not regret it." Okay. The great elder smiled angrily and said coldly, "You too, since this is your own choice, you will bear the consequences in the future." With a flick of his sleeves, the great elder continued to stay here facelessly. In the past, as long as he came to grab it, most of them would join his camp. How many years has not happened such a thing that does not give him face? This reminded the first elder of the situation when he was oppressed by the old sect master. For a while, the first elder became even more annoyed at Han Feng and Meng Qin, who were ignorant. After the great elder's faction left in anger, the sect master and the 7th elder both let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you too. This sect promises that during their tenure as elders of Kuching, I will not neglect the 2. 7th elders, please take the golden thread aggregation grass." "Yes." Seeing that the golden silk aggregate grass is about to arrive, Han Feng was excited. I originally thought that I would need to complete the required number of earthquake stones before I could exchange it with the earthquake sect, but I didn't expect it to eventually develop into this situation. Han Feng doesn't know if he should be grateful to the Great Elder now. However, Han Feng muttered, even if he was grateful, the Great Elder would not give him a good face because of his anger towards him at this moment. The 7 elders went to get the golden thread to gather the grass, and the sect master's face became solemn. The two, although I don't want to admit it, but at this moment, the Xintian sect is indeed the Big Elder's faction. The Big Elder will definitely not dare to do anything to you on the bright side, otherwise no strong person will dare to participate in the assessment of the Elder Kuching in the future, and the Xintian sect will definitely enter that small world by himself. But, by the way, do you two know about the small world of my heaven-shaking sect? The small world within the core of the Xintian monument of the Xintian sect is not a big secret in front of the real superpowers in the central continent, but it is not known by everyone. Meng Qi nodded, Junior knows. Han Feng also said, I heard others talk about it on the road, but the specifics are not very clear. The sect master of Xintian sect took a deep look at Meng Qi, and secretly thought in his heart, I am afraid that this Meng Qi is not a simple origin. Since the two of you know something, then I'll just say it straight. There are giant beasts everywhere in the small world, and they are extremely powerful. Many elders of Kuching have fallen into it. Are you willing to take this risk? Meng Qi said lightly, the junior already knew about this, before he came. If he knew that he dared to come, the junior was naturally mentally prepared. Han Feng said, yes. The sect master of Xintian sect looked relieved. I also know that this time the two of you have completely offended the Great Elder. As I said before, the Great Elder will definitely not dare to deal with you on the face, but in the small world it's the same. The Great Elder faction has a lot of Kuching elders, and there are not a few of them who are powerful. If you encounter it in the small world, the other party will definitely attack you. Because the situation in the small world cannot be investigated, the elders and their party can completely attribute your accident to the giant beast. It is also because there are not a few strong people who died in the mouth of the giant beast in the past. Once the news of the two accidents spreads, it will not have any impact on the evaluation of the elders of Kuching in the future. In the eyes of those outside, you are just lucky. Too bad or too weak. On our side, there are quite a few masters who died in the small world. Whether they were assassinated by the Great Elder's faction or really died in the mouth of the giant beast is still unclear. All I can say is that the two of you must be careful. In order to thank the two of you for joining my sect master's faction, this sect is the master, and in the future, the sect and the two will distribute the shocking stones, and the two in my shocking sect will be divided into half. Of course, I also hope that the two will not share this. Meng Qi and Han Feng were stunned at first, then taken aback. Others in Xintian sect are divided into 3 or 7 points, Elder Kuching 30%, and Xintian sect 70%. And they turned out to be 50%. The two looked solemn, realizing the seriousness of the matter. They really can't say this kind of division, otherwise the Elder Kuching on the suzerain side will inevitably have negative emotions. Although they knew that this was the sect master's compensation to them, after all, because of the sect master of the family, they completely offended the Great Elder. It would be fine if the talent they showed was average, but the talent they showed was extremely high level, which caused the fear of the Great Elder faction. In order to prevent the rise of the suzerain faction, it is inevitable to suppress them, and the possibility of starting in the small world is also extremely high. But the Elder Kuching of the sect master's faction may not think so. People are greedy and insufficient. When they see the difference, they will inevitably feel unwilling and have all kinds of bad thoughts. People's hearts may dissipate because of this. At that time, the elders of the suzerain's faction, Kuching, may directly throw themselves into the arms of the Great Elders. Even if the elders of Kuching are not strong, in order to attack the faction of the suzerain, the elders are bound to take over. At this time, Meng Qin said, Sect Master, the younger generation heard that the small world is divided into different levels? But is it true? Han Feng's ears perked up immediately. Han Feng knew about the small world, but he didn't know the specific situation of the small world. Looking at Meng Qin's tone, he obviously knew more than him. The sect master chuckled, if these elders don't ask, I will tell you later. The small world is divided into 27 layers, corresponding to the first level of the sanctuary to the 27th level of the sanctuary. That is to say, in the small world at the core of the Xintian monument, the corresponding strength levels are ordinary sanctuary, large the sanctuary, and the peak of the sanctuary. Fortunately, there are only 27th floors in the small world. If there are more, I am afraid that it will arouse the greed of the small perfection and even the great perfection in the sanctuary. Those powerhouses are not the ones that the Xintian sect can compete with. The sect master looked proud and happy. 27th floor. So many. Han Feng smacked his tongue secretly. At first, Han Feng thought that the small world was an existence similar to other dimensions, such as Baidu Academy and Zhongdu Academy. But now Han Feng knows that this small world is actually divided into many layers like a pagoda, with a total of 27 layers from bottom to top. And the higher you go, the smaller the space on each floor. Second more. I don't know why, but these chapters are very poorly coded. There is always some kind of barrier in my mind, and I can't get through it. Some sentences are suitable for a long time without knowing how to write them. Strange, there are so many layers in the small world, and the higher the level, the stronger the strength should be. Seeing that the correspondence of each layer is exactly equal to the first 27th heaven of the sanctuary, is it possible that the first layer of the small world corresponds to the first layer of the sanctuary? The 27th floor corresponds to the 27th heaven of the sanctuary? According to the meaning of the sect master, this possibility is very high. But if this is the case, why did the Xintian sect recruit only ordinary sanctuaries at the beginning, and it was not until this time that the most basic conditions were promoted to the great sanctuary? Isn't it true that the higher the number of layers, the greater the chance of getting the sky-shocking stone? Han Feng's heart moved, and all kinds of thoughts flashed away. It stands to reason that the earthquake stone comes from the core small world of the earthquake monument. This is the habit of thinking of many people. It's not that the probability of getting the sky-shocking stone in the body of the first layer giant beast in the small world area is higher than the probability of getting the sky-shocking stone in the body of the 27th layer of the small world. So according to common sense, you should recruit the peak sanctuary powerhouse from the beginning. But Xintian sect has not recruited the peak of the sanctuary from the beginning, but the ordinary sanctuary, which means that the previous inertial thinking does not hold. Thinking of this, Han Feng became more and more curious about the small world. Han Feng did not ask his own question, because the sect master had already talked about it at this time. The small world is divided into 27 layers, corresponding to the cultivation of each level from the first level of the sanctuary to the 27th level of the sanctuary. The cultivation base of each layer of giant beasts will never be higher than the corresponding Chong Tian of the level, nor lower than the corresponding Chong Tian of the level. For example, the giant beasts on the first floor are all the first layer of the sanctuary. It may be the early, middle, late, and peak of the first layer, but it is absolutely impossible to be the second layer of the sanctuary, and it is absolutely impossible to be a semi-holy or heaven. For example, the giant beasts on the 27th floor have all the cultivation bases of the 27th layer. They cannot be higher than the 27th layer, nor can they be lower than the 27th layer. And everyone who enters the small world must slowly enter the first floor. I believe that with the ability of 2, they should be able to rush to the 10th floor, or even higher than the strength of the great sanctuary in just 3 days. But in the future, you will need the 2 of you to move up slowly. How exactly this small world exists, so many ancestors of our sect have not studied it. I only know that entering the small world consumes a great deal of the power of the primordial spirit. This kind of consumption cannot be found in the small world. But once you leave the small world, the power of the primordial spirit consumed will occur. If you stay in the small world for too long, once you leave the small world, it is very likely that the primordial spirit will fail and die. After the research of our ancestors, the ordinary sanctuary must enter the small world in no more than 1 day at most, and it will take more than 10 days to cultivate after that. When the great sanctuary enters the small world, it can only stay for 3 days at most. After coming out, it will take at least 1 month to cultivate the primordial spirit before entering the second time. The peak of the sanctuary enters the small world and can stay for up to 9 days. After that, it takes about 3 months to half a year to cultivate the primordial spirit. Meng Qin and Han Feng's expressions gradually became solemn. Small world still has such drawbacks. Han Feng originally planned to quickly hunt down giant beasts and leave after getting a lot of shocking stones. Now it seems. No, I have the Jianshan Fire Tower and the Time House. As long as I restore my primordial spirit in the Time House, I won't need a month to enter again. Han Feng's eyes lit up suddenly. At this time, the sect master said again, after talking about the small world, let's talk about the shocking stone. The shocking stone is also the primary goal of the two entering the small world. As far as now, I have discovered 4 grades of Tian stone, which my ancestors divided into 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade and 4th grade. One of the first-level earthquake stones has indescribable benefits for the comprehension of the low-grade sanctuary. Useful for weaker high-grade sanctuary secrets. As for the 4th-level earthquake stones, as long as the number is sufficient, it will not be a problem to comprehend a super-strong top-grade top-level sacred secret in a short period of time, or even a half-step top-grade level. Speaking of the 4th-level shock stone, the sect master was extremely excited, with a frenzy color. You must know that after being promoted to the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary for so many years, the sanctuary peculiar knowledge he has learned is only an ordinary high-grade sanctuary peculiarity level. Not to mention the half-step best, that is, the top and the top are far from the top. All of this is due to the fact that there are too few grade 4 earthquake stones, or that there are no grade 4 earthquake stones in the earthquake sect. The frenzy dissipated, and the sect master of Xintian sect looked regretful. Unfortunately, there have only been more than 10 pieces of the 4th-level earthquake stone in the history of the earthquake sect. There are no 4th-level earthquake stones. Let alone 4, there are very few 3. And now, most of the stockpiles are 2nd-level shock stones, and there are not many 3rd-level stones at all. The treasure is very precious. Even if I am the suzerain, I don't have the right to use it myself. High-level earthquake stone is so rare? Han Feng was shocked. Meng Qin suddenly said, I heard that even on the 27th floor, the probability of getting the sky-shocking stone is not high. I don't know. Seeing Meng Qin even knew this, the sect master of Xintian sect was even more certain that Meng Qin was not easy behind. At least there should be a backer with the same strength as Xintian sect. Fortunately, Meng Qin only came to be the elder Keqing, and the sect master of Xintian sect didn't mind. It's just that it will be difficult for Meng Qin to break into the top ranks in the future. The sect master of the earthquake sect thought for a while and replied, on the first 9 floors, probably every tens of thousands of giant beasts are hunted and killed. It is possible to get a first-class earthquake stone. From the 10th floor to the 18th floor, about 1,000 heads will get a first-level earthquake stone. From the 19th floor to the 27th floor, about 200 or 300 giant beasts will have a first-level shock stone. As for the second-level shock stone, it depends on luck. Han Feng gasped, this probability is too small. This is still a first-level earthquake stone, then the second-level earthquake stone, the third-level earthquake stone and even the fourth-level earthquake stone, isn't it? How did the previous earthquake sect get the fourth-level earthquake stone? Could it be that the records left behind are wrong? It was the first time that Meng Qi knew this clearly, and a look of shock flashed across her face. The sect master of Xintian sect smiled helplessly. If it wasn't for this, how could the stock of Xintian stones in my Xintian sect be so scarce? If it is distributed to the disciples, it is simply not enough. You too, you have to be mentally prepared. As Elder Kaching, you can only leave if your points reach 10,000. The first-level earthquake stone is about 1 point, the second-level earthquake stone is 2, the third-level earthquake stone is 5, and the fourth-level earthquake stone is 20 points. Meng Qin and Han Feng were dumbfounded again. Originally, 10,000 points didn't seem like much to them, but after knowing the probability of getting the sky-shocking stone, the 10,000 is simply an astronomical figure. The third one. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. Han Feng took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth twitched. From the 10th floor to the 18th floor, only 1,000 giant beasts can get a first-level earthquake stone, and a first-level earthquake stone is only 1 point. To collect 10,000 points, you need 10,000 first-class shock stones, and hunt 10 million giant beasts. When will this be killed? As if he felt that the blow was not enough, the sect master of Xintian sect smiled. Generally speaking, the giant beasts in the small world are a dozen or a few dozen to survive collectively. That is to say, each time the two have to face dozens of equal realm master. Han Feng opened his mouth wide. A person dealing with dozens of the same realm, unless you have a combat power far beyond the same level, it is a joke to want to hunt giant beasts. Fortunately, my strength is far beyond my cultivation level. If the ordinary Great Sanctuary is here, there is almost no hope of hunting giant beasts. Han Feng scolded the perverted small world in his heart. Meng Qin was no longer calm. Sect master, if this is the case, don't I wait for Elder Kaching to hunt until the year of the monkey and the horse moon? So our earthquake sect will also give you the corresponding resources to cultivate in a position higher than the core disciples, and will not delay your cultivation. Moreover, when hunting giant beasts in the small world, I don't know what the principle is. Hunters, there will also be a slight increase in the cultivation base. Although this increase is small, it may be possible to have a more obvious induction after hunting hundreds or thousands of heads. But there is no doubt that it can improve people's strength. As long as there are more hunting, it may be shorter. Within a short period of time, you can raise a small level in 1 day. The sect master of Xintian sect threw a bomb. Both Han Feng and Meng Qin's expressions froze. A sanctuary focuses on 2 aspects. Cultivation, sanctuary secret. The cultivation base is strong, and the basic strength is high. The sanctuary's unique skills are stronger, and there will be a stronger outbreak in terms of basic strength. They came here mainly to comprehend a more powerful sanctuary secret through the shocking stone. But if this delays the cultivation of the cultivation base, it will not be worth the loss. If hunting giant beasts in a small world can really improve one's own cultivation, then everyone will be happy. The sect master of Xintian sect reminded, this improvement is faster than cultivation, but it is not immediate. The Great Elder faction, currently the strongest Kaching Elder, has half-footed into the peak of the sanctuary. I have been hunting for decades on the 12th and 17th floor. With the qualifications of the other party, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 100 or 200 years to enter the Great Sanctuary Juzangshan, and the limit in the future will be the Juzangshan peak. And now, the other party has the possibility of being promoted to the peak of the sanctuary. All these are changes brought about by the small world. Meng Qin and Han Feng were not disappointed. If a small world can allow a warrior to cross several heavy heavens or even a large class in a short period of time, then Xintian sect has long been swallowed up by more powerful forces. Meng Qin sighed, even so, hunting 10 million giant beasts is too much. The sect master of Earthquake Sect smiled mysteriously. Have you two ever considered why my Earthquake Sect's assessment requires comprehension and age? This. Han Feng and Meng Qin looked at each other, puzzled. Haha, 10 million is indeed terrifying, but for a genius, there is no need to hunt 10 million. The probability I mentioned before is that the cultivation base is relative to the number of layers, and the probability is not static. For example, from the 10th floor to the 18th floor, it is possible to get 1 out of 1,000 giant beasts. The Great Sanctuary first layer is indeed this probability on the 10th floor, but if it is on the 11th floor, this probability will be if it increases. Maybe hundreds of heads will be able to get the first level earthquake stone, and the probability of getting the second level earthquake stone will also increase. And on the 12th floor, the probability increases again. It is very likely that only dozens or hundreds of heads will be needed to get a first level earthquake stone. The 13th and 14th floors are even more terrifying. Why there are level 2 earthquake stones and level 3 earthquake stones in the inventory? That's because the more layers you hunt, the more layers you have, the higher the probability of getting earthquake stones, and even the high-level earthquake stones you get are likely to be obtained. Tianchi. Similarly, if the Great Sanctuary 4th layer is hunting on the 12th, 11th, and 10th floors, the probability of getting the sky-shocking stone will be greatly reduced, and it is not impossible that it is infinitely close to zero. Now the two of you understand the reason for the age limit. The same cultivation base, the younger the age, the greater the potential, coupled with the extraordinary understanding, the combat power of the same level must be extremely powerful. Only when the combat power is strong, can the more possibility of layer battle. Only by leapfrog battle, can you get a higher level shock stone. Otherwise, even if you enter the 27th layer of the 27th layer of the sanctuary peak, you may not be able to get it. The first-class shocking stone. Han Feng and Meng Qin suddenly felt relieved and happy. Both of them are extremely good Great Sanctuary, they are naturally very confident in their own strength, and it is not a problem to challenge higher levels. The challenge of higher levels means that you can get more earthquake stones and high-level earthquake stones with a smaller number of hunts, which is completely more efficient than the previous 10 million head. The rest of the problems are small problems, and the two have a deeper understanding of the small world. But at this moment, the 7th elder came back, and brought back the golden thread aggregation grass. Putting away the golden silk aggregated grass, Han Feng couldn't help being a little excited. The two of you have already said what you need to say. The 7th elder will lead the two to the residence arranged by the Xintian sect. Similarly, we will also arrange inner disciples to serve you. If there is no request, the sect will take care of you. Randomly assigned. Hearing this, Han Feng said without hesitation, Sect Master, I only need one person, inner disciple, Yu Haoqi. Yu Haoqi? It turned out to be him, I understand. You too, please rest for a few days. You can go to the small world in a few days. A few days later, the sect master led Han Feng and Meng Qin, as well as the elders of Kuqing, from the other sect masters to Xintian Monument. When I first saw Xintian Monument, the feeling of Xintian Monument to Han Feng was shocking, huge, and dark. There are also dilapidated and wild. The Xintian stele constantly released an ancient atmosphere. Han Feng guessed that this Xintian stele must have a long history. Looking away from the Xintian Monument, Han Feng swept around, but did not find the Great Elder and others. It seems that the sect master's faction and the great elders' faction are really about to tear their faces, and they don't even want to enter the small world together. Han Feng said. At this time, Meng Qin was also looking at Han Feng without a trace. This person gives me a very mysterious feeling. I don't know how many floors this person can reach in a small world. Meng Qinxian didn't mind the original choice. It was only because he was a little interested in the mystery of Han Feng that he chose the sect master faction. The core of Xintian Monument suddenly fluctuated with astonishing space power, the space distorted and vibrated, and a huge suction burst shot out. The sect master said solemnly, "Everyone, you must know the rules clearly. Teleporting into the small world is random. You may be divided into groups, or you may be alone. If you are alone, you must be careful. Zhong hopes you all come back safely. Now, the teleportation starts, enter the small world." The huge suction force fell on Han Feng along with the dazzling brilliance. As soon as his eyes darkened, Han Feng was surrounded by space power, and disappeared from the sight of the sect master and others the next moment. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. The fifth, can't hold it anymore, let's stay tomorrow. 1100, the 10th floor of the small world, one more flowers, Nine Flame Supreme novel read. The first floor of the small world, here is full of withered yellow sand, and the sand in the air is scratching on the face, which is actually a little painful. Han Feng looked around, am I the only one? It's really bad luck. But this also allows me to play freely. According to the sovereign, the entrance to the next floor from each floor is in the center of each floor, and now I should be at the edge of the first floor. Han Feng was flying in the air, and with his eyesight, he didn't see anything worth noting, only the endless desert. Han Feng, you are a great sanctuary now, how fast you are. If you can find the entrance to the next floor with your naked eyes, and the power of your primordial spirit, you will reach the entrance in just a few flashes. How can the small world let you pass through so easily? Xuanhuan pouted. Han Feng smiled and said, that's right. Little fatty, which direction do you think I should go? Although I know it's going to the center, which direction is the way to the center? No wonder I heard from the sect master that the entrance is difficult to find, and there is no sense of direction in this small world. Bad luck, it is likely to be flying around, so it is impossible to find the entrance to the next floor in the center after flying for 10 days and a half months. Hearing this, after closing his eyes for a while in the Xuanhuan Tower, Fatty immediately pointed in a direction. Han Feng obviously believed in Xiaopeng, and after Xiaopeng pointed in a direction, he hurried away. Huh? Found a giant beast. Han Feng's eyes suddenly condensed. In the dry yellow desert land, more than 20 desert scorpions continuously drilled out of the desert, and then drilled into the desert. The aura fluctuations emitted by these desert scorpions are indeed only around the first layer of the sanctuary. The strongest one is only able to reach the middle stage of the first stage, and the rest are all in the early stage of the first stage, and they are the bottom existences in the early stage of the first stage. Fighting alone, Han Feng, who was still in the semi-holy state at the beginning, may not always lose. The giant beasts in this small world are not monsters, and naturally, they will not have any wisdom. Therefore, the strength of these giant beasts is comparable to the sanctuary, but they do not have the means of the sanctuary powerhouse, that is, the domain. But because of this, the domain power of the human sanctuary is useless to these giant beasts. Death. Han Feng swung his palm away, and the palm of the fourth-level powerhouse in the great sanctuary slammed these desert scorpions into ashes. The entire surface of the desert was photographed with a huge palm pit. Then the desert poured in, burying the handprints. Han Feng shook his head. Sure enough, the probability of 1 in 10,000 for the first 9 floors is too small, and there is no such thing as a shocking stone. The sect master said that hunting this giant beast will also improve your strength, but Han Feng's power of Yuanshan searched for the holy essence in his body, and did not let go of any place. After a long time, Han Feng opened his eyes with a strange face. The sect master didn't lie, and the improvement is really small. It's like a drop of water into a vast ocean. This increases too. Forget it, if you want to get the sky-shocking stone and improve your strength, it seems that you have to reach the 10th floor at least, and try your best to pass the level in the next time. Having said that, if he encounters a giant beast, Han Feng will not let it go, but he will not take the initiative to find the giant beast. The probability of 1 in 10,000 does not mean that if you kill 10,000 heads, the sky-shocking stone will appear, it is just an average probability. If you are lucky, you may be able to get a shocking stone by just a few dozen or so. Bad luck, hunting tens of thousands of heads is normal. It didn't take long for Han Feng to look overjoyed. In the sight of the sky, there was a faint light in the distant sky. It seems that this is the entrance that the sect master said. Han Feng's expression was shocked, and the speed soared again. In a few flashes, Han Feng approached the entrance. From a distant place before, this entrance was just a small letter. But when it was really approaching, he was shocked to find that this was an extremely broad beam of light, and the top of the beam of light sank directly into the sky. The diameter of the beam of light is at least 500 meters. Han Feng didn't stop and rushed in. The feeling of entering a small world before came, and when the eyes were dark, Han Feng knew nothing. When he woke up again, he was already on the 2nd floor. Same as the 1st floor, after asking Xiaopeng, Han Feng flew straight and fast. With Xiaopeng's guidance and Han Feng's already strong strength, he quickly passed the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 5th floor. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng has broken through the 9th floor and came to the 10th floor. From the 10th floor to the 18th floor, the probability has risen sharply, and the average probability is to hunt down 1,000 giant beasts to get a 1st-level shock stone. My current cultivation base is the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary. Only on the 13th floor will there be a 1 in 1,000 probability. Keep going. I can't stay, and I have to keep going. And it's been a little over 2 days, and time is running out. On the way, Han Feng also encountered many giant beasts, and the largest number of giant beast gangs was more than 100. This is equivalent to more than 100 Great Sanctuary 1st layer. Such numbers, let alone the 2nd level of the ordinary Great Sanctuary, even the 3rd level of the ordinary Great Sanctuary should be treated with caution. Otherwise, once caught in the siege of giant beasts, I am afraid that there is a danger of falling. If you want to go out in the small world, you only need to meditate 3 times to go out, but this has a premise, that is, in non-combat situations. Once Xuanhuan is surging to fight, let alone 3 times, 300 voices can't get out. The reason why some warriors will fall is because of this regulation. But for Han Feng, these giant beasts are not enough. These giant beasts also threaten the 2nd and 3rd levels of the ordinary Great Sanctuary. In the face of the more powerful 3rd level of the Great Sanctuary, it is not enough to watch, let alone Han Feng. Somewhere on the 10th floor of the small world, dozens of nearly hundreds of giant beasts roared again and again. In the center, surrounded by hundreds of giant beasts, a woman's eyes shot cold light, and she waved her hands to draw mysterious runes. Wolf King Seal. Boom. The giant beasts closest to the woman were reduced to ashes under this blow. The fall of his companions not only did not frighten the giant beast, but aroused the fierceness of the giant beast. The woman frowned slightly. There are too many, and it looks like it won't work without using some real strength. Thunderbolt Wolf Bloodline, congeal. In an instant, the woman's hands were covered with some hair, and the wolf claws that shone with the cold light suddenly grabbed out. The tearing of this claw shredded more than 10 giant beasts. Originally, the woman's cultivation was only the 3rd level of the Great Sanctuary, but after using her bloodline, her strength has soared to the 4th level. Thunderbolt thunder tribulation. Clap la la. One after another thunder and lightning fell like a rainstorm, within a radius of 10,000 meters, like the end of the world. Thousands of meters away, 2 figures are looming. Jia Jia. Brother, is this the Meng Qin that the first elder said? Yes, according to the description of the first elder, it should be this woman without a doubt. She is indeed a genius who even the first elder and Prince Yun are attracted to, and she really has a hand. The cultivation base has been raised to the 4th heaven, coupled with her powerful sanctuary unique skills, enough to be comparable to the 5-layered powerhouses of the ordinary great sanctuary. The 2 faces were similar, and the taller, thinner man said categorically. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. These 2 men with similar faces are twins, Elder Kuching, who passed the assessment more than a month ago, and has joined the Great Elder faction. These twin saints are also famous in the Great Sanctuary. The reason for this little fame is not only because the cultivation base has reached the peak of the Triple Heaven, but also because of the awakened blood of the twins. The bloodlines of the twins awakening are different. One is the bloodline of the violent ape, and the other is the bloodline of the barbarian ape. Although they are different bloodlines, they have a high degree of fusion with each other. Once the 2 of them join forces to display the realm of violent ape and realm of barbarian ape, it is not comparable to the fusion of the 2 great sanctuary triple heaven realms. If the power of the fusion of the 2 ordinary great sanctuary triple heaven fields is only 10, then the power of the fusion of the 2 fields of the violent ape field and the wild ape field is at least 50. Even the fusion of the 2 fields will increase the strength of the field performers, which is incredible. Therefore, these twins are only in the early stage of the Great Sanctuary, but they make many people in the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary terrified. It is precisely because of this that the twin saints are highly valued by the elders. In the small world, the teleportation is random, that is to say, the probability that the 2 people will happen to be transmitted together after being teleported is extremely small. But the twin saints are different. With the twin sensing, no matter where they are randomly teleported, the twin saints can gather together in a short time by telepathy, which undoubtedly has an advantage in the small world. More than a month ago, the 2 of them only came to the 10th floor within 3 days. Now they have entered again after more than a month. They originally wanted to hit a higher level, but they stayed on the 10th floor under the order of the Great Elder, waiting for the 2 to appear. Once you find the 2 people the Elder wants to kill, they will kill them with a killer. Of course, it's fine if you don't find it. The Elder also knew that it would be difficult to meet Han Feng and Meng Qin in the huge small world space, so he didn't force it. The violent ape saint and the barbarian ape saint did not expect that they actually met with good luck. Brother, don't forget that we have to kill another person, it seems to be called Han Feng. I heard that this son's talent is not inferior to that of Prince Yun. If we kill this son, we will get more rewards than killing this woman. The barbarian saint said. Don't be too greedy, this is only the 10th floor of the small world, the scope is huge, where is it so easy to meet? We are lucky enough to meet this guy named Meng Qin. The reward from the Great Elder will be enough. Help our 2 brothers to break through to the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary. The violent ape saint shook his head. Haha, that's also true. The barbarian sage laughed dryly, turning his eyes to Meng Qin. The Thunder Wolf bloodline was used, and the whole scene was one-sided. Meng Qin's strong display is undoubtedly. Thunderbolt thunder tribulation. Boom. It was like an apocalyptic scene again, and the thunder continued to blast down from the sky. At some point, all the beasts that came were killed by Meng Qin. Meng Qin took a breath and said, "Fortunately, I have developed my bloodline to a level comparable to that of an intermediate and middle-rank saint-grade bloodline. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to defeat these giant beasts easily." The Great Sanctuary First Layer Giant Beast that is not suppressed by the domain, the Great Sanctuary First Layer Giant Beast without negative emotions such as fear, and the Great Sanctuary First Layer Giant Monster who only knows how to fight with a crazy face. The degree of terror is far greater than the first layer of the Sanctuary Heavenly Warrior. The warriors of the first layer of the Great Sanctuary must not only be suppressed by the domain. There are also 7 emotions and 6 desires. They will feel fear, they will not fight to the death when they find they are incomparable, and they will not fight with the thought of perishing together. Don't look at the fact that Meng Qin seems to be having a harder time dealing with it now, it's just that the opponent is a giant beast. If it is a human warrior, the process will be very different. Who? Meng Qin's pretty face suddenly froze, her eyes looking coldly in a certain direction. Ha ha ha, as expected of the genius praised by the elders, we discovered our brothers so quickly. The violent ape saint clapped his hands full of admiration. How about a genius? It's still going to die in the hands of our brothers. The savage ape smirked. Meng Qin mocked, kill me? Just the 2 of you? The ape saint's face sank. Humph, you stinky bitch, dare to underestimate this saint. Barbarian bloodline, congeal. Beast ape fist. Wolf king fist. Boom. The fists collided, and the aftermath spread out like a tidal wave. A whirlwind swept all around with the 2 as the center. The face of the savage ape suddenly turned white and flew out. The bloodline level of the savage ape saint is not comparable to that of Meng Qin, and the control of bloodline is also not comparable to Meng Qin's. How can he be Meng Qin's opponent? If it wasn't that Meng Qin's cultivation level was not at the peak of the triple heaven, which was a step lower than that of the barbarian saint, the trauma of the barbarian saint at this moment would be even greater. Meng Qin took advantage of the victory to pursue and grabbed the savage ape with a wolf claw. Behind Meng Qin, the phantom of the Thunder Wolf King appeared, roaring in the sky, and the invisible coercion spread in all directions. Looking for death. How could the violent ape saint watch his younger brother be killed, and suddenly take action? Vicious ape fist. Meng Qin's face froze, and she had to temporarily let go of the savage ape saint and fight against the violent ape saint. Boom. The 2 both stepped back, their faces solemn. The violent ape saint shouted in a deep voice, if you don't live up to your expectations, don't hurry up and come here. Let's make a joint shot. One-on-one, we have no opponent for this woman. The savage ape sage flew to the violent ape sage with an ugly face, and hated Meng Qin, the culprit who embarrassed him even more. Facing the union of the 2, Meng Qin just sneered a few times. Beast ape fist. Vicious ape fist. Wolf king fist. Boom boom boom. The terrifying fist force raged out, the desert shook, and waves of desert storms rolled up. Meng Qin had not put the 2 of them in her eyes at first, but her strongest explosion was comparable to the 5th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Whether it is the increase in bloodline or the unique knowledge of the sanctuary, she is superior to the other 2. But it didn't take long for Meng Qin's face to change, and she realized something was wrong. The punches of these 2 people are nothing if they are taken out individually, but when they are shot, the 2 punches can complement each other and make up for the disadvantages and shortcomings of the other's punches. These 2 fists are obviously only at the level of the middle rank and lower level sanctuary secret skills, but at this moment, they can burst out with a power that is not weaker than the middle rank sanctuary secret skills. What is this? Meng Qin was very surprised. Perhaps seeing Meng Qin's surprise, the savage ape slapped his fist and said triumphantly, the combination of my brother's attacks and my brother's attacks can burst out even more powerful, how about it? Now you are sure to kill me. 2 brothers? It's a beautiful woman, but it's a pity that the Great Elder does not allow you such a genius to stand in the sect master's faction, so I can only ask you to die. After all, the attacks of the violent ape saint and the barbaric ape saint became more and more fierce, and the sky was filled with terrifying fist shadows, endless, covering the sky and the sun. It seemed to blow a big hole out of the sky. Meng Qin gradually became unsupportive. No, I'll be defeated sooner or later if I go on like this. The combination of these two will be so powerful. They must escape. Meng Qin already had the intention of retreating. Sage Violent Ape noticed this, and hurriedly shouted, "Old. Second, use the domain. The realm of violent apes, congeal. The wild ape field, condensate." The two mutated Great Sanctuary Triple Heaven domains opened up, and the moment they touched each other, a suffocating pressure suddenly erupted. Second more. Oops. These two want to trap me in the realm with the power of the realm. Meng Qin's complexion changed greatly, especially after feeling the more powerful and suffocating coercion erupted from the fusion of the two domains of the violent ape saint and the barbarian ape saint. Meng Qin's expression turned even whiter. Generally speaking, the mutated Great Sanctuary third-level domain is barely comparable to the ordinary Great Sanctuary fourth-level domain. The fusion of the two ordinary Great Sanctuary Quadruple Heaven domains means that they will reach the peak level of the Great Sanctuary Quadruple Heaven. After all, everyone's field is different and unique. The fit is definitely not that high. However, the domain fusion of the violent ape saint and the barbarian ape saint instantly burst out a domain power that is not weaker than the peak level of the fifth heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and even vaguely surpassed it. Wolf King Domain, congeal. Meng Qin immediately opened his own domain, which was also the mutated Great Sanctuary Triple Heaven domain. The degree of mutation in Meng Qin's domain was stronger than that of violent ape saints and barbarian ape saints. At this moment, the power of Meng Qin's Wolf King domain is not barely reaching the fourth level of the Great Sanctuary. However, such a level of power is still far from the fusion of the violent ape domain and the barbarian ape domain. Hey, I admit that you are a very strong chick. You fight alone. If you do your best, I might be killed by you in seconds. It's a pity, unfortunately, now you are facing the union of me and my brother. Looking at Meng Qin supported her hard, and the savage ape was very proud. Suddenly, the barbarian saint reached out and smashed in the void, and the pressure of the merged domain suddenly increased, bombarding the Wolf King domain. Click. Click. Clack clack. In an instant, the Wolf King's domain was unable to support it, and cracks opened. It's not broken yet? It's very strong. I want to see how many times your little girl's domain can last. The savage ape was surprised at first, and then his face was hideous. Pa. The barbarian sage bombarded the Wolf King's field with the power of the field again and again. After a few times, the Wolf King domain finally couldn't hold it any longer, and it shattered. At the moment when the Wolf King domain was broken, Meng Qin spit out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was sluggish. At this moment, Meng Qin's cultivation soared to the fourth level of the Great Sanctuary, and was suppressed to the level of the third level of the Great Sanctuary, and he might fall to the second level of the Great Sanctuary at any time. In contrast, the cultivation of the violent ape saint and the barbarian ape saint increased to the first and middle stages of the Great Sanctuary fourth layer after exerting their bloodline, but at this time they directly soared to the fifth layer of the Great Sanctuary. This is undoubtedly a terrifying increase. If it weren't for domain fusion, it would be good for the two of the violent ape saints to be promoted to the late fourth stage. Boss, leave this little girl to me, and I will pay for the previous one. I'll give it to you. It must be resolved quickly, and don't give the other party too much time. Otherwise, if you go out 3 times, this woman will be teleported out of the small world. The savage ape smirked. Don't worry, boss, in our domain, why doesn't this woman use the holy essence? If you don't use the holy essence, the power of the domain is enough to crush her into pieces. As long as you use the holy essence, it is the battle situation, no matter how much you read it, it's no use. Beast Ape Fist. The barbarian saint threw a punch. It is completely comparable to the blow of the fifth layer of the great sanctuary. For Mang Qin at this moment, it is definitely an unmatched power. But let Mang Qin sit still, Mang Qin can't do it. Wolf King Fist. Boom. Puff. Mang Qin's face was pale, and he vomited blood. Thunderbolt Thunder Tribulation. Endless thunder burst out. Suppression. This time it was the Saint Violent Monkey who snorted coldly. Under the suppression of the domain, the thunder had not fully exerted its power, and it went out directly. Haha, die. A red blood light flashed in the eyes of the savage ape saint, and he punched him down. Huh? Where is? Han Feng, who was flying towards the center of the 10th floor, saw a huge field not far away. In a small world, it is useless to use the domain to fight the giant beast. That is to say, the two sides fighting in this domain must be humans. In a small world, there are many giant beasts, and no single giant beast has ever appeared. If you want to hunt giant beasts, you must either be strong or unite together. Now there are only two factions in Jintian sect, the sect master faction and the Great Elder. One faction, the grass and the middle, have long been forced to choose. If they belong to the same faction, although there may be some struggles, the general direction is to unite against the murderer. Then that means, the people who are fighting now must be people from two factions. I am already a faction of the sect master, so I can't sit back and watch. If it is the faction of the sect master who has the upper hand, it doesn't matter, if not. Han Feng snorted softly, murder burst out. Anyway, the faction with the Great Elder is already hostile, and the other party will not do anything out of fear of reputation, and will definitely attack him in the small world. In this case, it is better to take the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, Han Feng turned into a streamer and blasted towards the field. In the field. Someone is here. The violent ape saint suddenly said. When the ape saint heard it, he temporarily let Mang Qin go. He smiled. Who is it? Let him come. If it's the Great Elder faction, we'll just send him out. Anyway, it's impossible to let him take our reward points. If the sect master's faction. The barbarian saint smiled even more sinisterly. The violent ape saint nodded, and when the streamer was about to hit the domain barrier, the domain suddenly opened a hole, and the meteor rushed in. Han Feng was first surprised that he rushed in so easily, and he thought that there would be a fierce collision with the field. But soon, Han Feng understood the other party's thoughts. Han Feng's eyes swept quickly, and his eyes sank when he saw Mang Qin's situation. Sure enough, occupying the top is the Great Elder faction. Seeing that it was Han Feng, Mang Qin immediately said, "Brother Han, run quickly, these two are not very strong." If there is no suppression in this field, Mang Qin will never worry about Han Feng. But the repressive force in this field is too strong. Rao is Han Feng, who is the fourth heaven of the great sanctuary, and Mang Qin does not have much confidence in Han Feng. However, Mang Qin's voice transmission was no match for the eyes and actions of the two violent ape saints. The moment they saw Han Feng, the two became excited. Jane, it takes no effort to get it. The Saint Violent Ape muttered to himself. The barbarian saint laughed even more. Luck, this is our luck. Hunting down two geniuses that the Great Elder asked to kill at one time, this time we will definitely get the Great Elder's reward. The 10th floor of the small world is very large, and it is very rare to meet a Mang Qin. The two of them never thought that without them looking for it, Han Feng bumped over by himself, and God is on their side. At the moment of discovering Han Feng, the savage ape saint immediately filled the previous big hole. In this way, Han Feng has been trapped here and cannot break through unless he breaks the field. Just, is that possible? The two saints have full confidence in the realm after their fusion. The third one. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / When the big hole was filled, Meng Qin sighed, Brother Han, I'm hurting you. Miss Meng, you rest first to recover from your injury, and leave these two to me. Han Feng calmed down and said a few words before facing the two saints directly. 2. Is the first elder trying to kill me? Han Feng asked a question that already had an answer in his heart. Of course, when I didn't give the great elder face in the main hall, how could the great elder forgive you so easily? If you have an ordinary talent, that's fine, but you are a genius not inferior to Prince Yun, so how can the great elder tolerate you? The ape saint looked at Han Feng with the eyes of idiots and dead people. Now that the sect master faction and the great elder faction, a discerning person can see that the great elder faction is far superior to the sect master faction, and they still follow the sect master faction foolishly. Han Feng smiled lightly, as expected. With the strength of the two, they should be very valued by the elders. Both the violent ape saint and the barbaric ape saint showed pride. Being valued by a half-step sanctuary small perfection powerhouse is definitely an honor and a pride. But what Han Feng said in the next moment changed the expressions of the two. Being so valued by the elders, I wonder if the elders will feel heartache after the two fall. Looking for death. Crazy boy, you can kill Lao Tzu alone? The barbarian saint was furious, and a violent punch slammed into Han Feng. Beast ape fist. Lotus smashing fist. The flame lotus condensed out, containing terrifying fire energy. Suddenly, the flame lotus exploded, and a storm of fire swept out. Oops. The savage ape's expression instantly turned white. If your punch is swept in by this flame storm, don't take your entire hand. Domain suppression. The savage ape roared, and the suppression force of the domain instantly pressed Han Feng. The violent ape saint originally saw that the barbarian ape saint was in crisis and planned to help, and then saw the repressive force of the domain oppressing Han Feng, and immediately calmed down. With domain suppression, the opponent's cultivation base will inevitably be suppressed to a very low level, and the attack displayed will be directly suppressed by the disappearance of smoke. By the time, the opponent can only be knocked out with one punch. Facing the suppression of the domain, Han Feng just smiled faintly, and the Aurora Song Yen rushed out. Today's Aurora Song Yen can even swallow the domain of the eighth heaven of the ordinary great sanctuary. What is the suppression of the domain at this moment? What? The violent ape saint, the barbarian ape saint, and Meng Qin were all horrified. The suppression of this field not only did not suppress Han Feng, but was actually swallowed up by the flames released by Han Feng. Is this? The sun came out from the west. When will the realm of the sanctuary powerhouse be swallowed up? After the shock, Meng Qin was overjoyed. If the domain suppression has no effect, what are these two guys? The violent ape saint and the barbarian ape saint were terrified. Especially the savage ape thought that the flames erupted from the explosion of the flaming lotus would be suppressed and disappear without a trace, so the punch had already blown past. But now, this flame storm has not been suppressed and disappeared without a trace. What? The barbarian saint screamed. The punch he slammed was swallowed up by the flames, and it was completely swallowed up in the blink of an eye. The savage ape saint's face was twisted and pale, and he screamed and screamed while covering the place where his fist disappeared. Looking for death. The violent ape saint burst out with a strong murderous intent. Vicious ape fist. A punch with similar power. How much do you think you can do better than your brother? Lotus burst punch. Han Feng shouted. The violent ape saint woke up instantly. Yes, my punch is not much stronger than Lao air. Even the punch of the second child was swallowed up, so he. Thinking of this, the violent ape saint quickly retreated. Boom! The flame lotus exploded, and the terrifying flame wave that blasted out made the violent ape saint unsteady, and turned around a few times, and was blasted away. Damn it! Being so disheartened and embarrassed, the violent ape saint had real killing intent towards Han Feng. The previous killing intent was only in accordance with the orders of the elders, but now even without the orders of the elders, he will never let Han Feng go. Old. Second, we shot together. I don't believe this kid can resist our joint strike. That's right, I'll make him pay the price when I hurt this kid. The savage ape roared bitterly. Vicious ape fist. Beast ape fist. Originally, it was just a blow from the middle grade and inferior sanctuary skills, but in the case of combining with each other, it exerted a power that is not weaker than that of the middle grade sanctuary skills. In other words, Han Feng is now equivalent to a blow against two ordinary powerhouses in the 6th stage of the Great Sanctuary. Void Immortal Body, Congeal. Void Immortal Saint Extermination. Ah! The terrifying light of holy annihilation blasted out and completely devoured the two of them. One after another dense light of holy extinction seems to form a long river. The peak of the void immortal physique is not weaker than the high-grade sanctuary's unique skills. With the void immortal physique, Han Feng's cultivation base can be upgraded to the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary. Then the void immortal saint extinction made the power that erupted to an unbelievable level. Even Meng Qin was stunned when he was used to seeing many geniuses. The explosive power of this blow has far surpassed the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary. Under the devour of the light of holy extinction, the violent ape saint and the barbarian ape saint turned into nothingness. The realm after fusion, along with the demise of the two saints, also completely collapsed. Meng Qin took a deep breath and looked at Han Feng with deep meaning. From the beginning to the end, this guy has the upper hand completely, and there is not a single drop of the disadvantage. He is simply at ease. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a thunderbolt. This person must have hidden means, which is really scary. After clearing her throat, Meng Qin bent her knee slightly. Thank you, young Master Han, for your help. Han Feng said with a smile, it's nothing. We all belong to the suzerain's faction, the elder Keqing, and we should be watching each other. And the other party was going to kill me sooner or later. I also killed these people in advance. But at this moment, Han Feng's eyes narrowed, staring at a place behind Meng Qin. Meng Qin was taken aback by Han Feng's gaze, and quickly turned his head to look, and then opened his mouth in disbelief. This is a shocking stone. I saw a large group of dead giant beasts floating above a pitch-black stone the size of a child's fist, emitting a special energy wave. Han Feng retracted his gaze and smiled bitterly. This giant beast. It's not likely that Miss Meng killed it. Meng Qin nodded blankly, still in disbelief. With her great sanctuary's 3rd-level cultivation base, the probability of getting the sky-shocking stone on the 10th floor is definitely lower than 1 in 1,000. Since entering the 10th floor, she has never hunted more than 300 giant beasts. But now, among these less than 300 giant beasts, there is a shocking stone. This luck is also very good. Meng Qin's eyes moved, and with a wave of his hand, the sky-shocking stone flew into Meng Qin's hands. According to the description of the sect master, this should be a 1st-level earthquake stone. Yes, a 2nd-level earthquake stone. With my cultivation base, I am afraid that it is possible to obtain it at least on the 13th floor. The 13th floor corresponding to the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, reaching the 13th floor is already a leapfrog for Meng Qin. Once you leapfrog, the probability of getting the sky-shocking stone will increase, and it will be easier to get the high-level sky-shocking stone. For more completed, ask for flowers. There will be another update after that, but it will be very late. Brothers and sisters, go to bed first and get up tomorrow to watch. Meng Qin turned around abruptly and said to Han Feng, "Young Master Han, I'll give you this earth-shattering stone. This is what you typed." Han Feng shook his head and refused. At this time, Han Feng had a deep understanding of the difficulty of obtaining the earthquake stone. Meng Qin was able to obtain the earthquake stone on the 10th floor. Even if it was a first-class earthquake stone, it was extremely amazing and lucky. Meng Qin said, if it wasn't for young Master Han, the heaven-shattering stone would sooner or later be obtained by those two great elders. If young Master Han didn't accept it, the little girl would simply leave the earth-shattering stone here, anyway. Little girls don't want it. Well, then I'll accept it. Seeing the seriousness in Meng Qin's eyes, Han Feng said helplessly. If the Jintian stone was really thrown away by Meng Qin, it would be a real tyranny. Seeing Han Feng accept it, Meng Qin pursed his lips and smiled. Master Han, let's go together on the 10th floor. Meng Qin invited. Han Feng nodded, yes. Afterwards, Han Feng and Meng Qin continued to fly. Although they encountered some giant beasts along the way, with the cooperation of Han Feng and Meng Qin, these giant beasts were powerless to resist. Unfortunately, until they reached the entrance to the 11th floor, the two of them did not get any more shocking stones. Finally at the entrance. Unfortunately, every transmission is random. It seems that the little girl is going to be separated from young Master Han. Meng Qin shook her head, as if disappointed, but her tone was flat. Meng Qin is also a favorite of the heavens, so it is natural to be able to join forces with Han Feng, but he is not afraid of being alone. Getting into trouble this time is completely careless. Who would have thought that the violent ape saint and the barbaric ape saint are not strong individually, and that they will burst out with such a powerful formidable power together? Haha, anyway, I can get together after leaving the small world, so I'll take a step first. With that, Han Feng stepped into the beam of light and disappeared in front of Meng Qin. Meng Qin held his chin and thoughtfully, being less than 1,000 years old, this kind of strength is not weak. Maybe I can ask this person to help with that matter. Just what price do I have to pay to invite? After a while, Meng Qin also stepped into the beam of light. The 11th floor of the small world. Han Feng flew fast. It's been more than 2.5 days. I don't know if I can find the entrance to the 12th floor in the remaining time. If I don't find the entrance, no matter how far I fly on the 11th floor, go down. Once teleported in, it will be teleported to the edge of the 11th floor, and it has to fly over again. While flying fast, Han Feng did not forget to destroy the giant beasts he encountered on the way. Hey, when will I be able to have the luck of Miss Meng? Could it be that I only bring a shocking stone when I go out this time? A first-class earthquake stone is only 1 point, and a distance of 10,000 points is simply a drizzle. It stands to reason that Han Feng has already obtained the golden silk aggregate grass, so there is no need to stay in Jintian sect. But this golden thread aggregated grass is obtained for free. This is a favor, and Han Feng can't do anything to pat his butt and leave. 2 hours later. Another giant beast died in the hands of Han Feng. This time, there are only a dozen or so giant beast gangs that Han Feng encountered, which is just a level that Han Feng can easily solve. After killing this giant beast, Han Feng subconsciously has to leave quickly. According to the previous situation, there will be no shocking stone at all. But just as Han Feng was about to leave, glancing at the corner of his eyes, he suddenly widened his eyes. I saw a jet black stone suddenly shot out from the body of the dead giant beast, and the familiar fluctuations emanating from it told Han Feng that it was the shocking stone. Ha ha ha, the first level earthquake stone. I didn't expect that I was so lucky to get the first level earthquake stone. Originally, Han Feng always thought that only when he reached the 13th floor, he could gradually get the first level earthquake stone. Fatty said, "Good luck? Think about how many beasts you have killed from the first floor to the 11th floor." Han Feng said, "How much? I'm afraid it's less than 1,000. But the ratio of the first 9 floors is 10,000 to 1, and the 10th floor starts at 1,000 to 1. From the first floor to the 11th floor, the total kills after less than 1,000 giant beasts. You got the first level shock stone, isn't that good luck?" Fatty pouted, "It's okay. By the way, how much do you feel your cultivation has improved now?" Speaking of cultivation, Han Feng shook his head. "Drizzle, it's too little, although the increase is a lot, but I am now the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, and my own Saint Yuan is huge to an unbelievable level. This increase is still, if you put a lot of it in front of the entire Saint Yuan, it's not worth mentioning. For example, an increase of 10,000 is a lot. But on the basis of 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, an increase of 10,000 is really not enough." Han Feng was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and shouted, "Since you're here, don't come out yet." There was a wave in the space not far away, and a familiar figure appeared in the sky. "Prince Yun, humph, does the dignified prince also make a sneak attack from behind?" Han Feng looked at the cloud sky coldly. However, in his heart, Han Feng was very surprised, because before this, Han Feng didn't feel that there was anyone else here. Although the small world has restrictions on the power of the primordial spirit, it is far from being able to use the power of the primordial spirit smoothly outside, but it is not right to be able to sense a person at all. If it wasn't for Xiaopeng's notification, Han Feng would not have found that Prince Yun was hiding not far away. Once Prince Yun makes a sneak attack, the consequences. Thinking of this, Han Feng's eyes became more and more cold. Prince Yun snorted softly, "Your Excellency really has an extraordinary origin. Even the prince's purple Ling robe can be found. The purple Ling robe has the effect of stealth and restraint. With the current strength of the prince, with the purple Ling robe, there is no holy robe. It is impossible to see through the strength above the peak of the domain. Since your Excellency can see through it, there must be some treasure. It won't be long before this treasure belongs to Prince Ben, as well as your heaven-shaking stone, which will all belong to Prince Ben." Prince Yun looked greedy. Prince Yun was very excited. He originally wanted to rush to the entrance of the 12th floor, but he didn't expect to see the battle between Han Feng and the giant beast. Xilingpao itself is a sacred artifact with a high level. If you can see through his existence, the opponent must have a sacred artifact that is not inferior to Xilingpao. Once he got that holy weapon. Prince Yun stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. His overall strength would definitely improve. "Prince Yun, are you so confident?" Han Feng laughed out loud. In the other party's words, it seemed that he had already settled on him, which was really funny. Prince Yun showed a look of disdain. "Prince, I don't know how you cultivated to this level, but Prince is the strongest genius. How can you compete? In the assessment, your kid is a big show, and even the brilliance of this prince has been covered up. Today, the prince has proved that you are by no means an opponent of this prince. Compared with this prince, you are a waste. Netherbone claws." Prince Yun let out a low voice, and his right hand turned into a horrifying gray-white bone claw, catching Han Feng as fast as lightning. The goal is the heart of Han Feng. Xuanhuan finger. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he pointed out, penetrating the infinite claw force, just in the center of Prince Yun's palm. "The 5th is complete. Ask for flowers." Boom. From the position where the fingers and the palm touched, a powerful momentum suddenly erupted. The desert centered on Han Feng and Prince Yun collapsed into it. Terrifying forces bombarded all around, and both Han Feng and Prince Yun both retreated nearly 1,000 meters. Prince Yun's expression condensed. Sure enough, it's not so easy to deal with. It's just a middle grade sanctuary, and it doesn't seem to be able to kill you. So. The Witch Emperor's skeleton body, congeal. In the blink of an eye, a black mist rose from the purple, wrapping Prince Yun's entire body into it. The purple mist dissipated, and Prince Yun suddenly grew a lot bigger. No, it's not so much that Prince Yun has grown bigger, it's better that Prince Yun is surrounded by the already solidified skeleton sovereign. It was like the former Zhan Fuyu, wrapped in the body of the god of war. At this moment, Prince Yun was the skeleton Witch King, and the skeleton Witch King was Prince Yun. Han Feng, you have to be careful, this person's bloodline is already a high-level saint, and the formidable power exerted at this moment is not weaker than the mid-level high-level saint bloodline. Xuanhuan said. Han Feng nodded, I can see it even if you don't say it. As expected by those old guys, he is called the genius with the most hope of advancing to the sanctuary small perfection realm. The talent shown by this guy at this moment is estimated to be ranked among the ancient families. The top. The same age group may not be the top, but at least the first-class level. Demonstrating the skeleton body of the Witch Emperor, Prince Yun's strength soared to the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary at this moment. Prince Yun showed an extremely comfortable smile. It's great, every time you use the Witch Emperor's skeleton body, grasping this powerful power makes people intoxicated. Since my mastery of the Witch King's skeleton body has been further improved, I have not fought with one person. Now you are not wrong to die under the Witch King's skeleton body of this prince. Wizard Emperor's palm. The spiritual power of heaven and earth converges at this moment. A palm with mysterious lines descended from the sky, with a huge majesty. The 6th level of the Holy Flame battle body, congeal. But at this moment, Han Feng showed a strange smile, and the Holy Flame battle body unfolded. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation level also skyrocketed to the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary. Holy Flame strikes the sky. What? Prince Yun's expression changed greatly, the power of this punch was not weak at all, compared to his Wu Huang palm. Boom! A fist and a palm collided, as if two meteors collided. The dazzling brilliance burst out, followed by a circle of rippling energy fluctuations. You can actually increase your cultivation so much? Prince Yun looked unwilling. Who stipulated that you can only be allowed to increase your cultivation base, the prince? Now, what tricks does the prince have? Just use them. Han Feng provocatively said. Prince Yun's expression sank, you crazy guy. This prince admits that your combat power is amazing, but I don't know what about your primordial spirit power. Eye of the Witch Emperor, open. I saw that Prince Yun opened a purple pupil on his forehead. There seems to be a chaotic storm in the pupil. Get this prince to sink forever in the illusion. Prince Yun's Witch Sovereign's pupil swept towards Han Feng, and the moment he was swept, Han Feng found that the space around him was distorted, gradually blurred, and changed into a completely different world. In this world, the space was full of purpling qi, and these qi condensed into one Witch Emperor. Purple flames burned all over his body, and slammed towards Han Feng. Han Feng shook his head, it's just a middle grade sanctuary. Although it's at the top level, it's only half worse than the ordinary middle grade. But to me, it's not worth mentioning. If it is another great sanctuary with amazing combat power, facing this move of Prince Yun, maybe it will really suffer. After all, the combat power is amazing, but the power of Yuanshan is different. Taking Han Feng as an example, the strongest explosion in this set is comparable to the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, but the strength of its own primordial spirit has soared to a level comparable to the 5th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. No matter how strong it is impossible. This move of Prince Yun is difficult for ordinary Great Sanctuary 6th layer heaven to resist. It's a pity. Among Han Feng's sanctuary secrets, there is the trick of the holy pupil of the star. The holy eye of the stars, open. Han Feng snorted softly, and the third eye was also opened between his brows. The hexagonal star-shaped pupil spun quickly, and the holy pupil of the star began to show its power. Boom boom boom. The original purple space became unstable immediately after Han Feng's holy eye was used, and it didn't take long for it to crack open countless cracks and collapse into endless fragments. Puff. Outside, Prince Yun spit out blood, his expression full of astonishment. The other party actually has a gifted eye, and he is stronger than him. How is this possible? Prince Yun's heart was full of grievances. Since the appearance of Han Feng, his original style has been taken away, and now he is constantly being suppressed in battle, which makes Prince Yun even more eager to kill Han Feng. Being used to being the first person, Prince Yun couldn't tolerate the appearance of a genius who could be compared with himself, maybe even stronger than himself. Without waiting for Prince Yun to counterattack, star space has already exerted its strength. I was actually caught? Prince Yun murmured. I thought that the other party just broke the power of his own divine eye, but who would have thought? Han Feng was not surprised by this result. The six-pointed star level of the holy pupil of the star is a middle-grade high-grade holy domain secret knowledge level, and it is also extremely powerful among the same level. Although Han Feng is now limited by his cultivation, he can't exert all the power of the hexagonal star of the holy pupil of the star, but he still surpasses Prince Yun by a lot. While breaking the illusion of Prince Yun, he also pulls Prince Yun into the space of stars. It is too simple. Looking at Prince Yun, who was embarrassedly resisting and fleeing in the space of stars, Han Feng looked indifferent. From the very beginning, Han Feng didn't take Prince Yun to heart. Han Feng was extremely confident in his current strength. Few of the same age group and level could compete with him. Perhaps only the top genius among the ancient clans is his true opponent. Han Feng is already full of expectations for the ancient race more than 10 years later. If Han Feng was under a lot of pressure when he first learned about the ancient race, then now he has a vigorous fighting spirit. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng frowned. In the space of stars, the embarrassed Prince Yun roared up to the sky. Damn it! Damn it! This prince is the strongest genius, how can he be defeated by you? This is your asterisk mine. Bone prison flame fist. A terrifying force surged out of Prince Yun's body, causing the space of the stars to vibrate. This is a middle-grade, high-grade sanctuary secret. Han Feng's tone was a little surprised. It should be noted that this Prince Yun is only the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary. When he first entered the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, he actually mastered a middle-grade and high-grade sanctuary secret technique, which is really incredible. It's no wonder that this person is so confident in attacking the sanctuary small perfection or even a higher level, and this person's talent is not blown out. Having said that, Han Feng still understated it and did not show any panic. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face. Prince Yun's face was hideous, and he was also forced to the limit. This white bone prison flame fist is a middle-grade, high-grade sanctuary, and it can be said that it is not weak. However, Prince Yun just realized that he was created not long ago, and he is only the 4th level realm of the Great Sanctuary, and his grasp is not stable at all. Once this punch is used, it is absolutely impossible to stop halfway. Moreover, if one is not well controlled, when it causes heavy damage to the enemy, it may also affect itself. In this way, the sanctuary's secret knowledge that cannot be controlled for the time being, Prince Yun has no plans to expose it in a short period of time. But the power of Han Feng surprised Prince Yun. Whether it is combat power or the power of the innate divine eye, they are all inferior to the opponent, and they are all inferior. At this moment, he was trapped in an unknown space, resisting the attack of this space, and fled everywhere in embarrassment. Being forced to do this, when Prince Yun was in a rage, he didn't care what the consequences of using this mastery would be, he just wanted to break out with a punch, break the space and kill Han Feng. How terrifying the power of the high-grade sanctuary's unique skills, the power of this punch, the space of the stars is in danger of collapse at any time. Han Feng's expression remained the same, the current holy eye of the star is a high-level mid-grade, and it is no worse than this white bone prison flame fist. As long as I run the holy eye of the star with all my strength, this Prince Yun will never be able to break through my star space. But if you fight like that, my holy pupil of the star will also be damaged a bit, but it's not worth the loss. Compared to my control of the hexagonal star of the holy pupil of the star, I have a deeper level of mastery of other middle grade and high-level sacred arts, and the power of the explosion is stronger. Instead of damaging the holy pupil of the star, it is better to put away the holy pupil of the star and use other tricks to defeat Prince Yun. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately withdrew the holy pupil of the star. Damaged and traumatized eyes are not as easily recovered as other parts. Puff. Han Feng did this, but it caused Prince Yun to be traumatized again. The originally prepared punch was about to be sent out, but there was no target to attack. This contrast between the front and the back made Prince Yun Xingyuan instantly chaotic. If it weren't for the fact that Prince Yun was indeed an extraordinary genius, the control of his own Saint Yuan had reached an unbelievable level, and at this moment, he might have been attacked by the white bone prison flame fist. At that time, not only will it not hurt the place, but it will kill itself. The space of stars, after all, is nothing but an illusion. Everything in the realm of illusion, including various means of attack, ostensibly consumes Saint Yuan, but actually consumes Yuanshan power. Therefore, the injury of Prince Yun is actually the injury of the power of the primordial spirit. When returning to reality from the space of stars, Prince Yun's primordial spirit was almost exhausted, and his face became even paler. You. Prince Yun looked at Han Feng and was speechless. The first-class earthquake stone in Han Feng's hand was thrown up and down, and Han Feng said lazily, "Don't you want to kill me and take the earthquake stone and treasure on me? Why are you so embarrassed now?" Prince Yun's eyes were even more resentful, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. Who the hell is this person? I heard that there is no powerful hidden power in Beizhou continent except for Baidu Academy. If it is just an ordinary force, how can there be such a terrifying person? It is obviously the fourth level of the Great Sanctuary. It is unbelievable that the level competes with the ordinary Great Sanctuary 7th Heaven. This child can actually suppress me without any pressure. At this time, Prince Yun regretted provoking Han Feng. Although Prince Yun is arrogant, he is not stupid. This arrogant confidence comes from his own talent and the second-rank empire behind him. No matter which one, no one can easily offend. But now, he has encountered an existence that may be stronger than him in both aspects. His arrogance has been completely defeated. It doesn't matter, since you have already provoked it, let's just kill this person completely without doing anything. No matter how strong the force behind this person is, it is also in Beizhou continent. Can you cross the central North Sea to seek revenge? Moreover, the powerhouses and forces in the central continent may not allow the powerhouses in the North continent to be so presumptuous. Thinking like this, the white bone prison flame fist condensed again. Enduring the physical discomfort, Prince Yun burst out with a punch. Too weak. Han Feng said something that made Prince Yun's eyes crack. This sentence used to be said to his peers, but now it has fallen on him. Death! Prince Yun roared. Holy Flame Emperor Fist. The shadow of the Emperor appeared behind Han Feng, and the Emperor's coercion filled the air. It is also a middle-grade, high-grade sanctuary, and the Holy Flame Emperor Fist is better than the White Bone Prison Flame Fist. And Han Feng is not like Prince Yun, who can't control his middle-grade and high-grade sanctuary. Under the unbelievable gaze of Prince Yun, his uncontrollable and powerful punch was crushed by one punch. No. How could this be? Before Prince Yun could finish his roar, the Emperor Xingyan's fist had already slammed into Prince Yun. But at this moment, a dazzling golden light burst out from Prince Yun's body. High-grade defensive, holy artifact. Han Feng's pupil shrank. A powerful punch knocked Prince Yun into the air, but because of the defense against the holy artifact, Prince Yun's injury didn't get much worse. Prince Yun had a look of fear on his face. If he hadn't activated the defensive holy artifact in time, the punch just now would have killed him. This person really did not care about the forces behind him, and really dared to kill him. For a while, Prince Yun was afraid of Han Feng in his heart. It's a pity. Han Feng regretted that he didn't kill Prince Yun with a single punch. As expected of a second-rank empire, there is no shortage of powerful holy weapons. Han Feng really didn't take the second-rank empire where Prince Yun was too seriously. Although killing Prince Yun would make the second-rank empire furious, Han Feng had already learned from Chi that the second-rank empire behind Prince Yun was just a newly promoted second-rank empire, and there was only one sanctuary. A master of the peak quadruple heaven level. Right now, he is indeed not an opponent of such powerhouses, but Zhu Tianyang has already reached the limit of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and it may not be long before he finds an opportunity to retreat and break through and hit the peak level of the sanctuary. With Zhu Tianyang's powerful bloodline, once promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, the ordinary sanctuary quadruple will not be the opponent of Zhu Tianyang. The current Han Feng is already qualified to stand in the central continent. Although it is not his own power, Zhu Tianyang obeys Han Feng, which is actually no different from Han Feng's own power. Seeing that Han Feng's killing intent gradually became stronger, Prince Yun's body trembled. At this time, where does Prince Yun still have the pride and heroism that he had before, and his dejected appearance is enough to make people who don't know the truth pity this guy. No. I can't fight anymore, I will definitely die. Prince Yun lost his fighting spirit. Although the defensive power of the holy artifact is strong, it has a limit. It has been beaten many times, and it is not impossible to be blasted into pieces. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Prince Yun took out a jade slip in pain and crushed it. A burst of light brightened, and Prince Yun disappeared in front of Han Feng. Second more. It was broken at more than 10 o'clock, so the first update and the second update were delayed until this time to upload. Please forgive me, there will be a third update later. On the 24th, 25th, and 26th, there may be 2 days out of the 3 days, and there will not be too many updates. Escape? Han Feng was stunned. Shouldn't a proud person like Prince Yun be fighting to the end with his self-esteem? How did this guy escape? Did he teleport directly to the outside? But now he is in a state of battle. Han Feng was puzzled. Xiaopeng said directly, "It's the jade slip that Prince Yun crushed." That should be the transmission of the jade slip. This Prince Yun did not teleport to the outside of the small world, but to another area on the 11th floor. Han Feng, are you going to pursue it? After all, it's still the same level, maybe we'll meet again. However, Han Feng shook his head. Forget it, since you have already escaped, there is no need to chase anymore. And in my opinion, after teleporting to the other side, this Prince Yun is afraid that he will immediately secretly say, go out 3 times in his heart. Get out of this little world. Xiaopeng felt that there was some truth to it. It's just like this. This guy's arrogance and fighting spirit were all defeated by you, and he shouldn't have the intention to continue to enter the small world. But if you do your best at the beginning, this Prince Yun won't be able to escape even if he transmits the jade slip. Little Fatty was a little dissatisfied, and felt that Han Feng was too reckless. Han Feng said embarrassedly, "I don't want to see what this Prince Yun can do." Little Fatty hummed, "The next time you face the enemy, you must be decisive, otherwise it will only cause trouble later." Han Feng nodded again and again, this time it was just an accident. I didn't know that the other party had teleported jade slips. I knew that they would kill them from the beginning. It is said that the strength of this Prince Yun can be counted among the younger generation of the ancient family. You also know about the ancient clan competition more than 10 years later. I am now playing against Prince Yun, and I can also roughly know the strength level of the younger generation of the ancient clan. Xiao Peng rolled his eyes. Outside is all compliments to this Prince Yun. There must be some exaggeration. Among the younger generations of the ancient family, they belong to the first class? It's ridiculous, it's just for ordinary ancient families. Like the Yen family and the God of War family. Such a top ancient family, this Prince Yun is not a first class. Top ancient clans such as the Yen clan, who showed the possibility of impacting the true God, were considered the top geniuses. First-class geniuses have the potential to impact the great perfection of the sanctuary. Regardless of whether it can be achieved in the future, at least there must be that potential and performance. And Yin Songqiong only has the potential to impact the sanctuary's small perfection. Perhaps the future achievements will not only reach the 28th level, it is very likely to reach the 29th level or even the 30th level heaven. But it is absolutely impossible to reach the great perfection of the Holy Land, the 31st, 32, and 33 levels of heaven. Alright. Even if it is a bit exaggerated, this Prince Yun is indeed comparable to many geniuses of the ancient family. In this way, I am not bad among the many geniuses of the ancient family. It is still necessary to continue to work hard to strive for the ability to compete with the peak powerhouses of the sanctuary when the ancient race comes, and even kill them. Han Feng's goal is not only to defeat the geniuses of the ancient family, but to go far beyond it and be able to compete with the older generation of the ancient family. Otherwise, the possibility of taking Yaqing away is too low. Han Feng continued to rush to the entrance to the 12th floor, and finally reached the 12th floor when the third day was approaching. At this time, Han Feng only had 2 first-level shock stones in his hands. "Get out, get out, get out." After reciting 3 sentences in his heart, Han Feng was reported to the core small world of Xintian Monument. Outside the small world, the sect master laughed, "Welcome Elder Han back. This is..." Han Feng was taken aback by the sovereign. Although the sect master had been very close before, he was definitely not as eager as he is now. Those eager eyes, as if looking at a baby. Even the rest of the sect masters, the elders of Keqing, looked at Han Feng very differently, some with jealousy, and more with jealousy and respect. Looking around for a week, Han Feng still didn't find the people of the Great Elders faction. It's okay to have not seen the Great Elder faction before entering the small world. It is very likely that the Great Elder faction has not yet arrived. But I haven't seen the Great Elder faction yet. Could it be that they left early? The sect master seemed to know what Han Feng was wondering, and said quickly, "Prince Yun sent it out in embarrassment. We all know what you did." The elder also felt ashamed, and naturally left quickly. Han Feng was stunned, and finally understood the reason for the changes in the expressions of the sect master and others. Meng Qin said slowly, "Young Master Han's strength is really eye-opening for the little girl. Although Prince Yun is arrogant, he is also a real material. His cultivation and combat power are not bad, but he was beaten by Han Gongzi so unexpectedly." Embarrassed. Prince Yun is the most famous genius in the surrounding area of Xintian sect. As a super genius who is expected to be small in the sanctuary, no one knows the name of Prince Yun. In particular, the news that Prince Yun and the level beheaded the 5th and 6th levels of the Great Sanctuary made Prince Yun's prestige to the extreme. Not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation, there are many strong people who are afraid of Prince Yun. But such a Prince Yun was defeated by Han Feng, how could many strong people not be surprised? It is precisely because they clearly know the power of Prince Yun that many martial artists respect Han Feng even more. In this world, after all, the strong are respected. Understanding the reason for the change in the expressions of the sect master and the rest of the elders of Keqing, Han Feng smiled lightly. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, his expression suddenly changed. The power of the primordial spirit in the core of primordial spirit is fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye, and is soon approaching exhaustion. The depletion of Yuanshan's power made Han Feng's head dizzy, and the world was spinning. A feeling of wanting to vomit rose from the bottom of his heart, and his face was pale. Not only Han Feng, but also Meng Qin and some elders, Keqing. These Keqing elders, like Meng Qin and Han Feng, were all Keqing elders who passed the assessment this time and joined the sect master's faction. This time, not only Han Feng and a few people passed the assessment, but only because Han Feng and others passed that day. It has been half a year since the assessment. Although not every assessment passed, but after half a year, quite a few passed. Except for Han Feng, Meng Qin and some elders, Keqing, the remaining elders, Keqing, are much better. It's not that these elders Keqing are better than Han Feng and others, but as veterans who have entered the small world several times, they know where their limits are and will always leave the small world some time before reaching the limit. And Han Feng and Meng Qin, who were first-timers, really came out after 3 days. 3 days is the limit of any great sanctuary, and the consumption of the primordial spirit has naturally reached the limit. The sect master of Xintian's sect hurriedly asked Han Feng and others to be lifted up. Elder Han, you have been staying for a long time. Next time, please allocate your time reasonably according to your physical condition. The residence will be restored, and after the restoration, the elders can choose to practice or continue to enter the small world. The holy stone needed for practice will be sent by the sect immediately. The third one. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. Han Feng and others didn't care to say anything. The feeling of excessive consumption of Yuanshan was really uncomfortable, and they immediately returned to their residences. It didn't take long for the people around the sect master to leave, and those who stayed here were all absolute confidants like the 7th elder. The 7th elder sighed, I really didn't expect Elder Han to be so good, that he beat Prince Yun into a mess. Before, the old man was a little dissatisfied with the sect master's unconditional gift of the golden silk grass to the elder. Now it seems that the old man, after all, his eyesight is not as good as that of the sect master. The sect master said proudly, haha, to be honest, this sect is also greatly surprised. With Elder Han here, it may be possible to obtain the 2nd or 3rd level shock stones. Give these shock stones to the core disciples of our sect. The strength of his core disciples will definitely increase significantly in a short period of time, and in the future, the battle with the core disciples of the Great Elder faction will also gain the upper hand. When these disciples grow up and reach the peak of the sanctuary, the power of our faction will be greatly enhanced, and sooner or later, it will surpass the Great Elder faction. The rest of the confidants were all in agreement and hope. At first, they learned from the 7th elders that the golden silk aggregate grass was given to Han Feng for free. They were still a little dissatisfied. Now, it seems that this decision is really correct. Great elders. The great elder was furious. The two brothers, the violent ape saint and the barbarian ape saint, didn't come out? The reporter was silent. It didn't come out, which means. The elder's face was gloomy. Impossible, with the strength of the two of them, how could it be? On the side of the first elder, the shadow of Han Feng in Prince Yun's heart has not disappeared. Hearing the words, his heart moved. Could it be that Han Feng? Saying Han Feng's name is actually too heavy a shadow, and subconsciously put all of the matter is on Han Feng. But Prince Yun didn't know, he really happened to say it right. The elder's face froze, and he said slowly for a long time, perhaps, that's true. That Han Feng can defeat even you, and it's not too difficult to kill the twins. That kid is so powerful that even the old man is surprised. After thinking about it, the first elder was about to continue to ask Prince Yun some questions, but found that Prince Yun's expression suddenly became panic when he mentioned Han Feng. The first elder sank in his heart, there is such a big shadow. Then what did Han Feng do to Prince Yun? No, if this goes on, Prince Yun is afraid that he will be abolished. Such an excellent genius has not yet been brought to the old man. It's a pity that any substantive benefit is so wasteful. The only way to break the shadow in my heart is to let Prince Yun bring down that Han Feng in a certain way. In terms of strength, Prince Yun is obviously not as good as that Han Feng, so we can only start with the sky-shocking stone. The elder thought for a while and had an idea in his heart. Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, in the Time House. Under the blessing of the effect of heaven and man, Han Feng's Yuanshan is nourished by the power of heaven and man. With the nourishment of the power of heaven and man, the power of Han Feng's Yuanshan is like the dry earth being nourished by the rain, radiating vigorous vitality. The pain and dizziness in his head were relieved, and Han Feng let out a breath of turbid air, and his heart suddenly relaxed. The power of the primordial spirit is gradually recovering, and it is time to comprehend the heaven-shaking stone. Taking out the first-class earthquake stone, even if he has not yet realized it, Han Feng can feel the vibration force contained in the earthquake stone. A first-class earthquake stone. It is only valid for comprehension of the low-grade sanctuary secret skills that belong to the vibrational power. Although I have mastered a lot of sacred arts now, the only one that contains shock power is Dopa Shock Fist. And the current Dopa Vibration Fist is only a low-grade sanctuary peculiar skill. Comprehending the first-level shocking stone should be effective in enhancing the Dopa Vibration Fist. Some of the recovered Yuanshan power poured into the shocking stone, and in an instant, a layer of shocking power surged like a tidal wave. In the surging of the true tide, Han Feng Yuanshan trembled. It seems that it will be smashed by the tide at any time. But in the process of shaking, a clear understanding of the power of vibration, began to quietly show. So that's the case, should this be changed here? Vibration power, not just 9 times. That's right, it really made me feel stunned. All kinds of expressions of sudden realization continued to emerge, and Han Feng's understanding of the vibration force deepened at an incredible and astonishing speed, and even had various opinions on the Dopa Vibration Fist. Originally, the Dopa Vibration Fist, which was already a low-grade, high-grade sanctuary, was almost perfect in Han Feng's view, without any shortcomings or bugs. But in the eyes of Han Feng at this moment, there are too many places for Dopa Vibration Fist to improve. Before he knew it, after Han Feng had improved a lot of loopholes, the level of Dopa Shake Fist was infinitely close to the top level of low-grade and high-grade sanctuary skills, and was close to half-middle-grade sanctuary skills. The Dopa Vibration Fist now is at least 80% changed from when Elder Tianxing passed it on to me. I can no longer improve the remaining loopholes. The energy in the 2 first-level shock stones is almost exhausted. If you want to continue to make up for the loopholes, you need to continue to comprehend more shock stones. And if you want to upgrade the Dopa Vibrating Fist to the middle-grade sanctuary level, it is estimated that you need to comprehend the 2nd and 3rd level shock stones. It's time to move on to the small world. Having said that, Han Feng didn't really go right away. After staying in the time house for a short time, the power of the primordial spirit has also recovered, but outside, it is estimated that half a day, no, several hours have not passed. In less than half a day, the sect master of Xintian's sect will not believe that my primordial spirit has recovered. Even if I do, I can't guarantee that the other party will have any bad thoughts. Although I am standing on the same line with the sect master of Xintian's sect now, I belong to the sect master's faction, but in front of the huge temptation. Han Feng shook his head slightly, not daring to take risks. Be cautious, it's always good. Let's go to the small world in half a month. At that time, it is estimated that the sect master may be a little surprised at the speed of my recovery, but it will never be too shocking. Half a month later. The sect master widened his eyes. Elder Han, have you recovered? Han Feng smiled and said, yes, sect master. The sect master tooted, it's amazing, Elder Han is very powerful, and even his primordial spirit can recover so quickly. Now that Elder Han has recovered, he can naturally go to the small world, but is Elder Han sure not to practice for a while? No, I just made it to the 12th floor before, and I'm still one level away from the 13th floor, corresponding to my cultivation realm. It's not too late to cultivate when I reach the limit of my career. Han Feng responded to the resources sent by the sect master. I am very satisfied. There are quite a lot of middle-grade holy stones in it. If it is the 4th level of the ordinary Great Sanctuary, I am afraid that I would have been happy to retreat and practice. But for Han Feng, although there are many holy stones and their purity is high, the speed at which they can improve their cultivation is not necessarily faster than in a small world. Han Feng believed that as long as he kept hunting giant beasts whose level of strength far exceeded his own, the speed of cultivation would not be slower than absorbing holy stones, and maybe even faster. The sect master just said that, how to choose is Han Feng's own business. Since Han Feng has already made a decision, the sect master will not persuade him anymore. Immediately, the sect master led Han Feng to the core of Xintian Monument again. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The 12th floor of the small world. A figure suddenly appeared. Then, the figure looked for the direction, like a meteor flying into the distance. Double shake fist. 9 vibration bursts. The 9-fold vibration force gathered in one punch, and the fist like a meteor slammed to the ground. Boom! The dozens of giant beasts on the ground were all involved in the vibration force, and were smashed into slag. Entering the 12th floor of the small world, it is reasonable to say that the scope of the small world is gradually decreasing. The scope of the 12th floor is far less than that of the first floor. Han Feng should have arrived at the entrance of the central 13th floor early. However, the scope of the 12th floor is smaller than the previous 11 floors, but the density of giant beasts far exceeds the previous 11 floors. Almost every 10 minutes of Han Feng's flight, he will inevitably encounter attacks by giant beasts. These giant beasts are all at the 3rd level of the Great Sanctuary, which is the last level in the early days of the Great Sanctuary. Even Han Feng, without martial arts, cannot easily defeat this group of giant beasts. Because of the constant attacks of these giant beasts, Han Feng's flight efficiency was greatly reduced. A pitch-black stone flew into the sky. Han Feng made a move, and the stone fell into Han Feng's hand. Tier 1 Earthquake Stone. Sure enough, the closer you get to the 13th floor, the higher the probability of getting the 1st level Earthquake Stone. Presumably on the 14th floor, or even the 15th floor, the probability of getting it will be even greater. I can't wait to get to the 10th floor immediately. The 4th floor, or even higher. At the same time, the closer he gets to the 13th floor, the more Han Feng can feel the strength improvement brought by killing a giant beast. If in the first few layers, each hunted giant beast is equivalent to dropping a drop of water into the vast ocean, then now it is equivalent to pouring a bucket of water, Although this bucket of water is many times stronger than a drop of water, it is equivalent to a vast ocean, and a bucket of water is also a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Han Feng's cultivation is still in the early stage of the Great Sanctuary, and has not crossed to the middle stage of the fourth stage. After being besieged for more than 10 times, Han Feng killed thousands of giant beasts, but did not get the shocking stone again, as if his luck had run out. On the 12th floor, I only got a first-level shock stone. Han Feng sighed and stepped into the entrance to the 13th floor. At this point, it took nearly a day and a half. The 13th floor of the small world. When he came to this floor, Han Feng obviously felt something different. Although it was just a desert now, it was surrounded by chills. On the 13th floor of the small world, the strength of the giant beasts should all be at the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary. Even if the monsters of this level are to use the sanctuary skills, if the sanctuary skills are not high, I can't easily win. From this level, I'm going to start the real fight. Holy Flame King Fist. Yanlong, Tearing Hands. The first weight of the Lotus Smashing Fist. Holy Flame Emperor Fist. The 6th Burning Heavenly Emperor's Respect Finger. The second weight of the Lotus Smashing Fist. In the face of more and more giant beasts, Han Feng's sanctuary skills are getting higher and higher every time. From the original Holy Flame King Fist, Flame Dragon Tearing Hand and other middle-grade and low-grade sanctuary secrets, gradually to the middle-grade and high-grade sanctuary secrets such as the 6th-level Burning Heaven Emperor's Revered Finger and the 2nd-level Lotus Smashing Fist. The number of giant beasts on the 13th floor is basically 100 or more. The greater the number, the greater the pressure on Han Feng. Fortunately, the destructive power of these giant beasts will never exceed the level of the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, and Han Feng will still cope with it just by using the unique skills of the Sanctuary. There are nearly 2,000 giant beasts in the Great Sanctuary that died in my hands after more than 10 attacks. The higher the level of the small world, the more giant beasts you encounter. No wonder the more going up, the more powerful people who join forces, and fortunately, the smaller the scope is, the more likely it is to find someone to join forces. If the 13th floor is as broad as the 1st and 2nd floors of the small world, there is a possibility of meeting and joining forces. Less than 1%, the chance of falling will greatly increase. With such a large number of giant beasts, even Han Feng could not help but be a little soft on killing. But the reward is also rich, perhaps due to the explosion of luck. The fall of nearly 2,000 giant beasts actually caused Han Feng to explode 4 first-level shock stones. Including the first one, there are already 5 first-class earthquake stones. Han Feng tickled the corner of his mouth. The 13th floor just corresponds to the level of my Great Sanctuary's 4th-level cultivation base, so it's not surprising that the number of real days I get is so many. If I can break into the 14th floor now, I will get the probability of a shocking stone can be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Han Feng flew faster, just to be able to break into the 14th floor of the small world in a short time. On the way, there were still many giant beasts who attacked Han Feng and were eventually killed. When Han Feng arrived at the entrance of the 14th floor, the number of first-class shocking stones in his hand had increased from 5 to 7. In addition to the one on the 12th floor, on the 13th floor, Han Feng got a total of 6 shocking stones. This is not to say that Han Feng hunted 6,000 giant beasts. As I said before, 1,000 to 1 is just an average probability. If you are lucky, if you hunt thousands of beasts, you may not get a first-level shock stone. But with luck, hundreds of giant beasts might get a first-level shock stone. If you are lucky, you have just killed dozens of giant beasts, or a shocking stone will explode. Han Feng's luck is not overwhelming, but it is not bad. He just killed 3,000 or 4,000 heads and got 6 first-class shock stones. More than 3,000 giant beasts were killed, and the increase brought to Han Feng was astonishing. Originally, Han Feng's cultivation base had reached the peak of the early stage of the fourth heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and was only one step away from the midterm. When you reach the realm of the Great Sanctuary, it takes a lot of time to break through every small stage. If Han Feng does not have the resources to cultivate by himself, he will be able to break through to the middle stage of the fourth heaven in at least a few years. And now, Han Feng has felt the opportunity to make a breakthrough. As long as you leave here to retreat for a period of time, you will definitely be able to successfully break through to the middle stage of the fourth heaven. The 14th floor of the small world, I hope you can give me more shocking stones. Han Feng stepped into the beam of light with some anticipation in his eyes. On the 14th floor of the small world, Han Feng no longer focused on finding the entrance to the 15th floor. There is not much time left, only an hour or two, and it is unrealistic to find the entrance to the 15th floor. It's better to use this time to hunt the giant beast on the 14th floor of the small world. The beasts on the 14th floor of the small world are generally in the realm of the fifth heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Boom. The golden flames rose into the sky, facing a group of giant beasts in the fifth heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Han Feng had to skyrocket his cultivation. Holy flame rising heaven fist. With the skyrocketing cultivation, the fifth layer Saint Flame Rising Heaven Fist erupted with great power. No giant beast can resist Han Feng's punch. Perhaps on the edge, this time Han Feng encountered only a group of 30 or 40 giant beasts. Under the golden fire fist, these giant beasts were completely killed in a short time. Suddenly, a pitch-black stone nearly half the size of a child's fist flew into Han Feng's hands, emitting a stronger vibration. Han Feng took a sigh of relief. Second-level earthquake stone. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Second-level earthquake stone. It turned out to be a second-level earthquake stone. My luck is too good. Han Feng took a deep breath. The 14th floor of the small world, the corresponding realm, is the fifth layer of the Great Sanctuary, which is already higher than the first layer of Han Feng. Naturally, the probability of Han Feng getting the first-level earthquake stone will greatly increase, reaching a ratio of hundreds or even hundreds to 1. But this is only a first-level earthquake stone, and the probability of getting a second-level earthquake stone is still almost 1000 to 1, or even lower than this ratio. What's more, he has just stepped into the 14th floor of the small world, and he has not hunted down many giant beasts. It doesn't matter whether he is lucky or not, it is a fact that he has obtained the second-level shocking stone, and it is the most important thing to grasp it. Perhaps this retreat, Dopa Shocking Fist, will be promoted to the level of the middle-grade sacred art. Putting the Jintian stone in the package, Han Feng continued to sweep. In the small world, the effect of any storage tool is temporarily invalid, so the shocking stone obtained by all warriors cannot be put into storage at all, and can only be carried around. Because of this, the people of Jintian sect would boldly let Elder Kaching enter the small world, because they were not worried that the Jintian stone would be hidden by Elder Kaching. He attacked and killed more than 100 giant beasts again. Apart from getting a first-class shocking stone, Han Feng had no other achievements. It didn't take long for Han Feng to count the time for nearly 3 days, and quickly muttered, "Go out 3 times, and return to the outside world from the small world." In the Sovereign Hall, the sect master of Jintian sect got a part of the first-class Jintian stone from Han Feng, which was also agreed by the 2 parties at the beginning, and Han Feng was not dissatisfied. Said to be divided into 50%, in fact, Han Feng got far more than 50%. Is the value of the second-level earthquake stone comparable to the first-level earthquake stone? The sect master of Xintian sect is not based on value at all, but on quantity. There are 8 first-class earthquake stones, plus 1 second-level earthquake stone, for a total of 9 earthquake stones. Han Feng was given 4 first-level earthquake stones and 1 second-level earthquake stone, and the sect master of Xintian sect only needed 4 first-level earthquake stones. Han Feng felt inappropriate, sect master. The previous agreement was 5 or 5 points. I get too much. The sect master laughed and said, the missing one, Elder Han, will make up for it next time. Han Feng said helplessly, the sect master should know what I mean. The value of the second-level shock stone is not comparable to 10 dozens of first-level shock stones. The sect master began to be rude. When the agreement was made, it was not said that the division was based on value. In this sect, it is divided by quantity. What else can Han Feng say? There is nothing to say at all, and Han Feng also knows in his heart that this is because the sect master has seen his strength and pays more attention to him, so even if he sacrifices some interests, he must win him over to ensure that he will not be tempted by the elders. Knowing that this is the suzerain's further win, Han Feng can't say anything else, otherwise the suzerain's faction will be unstable and worry about gains and losses. But Han Feng took out a first-class shocking stone, sect master. When I came out last time, I already got 2 first-class shocking stones. According to 5 or 5 points, one should belong to the sect master, but last time I was eager to restore the power of Xuanhuan, so it was not handed over to the suzerain. Now the suzerain can't refuse. The sect master of Xintian sect thought for a while, knowing that Han Feng had seen through his plan, and if he was too modest in his interests, he might have adverse effects, so he immediately accepted it. After taking over the earthquake stones, the sect master smiled and said, the small world has been open for so long. Like Elder Han, you can get 2 first-class earthquake stones for the first time, and you can get second-level earthquake stones when you enter the second time. It's really unique. From the perspective of this sect, it is entirely possible for Elder Han to get a third-level earthquake stone. Han will work hard. After chatting about other things, Han Feng took advantage of the huge consumption of Xuanhuan to leave and retreat again. This Han Feng was so surprised by this sect that he only got the second-level shock stone when he entered it for the second time. Although he has given up a lot of benefits now, as long as this Han Feng continues to break through, he will definitely get more second-level shock stones. There is even a high possibility of obtaining a third or even fourth-level shocking stone. At that time, this sect will only reach the harvest time, otherwise once the great elders and those people pull Han Feng over, the shocking stones that they will get in the future will be lost. I have lost my relationship with this sect. I wonder what the expression of the elder will be when he knows that Han Feng has obtained the second-level shock stone. Thinking of this, the sect master smiled silently. Xuanhuan Tower, in the Time House. The power of heaven and man nourishes Han Feng's Xuanhuan, and Han Feng took out the first-level shock stone and continued to comprehend the mystery of shock. In the time room, under the blessing of the effects of heaven and man, time passes like flowing water. But the long elapsed time was like taking a nap for Han Feng. When Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed a unique wave of charm, the vibrations in the 3 first-class shocking stones shook. Power, almost exhausted. Today, the Dopa vibration fist has been transformed to the extreme by Han Feng within the range of his abilities, reaching the top level, low-grade, and high-grade sanctuary. Han Feng's mind moved, and there were some loopholes in Dopa shaking fist, but these loopholes were not something he could temporarily fill. The reason is very simple: Han Feng's understanding of the vibration force is not deep enough. Immediately, Han Feng took out the second-level shocking stone and said to himself, whether Dopa shocking fist can be promoted to the ranks of the middle class, this is the one move. The power of the primordial spirit extends into the second-level shocking stone, and a wider shaking starry sky flashes in front of Han Feng. Indulged in the vibration of the starry sky, Han Feng's understanding of the vibration force increased at a terrifying speed. How to improve the original loopholes is fundamentally incomprehensible to Han Feng. But now, Han Feng vaguely seems to have caught something. I don't know how long it took, Han Feng exhaled, his eyes opened with energy. Finally, these loopholes have been made up. Dope a vibrating fist has completely entered the middle rank sanctuary level. It's just that the dope a vibrating fist at this moment has no similarities with the original inheritance. It is a completely different kind of operation. The method, perhaps it is no longer appropriate to continue to call it dope a vibrating fist. Zhenshenzong, Zhentianquan. Since that's the case, let's call this sanctuary's unique technique Dupo Zhentianquan. Dupo Zhentianquan is now a middle rank and lower level sacred art, with a total of 18 layers of shock. When the 18 times of vibrational power erupted together, the power will surpass the level of the middle grade and lower grade sanctuary's secret knowledge. After leaving the time house, Han Feng did not immediately go to the small world again. In the small world before, Han Feng had sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, and now is the time for a breakthrough. 10 days later. Han Feng's body was shocked, and a breath that was stronger than before swept out. Han Feng's cultivation base has already stepped from the peak of the first stage of the Great Sanctuary to the middle stage of the fourth stage, and his comprehensive strength has been improved again. After explaining a few words to Yuhaochi, Han Feng was ready to enter the small world again. Before reaching the main hall of the sect master, Han Feng met Meng Qin. Master Han, it seems that your primordial spirit has almost recovered. Are you going to the small world? How about going together? Meng Qin made an invitation. Meng Qin obviously didn't know that during this month, Han Feng had already gone to the small world once, and this was the third time he was going to enter the small world. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward from the Peak of Star Saints. Amazed face, /. Let's go together? Then Miss Meng, please. Han Feng turned sideways to get out of the way. Meng Qin pursed his lips and smiled, stepped forward and walked side by side with Han Feng. Master Han, I wonder if you can get any insights this month. What Meng Qin said was obviously Han Feng's comprehension of the 2 first-level shock stones. Han Feng smiled without saying a word. Could it be that he has already realized the secret knowledge of the middle-grade sanctuary, which is a shocking mystery? I'm afraid no one will believe it. It's only been a month since entering Jintian sect. What can one comprehend in a month? Meng Qin obviously thinks so, too. The reason for asking is that the atmosphere is a little awkward and he is looking for a topic. After all, the two really don't know each other well. Seeing Han Feng smiling but not answering, Meng Qin naturally thought that Han Feng had not achieved any effective understanding. There are only 2 first-level shock stones. It is normal for Mr. Han to not have any profound insights. With Mr. Han's strength, it is possible to break into the 15th and 16th floor of the small world, and then naturally he will get a lot of a first-class earthquake stone, may also be able to obtain a second-class earthquake stone. At that time, with Han Gongzi's comprehension ability, he will definitely be able to comprehend a powerful sacred art. Meng Qin said comfortingly. Han Feng was stunned, and he didn't say anything, which caused the other party to have such a misunderstanding. But after all, it was Meng Qin's good intentions, and Han Feng also accepted it, and repeatedly said yes. The two came to the sect master's hall. The expressions of the two suddenly condensed, and they were sensitively aware of the heavy atmosphere in the sect master's hall. Stepping into the hall, Meng Qin whispered, "Why is this elder here?" Han Feng's voice transmission replied, "I don't know, it's not a good thing after all." The sect master saw the arrival of the two and quickly got up to welcome them. As a super powerhouse of the peak of the sanctuary, Jizongshan, where would you welcome any great sanctuary on weekdays? Just like the gap between the ordinary sanctuary and the great sanctuary, the gap between the great sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary is also huge, and they are not at the same level at all. The peak of the sanctuary to welcome the great sanctuary is simply a price drop. However, the sect master of Xintian sect did not feel that this move was a loss of identity. The second time you enter the small world, you can get the second level shock stone, and then what? The more earth-shattering stones, the more he gets, and the more his own faction will be able to comprehend the powerful sanctuary. Han Feng is the key to the rise of their suzerain faction, and for this reason, no amount of attention can be given to Han Feng. Elder Han, Elder Meng, are you two going to enter the small world? The sect master of Xintian sect smiled. Before the two could answer, the first elder suddenly said, I heard that Elder Han entered the small world and got 2 first-level shock stones last time. I wonder what kind of insight Elder Han has. Knowledge. Don't be a person who makes a name for himself and disappoints the old man. The sect master of Earthquake sect sank, Elder, there are only 2 earthquake stones. Even if Elder Han is extraordinary, he can't comprehend anything in a short period of time. Why should the elder be like this? Han Feng understood that this time, the elder came here, targeting him. The first elder laughed, the real genius is not about the number of Xintian stones and the length of time. As long as you have the ability, you will definitely understand something. For example, Prince Yun, who is next to the old man, has only joined the Xintian sect for a short period of time. In a month, I have already realized a shocking secret. This old man remembers that when the comprehension test was conducted, Elder Han was stronger than Prince Yun. I don't know that Elder Han is now. Prince Yun had a proud look on his face. The gaze that stared at Han Feng was also extremely unfriendly and provocative. The shadow that Han Feng brought to Prince Yun was actually suppressed in his heart. Prince Yun's heart is full of fighting intent. As long as I defeat this guy this time, the shadow will be completely broken by me. Without the shadow, my cultivation will go further. How is that possible? Over the years, no one has ever been able to comprehend the unique knowledge of the shock attribute sanctuary within a month. The sect master looked incredulous. The first elder snorted coldly, if others can't do it, it doesn't mean that Prince Yun can't do it. Prince Yun is not comparable to those trash. Prince Yun, show the sect master what you have learned about the unique knowledge of the sanctuary. Yes. Prince Yun stepped out confidently, spreading out the palm of his right hand and raising it slowly. A shrunken Holy Spirit air mass converged, and finally formed a rotating Holy Spirit ball. In the Xuanhuan ball, there was a lot of vibration force, making a dull thumping sound. Prince Yun said, this is the unique knowledge of the vibration attribute sanctuary, created by the younger generation wave killing. Although the current level is only low-grade and low-grade, there are still some flaws that have not been solved, but these flaws can be solved, and wave killing will be promoted to low-grade medium. This time won't be long, it will definitely break through within a month. After saying that, Prince Yun stared at Han Feng with contempt. The sect master of Xintian sect had a gloomy expression and was extremely annoyed in his heart. This sect of the great elders was too shameless. The sect master of Xintian sect admitted that Prince Yun's comprehension was extraordinary, but in just 1 month, no matter how great his comprehension was, he would not be able to create a low-grade vibration attribute sanctuary secret without the shaking stone. If Prince Yun was able to comprehend and create this wave killing, he must have been opened by the elder and used a high-grade shocking stone. The sect master of Xintian sect secretly hated, but the sect did not stipulate that the elders could not give high-level Xintian stones to Elder Keqing for use. No one has done this before. High-grade earthquake stones are not first-class earthquake stones, they are too precious. The sect master of Xintian sect never imagined that the great elder was willing to give out the precious high-grade Xintian stone for Prince Yun to use. Seeing the gloomy face of the sect master of Xintian sect, the great elder smiled proudly. Although he will give Prince Yun one of the few third-level earthquake stones, as long as the shadow in Prince Yun's heart can be dispelled, it will be worth it. Moreover, it can also attack the momentum of the sect master's faction in one fell swoop, killing two birds with one stone. Prince Yun smiled and said, Elder Han also showed his own understanding. Could it be that he didn't understand anything? TSK, Elder Han, you are a bit disappointing. In vain, the prince has always looked up. It's just like that. Prince Yun narrowed his eyes. Although the sky-shocking stone used this time was not obtained by himself, Prince Yun didn't care. Prince Yun also knows that the shadow Han Feng left him will not be removed, and his future cultivation will be greatly affected. Compared with his future achievements, what is shameless? As long as the shadows can be removed by today's events, everything is worth it. Facing Prince Yun's progress, Han Feng suddenly smiled, but that's it? It seems that Han is nothing in the eyes of the prince, but I don't know who was defeated by Han a month ago? Prince Yun, who was originally smiling, suddenly froze, turning blue and white. You. Prince Yun stared at Han Feng, speechless. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Ha ha ha. The sect master laughed wildly in his heart, making you shy, you should. Even if he realized the unique knowledge of the shock attribute sanctuary through cheating, he was not the defeated general of Elder Han. This was an unchanging fact. The first elder saw that Prince Yun was almost suffocated by his anger, and quickly said, Calm down. Don't forget what you are here for? You are here to eradicate the shadows. He cares too much about the victory or defeat at the beginning. Make your shadows brighter. Hearing this, Prince Yun's face was ashen, he held back, and sneered at Han Feng, I was just careless at first, and I fought again, and the result would be different. Also, don't change the subject, now I'm talking about the shock. Tianqi's comprehension. Han Feng said lightly, who said I didn't understand the Xintian stone? The expressions of Prince Yun and the Great Elder were condensed. Prince Yun even blurted out, impossible. What can you comprehend? The Great Elder also didn't believe that Han Feng could comprehend. Prince Yun relied on the third-level earthquake stone to comprehend a low-grade sanctuary with a shock attribute. Han Feng heard that he got 2 first-level earthquake stones when he entered the small world for the first time. How does a grade 1 earthquake compare to a grade 3 earthquake? Even if there are 2, it is far less than the third-level earthquake stone. The sect master of Xintian sect was thoughtful, but he knew that Han Feng had entered the small world twice, and the second time he got a second-level earthquake stone. It is true that the second-level earthquake stone is still not as good as the third-level earthquake stone, but in addition to the second-level earthquake stone, Han Feng also has some first-level earthquake stones. It is not surprising that there are so many shocking stones. Looking at the 2 people who didn't believe it, Han Feng said, since Prince Yun and the Great Elder don't believe it, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What to bet? The elder narrowed his eyes. Prince Yun was in awe. Did Han Feng really realize the unique skills of the sanctuary? How is this possible? How can you realize the sanctuary secret in just 1 month? Is the sanctuary secret so easy to comprehend? Just bet on holy stones. How about 10,000 top-grade holy stones? Han Feng said with a smile. 10,000 high-grade holy stones are enough for the 3 beasts to easily enter the peak level of the sanctuary. Even in the practice of the peak of the sanctuary, so many high-grade holy stones can support a long time, Han Feng calculated in his heart. Hiss. The rest heard. All took a breath. 10,000 top-grade holy stones. Even for the peak sanctuary powerhouses, it is a huge wealth, and many peak sanctuary powerhouses may not have so many high-grade holy stones in their lifetime. This guy has such a big appetite. The sect master of Xintian's sect murmured to himself. Meng Qin was shocked that he dared to take so many high-grade holy stones as a bet. Could it be that? The first elder and Prince Yun were not fools, they felt a sense of confidence from Han Feng's mouth. This confidence made the two feel a bad feeling in their hearts, but Prince Yun gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, this person must be pretending to make us retreat. This guy's perception may be stronger than mine, but his strength is limited. I rely on the third-level shock." Chi Kai realized the wave killing. This guy only has 2 first-level shock stones, it is impossible to understand. The first elder was shocked and thought, yes, there are only 2 first-level shock stones, no matter how powerful this guy is, he can't realize anything in a short period of time, maybe it's really fake, want to rely on it. This makes the old man jealous. If the old man really retreats, once this son tells what happened today, it will also be a blow to the old man's reputation. Humph, this old man does not believe that this son really understands the extraordinary sanctuary. Thinking of this, the first elder looked at Han Feng coldly, and said coldly, the old man agreed. The old man wants to see, what unique skills have you realized? Han Feng was overjoyed that 10,000 top-grade holy stones were in hand. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng's whole body surged, and the shock waves like a tidal wave surged out. The expressions of the sect master of Xintian's sect and others all changed. At this moment, they had an illusion, as if they were in a sea of vibrational power, completely swallowed by the vibrational power. Suddenly, Han Feng shouted and woke them all up. At the same time, Han Feng burst out with a punch, and the terrifying vibration force rushed out, and the space in the hall was distorted. This sect master hall is suppressed by a super enchantment, and it is so powerful to be able to distort the space here. The sect master of Xintian's sect cried out in horror, middle grade sanctuary? But the power is a bit wrong, and it seems that it has not really reached the middle grade sanctuary's level. Han Feng explained with a smile, Sect Master Hui, this is the Dopa Xintian fist, created by the younger generation. It can release 18 times of shock power at one time. When the 18 times of shock power are combined and the only eruption, the power will be far away. Beyond the level of the middle grade and lower grade sanctuary, it is infinitely close to the middle grade sanctuary. I just released a shock force before, so. The sect master of Xintian's sect was stunned. It turned out that he did not show all of it. No wonder that the breath is obviously at the level of the middle rank sacred secret knowledge, but it is not as powerful as it is. Immediately, the sect master of Xintian's sect suddenly looked at the 2 great elders. Whether it was Prince Yun or the great elder, the expressions of both of them were extremely bleak. Impossible, it's impossible, middle grade sanctuary secret. Prince Yun kept shaking his head absent-mindedly, with a hideous expression on his face. Mid-grade sanctuary skills, in just 1 month, only 2 first-level shock stones can realize such a powerful sanctuary skills, which requires a monster and perverted understanding to do it. The little fighting spirit that Prince Yun finally accumulated in his heart was completely shattered in an instant. Prince Yun's face was visibly gray, and his eyes were dull. Seeing this, the sect master of Xintian's sect sighed secretly, if this Prince Yun couldn't get out, I'm afraid he would be abolished. The first elder is not so unbearable, but he is distressed for his holy stone, 10,000 high-grade holy stones, not 10,000 low-grade holy stones. After feeling distressed, the elder became angry and glared at the sect master, shameless. How could it be possible to realize the secret knowledge of the middle grade sanctuary in just a month? You must have cheated for this kid. After glaring at the sect master, the first elder glared at Han Feng again, with a cold tone. Boy, did the sect master give you a third-level shock stone? How could it be possible for you to realize the unique knowledge of the middle grade sanctuary in just 1 month? The sect master of Xintian's sect was shocked. Who is shameless? The sect master immediately sneered. Elder, you should be wronged in a practical sense. Do you think that even if you have a third-level earthquake stone in just 1 month, you can easily comprehend a middle-grade sanctuary secret? Just like Prince Yun, does the first elder dare to say that he did not let him comprehend the third-level shock stone? The result? Not only has he realized the low-grade and low-grade holy domain's ultimate knowledge, wave-killing. Then how did this kid do it? The elder pointed to Han Feng. Speaking of this, the sect master also looked at Han Feng with a puzzled look. In advance, the sect master may have guessed that Han Feng would understand something. After all, he also obtained a second-level shock stone, but the sect master never expected that what he realized was actually a middle grade. The first. Thank you for your support of flowers such as Xingxing Peak and 126-470-2368. Oh, N_N. Han Feng was not nervous because of the gazes of the 2 sanctuary peak Zhizhongshan superpowers, and said unhurriedly, Junior had contact and comprehension of the vibration force long before he came to Xintian's sect, and he is no weaker than him. The shock attribute of the low-grade and middle-level sacred secrets. That's why the juniors can easily improve the peculiar skills and advance to the lower-grade, high-grade sanctuary peculiar skills. Later, they are promoted to the middle-grade sanctuary's peculiar skills by relying on the second-level earthquake stone. Second-level shocking stone? The elder's face condensed, and he sneered again and again. Sect master, you also said that you did not cheat. The information I got, this kid only had 2 first-level shocking stones when he left the small world. Where did it come from? The second-level shock stone? The sect master glanced at the first elder and smiled proudly. The first elder does not know, and yes, the first elder has devoted himself to assisting Prince Yun to understand the third-level shock stone during this time, and naturally his attention to the small world has decreased. A month ago, when Elder Han came out, there were indeed only 2 first-level earthquake stones, but just over half a month ago, Elder Han entered the small world for the second time, and when he came out, he brought back the second-level earthquake stone. Impossible. How can the great sanctuary enter the small world twice in a month? The great elder didn't believe it at all. The sect master pouted. If the elder does not believe it, just go back and investigate. Anyway, with the ability of the elder, this should be nothing. The great elder's face turned blue and white for a while. Hearing the sect master said this, the great elder immediately believed a little in his heart. They have studied the earthquake sect for so many years in the small world, and they know that the stronger the cultivation level of the powerhouse who enters, the greater the consumption of their primordial spirit in the small world, and it takes time to recover every time they come out. The peak of the sanctuary needs between 3 months and half a year, and the great sanctuary will take a month. But this Han Feng is obviously a great sanctuary, and it only takes half a month. Meng Qin was also very surprised by this. What is the origin of this Han style? Even so, it is too strange to be promoted from low grade to middle grade in such a short period of time. The elder was still looking for an excuse. That can only be said that Elder Han's talent and understanding are extraordinary. The sect master continued with a cold expression. The first elder should not intend to breach the contract, so he has been making excuses to smear Elder Han's understanding of the sanctuary. The elder choked, and waited for Han Feng and others to take a look. Although 10,000 high-grade holy stones are many, they can be coveted by the suzerain. He couldn't do the act of running away either, so he could only take out 10,000 high-grade holy stones with hatred, and left with a little embarrassment with Prince Yun. Ha ha ha. After the great elder and Prince Yun left, the sect master couldn't help laughing out loud. After being suppressed by the great elder faction for so many years, this was the first time the sect master saw the great elder deflated, and Han Feng's eyes became more and more satisfied. Elder Han, thanks to you this time, I haven't seen the face of the great elder for many years. I'm really happy. The sect master patted Han Feng's shoulder excitedly. Han Feng recovered from the excitement of getting 10,000 high-grade holy stones, and cupped his hands. This time, the elders underestimated the younger generation, and the next time may not be the case. Hearing this, the sect master's face became solemn. Elder Han, you are right. Whether it is the talent that can be recovered in half a month, or the good luck of getting the second-level shock stone for the second time, and you the extraordinary understanding of the mystery of the shock is enough to make the elders attack you. Again, the elders of the Xintian sect dare not open their eyes. Even if they are really blatant, they have the help of the sect. But in a small world, everything is it's not the same anymore. The elders suffered a big loss today, and they must not be able to swallow this sigh of relief. There is a chance that he will order his elder Keqing to attack you in the small world. Han Feng said with a smile, as long as the elders don't take action, in the small world, they can't help me. If it was before, the sect master must have felt that Han Feng was arrogant. But with the real incident of Han Feng defeating Prince Yun a month ago, and the mystery that Han Feng is showing now, it makes the sect master feel that Han Feng is very likely to have such confidence. Meng Qin also came over at this time and jokingly said, I asked about young Master Han's understanding before, but young Master Han still hid it and didn't say it, but made the little girl misunderstand what he said. Now the little girl is embarrassed. Han Feng said embarrassingly, I'm sorry Miss Meng. But what else could I say at that time? If I tell the truth, Miss Meng may not believe it. After thinking about it, Meng Qin smiled slightly and stopped focusing on this topic. The sect master laughed and said, You too, it's not too late to say anything in the future. Let's go to the small world with this sect now. In the great elder hall. The first elder frowned and pondered, his previous anger was suppressed in his heart. Judging from the sect master's expression, he was really surprised at the time, rather than pretending to. That is to say, the sect master was unaware of Han Feng's comprehension of the sanctuary. Then, there are 10 sect masters who didn't lie. Soon, the investigation information appeared in the hands of the great elder. After reading it, the great elder's face became more solemn. As expected, it is true, I went to the small world twice within a month. No, this kid has extraordinary combat power and outstanding comprehension, and now he has one more chance a month than others. If things go on like this, there will be more and more high-level shock stones from the sect master's faction, which is not a good thing. Matter. This son must be strangled. Since this son can defeat Prince Yun, he must have the combat power of the 7th level of the ordinary Great Sanctuary, that is to say, it is equivalent to the 16th floor of the small world. Since this is the case, it is only below the 16th floor of the small world. Let the elders of Keqing on the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors of the small world stop hunting the giant beasts first, and the first task is to kill that kid Han Feng. After giving the order, the great elder crossed his fingers and pondered again. Prince Yun, after this blow, has even more shadows in his heart. I hope that the kid who killed Han Feng can slow down or even eliminate the yin and yang in Prince Yun's heart, otherwise, we can only give up this boy. Thinking of this, the elders are a little pity. What a genius, if you use it well, it will definitely be a great help for you in the future. But now it's. On the 14th floor of the small world, Han Feng appeared here again. Han Feng stared at the earth on the 14th floor of the small world and whispered, The hunt has begun. Void immortal body, congeal. Holy Flame King Fist. Yanlong tearing hands. Emperor burning heaven's finger. Lotus Smashing Fist. Using the virtual immortal body, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed to the 6th level realm of the Great Sanctuary. Under the bombardment of the middle-grade low-grade and even the middle-grade sanctuary, there is no giant beast that is the enemy of Han Feng. Only the combined attacks of the giant beasts can cause trouble to Han Feng. This time, Han Feng's goal is to rush to the 15th floor of the small world, so the hunt can only be on the way to the entrance of the 15th floor. The 14th floor of the small world is about 1/10 smaller than the 13th floor. Even if there are many giant beasts blocking it, Han Feng arrived at the entrance of the 15th floor of the small world after nearly a day and a half. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. On the 15th floor of the small world, the cultivation of every giant beast has reached the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary. One-on-one, just using the virtual immortal body, Han Feng has been unable to deal with too much at one time. Therefore, when many giant beasts surrounded Han Feng immediately broke out the Holy Flame War body. Boom! The golden flames raged out, surrounding Han Feng, rendering Han Feng like a golden god of war. Every punch and every kick of the golden god of war brought golden flames, falling into the beasts like a meteor. Boom boom boom. The fall of each meteor erupted into a firestorm, involving the giant beast and turning it into ashes. As expected of a giant beast on the 15th floor of the small world, it is not as easy to deal with as before. Unfortunately, the luck in the 14th floor of the small world is a little worse, although I have obtained dozens of first-level shock stones, but the second-level shock stone has never been obtained. After killing all the giant beasts, Han Feng wiped off a little sweat from his forehead, and finally said regretfully, "On the 14th floor of the small world, there are at least 2,000 or 3,000 giant beasts hunted by Han Feng. But so many giant beasts were killed, but not a second-level shocking stone appeared. However, I hunted 2,000 or 3,000 and got dozens of first-level earthquake stones. On the 14th floor of the small world, the probability of me getting first-level earthquake stones is about 1% to 1/10. Now that we are on the 15th floor of the small world, the probability should increase, and it might even be a lot easier to get the second-level earthquake stone." Thinking of this, Han Feng stared at the corpses of the large group of giant beasts on the ground. However, there are still no second-level earthquake stones, but there are quite a few first-level earthquake stones. Almost every 10, 20, or 30 heads will have a first-class earthquake stone. At this moment, there are 7 or 8 first-class shock stones floating in front of Han Feng. With a roll of sleeve robes, Han Feng collected these shocking stones and hurriedly flew to the entrance to the 16th floor. A day later, Han Feng vaguely saw a small black spot in front of him, and Han Feng looked shocked. That should be the entrance to the 16th floor, and strive to reach the 16th floor before the 3rd day. But at this time, the desert sand and dust on the ground were flying, and a giant beast whose cultivation base reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Great Sanctuary roared out. "Holy flame strikes the sky." Han Feng threw a punch and slammed the giant beast's body, and it was about to be smashed into pieces. Afterwards, more and more giant beasts at the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary broke through the sand layer and attacked Han Feng. On the 15th floor of the small world, the cultivation base of the giant beasts ranged from the early stage of the 6th layer of the Great Sanctuary to the peak. At present, none of the group of giant beasts is below the peak of the 6th level heaven of the Great Sanctuary, which further indicates that it is close to the entrance of the 16th floor of the small world. The last giant beast fell, and one by one, the first-class shocking stones flew out of the giant beast. In the past, nearly a day, Han Feng got the first level shock stone with too many attitudes, and his face was numb at this moment. Thinking that in the first 9 floors, getting a first-class earthquake stone often had to rely on luck against the sky, otherwise you wouldn't get even one. But now on the 15th floor of the small world, he can easily get a large pile of first-class earthquake stones. Han Feng sighed. It's also that my own cultivation level is only the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, which corresponds to the 13th level of the small world, which is 2 floors lower than the 15th level. If I am now the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, I will get a first-level shock. The probability of the Heaven Stone is still not much. If it is the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, then the probability of getting the first-level earthquake stone at this moment is estimated to be not much different from the previous 9 layers. It's no wonder that Jintian's sect pays attention to comprehension and talent, or to say that it pays attention to whether the combat power is strong or not. Otherwise, at the same level, it's just an ordinary level. Even the super powerhouse of the Holy Land's Peak Jizangshan is not very likely to get a first-level shock stone. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he saw 2 stones that were obviously much larger than the first great earthquakes rising into the sky. Han Feng's face was overjoyed. I didn't expect it. Before, I couldn't get the second-level shock stone no matter what, but now I get 2 when I get it. After accepting the second-level shock stone, Han Feng continued to rush to the entrance of the 16th floor of the small world. Perhaps the goddess of luck really favored Han Feng. After getting the second-level earthquake stone, Han Feng got 5 more stones one after another before arriving at the entrance. Including the previous 2, there are currently a total of 7 second-level shock stones. 7 second-level shocking stones, half of the suzerain, and the rest is enough to make my Duba shocking fist go further. In Han Feng's meditation, Han Feng stepped into the entrance of the 16th floor of the small world. The 16th floor of the small world. Han Feng took a deep breath. The air nearby was much heavier, and it brought a lot of pressure to Han Feng. The entire 16th floor of the small world is filled with unnerving pressure. On the 16th floor of the small world, every giant beast is a 7th-level cultivation base in the Great Sanctuary, so you can't be careless. Han Feng looked serious. Huh? Without waiting for Han Feng to fly, Han Feng's face changed, and he dodged immediately. Under the sand layer, a sand-colored animal claw broke out, and even the space was slightly distorted by that claw. Under the ground, there was a terrifying roar. Sure enough, the higher the number of giant beasts, the denser the distribution range. I just teleported to the 16th floor and was surrounded by giant beasts. Han Feng looked at the surrounding people with a bit of depression and excitement. The sand puffed up a sandbag like a hill, and the sand poured down, revealing the ferocious beast inside the sandbag. Dozens of terrifying auras from the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary blasted towards Han Feng like a torrential rain. Drink! Han Feng burst out, and the golden flame swept through the sky with an unparalleled momentum. Under the double increase of the void immortal body and the holy flame battle body, Han Feng's cultivation at this moment has skyrocketed to the realm of the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Feeling Han Feng's aura, a group of giant beasts not only did not feel uneasy, but instead showed a bloodthirsty look, roaring and attacking Han Feng. The momentum of dozens of giant beasts gathered together to form an overwhelming momentum, looking down at Han Feng like a beast king. If it was the 7th level of the ordinary Great Sanctuary, it would have been suppressed by now without fighting spirit, but Han Feng roared again, and the silver-white flames bloomed like a blooming lotus flower. Lotus Smashing Fist. The 3 blooming flaming lotuses were thrown into a group of giant beasts by Han Feng. Han Feng's body slammed into the sky, and before he flew too far, he heard a deafening bombardment. Endless silver-white flames surged out like a tidal wave, engulfing all the giant beasts. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly. The second-level lotus smashing fist, especially after being condensed with Aurora Tsangyan, is slightly more powerful than the top middle grade and superior skills. With my skyrocketing cultivation, when used, the explosive power is comparable to the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. A group of giant beasts whose combat power cannot surpass the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary can't compete. Let me see. On the 16th floor, I got a first-class shock stone. What's the probability? Han Feng stared at the silver-white sea of fire with an exploratory look. In the sea of fire, more than 10 stones flew out. Han Feng laughed loudly. Is it close to 1/3 of the ratio? Great, if it goes on like this, it won't take long to accumulate enough 10,000 points. The first. Nearly 1/3 of the ratio, how can Han Feng not like it? This means that if Han Feng kills 3,000 giant beasts, he will be able to get 1,000 grade 1 earthquake stones. The points of each first-level earthquake stone are 1, and if this goes on, it will be full after 10 rounds. Entering back and forth 10 times, it does not take half a year at all. What's more, the number of giant beasts becomes more and more dense as you go up. It is estimated that the hunting and killing in the future will not be only 3,000. Of course, the premise of everything is that Han Feng has an overwhelming combat advantage. Facing the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, wouldn't Han Feng have overwhelming strength? Furthermore, in addition to the first-grade earthquake stone, other high-grade earthquake stones will definitely be obtained, which greatly shortens the time. It will be over in less than half a year. At that time, you can search for other heaven and earth spirits, strive to transform Qingshan into a top-level Holy Spirit body, and then go to the spiritual race. Han Feng thought to himself. Huh? Han Feng's eyes moved, and after more than 10 first-class shocking stones, another larger shocking stone flew. It turned out to be a second-level earthquake stone. It seems that on the 16th floor, the probability of getting a second-level earthquake stone is not small. As for whether this is really the case, this time it is purely based on luck, and we will know if we continue to hunt and kill. There are too many giant beasts on the 16th floor of the small world. Han Feng did not go far and was surrounded by giant beasts again. After killing these giant beasts, more than 20 first-level shock stones were obtained, and there were 2 second-level shock stones. Han Feng looked overjoyed. Sure enough, the probability has greatly increased, about a few tenths. This probability is not small. In addition to the 7 obtained on the 15th floor, there are already 10. This is the 16th for the first time. If you continue to stay on the 16th floor, I am afraid that you will get more second-level shock stones. Unfortunately, there is not enough time, and if you stay any longer, after you leave, the power of the primordial spirit will inevitably decay to the extreme. Zili will have a bad influence. It's time to leave and come back in half a month. But at this moment, the Saint Yuan in Han Feng's body fluctuated. Han Feng was stunned, and then secretly rejoiced. This is a sign of an impending breakthrough. It's actually going to break through to the late 4th stage so soon? The improvement is so fast, it is not long before breaking through to the middle stage of the 4th stage. The doubt was only for a moment, and soon Han Feng understood. Hunting and killing the 17th level giant beasts of the Great Sanctuary on the 16th floor. The energy obtained is far greater than before, so it has reached the edge of breakthrough so quickly. It's like the leveling up of monsters in the game. If a level 10 character kills a level 10 monster, you may get 100 experience. But if a level 1 character kills a level 10 monster, the experience gained may be 200, 300, 500 or even 1000. Moreover, the experience required to upgrade a first-level character is not worth mentioning compared to the experience required to upgrade a 10th-level character. Altogether, it will naturally allow first-level characters to easily break through, and there are still many breakthroughs. This is the case with Han Feng now. This is not a good place to break through, nor is it a good time to break through. You must press down and wait until outside to break through. Thinking of this, he said, "Go out 3 times," and Han Feng left the small world. In the main hall of the sect master Rauscher paid great attention to Han Feng, and he was still shocked after knowing that Han Feng had obtained 10 second-level shock stones at one time. That's 10, not 1 or 2. With the accumulation of Xintian sect, 10 is naturally nothing, but how many years did it accumulate? After dividing the earthquake stones, Han Feng immediately retreated. Half a month later, Han Feng is ready to enter the small world for the 4th time. Now, Han Feng has not only successfully broken through to the late stage of the 4th stage of the Great Sanctuary, but also Do Pazentianquan has also been promoted to the middle grade and middle grade Sanctuary elite level in the time room by comprehending the 2nd level Xintian stone. Great Elder Hall. The first elder said in a solemn tone, "Let the elders of Keqing search for Han Feng." According to the display of the small world, Han Feng has reached the 16th floor of the small world. The old man does not want this child to come out alive. Yes. The 16th floor of the small world. Han Feng continued to hunt giant beasts, and at the same time, the Saint Yuan in Han Feng's body finally grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now every time Han Feng kills a giant beast, it is equivalent to a small stream pouring into the sea. Compared with the sea, the creek is still a little inconspicuous, but after adding up, it can deepen the sea. Every time he hunts, it will bring Han Feng a lot of first-level shock stones, and he can always get 1 or 2 or 3 second-level shock stones each time. There are too many giant beasts on the 16th floor of the small world, which greatly delayed Han Feng's speed. A day later, there were quite a few giant beasts hunted, but still did not see the entrance to the 17th floor of the small world. Another half a day later, Han Feng noticed that a man was being chased and killed by a group of giant beasts. In this human state, once surrounded by giant beasts, it must be the end of fall. Han Feng immediately shot. This person Han Feng has seen before, and he is also an elder, Keqing, who belongs to the sect master's faction. Belonging to the same sect, Han Feng has no reason to die. Lotus Smashing Fist. The 3 flaming lotuses flew into the giant beasts and exploded. The silver-white sea of fire devoured a group of giant beasts. The middle-aged warrior who fled saw this, showing a look of happiness for the rest of his life, and quickly flew to Han Feng's side. The sea of fire gradually dissipated, and the Xintian stone flew into Han Feng's hands. Han Feng stared at the sky-shocking stones, one of them, already the size of an adult man's fist, fluctuated with a vibrating force that distorted the space. 3-level shocking stone. The middle-aged warrior stammered out the level of this shocking stone. The middle-aged man looked envious, but he didn't look greedy. First of all, this giant beast was killed by someone else. This person is still his own savior, and he has no reason to snatch it. In the end, you know your own strength. As a 7th-level heavenly cultivation base in the Great Sanctuary, he killed giant beasts on the 16th floor of the small world. Generally speaking, it is good to be able to get a few first-class earthquake stones. My God, there will be a 3rd-level earthquake stone. How low is this person's own cultivation? If you exceed the level to this level, how can I live? The middle-aged warrior finally escaped the danger. Luckily, he patted his chest and finally looked at Han Feng seriously at this moment. At this sight, the middle-aged warrior was shocked. Gu. Your Excellency is Elder Han? The middle-aged warrior took a breath. Han Feng clasped his fists and said, "It's down here." The middle-aged warrior suddenly said, "It turns out to be Elder Han, no wonder he has such strength. As far as I know, it has only been 2 months since Elder Han became Elder Keqing. It took 2 months to reach the 16th floor. Elder Han's strength, it really makes me both admire and ashamed." Han Feng smiled slightly, then wondered, "Your Excellency is wrong. I don't know why Your Excellency is so embarrassed to be hunted down. Is Your Excellency also wandering alone? Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. Hearing this, the middle-aged warrior gave a wry smile. No, it's true. After entering the small world, I will make an agreement with a few of my colleagues to gather on the spot. With the strength of my fellow and a few of my colleagues, as long as they are not trapped in a circle, a group of giants will the beast still can't help us. But the problem is that, for some reason, the elders of the Great Elders faction, Kuching, have also united. There are still a lot of them, and they seem to be searching for something. At the same time as the search, the elders of Kuching of our sect, Master's faction, will not let go. According to as far as I know, many fellows have been killed before they could escape. Those who escaped saw that the situation was not right, and they all left the small world immediately. I and a few fellows met more than a dozen elders and sent elders, and finally dispersed and fled. I was unlucky, and I was accidentally chased by a group of giant beasts. Alas, I don't know how those fellows are now. The middle-aged warrior looked worried. Han Feng comforted, since those people's main goal is not you, then if they can't catch up for a while, they will naturally give up. But what are those people searching for? From what you mean, it seems that for that goal, they don't even care about hunting giant beasts. This? I don't know about it. The middle-aged warrior shook his head. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Has this never happened before? Han Feng looked at the middle-aged warrior. Absolutely not. The middle-aged warrior shook his head firmly. The middle-aged warrior explained, although those people belong to the faction of the Great Elders, they may not really be of the same mind. Everyone is trying to get the shocking stone, comprehend the vibrational power in the shocking stone and comprehend the unique skills, sometimes for the sake of earth-shattering stone. These people are also fighting with each other. In such a concerted situation, unless the Great Elder has given some kind of order that must be executed, these people have to let go of hunting giant beasts. After saying the last sentence, the middle-aged warrior and Han Feng were shocked and completely understood. Among the group of elders, Kuching, who can make the elders so jealous and want to kill them? The middle-aged warrior opened his mouth. This. Han Feng waved his hand. Needless to say, I understand. It seems that the first elder is really in a hurry, but a bunch of rubbish also want to kill me? On the delicate face, there was a trace of disdain. The middle-aged warrior's mouth twitched. A bunch of garbage? I don't know if the group of people will be angry when they hear this evaluation. At this time, Han Feng said to the middle-aged warrior, since the goal of those people is me, I won't give up if I don't find me. I'll go and compete with those people. Your Excellency is preparing. The middle-aged warrior sneered and said, let's leave now. Just kidding, if you don't leave, it's hard to be ready to go together. Although Han Feng's appearance is very sure, but in case of an accident, his small role is the life of the cannon fodder. Han Feng nodded. If that's the case, then I'll go first. Suzukian's spiritual wings opened, a flame flashed, and Han Feng disappeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man slapped his head sharply. Oh, I haven't told him my name yet. Forget it, I am a small person, why should the other party remember it? After laughing at himself, the middle-aged warrior left the small world. Along the way, Han Feng did not encounter any martial artist from the Great Elder faction, and couldn't help but wonder. What's so strange about this? The scope of the small world is not small. Although there are many Kuching elders in the Great Elder faction, how many can there be on the 16th floor? 20 or 30 would be fine. 20 or 30 people are placed on the 16th floor of this small world, which is simply not enough to see. If you really search the 16th floor of the entire small world, the chances of finding you are almost zero. But as long as you stay at the entrance to the 17th floor of the small world, then Xuanhuan transmitted a voice to Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and covered the cold light. Yes, the other party is most likely waiting for me at the core of the 16th floor. In that case, just wait for me to give them a big gift. At the core of the 16th floor of the small world, a broad white beam of light shot straight into the sky. Around the beam of light, 20 or so figures surrounded the beam of light. Why hasn't this Han Feng appeared? If we wait any longer, we will have to leave. Otherwise, the consumption of Xuanhuan will exceed the limit we can bear. An elder of the 7th heavenly kitchen of the great sanctuary said anxiously. After all, this is the 16th floor small world, that kid can't get here so quickly. Another great sanctuary 7th level powerhouse replied lightly. The strong man who spoke first frowned. Damn it, I can't wait this time. Why don't I have to wait next time? It's too much time for us. Everyone is helpless. Compared with the siege, they wanted to get the sky shocking stone, but unfortunately they belonged to the Great Elder faction and had to obey the Great Elder's orders. But at this moment, a great sanctuary 7th heavenly powerhouse's eyes changed. Someone is here. The power of the primordial spirits of the 7th layer of the great sanctuary poured out crazily. Under the observation of the power of primordial spirits, they clearly saw a figure with flame wings flying towards here, quickly. This person's face is the Korean style they are looking for. Ha ha ha, it's finally here, let Lu kill him. A one-eyed man laughed and flew out. None of the other warriors raised any objections. It is said that Han Feng defeated Prince Yun and possessed power no less than that of the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary, which just happened to let the Saint Lu surname to try it out. Tiger King, Bailey Palm. The saint surnamed Lu didn't say anything nonsense, and the moment he made his move, there was a roar of tigers. Xing Yuan condensed, and the palm that covered the sky and the sun patted Han Feng. In Han Feng's senses, there seemed to be hundreds of tiger kings roaring, trying to tear him apart. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Void immortal body, congeal. Void immortal 100 dragon palm. Han Feng also waved his palms one after another, and the surging Saint Yuan turned into dense palm shadows, as if hundreds of dragons were roaring. Boom boom boom. In the eyes of many great sanctuary powerhouses, the tiger palm and the dragon palm collided. In an instant, the entire space was distorted, and the roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger king resounded through the heavens and the earth. The sage surnamed Lu Jiajia smiled. As expected of a genius who can defeat Prince Yun, this hand is not weak in the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary. It's just a pity that you are facing a great sage like me. The realm, the sanctuary peculiar knowledge realized by this saint, is only one step away from the high-grade middle grade, and you should feel honored to die under the trick of this saint. Tianmong, don't talk nonsense, let the horse come over if you have the ability. Han Feng grinned. Okay, very good. It's really crazy, go to hell. The Saint Lu did not see Han Feng revealing the fear he imagined. Instead, he looked contemptuous and couldn't help but be furious. Shadow Tiger King Fist. The roaring sound of a tiger that shook the world spread out like a tidal wave. This punch seemed to have a pitch-black giant tiger roaring at the sky. Holy Flame Emperor Fist. Facing the strongest blow of the saint surnamed Lu, the shadow of the emperor appeared behind Han Feng, and he punched it down. Looking at it for a week, all the warriors were all stunned. The saint surnamed Lu was even more shocked. Middle grade superior sanctuary unique skills. Boom. With a punch from the emperor, he instantly fell into the pitch-black giant tiger, and in the shrill screams of the giant tiger, it smashed the giant tiger to the ground. The first The punch full of the majesty of the emperor, although the power after breaking the giant tiger was weakened, it still continued to smash the saint surnamed Lu with great pressure. Not good. The saint surnamed Lu looked horrified. In any case, the saint surnamed Lu did not expect that Han Feng actually possessed the unique skills of the middle grade sanctuary. The opponent itself is clearly the fourth heaven of the great sanctuary. The sage Lu wanted to run away, but the speed of the Holy Flame Emperor's fist was something that ordinary great sanctuary seventh heaven could dodge. In the shocking gaze of a group of warriors, this punch hit the sage Lu fiercely. Blasted to shreds. Hiss. Impossible. How can this kid be so strong? The Great Elder is tricking us. A group of great sanctuary warriors were stunned, and the sound of taking a breath of cold air continued to sound. One move of the high-grade sanctuary absolute knowledge of the middle grade killed the sage Lu. This is the elder Keqing called Han Feng, and his explosive power has definitely reached the level of the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary. It's too much to be able to kill me for meritorious deeds even with such strength. Han Feng clapped his palms with a look of contempt. Afterwards, Han Feng glanced at a group of great sanctuaries with a half-smile, but not a smile. Who else wants to kill me for meritorious service? I can stand up now, but I haven't had enough fun. A group of great sanctuary looked at each other in dismay after hearing the words, and their hearts were even more annoyed. This Han Feng's tone was so irritating that he didn't take them to heart at all. However, thinking of Han Feng's strength, a group of people fell silent. They are indeed not weak among the same level, but the strongest outbreak has not reached the 8th level of the Great Sanctuary, otherwise they would have already entered the 17th level of the small world. Of course, among the group of Great Sanctuary, there are also a small number of 2 or 3 who have the power of the Great Sanctuary Eightfold Heaven, but even so, they are not sure that they will be able to defeat Han Feng. Since there is no certainty, they will naturally not shoot easily. Han Feng said indifferently, since no one shot, let me get out of the way. A group of Great Sanctuary looked ugly. Killing Han Feng was the order of the Great Elder. If the Great Elder knew that they let Han Feng leave and enter the small world on the 17th floor, then the consequences. They have been members of the Great Elder faction for a long time, and they know nothing about the character of the Great Elder. Once it is determined that you are no longer eligible, then what happens? This guy is really strong, but we have the advantage in numbers. What are you afraid of, as long as we shoot together? I don't know who shouted this sentence, and everyone's expressions brightened. Yes, with so many of us, are we afraid of just one of the other party? Let's make a move together. No matter how powerful this kid is, he will definitely be smashed into scum. Boom boom boom. A group of great sanctuaries burst out with a powerful momentum, and Sun Han's murderous intent enveloped Han Feng. Let's do it together? More than a dozen sick cats are united, and they think they can hunt tigers? Han Feng's words still stimulated a group of big sanctuaries. Asshole. Rampant guy. Go to hell. Numerous great sanctuaries were thoroughly provoked, and powerful attacks of various attributes roared. Raging Flame Holy Fist. Tooth of the Fire Serpent. Thunder Burning. 8 Desolate Holy Spirit Fist. Star Sea Waves Slash. The attack that covered the sky and the sun struck, Han Feng's expression remained unchanged, and Auroric Song Yen had already merged into the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Void Immortal Body at this time. The cultivation base of the original 7th layer of the Great Sanctuary skyrocketed again. The aura that swept out made the martial artist who attacked Han Feng breathe a swarm, and a touch of panic rose uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. Holy Flame Emperor Fist. The same punch, the power that erupted this time, even the powerhouses of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary must be dignified. Boom boom boom. Like hitting an egg, the Emperor Fist swept all the way, and there was no attack that could be resisted, and they were defeated one after another. Impossible. How so? This kid is a monster, run away. One punch defeated all their attacks. The shock this scene brought to the great sanctuary was too great, and these great sanctuaries were immediately so frightened that they no longer had the will to fight. You want to run after you've already shot? Dreaming. Go to hell. The holy eye of the stars, open. The Emperor Fist continued to smash the great sanctuary, and very few escaped from the range of the Emperor Fist's bombardment, which was also solved by Han Feng with the holy eye of the star. In a blink of an eye, there was no other human being except Han Feng around the beam of light leading to the entrance to the small world on the 17th floor. Han Feng looked indifferent and stepped into the beam of light. On the 17th floor of the small world, Han Feng continued to hunt giant beasts. When he was about to leave, Han Feng felt the Saint Yuan in his body and secretly said, "Killing giant beasts on the 17th floor will get more energy. The energy I have accumulated in my body that has not been refined is about to support my meridians." Explosive. Maybe after leaving the retreat this time, it will not only break through to the late 4th stage, maybe. Leaving the small world and handing over 50% of the earthquake stones to the sect master, Han Feng retreated again. In a palace, Han Feng sat cross-legged. Break it for me. Han Feng should have broken through long ago, but he has been holding back. Prepare to break through it this time, the process is extremely easy. At the same time that Han Feng roared in his heart, Han Feng had already hit the late stage of the 4th heavenly realm of the great sanctuary. However, the energy obtained on the 17th floor, Han Feng has been accumulating and not yet absorbed. Without leaving the customs, Han Feng's expression was shocked, and he began to absorb the accumulated energy. I don't know how long it took. When all the energy was absorbed, Han Feng's breath increased a lot again, and he had already stepped into the peak of the 4th heaven. I just stepped in, and I still need a lot of energy to increase to the peak of the 4th layer of heaven, and then I can prepare for the impact of the 5th layer of the great sanctuary. It will take a few years for the holy fruit of the planting space to mature, and the holy stone has little improvement for me. For now, I want to cultivate on my own, and I don't have half a year to reach the limit. Impact the great sage. I don't know how long it will take. But now in the small world, I have 4 levels of leapfrogging, and the energy I get every time I kill a giant beast is beyond anyone's imagination. Maybe, it won't be long before I get able to break through to the 5th heaven. It's time to go to the small world again, but before that. Han Feng turned his palm over, and the 3rd level shock stone was in his hand. On the 16th floor, Han Feng got a 3rd level earthquake stone, and on the 17th floor, Han Feng also got one. After 50 to 50 divisions, Han Feng now only has one in his hand. The 3rd level shock stone is enough to give me a deeper understanding of the power of vibration. It's just that before comprehending the 3rd level shock stone, it's better to raise the Duba shock box to the mid-level limit. Thinking of this, Han Feng took out a few 2nd level shock stones and began to comprehend. While Han Feng was comprehending the heaven-shattering stone, the Great Elder was furious. No one came back. Are you going to tell the old man that they are all dead? The elder clapped the table and roared, drooling continuously, glaring at the middle-aged man who reported the news. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was even more terrified. Elder. If it wasn't for this explanation, then they couldn't have come back. It's been 5 days now. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Diamond. Roaring for a long time, the elder gradually calmed down and remained silent. After a long time, the first elder sighed, "I value that guy enough, but I didn't expect that in the end." With the cultivation base of the fourth layer of the Great Sanctuary, but killing so many seventh layers of the Great Sanctuary, such a record is simply unheard of. Even the Prince of Yun did not have the ability to do it. At this moment, the first elder is full of regrets, knowing that Han Feng is so defiant, he should have ignored it and grabbed it. After a long while, the first elder suppressed his regret, and his eyes were cold. The more powerful that kid is, the more this old man cannot keep him. Pass the old man's order, and all the elders of Keqing on the 17th and 18th floors will come out. When the kid enters the small world in the future, we will enter together, and kill him at all costs. The people who killed Han Feng this time were just the ones who happened to enter with Han Feng. On the Great Elder's side, there are still some Great Sanctuary 7th level Keqing elders. After all, not all 7th level Keqing elders will choose to enter on the same day. Originally, the elders thought that this part was enough, but now it seems that it is far from enough. In order to prevent accidents, on the 17th and 18th floors, the elders decided to send all the staff. After the middle-aged man got the order, he did not step back, but instead said, "Elder, although that kid is powerful, he is only a Great Sanctuary. It's assassination." The elder's face sternly said, "Don't say such words again. Retreat." The middle-aged man trembled, and he didn't know what angered the elder, and immediately rolled away. In the room, the Great Elder looked dark and unclear, and sighed for a long time. The middle-aged man's proposal, the first elder admitted that he was a little moved for a while, but considering the consequences, the first elder finally endured it. It is true that his strength is enough to assassinate Han Feng unconsciously, but Han Feng really died inexplicably. How could the sect master not doubt it? Not taking action against Elder Keqing is not only the fear that no one will dare to come to the assessment in the future, but also the rules set by the ancestors of Xintian's sect at the beginning. Once he breaks the rules first, the sect master faction does not need rules. Could it be that the Elder Keqing of his Great Elder faction would escape the assassination of the sect master's sanctuary peak powerhouse? At that time, the two factions will have no Elder Keqing, and entering the small world can only be the core members of the two factions. Any casualties would be a huge loss to Earthquake Sect. Whether it is the sect master or the Great Elder, although they do not like each other, the battle is also very fierce. But the premise of the battle is not to let Xintian sect suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, the old sect master's faction had the upper hand. Why didn't the Great Elder's faction start? It's not that once the Great Elder's faction suffers heavy casualties, the strength of the entire Xintian sect will also suffer heavy losses. In the same way, the faction of the Great Elders now has the upper hand, and they have not attacked the faction of the sect master. They can only suppress the faction of the sect master from other aspects. As for the cruelty and domineering of the Great Elder faction, it is only aimed at outsiders. This outsider includes followers of inner disciples, outer disciples, and core disciples. In the view of the first elder, only the core disciples are the real disciples of Xintian sect. This philosophy has always affected the members of the first elder. The sect master's faction will have inner disciples falling, but almost no core disciples will fall, and at most they will be injured. The battle between the two factions has now almost turned into a battle between the elders of Keqing. No matter how many elders Keqing died, it doesn't have a big impact on Xintian sect. If the elder wanted to kill Han Feng, he could only let Elder Keqing act in the small world. Of course, if Han Feng is no longer the Elder Keqing of Xintian sect, he will have no problem taking action. In the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, the last trace of vibrational power in the third-level earthquake stone was consumed, and Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. Middle-grade high-grade sanctuary secret knowledge, I have finally risen to this level. However, it is still some distance from the top middle grade high grade. If my estimation is correct, at most 2 third grade shock stones, it will be able to elevate Duba Zentianquan to the top level. As for breaking through to the top grade Holy Domain secret skills, at least there are about 10 third level shock stones. Of course, if there are 4th level shock stones, it should be enough for me to understand the Dopa shock box in a short time. High grade Sanctuary secret knowledge level. But the magnitude 4 earthquake stone has not appeared for a long time, I don't know. Han Feng looked thoughtful. After a long while, Han Feng exhaled, I have now stepped into the 17th floor of the small world, and the probability of getting the 1st level earthquake stone is almost 1/2 to 1/2, and the probability of getting the 2nd level earthquake stone is also greatly increased. Although I don't know the probability of the 3rd level earthquake stone, the difficulty of obtaining it is also greatly reduced. Maybe when the giant beast I hunt reaches a certain level, I should be able to get the 4th level earthquake stone. Even if I can't get it on the 17th floor, when I enter the 18th floor, I must be able to get a 4th level shock stone. In the sect master hall, knowing that Han Feng was going to enter the small world, the sect master of Xintian sect couldn't help persuading him, Elder Han, although your primordial spirit's power recovers very quickly every time you enter the small world so frequently don't you feel any physical discomfort after consuming your primordial spirit power? The sect master knew that although other great sanctuaries could recover in about a month, they did not enter the small world immediately after recovery. Every time the power of the primordial spirit is exhausted, the feeling is not wonderful. In general, they often wait until the not wonderful feeling is gradually forgotten before they continue to enter the small world. Han Feng's combat power is extraordinary, and he obtained the 3rd level shock stone so quickly. In the eyes of the sect master, it is no different from a cash cow. The sect master naturally values it very much, and is very worried about the irreversible sequelae of Han Feng's frequent entry into the small world. That would be a huge loss for both parties. Han Feng smiled slightly, Sect Master, don't worry, if there is any discomfort, the younger generation will not drag the uncomfortable body into the small world. The Sect Master was relieved, and then said, Elder Han, although you have only entered the small world a few times, you have gained more than those who have entered the small world dozens of times. You have accumulated a lot of points, you can exchange them. What? My earthquake sect is not as strong as the strongest period when it was just founded, but it is rich in heritage, and there are many heaven and earth spirits. Oh, the younger generation wants to see it. Han Feng's heart pounded. The one with the most Xintian sects is the Holy Stone. But the points are so difficult to exchange for holy stones, which is a bit of a waste. What's more, every moon earthquake sect would receive a large amount of holy stones from Elder Keqing. Due to the importance of Han Feng to the sect master, the holy stone obtained was several layers higher than that of the other elders of Keqing. The sect master flicked his sleeves, and a light curtain appeared in front of him, and what flashed in the light curtain was all kinds of precious things. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he saw 2 heaven and earth spirits. One is a holy fruit called Yanli Gua, and the other is a red flame diamond. The former can be used to increase the level of Xingyan Han Tian Fist, and the latter can be used to increase the 9 flames and different fire art. No matter which one it is enough to further enhance Han Feng's strength. As for the improvement of cultivation, Han Feng doesn't care much. The energy obtained by hunting giant beasts in the small world is enough to be used as the holy fruit for improving cultivation, and there is no need to pay for points. The first. Han Feng's eyes were extremely hot, but he couldn't exchange even one of the points in his hand. Like this kind of precious heaven and earth spirits, the core disciples are in urgent need. If the required points in exchange are too few, the Xintian sect will have been hollowed out long ago. However, the points in his hand are a little farther from the flaming King Kong beast, but the points required for the flaming pear fruit are very close. Han Feng retracted his gaze and said regretfully, Junior did see 2 of them, but they couldn't exchange them. Han Feng stretched out his fingers to Yan Ligua and Qi Yan Diamond. The sect master was stunned for a moment, and his face became strange. These 2 kinds of diamonds, not to mention the red flame diamond, are the flame pear fruit. At least only the peak powerhouses of the 6th heavenly layer of the Great Sanctuary will need them. The scarlet flame diamond cannot be refined without the cultivation of the late Great Sanctuary. This has nothing to do with combat power, but cultivation base. Although Han Feng's combat power is strong, his cultivation level is still the 4th level realm of the Great Sanctuary. Originally, the sect master thought that Han Feng would choose a middle-grade fire attribute holy fruit to break through, but he did not expect to choose something else. If it is a middle-grade holy fruit, it can barely be redeemed with Han Feng's current points. The sect master smiled bitterly and said apologetically, Elder Han, although this sect really wants to give you a discount. But there are very few holy fruits like this in the inventory, and they are only slightly less valuable than the golden silk aggregate grass. This sect can no longer decide to give you a discount. Han Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. I have already obtained the golden silk aggregate grass for free, and it is enough to be greedy. Sect master, please keep these 2 items temporarily. When you return from the small world this time, the junior will come to exchange them. This sect believes in Elder Han's strength, so this sect will make the decision to keep these 2 temporarily. But Elder Han, you have to hurry up, there is only one of these 2 in the inventory. If someone removes them during this period exchange, even if this sect is the sect master, he has no right to stay. The sect master first smiled, then his face was solemn. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't wait to enter the small world. On the 17th floor of the small world, this time Han Feng did not concentrate on his journey. Concentrating on rushing to the entrance of the 18th floor of the small world, of course, you will encounter the attack of giant beasts, but the harvest is much smaller than that of hunting for giant beasts. This is a pain for the Elder Kuching of the Great Elder faction. After finding out that Han Feng entered the 17th floor, they immediately entered the 17th floor. But what happened? After waiting for 3 days, I didn't see a root hair. Isn't this a delay? 3 days later, the lungs of these elder Kikings were going to explode. Even the elders are puzzled, what is this Han Feng doing? Or that one's combat power has reached the limit, and he is unable to enter the 18th floor of the small world. These are 3 days later, and now Han Feng, who has just stepped into the 17th floor, is working hard to kill monsters. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Void Immortal Body, congeal. Aurora Tsongyan, fusion. Holy Flame King Fist. Yanlong, tearing hands. Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. The first weight of the Lotus Smashing Fist. Boom. After devoting all of his energy to hunting giant beasts, a steady stream of first-class shocking stones flew into Han Feng's hands. From time to time, there are second-level earthquake stones. The number of occurrences of the third-level earthquake stone is very small, but it is not absent. Once again surrounded by giant beasts, this time there are more than 200 giant beasts. Exactly, let me try the power of Duba Jintian Fist after the promotion. Han Feng looked excited, the Void Immortal Body and the Holy Flame Battle Body unfolded at the same time. Han Feng's cultivation base can be said to be close to the peak of the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Breaking the Heavenly Fist. 27 shocks, give me a blast. The level of Duba Zentianquan has been upgraded to the upper middle grade, and the vibration has increased to the 27th level. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. The terrifying vibrational power rippled out in circles, like a tidal wave that devoured people. A layer of vibrational power burst out, stirring the space vibration to the verge of shattering. This is the space inside the small world, not the outside space. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the shocking power, the 200 or so giant beasts of the seventh layer of the great sanctuary were swallowed up by the shocking power storm before they had time to attack. Originally, Han Feng's cultivation had skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. Now that he displays the Do Pajintian fist, the 27th layer of shock power erupts together. The power can be said to have surpassed the scope of the great sanctuary. With one's own cultivation, such a terrifying blow erupted from the fourth heavenly realm of the great sanctuary. The seemed like the end of the world gradually dissipated, the ground was full of potholes, and the huge sand pit was not visible when it collapsed. Rao is constantly flooded with sand and soil in the vicinity, and there is no tendency to fill up. Han Feng retracted his fist, laughed loudly, and the space shook. But at this moment, one by one, the shocking stones flew towards Han Feng, and the vibrating power emitted by one of them caused the nearby space to faintly distort. Han Feng's face flashed with ecstasy, the fourth-level shocking stone. It is the fourth-level shocking stone. The fourth-level earthquake stone is also of great help to the comprehension of the top-grade, middle, and upper-grade sanctuary techniques. This time, Han Feng entered the small world on the 17th floor, and his purpose was to get the fourth-level earthquake stone. It was only after seeing the Yanli fruit and the scarlet flame diamond that the fourth-level earthquake stone was ranked behind. After all, compared to the small chance of getting a grade 4 earthquake stone, hunting giant beasts to get a lot of points in exchange for flaming pear fruit and red flaming diamond is more realistic. Now that not only have earned enough points, but also obtained the fourth-level earthquake stone that can only be obtained with a small probability, how can Han Feng not like it? Han Feng's good luck is not only that, in the following period of time, Han Feng got a fourth magnitude earthquake stone. The earthquake sect has been around for a long time, and at least there are 4 magnitude 4 earthquake stones that have not appeared again for tens of thousands of years, and now Han Feng has obtained 2 at once. The Sovereign Hall 3 days later. The sect master laughed and said, this sect knew that Elder Han would earn enough points. Before, Elder Han only cared about rushing to a higher level, and did not concentrate on hunting. I didn't expect that once he concentrated, Elder Han's harvest far exceeded this sect's expectations. With so many points, plus the points that Elder Han obtained before, even if it is exchanged for the flaming pear fruit and the red flaming diamond, there will still be some leftovers. After saying that, the sect master waved his hand, and the points in the gold medal with the points recorded in Han Feng's hand suddenly decreased by about 90%. In front of Han Feng, there are 2 more things. The same golden yellow, like a pear, the whole body is faintly fluctuating with fiery flames. On the other hand, it is a boxy stone that contains rich flame energy. It is the flaming pear fruit and the red flaming diamond. After accepting the Yanli Gua and the Chi Yan diamond, Han Feng suddenly smiled mysteriously. Sect Master, do you think the junior's harvest this time is only so much? Look at this. Han Feng took out a magnitude 4 earthquake stone. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Earthquake stone. As soon as the level 4 earthquake stone came out, the entire hall shook slightly. This is the resonance brought about by the vibrational power of the 4th level earthquake stone. This is the power of the 4th level shock stone. Within a certain range around it, it will be flooded with vibrational power, as if it were a small field. The sect master of Xintian's sect stared at the 4th level Xintian stone in Han Feng's hands, his throat twitched, and he was speechless. Seeing the shocked look on the sect master's face, Han Feng smiled slightly, pushed the 4th level earthquake stone forward, and floated in front of the earthquake sect master. The sect master trembled, and his eyes were filled with unconcealed, fiery heat. After a long time, the sect master breathed a sigh of relief, and the scorching heat in his eyes also decreased a bit. Pushing away the fourth-level earthquake stone, the sect master said with difficulty, "This sect still underestimates your ability, Elder Han. The fourth-level earthquake stone has not appeared for a long time. This sect also admits that the fourth-level earthquake stone has not appeared. It is very attractive to this sect, but this is the first thing you got, Elder Han, and it should belong to you, Elder Han." At the moment of seeing the fourth-level earthquake stone, the sect master almost had the idea of snatching, even if it would offend Han Feng. But in the end, this thought was severely suppressed by the sect master, and there was a cold sweat behind him. What kind of cultivation is the sect master? That is the super powerhouse of the holy domain peak Jizongshan. Such a strong person will break out in a cold sweat. One can imagine the shock in the heart of the sect master. The sect master is not hot-headed. Han Feng can get a fourth-level shock stone, and it is difficult to guarantee that he will not get a second one in the future. For the sake of one, to give up more likely in the future, only the short-sighted will do so. Han Feng also has a deeper understanding of the sect master in his heart. Not everyone can resist the temptation and think so far. More powerhouses have a fever for a while, and only see the immediate interests, and it is impossible to say that they will have a conflict with Han Feng. Han Feng did this, in addition to dividing the account by 5 or 5, it also meant testing. After earning 10,000 points, Han Feng intends to leave, but the benefits of the small world are obvious, and there may be a possibility of coming again in the future, and he will have to cooperate with the suzerain at that time. If the suzerain is a short-sighted person, Han Feng must make plans for himself. Maybe Han Feng will put all the fourth-level earthquake stones in the Xuanhuan Tower. Han Feng tried it, and other storages in the small world may not be able to store the shocking stone, but the Xuanhuan Tower can. Got enough magnitude for earthquake stones. Will never come again in the future. But if the sect master passes the test, and his vision is relatively long-term, Han Feng doesn't mind that the fourth-level shock stone is divided into 5 or 5. When he reaches the peak level of the sanctuary in the future, he will come to the small world here to continue hunting. With a soft smile, Han Feng took out the second magnitude 4 shocking stone and said, "The sect master will take it." This time the junior got a total of 2 magnitude 4 shocking stones. According to the 5-to-5 division, the junior and the sect master should be divided into their own. 1. 2. 2. The sect master of Xintian sect stared round. How many years, how many years? For so many years, Tian sect has never obtained a fourth-level earthquake stone, but now there are 2 when it appears. Taking a deep breath, the sect master stared at Han Feng with burning eyes. "You should have taken it out earlier, so that the previous exchange of this sect can also give you a proper discount." In the sect master faction, the strong are not the suzerain. If the suzerain insists on giving Han Feng a discount, the rest of the strong will inevitably feel a little unhappy. Now the Great Elder faction has the upper hand, and if these unpleasant things are not good, some people will be thrown into the arms of the Great Elder. Because of this, no matter how much the suzerain valued Han Feng, he did not dare to take the risk of giving Han Feng more discounts after he had already given Han Feng golden silk aggregate grass for free. However, it is different now with the magnitude 4 earthquake stone. Comprehension of the 4th-level earthquake stone has indescribable benefits to the top-grade sanctuary. Regardless of the fact that the suzerain is already a master of the sanctuary peak Jizongshan, the comprehension of the sanctuary's unique skills is only a touch on the edge of the high-grade and high-grade, and it can be regarded as a half-step high-grade sanctuary's special skills. The higher the level of the sanctuary, the more Vietnam comprehends. Even a super genius is often only able to master the sanctuary's unique skills by surpassing the level before the peak of the sanctuary. At the peak of the sanctuary, it is basically impossible to comprehend the sanctuary's unique skills beyond the level. It's pretty good for that. A few super geniuses, naturally, can't even match the sacred knowledge with their own cultivation. Only a genius of the anti-sky level can continue to surpass the level, to comprehend and master the unique skills of the sanctuary. But there are too few geniuses like that, and Prince Yun is barely one. 99% of the geniuses against the sky were born in ancient families. The sanctuary is so difficult to comprehend, but the 4th level shock stone can make the genius with extraordinary comprehension comprehend the extremely high-grade sanctuary in a short period of time. Even if the number of grade 4 earthquake stones reaches a certain level, it is not impossible to comprehend a top-grade holy domain secret technique if one reaches a certain limit. What is the existence of the ultimate sanctuary? That is a super powerful technique that only the small perfectionists in the sanctuary can exert their full power. Any sanctuary small perfection can be said to be the overlord of the central continent, and no one dares to provoke him. Even the other sanctuary peak powerhouses of the sect masters faction would not have any idea about the discount for Han Feng after knowing that Han Feng contributed a 4th level shock stone. On the contrary, in order to win over Han Feng, these powerhouses may persuade the sect master to give Han Feng more discounts. Hearing sect master say this, Han Feng shook his head slightly and smiled. Anyway, the points are enough, and there is nothing wrong with discounts. Sect master, do you still want to refuse? The sect master took a deep breath, took the 4 magnitude shock stone, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Han." With this grade 4 earthquake stone, within a short period of time, the sect master is confident that he will be able to elevate his strongest unique skills to a high-grade level, which is not a weak level. The power of the great elder is due to the fact that he has practiced for too long. The peak of the sanctuary has 8,000 years of life, and the first elder is now nearly 7,000 years old. Relying on the long time of cultivation, the first elder raised the unique knowledge of the sanctuary he had realized to the limit of high grade and high grade. The sect master is confident that with his age of only 4,000 years, he will surpass the great elder sooner or later. Han Feng returned to the main hall, said hello to Yu Haoqi, who took care of his daily life, and retreated again. The 4th level earthquake stone was suspended in front of Han Feng, and the power of Han Feng's Xuanhuan poured into the earthquake stone, immersed in the mysterious sea of vibration. The mystery of the vibration in the 4th level earthquake stone is more profound, and often inadvertently, Han Feng noticed some mistakes that he had comprehended in the past from the vibration mystery in the 4th level earthquake stone, and then corrected the mistakes. Between the constant repetition of comprehension and error correction, Han Feng's comprehension of the vibration force has grown at an incredible speed. It didn't take long for Han Feng to encounter the opportunity for Do Pajintian Fist to be promoted to the top-rank sanctuary. Han Feng's face was dignified, and he absorbed the essence of the vibration force more wholeheartedly. Time passed unknowingly, and in the time room, with Han Feng as the center, waves of vibrating waves swept out, fluctuating a shockingly powerful aura. The first. Hong Tianquan. Congratulations, congratulations, I finally realized that I belong to my own top-rank sanctuary secret. Xiaopeng said with a smile. A look of joy flashed across Han Feng's face. It is true that there are also high-grade sanctuary secrets among his own secrets, such as the Holy Flame Taiwanquan, the Lotus Blasting Fist, and the Burning Heaven Emperor's revered finger. But these are all inherited, and where there is a self-comprehension that is more suitable for you. At this moment, a little pride rose in Han Feng's heart. That is a high-grade sanctuary, not a low-grade, middle-grade one. Although it is mainly relying on the shocking stone, it can't obliterate his own efforts, right? Han Feng thought happily in his heart. Xiaopeng said, Holy Flame Taihuang Fist, Lotus Smashing Fist of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, and Emperor Fenchen's respected reference to the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels are all top-grade sanctuary techniques, but these unique skills are by no means something you can cultivate with your current cultivation level. Forcibly practicing, there are 10 times that there will be serious consequences. But Do Pozentianquan is different. Cultivation also doesn't show much power, but even a trace of power is enough to be your trump card. Han Feng nodded and said, yes, my cultivation base has not improved, but my strongest explosion in the sanctuary has improved a lot. Now that I have learned Do Pozentianquan to a high-grade and low-grade sanctuary, I should be able to explode 36 shocks at one time. Unfortunately, with my current cultivation, I can explode at most 20 times at a time. 7 or 8. However, I am only at the level of the Great Sanctuary. Even if it is just a single burst of 27 or 8 levels, it is enough to make any Great Sanctuary change its color. The sanctuary has been improved, and it's time to make other improvements. Speaking of which, Yen Pear Fruit and Red Flame Diamond appeared in front of Han Feng. Handing over the two things to Little Fatty Refinery, Han Feng began to wait. Not long after, Yanli fruit was refined into jade bottle source liquid. Open the cork, it is filled with golden liquid, and there is a faint flame burning on the surface of the liquid. Han Feng didn't change his face, ignored the burning flame and drank it in one gulp. Boom! The terrifying flame energy quickly filled Han Feng's entire body, and Han Feng immediately ran the 5th route of Xingyan Hongtianquan. When the 5th layer reaches its limit. Just listening to the rumbling sound, there seemed to be some vibration in Han Feng's body, and then a strong golden flame burst out. The flame was getting stronger and stronger, and it gradually slowed down after a full half-day. Han Feng opened his eyes and was in high spirits. 6th heaven, Xingyan Bang Tian Fist has also been upgraded to 6th heaven, and because the Yanli fruit is transformed into the source liquid, it can absorb and refine 10% of the time. After the breakthrough it actually directly reached the middle stage of the 6th heaven. The 6th layer of Xingyan Rongtianquan is equivalent to the middle-grade high-grade sanctuary. Incorporating Aurora Tsangyan, its power will exceed the range of mid-grade products. The next step is to work hard to reach the peak of the 6th level. Even if there is no Aurora Tsangyan, the power of Xingyan Hongtianquan will almost exceed the mid-level level. It is not impossible to directly compete with the lower-level high-grade and low-grade sanctuary secret skills, and my combat power will be improved to a higher level. Han Feng's heart is full of joy when his strength is improved, but Han Feng knows that his improvement is not over yet. The next moment, another jade bottle appeared in Han Feng's hand. What is in the bottle is the source liquid that the red flame diamond turned into. After swallowing it, Han Feng began to run the 9 flames and different fire art. The 9 flames and different fires have already reached the mid-high level of the 5th floor, and their power has reached the middle grade and high grade different fire levels. With the characteristics of Aurora Tsangyan, the domain of the 8th level powerhouse of the ordinary Great Sanctuary can be swallowed. The only things that cannot be swallowed are the mutated Great Sanctuary 8-fold Heaven domain, the Great Sanctuary 9-fold Heaven domain, and the mutated Great Sanctuary 9-fold Heaven domain. And now after the improvement of the red flame diamond, Han Feng quickly raised the 5th layer of 9 flames to the midterm limit, and the next step is to work hard to break through to the later stage. At the midterm limit of the 5th floor, the formidable power of Aurora Tsangyan is the top-level existence among the middle-grade and high-grade holy flames, and some weaker mutants of the Great Sanctuary 9th Heaven domain. Aurora Tsangyan can be swallowed at this moment. In other words, in the Great Sanctuary, it is almost impossible for someone to suppress Han Feng with the power of domain suppression. Han Feng laughed. Without the suppression of the domain, in the Great Sanctuary, except for those geniuses who defy the sky, I am afraid that no one can suppress me one-on-one. In the Great Elder Hall. The first elder said coldly, "Have you found it? Why didn't that kid go to the entrance to the 18th floor of the small world? Don't say that kid doesn't have that kind of strength." If he can kill 20 great sanctuary 7th level, Kaching elders, and no one comes back alive, he must have overwhelming strength. Among those Kaching elders, there are many outbursts comparable to the 8th level great sanctuary. The existence of the sky has an overwhelming advantage in the face of such existences, at least it has the combat power of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. How can such combat power be unable to reach the entrance to the 18th floor of the small world? Although there are many giant beasts on the 17th floor, the range is nearly 10 times smaller than that of the first floor. As long as you concentrate on your journey and fly for 3 days with a combat power equivalent to the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, no matter what. Probably not. Of course, if the kid was surrounded by giant beasts and died, it's another matter. But the kid came out with a taste, and it didn't look like he was injured at all. In front of the great elder, the middle-aged warrior wiped his forehead with cold sweat and said, "Back to the great elder, the reason we found out is..." "What?" "Accumulate points to exchange heaven and earth spirits." The elder suddenly stood up with a solemn expression. "Have you found out the spirits that disappeared from the exchange list recently?" "I found out that this is the spiritual item that disappeared from the exchange list recently." If the subordinate guessed correctly, the exchange should be the flaming pear fruit and the red flaming diamond. There are also many others that disappeared because of the exchange, either it's because the attributes are not right, or the level is too low, that person can't exchange for too low heaven and earth spirits. The middle-aged warrior quickly replied. The first elder took a deep breath. The points required for these 2 kinds of comprehension are quite a lot. This kid has only entered the 17th layer small world once, and he is full? Yes. The middle-aged warrior was also shocked, how difficult it is to accumulate points. He has a profound personal experience, but that Han Feng, actually. The first elder did it slowly, tapped the table with his fingers continuously, and said slowly for a long time, "So, the old man still underestimated the surname Han. To accumulate so much strength in just one time, he must have hunted down too many giant beasts." Being able to ignore the encirclement and killing of giant beasts, and with such a fast hunting speed, the ordinary great sanctuary Zhuzangshan can't do it. Deep into the 17th layer of the behemoth encirclement, the ordinary great sanctuary Zhuzangshan will also fall. Pass my order to tell the elder, Kaching on the 17th floor, to stop attacking that kid. They are not his opponents. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / The Great Sanctuary. The middle-aged warrior opened his mouth, but in the end he could only respond. The 17th floor group of the Great Sanctuary 8th level, Kaching elders, did indeed have some combat power, comparable to the Great Sanctuary 9 level heaven. Comparable to the more powerful beings in the Great Sanctuary 9 heavens and the Great Sanctuary 9 heavens, there is still a huge gap. If Han Feng's combat power is really stronger in the Great Sanctuary Zhuzangshan, then those people are indeed unable to kill Han Feng, but will be killed by Han Feng. A large number of Great Sanctuary 7th layer heavenly Kaching elders have been lost, and there can be no more unnecessary sacrifices. Then, what should the surnamed Han do? The middle-aged warrior couldn't help asking. The first elder said slowly, "You can only let that one go out." That, could it be? As if thinking of something, the middle-aged warrior took a breath. The first elder showed a wicked smile. "Yes, that's exactly what you think. That ancestor's family used to be an ancient family, but it declined more than 100,000 years ago. Now the entire family has only a few peaks in the sanctuary, even the ancestors. His bloodline has not been inherited, it is really a complete decline. But that person is different. Not only has he awakened the bloodline of his ancestors, but he is only one step away from the peak of the sanctuary. And those geniuses who hide their powers, among the many great sanctuaries in my central continent, they have enough combat power to rank in the top 10, or even higher. Ordinary great sanctuary in front of this person is simply rubbish that was instantly killed. If this person makes a move, no matter how strong the boy's combat power is, it can only be the end of the fall. Knowing that it was really the person he thought, the middle-aged warrior also laughed. However, the middle-aged warrior seemed to have thought of something, frowning and said, "But the one surnamed Han is now concentrating on earning points by hunting giant beasts on the 17th floor, but the adult is in the small world on the 18th floor, how is this good?" The first elder waved his hand, "It's okay. I remember that the person in charge of Han Chiju was a boy named Yuhaochi. If the old man remembers correctly, that boy has grievances with several of that person's disciples, so he passed those juniors. Let's figure out that surnamed Han. But that person hasn't come out from the 18th floor of the small world yet. This calculation must be notified to him in advance, otherwise it will be bad if he doesn't like it. Even if the Great Elder is already the top-level powerhouse in the Sanctuary Peak, enough to look down on most of the Sanctuary Peak, the Great Sanctuary is like an ant to the Great Elder. But in the face of some geniuses, even if the cultivation base is still weak for the time being, the elders have to maintain a certain respect. For example, Prince Yin in the perfect era, such as the one mentioned by the elders now. These two people, in the future, are expected to exist in the small perfection of the sanctuary. Of course, Prince Yun, whose heart has left a shadow, has gradually not been valued by the elders. Han Feng once again entered the 17th floor of the small world. This time, Han Feng did not concentrate much on hunting, but wanted to break into the higher 18th floor of the small world. The cultivation base has been improved to the peak of the 4th heaven, and the 9 flames and different fire art has also been improved. Since he came to Xintian's sect, in just a few months, his comprehensive strength has increased a lot. However, Han Feng was not satisfied with this. Han Feng's next goal was to break through to the 5th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. The previous hunt on the 17th floor of the small world made Han Feng's internal cultivation base already accumulated to the limit of the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary. If it weren't for the barrier between the 4th layer and the 5th layer being not so easy to break, it is estimated that Han Feng would have already been promoted. If Han Feng is not at the peak of the 4th layer, but at the beginning of the 4th layer, then only the hunting and killing on the 17th floor, the energy that melts into Han Feng's body is enough to make Han Feng rise from the 4th layer to the peak. If Han Feng is still at the level of the 1st and 2nd layers of the Great Sanctuary, breaking through the barrier of the 2nd layer will be easy. Huh? There's no one there? 2 days later, Han Feng almost passed through the obstacles of many giant beasts and came to the entrance to the 18th floor of the small world. Originally, Han Feng thought that with the Great Elder's killing intent towards him, this place should be as full of the Great Sanctuary's 8th heavenly Kiching Elder as the 16th floor small world, but it turned out that there was not a single person. Forget it, maybe the Big Elder has a cramp in his head, hurry up and enter the 18th floor of the small world. Shaking his head, Han Feng didn't care. Since he intends to attack the 5th level realm of the Great Sanctuary, Han Feng naturally needs to enter a higher level, so that every time he kills a giant beast, the energy obtained is far beyond the 17th level. Of course, this does not mean that Han Feng cannot break through on the 17th floor of the small world. In fact, as long as Han Feng stays in the small world for 8 or 9 days, that is, entering the 17th floor of the small world 2 or 3 times, it is almost enough to accumulate enough energy. Break through to the 5th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. But since entering the 18th floor of the small world can help you break through faster, why waste time staying on the 17th floor? It's not that he doesn't have the ability to enter the 18th floor of the small world. On the 18th floor of the small world, the strength of every giant beast has reached the level of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. In the face of this giant beast, Rauscher Han Feng had to go all out, especially when surrounded by giant beasts. I don't know if the small world has spirituality. I know that the giant beasts in the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan are too powerful. Anyway, there are not as many giant beasts on the 18th floor as the previous 17th floor. Every time a giant beast strikes, there are at most 20 or 30, and most of them are about 10. This greatly reduces the pressure on Han Feng. The 18th floor of the small world is 1/10 smaller than the 17th floor, but it is even more difficult to move. Whether it is the attack of giant beasts or the suppression of space, Han Feng's flying speed and efficiency are greatly reduced. A day later, Han Feng's progress is not much. Of course, this is also Han Feng's goal is not to hurry, but to kill the giant beast. Leaving the small world, Han Feng handed the Xintian stone to the sect master Wuqing of the Xintian sect, and began to retreat. This time, Han Feng got even more 4th-level earthquake stones, more than 10 pieces, and more than half of them were obtained in the small world on the 18th floor. The sect master got so many shocking stones, and he couldn't be so excited that he also announced that he would retreat to improve the sanctuary and let other elders of the sect master be responsible for Han Feng's entry and exit into the small world in the future. Entering the small world also requires some formulas, and these formulas are only known to the true core high-level leaders of Xintian sect. Elder Keqing like Han Feng, no matter how great a feat he has established, he will never get this formula. It can be said that there are no more than 10 high-level people in the entire Xintian sect who know the formula for entering the small world. Deep in the hall, Han Feng sat quietly cross-legged, with flames floating around his body, revolving around Han Feng. In Han Feng's body, the huge energy that was absorbed was temporarily suppressed and not completely absorbed. Han Feng's cultivation base has already reached the limit of the 4th heaven, and the extra energy can no longer be absorbed. If you want to absorb it, you can only advance to a higher level. Break it for me. Han Feng shouted in his heart, and the huge Saint Yuan instantly hit a higher level. If Han Feng is allowed to cultivate by himself, he must be in retreat for several months. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Han Feng's cultivation base is only the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, which corresponds to the 13th floor of the small world. The 18th floor of the small world has surpassed the 5th floor. The 5th floor kills giant beasts, and each of them brings rich rewards to Han Feng. Therefore, Han Feng's cultivation level did not stop after breaking through to the 5th level of the Great Sanctuary, but continued to climb, until he was able to break through to the middle stage of the 5th level of the Great Sanctuary, and these energies were completely absorbed. Slowly exhaling, Han Feng stood up in high spirits, feeling the growth of his own cultivation. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. Now, under my full blast, I am afraid that I am already in the top ranks in the Great Sanctuary. Unless it is a genius with a powerful bloodline, such as a high-level and top-level saint bloodline, other great sanctuaries will be difficult to resist me. However, high-level saints and top-level saint bloodlines are so common, such geniuses are definitely rare for the 5 continents. Only hidden forces and ancient families can have such geniuses. Han Feng sat down again, running the 9 flames and different fire art, tempering the Saint Yuan in his body over and over again. No matter what others say that these energies will not bring sequelae, after all, these energies are not acquired by one's own cultivation, and tempering them will only be beneficial and not harmful. Now that the 9 flames and different fire art has been cultivated by Han Feng to the limit of the 5th layer, it is easy to temper the Saint Yuan of the 5th layer. With the tempering over and over again, the Saint Yuan in Han Feng's body gradually solidifies and runs. Han Feng felt extremely comfortable, without the slightest sense of stagnation. When the Saint Yuan in the body was quenched and could no longer be improved, Han Feng turned to the 4th level shock stone. The previous level 4 earthquake stone helped Han Feng to upgrade the Dopa earthquake fist to a high-grade and low-grade sanctuary. But even if all of them are exhausted, Dopa Jintian fist has been promoted to the top of the high-grade and low-grade. But now there are a lot of 4th level shock stones in his hands, and even Han Feng doesn't know to what extent Dopa Zentianquan will be improved. Dodging into the time room, with the help of the effect of heaven and man, Han Feng realized the 4th level shock stone, and time slowly passed. Outside, Yu Haoqi, who was in charge of Han Feng's daily life, was in big trouble. Staring at the two people in front of him, Yu Haoqi clenched his fists, and his fists were full of blue veins. Of course, because of Han Feng, now Yu Haoqi has become a core disciple again, and the treatment he received in Jintian sect is far from comparable to before, but Yu Haoqi will never forget that he was the murderer behind the inner disciple. TSK, look, isn't this brother you? Why, I don't know how to salute my brother when I hug someone's thigh. A frivolous man looked at Yu Haoqi with contempt. Beside the man, the woman in green is also full of contempt. Yu Haoqi, don't think that if you climb up that Han, you will be worthy of Miss Ben. Yu Haoqi gritted his teeth. This woman was also a genius who came to Earthquake sect with Yu Haoqi, and even considered Yu Haoqi's fiancée. However, seeing the more powerful genius of Jintian sect, this woman abandoned Yu Haoqi without hesitation and gave Yu Haoqi a blow. It can be said that the enmity between Yu Haoqi and the man was the result of the woman playing tricks behind her back. Although angry, the Yu Haoqi of today is no longer the Yu Haoqi of the past. Yu Haoqi knew that even though the master behind the two was only Elder Keqing, his status in Jintian sect was higher than some weaker sanctuary peaks. Although Mr. Han behind him is strong, he is still far behind compared to that person. In any case, I can't bring trouble to Master Han. Thinking of this, Yu Haoqi had no choice but to endure it. He bowed respectfully and said, Junior brother has seen senior brother Chai and senior sister Wen. Chai Hong and Wen Feng looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. How could Yu Haoqi endure this? Chai Hong squinted his eyes. TSK, the attitude of junior brother Yu today is really different from the attitude of when he first entered the Jintian sect. If junior brother also accepted the same attitude that day, he would not be demoted to the inner sect. Disciple. Yu Haoqi just curled his lips slightly, and said lightly, if senior brother Chai has nothing to do, junior brother will leave now. Elder Han is about to leave the border, so junior brother still has to serve Elder Han. How could Chai Hong let go of Haoqi so easily? To this day, Chai Hong's anger in the original battle has almost been vented. Anyway, the woman has already grabbed it, so why would he continue to pay attention to Yu Haoqi? It's just. The elder and the master have already given orders, and Chai Hong has to focus on this genius who was once trampled under his feet. Let Yu Haoqi leave before the goal is achieved, the consequences. Thinking of the behavior of the first elder and his master on weekdays, Chai Hong inadvertently shivered. Immediately, Chai Hong took a step to block Yu Haoqi. Yu Haoqi's face was ashen. He endured, and said, what else is there to do, brother? Chai Hong gave Wen Feng a wink, and Wen Feng also knew the purpose of her trip. Seeing Chai Hong's face, she immediately said, Chai Hong, now I am the woman of senior brother Chai. But you also know that the two of us are in, although there is no marriage contract in their respective families, in the eyes of the elders of each clan, they are no different from fiancés. Now, it's time to flop with the family. The family behind the two did not know about Yu Haoqi and Wen Feng. Yu Haoqi did not want his family to be ashamed, and Wen Feng also knew that his behavior was inappropriate and did not dare to let the family know. What's more, Wen Feng knew that her family's power was not as good as Yu Jia's. If she annoyed Yu Jia, Wen Feng herself could not predict what would happen. Yu Haoqi paused and his voice became cold. Showdown with the family? The fiancé recognized by the family was dumped and climbed a taller and stronger tree, which would undoubtedly bring great shame to the Yu family. Wen Feng ignored Yu Haoqi's icy face and continued, yes, in a short while, I will be engaged to senior brother Chai, and the elders of the family will be there. Yu Haoqi stared at Wen Feng. Aren't you afraid of what my strong family will do to your Wen family? Wen Feng giggled, if it was at the beginning, I would have really been very scruples. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you. If you didn't have the courage to tell the Yu family about our affairs, my Wen family would not be safe until now. But it was at the beginning, and now is now. Let me tell you, the marriage between me and senior brother Chai was decided by the great elder. With the great elder here, what would you dare to do in your family? Yu Haoqi's face froze suddenly, but the anger in his heart was burning to the extreme. However, no matter how angry he was, Yu Haoqi had to admit sadly that if the other party and the Wen family really had the support of the great elder, then the Yu family really wouldn't dare to do anything. The great elder alone is enough to destroy his family. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Yu Haoqi regretted it a little bit. If he pulled down his face and told the whole story, he would certainly lose face to himself and his family for a while, but the Wen family would have to pay the price. But now, Chai Hong's eyes lit up, and if he added a fire, he might be able to get the other party to shoot. Among the core disciples, it is impossible to shoot without a reason, but if one core disciple takes the shot first, the other will naturally be able to shoot. And if there is a problem afterwards, the core disciple who takes the shot first will be punished first. There are too few core disciples, only dozens of them so far, and none of them can be easily lost, so there are the above regulations. At the beginning, Chai Hong used Yu Haoqi's temperament to get Yu Haoqi injured and then banished to the inner disciple. If it weren't for the fact that the core disciples could not kill each other, Yu Haoqi would not only be demoted to the inner disciple. Chai Hong added a fire. Junior brother Yu, you also know that a woman's reputation is very important. Junior sister Wen has a good heart and is willing to take the responsibility on herself, but as a man of junior sister Wen, I don't want to let the behavior my brother's woman bears these bad reputations for women. So. Chai Hong stared at Yu Haoqi, paused deliberately, and then said with a bright smile, so I hope junior brother Yu will send a message to junior brother's family, saying that junior brother, you have fallen in love with other people and gave up. Junior sister Wen. And junior sister Wen chose to be the elder brother because of his grief. Yu Haoqi's face suddenly changed, and he glared at Chai Hong with a vicious expression. If you tell the family the truth, and spread it out, even if the family will lose face, will the Wen family be okay? Wen Feng's actions alone will make all the women in the Wen family discredited. Even if the Wen family is strong, how many people will be willing to take women from the Wen family in the future? But now, according to what Chai Hong said, the Yu family would not only lose face, but also be despised by all the warriors, but the Wen family would stand on the identity of the victim. Yu Haoqi couldn't bear it no matter what, Wen Feng threw his shamelessness on his family. At this moment, Yu Haoqi can see it, Chai Hong and Wen Feng are here to find fault today, no matter how patient he is, they will find various ways to provoke him. Bastard! Go to hell! Yu Haoqi finally couldn't help but take action. Seeing Yu Haoqi's move, Wen Feng's eyes were bright. Sure enough, with her understanding of Haoqi, the family is Yu Haoqi's bottom line. As a junior brother who dares to commit a crime, let me, a senior brother, teach you a good lesson. Chai Hong grinned and slammed down with a punch. Boom boom boom. Both of them are strong in the sanctuary, and every punch they collide creates a strong airflow, which continuously shoots wildly around. When Feng's face changed slightly, she stepped back quickly, and when she looked at Yu Haoqi again, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Obviously she has been demoted to the inner disciple, and the resources she has obtained are obviously not as good as her, but she still can't keep up with Yu Haoqi. But when Feng smiled suddenly, what about Yu Haoqi? Her man is stronger than Yu Haoqi. At the beginning, Yu Haoqi was still able to fight Chai Hong with all his anger, but as time passed, the gap between Yu Haoqi and Chai Hong was revealed. Originally, Yu Haoqi's qualifications were inferior to Chai Hong, otherwise Feng would not abandon Yu Haoqi and go to Chai Hong. In the years when he was demoted to an inner disciple, Yu Haoqi received far less resources and training than Chai Hong. If Yu Haoqi and Chai Hong were only 2 or 3 chips apart at the beginning, they are now 5 or 6 chips apart. Soon, Chai Hong had the upper hand, and Yu Haoqi was defeated. Suddenly, light flashed in Chai Hong's eyes. If this continues, Yu Haoqi will be injured sooner or later, but Chai Hong's purpose is not just to hurt Chai Hong. The core disciples can't kill each other, what's the use of just hurting Yu Haoqi? Suddenly, a sharp needle glowing blue appeared in Chai Hong's hand. Go, and Yu Haoqi collided in one move, the surging Xingyuan fluctuation spread out, and both of them retreated. Yu Haoqi retreated 100 meters, while Chai Hong advanced and retreated 20 or 30 meters. But at this moment, Chai Hong threw his hand, and the blue light suddenly appeared, flying in front of Haoqi like a teleportation. Not good. A look of horror flashed on Yu Haoqi's face. On this blue needle, Yu Haoqi felt a deadly threat. However, the speed of the blue needle was too fast. Yu Haoqi just found out that he was shot by the blue needle before he could move. Yu Haoqi's body froze for a moment, his skin color turned blue, and he fell to the ground with a black face. Chai Hong walked in with a smile, as expected of the master's thing. Now let's see how the surnamed Han chooses? Feng said, the relationship between Yu Haoqi and that surnamed Han is not that deep. The first elder is sure that the surnamed Han will fight against the master for this Yu Haoqi? Chai Hong shrugged, who knows this? Maybe, maybe not. Whatever, our task is completed anyway, and then everything will be handed over to the elder and the master. If the surnamed Han gave up on Yu Haoqi, this Sea Emperor seal would only make Yu Haoqi uncomfortable for a few years, his aptitude would be slightly lowered, and he would become a sick child in the future, and it would not threaten his life. Backer, the sect master's faction, can't help us. And if Yu Haoqi is given up, the surnamed Han will inevitably make the sect master's faction have a quarrel with him, and then the surnamed Han will naturally not work for the elders. And if the surnamed Han chooses to help Yu Haoqi against the master, with the master's ability, he can naturally be killed in the small world. In the time house. The last 4-level earthquake stone was exhausted by the energy of Han Feng, and the Duba earthquake fist has also been upgraded to the top-grade sanctuary level. However, among the top-grade sanctuary techniques, Dopa Jintian fist did not reach the top. At the top-grade and high-grade sanctuary secret skills level, each increase in power requires more vibrational mysteries. Han Feng vaguely guessed that maybe Dopa Zentianquan would be promoted to the top of the top-grade high-grade sacred zone secret skills. The magnitude 4 earthquake stone may be the previous synthesis, or even more. And if you want to comprehend Duba Zentianquan to the highest level of sacred knowledge, you need a huge amount of 4th-level shocking stones. For this reason, it is also unknown whether Dopa Zentianquan can be successfully upgraded to the top-ranking sanctuary. It may be difficult, but this is a great opportunity. If you can't grasp the ability to upgrade Dopa Jintian fist to the top, you may not know how much time it will take to improve in the future. Raising Dopa Jintian fist to the top is when I left Jintian sect. Putting down the broken shocking stone, Han Feng dodged and left. At the same time, Han Feng received news from the 7th elder. Seeing this news, Han Feng's face suddenly gloomy. 7th elder? Who did this? Han Feng's tone was cold as he looked at Yu Haoqi, who was covered in blue skin and whose Yuanshan fell into a deep sleep, The seventh elder sighed, it's the evil emperor saint. Evil emperor saint? Han Feng showed doubts. Han Feng's time in Jintian sect was too short, and he was concentrating on his cultivation. Where did he hear the name of the evil emperor saint? The seventh elder said, Elder Han, the evil emperor saint is the most powerful elder of the great elder faction, out. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Knowing that the ancient Xinghai clan had fallen to such a point, Han Feng also understood. The clan has not been completed like this, and if you maintain the pride of the ancient clan and keep away from contact with the outside world, it is undoubtedly self-destruction. Han Feng was extremely surprised. For Han Feng, the only ancient family known to have declined was the Xinglong family. But even the Xinglong family is much stronger than the current Zhenshenzong. Perhaps the middle and lower power Jintian sect is no worse than the Xinglong family, but the high-end power, Zhenshenzong, is far inferior to the Xinglong family. The Holy Dragon clan randomly dispatched a sanctuary small perfection, which was enough to destroy the heaven-shattering sect. Compared with the ancient Holy Sea clan, the Holy Dragon clan is undoubtedly much better. But what really surprised Han Feng was not the decline of the ancient Xinghai tribe, but the fall of the true God. True God is already the top existence in Forgotten Continent. And because of the characteristics of the Forgotten Continent, these true gods are basically in the early stage of the real god of a catastrophe, and none of the true gods have broken through to the middle stage of the true god of a catastrophe. Many true gods are of similar strength, and it is not very likely that they will fall by killing each other. How did the true gods fall? True God, Xuanhuan, is almost infinite. Han Feng asked his doubts, and the seventh elder also shook his head, this old man doesn't know either. Although Jintian sect is strong, it is nothing compared to the ancient family. Only the ancient family will be at the level of a true god. Some understand that if one of the founders of Jintian sect was not related to an ancient family disciple, he would not have known that the true god would also fall. As for how it fell, the disciple did not tell the founder. Naturally, I and the younger generation don't know either. Han Feng frowned and wanted to ask something, but finally gave up. The realm of the true God is still too far away for the current Han Feng. Instead of discussing how the true God fell, it is better to focus on the most critical things at the moment. Seventh elder, Yu Haoqi was harmed by the disciple of the evil emperor saint, and the evil emperor saint is also the elder Keqing of the great elder faction. It is obviously aimed at the juniors. Since Yu Haoqi was implicated by the juniors, please ask him. The seventh elder told the junior how to save Yu Haoqi. The seventh elder stroked his beard and said, no, it cannot be said that Yu Haoqi was implicated by Elder Han, you, and you. Even if there is no Elder Han, Yu Haoqi will have a catastrophe, and you should do something about Yu Haoqi, Elder Han. You should also understand the person that Yu Haoqi offended among the core disciples. Han Feng's eyes moved, the seventh elder said. Yes, the core disciple that Yu Haoqi offended at first was the disciple of the evil emperor saint. Because of the particularity and potential of the evil emperor saint, the evil emperor saint also has the right to select disciples in Jintian sect. Seventh elder replied. So it is, but if it wasn't for the younger generation, Yu Haoqi wouldn't suffer so quickly. He also asked the seventh elder to help. Han Feng didn't know what happened to Yu Haoqi, so he could only ask the seventh elder. The seventh elder gave a wry smile. If this old man could save him, he would have taken action long ago. What Yu Haoqi has in it is the Sea Emperor seal, developed by the evil emperor saint alone. The person in this seal turns blue all over, and his primordial spirit will also fall into the trap. After a full 49 days, the Emperor of the Sea will wake up automatically, but he will endure the pain and torment from his body and soul for 3 years. Kneel down in front of the evil Emperor and beg for mercy. Even if it lasts for 3 years, the qualifications will be greatly reduced due to 3 years of torture. and become a diseased seedling constitution. This is a seal developed by the evil sovereign saint to destroy geniuses. Except for the evil sovereign saint itself, no one else can remove this seal. Those people have calculated your exit time. You have entered the 18th floor of the small world just now, and said that as long as you enter the 18th floor of the small world this time to reach the center and fight against the evil emperor will win. The saint will take the initiative to unlock the seal of the sea emperor. Han Feng nodded slightly. Sure enough, fighting against you Chi is ultimately for me. As long as I win, will I unlock the sea emperor seal? Thinking of this, Han Feng got up and wanted to enter the small world. However, the seventh elder tried to stop him, only to hear the seventh elder quickly say, Elder Han, although the number of giant beasts on the 18th floor of the small world is not as many as the previous 17th floor, the strength of each giant beast has reached a large number. Sanctuary 9th layer realm is extremely powerful. Even Elder Han, it takes more than 2 days to fight to reach the center of the 18th floor. At that time, Elder Han, you were in a state of huge consumption, while the evil Emperor Saint was in its heyday. It is a great disadvantage for Elder Han. And the evil Emperor Saint itself is not an ordinary great sanctuary, Juzongshan. As a descendant of the Holy Sea ancient clan, the evil Emperor Saint has awakened the powerful bloodline of the Holy Sea ancient clan at the beginning, the Holy Sea evil Emperor. Although the awakened bloodline of this evil emperor is far from that of the top Holy Sea evil emperor, but for the evil emperor who is still in the realm of the great sanctuary, it is enough to explode a supernatural power far beyond the same level. Strong combat power. The evil Emperor Saint is already powerful. How can you resist you, who are at a great cost? Anyway, the Sea Emperor Seal is not a life-threatening threat to Chi. Why should you, Elder Han? Because Han Feng obtained a lot of grade 4 earthquake stones, in the eyes of the 7 elders and other sect masters, Han Feng is more important than Yu Haoqi. Even if Yu Haoqi is a core disciple. Han Feng didn't know that what the 7th elder said was correct. The other party just wanted him to rush to the core of the 18th floor of the small world. But let Han Feng watch Yu Haoqi, such a genius, be destroyed because of him. Han Feng can't do it. Even without him, Yu Haoqi would be made difficult in the future, but he would never be hit with the Sea Emperor seal like he is now. Han Feng stared at Yu Haoqi's forehead, where complex lines flashed. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng whispered, Evil Emperor Saint, you shouldn't provoke me. Immediately, Han Feng raised his head sharply, 7th elder, don't persuade me anymore, it just so happens that I also want to learn from the evil emperor. Okay. The 7th elder shook his head helplessly and led the small world at the core of the Xintian monument in front of Han Feng. On the 18th floor of the small world, Han Feng unfolded the void immortal body and the holy flame battle body, and at the same time merged into the Aurora Tsangyan. Now Han Feng is already at the 5th level of the great sanctuary, and just by displaying the void immortal body, his cultivation has skyrocketed beyond the 6th level of the great sanctuary. At the same time, the 6th layer of the holy flame battle body was superimposed, and Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed again, and it was close to the 8th layer of the great sanctuary. After Aurora Tsangyan was integrated into the void immortal body and the holy flame battle body, Han Feng's cultivation level has exceeded the realm of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. With the unique skills of the sanctuary, any giant beast in the 9-fold heaven of the great sanctuary cannot support 2 or 3 moves in Han Feng's hands. Even if the giant beasts unite, it will only take more time. Killing the giant beast head-to-head, Han Feng quickly flew to the 18th floor of the small world. On the 18th floor of the small world, Han Feng flew fast all the way. At this moment, Han Feng has accumulated countless shocking stones in his hands, including the 4th-level shocking stones, but Han Feng clearly feels that since his cultivation base has broken through to the 5th level of the great sanctuary, he will enter the 18th small world again. Layer, the probability of getting a magnitude 4 earthquake stone is not as great as before in the 18th layer of the small world. Now, the probability of getting a grade 4 earthquake stone on the 18th floor of the small world is the same as the probability of obtaining a grade 4 earthquake stone on the 17th floor of the small world when the Great Sanctuary 4th Heavenly Cultivation Base was in the past. Killing a giant beast of the Great Sanctuary, Xuanhuan again, the 9 flames and different fire techniques in Han Feng's body worked quickly, and the consumed Saint Yuan recovered at a very fast speed. While flying, Han Feng murmured, "Do you want to consume my power through these giant beasts? Unfortunately, you guys underestimate me too much. With my current level of the 5th level peak of the 9 flames and different fire art, my recovery speed is probably stronger than the average Great Sanctuary 9 heavens, between the Great Sanctuary 9 heavens and the Sanctuary peak. This kind of recovery speed is only on the basis of my cultivation base of the 5th layer of the Great Sanctuary. My recovery ability is extremely amazing. At the core of the 18th floor of the small world, at the entrance to the 19th floor, a huge white beam of light shot straight into the sky. Under the beam of light, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe closed his eyes and stood there quietly. There was no one around the man, and even the strongest man closest to the man was at least a few thousand meters away. Even if they are from the same faction as the Great Elders, the eyes of these powerhouses looking at the purple-robed man are full of dread and fear. This purple-robed man is the evil Emperor Saint. The Great Elders and the Great Sanctuary around them transmit voices to each other. I really didn't expect the Great Elder to let the evil Emperor Saint take action so quickly. That can't be helped. That surnamed Han's strength is indeed powerful. Yeah, when did you become so perverted? There was already a Prince Yun, and another surnamed Han came. Don't talk about Prince Yun anymore. He is basically useless. As long as the surnamed Han is still alive, the shadow will not dissipate. As I see it, Prince Yun will have limited achievements in the peak level of the sanctuary in the future. Yes, but it's a pity Prince Yun. I'd like to see it now. How did the surnamed Han resist the evil Emperor Saint? The ordinary Great Sanctuary, Xuanhuan, is as weak as a child in front of the evil Emperor Saint. Among the sound transmissions of the Great Sanctuary, the purple-robed man suddenly opened his eyes, and the powerful aura of the peak of the ninefold heaven of the Great Sanctuary surged out like a tsunami. In the imposing manner of the purple-robed man, all the Great Sanctuary warriors felt a burst of shock. However, at the same time as they were shocked, these great sanctuaries also excitedly followed the eyes of the purple-robed man and looked into the distance. That guy, is he finally here? Han Feng has noticed the purple-robed man under the beam of light. The two were facing each other from a distance, and the two attributes of water and fire suddenly collided, and there were bursts of explosions in the void. The purple-robed man said lightly, "Han Feng?" Han Feng did not show weakness and looked at the purple-robed man, "Evil Emperor Saint?" In an instant, the two confirmed each other's identities. The evil sovereign slowly ascended into the sky, and said in a calm voice, "This seat has already learned everything about you from the elders, and you are qualified to be my opponent. It's a pity that a genius like you is going to die now. In the hands of this seat. You shouldn't be against the great elder." Han Feng smiled coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, since you want to kill me, show your real skills, otherwise." Han Feng sneered again. The evil Emperor Saint's expression remained unchanged. From the evil Emperor Saint's point of view, Han Feng was already dead. Have something to say to the dead. The evil Emperor Saint sighed in his tone, "I wanted you to live a little longer. If you are courting death yourself, don't blame me." Hundreds of rivers gather. In the void behind the evil Emperor Saint, hundreds of rivers of Saint Yuan gathered together, with a great momentum, and then these Saint Yuan rivers rushed to Han Feng, overwhelming the sky. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Void Immortal Body, congeal. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. Boom boom boom. Han Feng's aura continued to rise, and soon surpassed the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. Its majestic aura made the great sanctuary warriors who were originally watching the show stunned. Lotus smashing fist. A flaming lotus bloomed and burst into a terrifying firestorm. All the Xuanhuan rivers were involved in the flame storm. The evil sovereign saint's face condensed. I underestimate you. It is the first time in my life that you can improve your cultivation. If you are already in the late stage of the great sanctuary, perhaps this seat will really be destroyed. You defeated. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is only the fifth heaven of the great sanctuary. Don't think that you are the only one who will improve your cultivation. Holy See Evil Emperor, congeal. Boom. The body and face of the evil Emperor Saint did not change much, but some mysterious blue runes appeared on his face. But the aura of the evil Emperor Saint gave people a completely different feeling. Previously, the aura of the evil Emperor Saint gave people a powerful and majestic look. And now it is evil and unfathomable. That kind of majestic malice, the surrounding powerhouses were slightly shrouded, as if they were in hell. Han Feng, who was shrouded in the most malicious aura, felt even more ferocious and terrifying at the moment of the evil Emperor Saint. Demonstrating the body of the evil Emperor of the Holy See, the cultivation of the evil Emperor Saint also surpassed the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. If it weren't for the huge gap between the great sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary, the aura of the evil Emperor Saint would have already reached the peak level of the sanctuary. For this reason, the aura of the evil Emperor Saint is also infinitely close to the peak level of the sanctuary. It is also beyond the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Obviously there are lows and highs. Slightly beyond the great sanctuary Juzangshan and infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary, the latter can still easily defeat the former. Obviously, the current evil Emperor Saint is stronger than Han Feng. Tidal Fury. A heavy wave of tidal waves rose up, rushing out. After the evil Emperor Saint's cultivation level was improved, the evil Emperor Saint's attack was even more terrifying. Holy Flame Emperor Fist. The Emperor Phantom roared, and the fire fist erupted. When the flames and the tides touched, thick water vapor filled the entire space. Brush. When the water vapor filled the air, Han Feng and the evil Emperor Saint turned into 2 meteors and collided quickly. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The two of them kept hitting each other with fists and feet, completely head to head. It's amazing to have mastered the secret skills of the middle-grade high-grade sanctuary at a very young age. During the collision, the evil Emperor Sage first praised, and then his face became serious. Because of this, you will die here today. No one knows better than the evil sovereign saint how terrifying a genius grows up. If it is said that the evil emperor killed Han Feng at the beginning only because of the order of the elder, then now he really has the intention to kill. Not killing Han Feng here, the evil emperor saint knows that once Han Feng grows up, it will be a disaster for the current family. Boom. The evil emperor sage punched hard, and Han Feng shook his body and shot backwards. No matter how Han Feng's cultivation base skyrocketed, his body strength was not at the level of that skyrocketing. With the auroric Song Yen surrounding his body, Han Feng was able to resist the evil Emperor Saint at first, but after a long time, he fell into a disadvantage. The third one. Thank you for the great reward from the Peak of Star Saints. Amazed face, /. Han Feng was knocked flying by a punch, and his body was churning for a while. The evil Emperor Saint took this opportunity to quickly surge Saint Yuan. Evil Emperor Spear. The endless water holy essence condensed a huge vortex in the sky, and the vortex gathered in the hands of the evil emperor, forming a long spear, and threw it fiercely. The spear flew straight to Han Feng, and even the space was vaguely pierced, and ripples appeared. Oops! Han Feng folded his hands in front of him, and auroric Song Yen rushed out. At the same time, Xing Yuan continued to output, consolidating the holy flame armor covering his body. Click! Hearing a crisp sound, the armor on Han Feng's arms shattered. Puff. Han Feng vomited blood and was hit, and his armor was torn apart. But the last defense of the armor is to resist the evil emperor's spear after all, otherwise Han Feng's body is likely to be directly pierced now. The evil emperor smirked evilly. This is not dead? It's really like a tortoise. But your tortoise shell has now been broken by the seat, and the next step is your death. The holy sea is soaring. The suffocating coercion swept out, forming a terrifying sea storm, swallowing the entire space, like doomsday. Seeing all this, the surrounding warriors all gasped, full of astonishment, and their bodies trembled. This kind of sanctuary secret knowledge, I am afraid it has almost reached the top level of the middle-grade high-grade sanctuary secret knowledge. With the cultivation of the evil emperor's saints infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary, the outbreak of this blow is comparable to the sanctuary peak. These great sanctuaries were shocked. If they faced such an attack, they would have absolutely no power to resist. Han Feng calmed down the injuries in his body, and his pupils shrank when he saw the storm of the sea in space. It's so strong. Even if it is the peak of the sanctuary, you have to be cautious in the face of such attacks. This evil emperor saint has a combat power comparable to the peak of the sanctuary. No wonder, the 7 elders commented on the evil emperor saint. So high. The 9 heavens of the great sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary. Don't look at the gap of only one layer of heaven, in fact, it is very different. This is like the gap between the heaven and the sanctuary, reaching an incredible level. To be able to narrow such a gap to none, the terrifyingness of the evil emperor saint is obvious. Die. The evil sovereign saint looked at Han Feng indifferently, as if looking at a dead man. The fierce, surging, and roaring sea storm blasted towards Han Feng as if it was about to break through the entire space. Han Feng took a deep breath, and a roar at Xuanhuan immediately condensed 3 flaming lotus flowers. It is the second realm of Lotus Smashing Fist. At present, Han Feng's mastery of the middle-grade sanctuary secrets includes Xingyan Hongtian Boxing, Xingyan Emperor Boxing, the 6th level of Burning Heaven Emperor's Respect Finger, the 2nd level of Lotus Explosive Boxing, and the 3rd level of Duba Zhentian Boxing. Since Duba Zhentianquan was promoted to the top-grade sanctuary, Han Feng divided Duba Zhentianquan into 6 levels. The 1st to 3rd levels correspond to the middle-grade low-grade, middle-grade, and middle-grade high-grade sanctuary secrets, respectively. The 4th to 6th levels correspond to high-grade low-grade, high-grade medium, and high-grade sanctuary secrets. These middle-grade and high-grade sanctuary secrets, except for Xingyan Hongtian Boxing, which is only in the middle stage of the 6th layer, is not considered to be the top middle-grade high-grade sacred secrets. The others are almost all top-notch. Even if they are not, they are second only to the top middle-grade good quality. It stands to reason that the power of these sanctuary skills is similar, but when the flaming lotus flower of the Lotus Smashing Fist is purely condensed by Aurora Xuanhuan, its power has exceeded the middle-grade and high-grade sanctuary skills. Especially now that the power of Aurora Xuanhuan has greatly increased, the power of the condensed flaming lotus is naturally stronger. The 3 lotus flowers exploded in the storm of the sea, and the flames soaring to the sky were roaring like giant beasts. However, the storm of the sea is too powerful. Not to mention that the Holy Sea Tianxiangpo was originally a top-level middle-grade high-grade sanctuary, and it was the evil sovereign saint itself, and it was an existence that was infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary. The explosion of the flame lotus did have a great impact on the storm of the sea, but it still failed to break through the storm of the sea. Rao is so, Han Feng's performance also surprised the great sanctuary in the distance. Okay, such a terrifying power, it almost broke through the attack of the evil emperor saint. This kid is too strong. It is no wonder that the great elder will directly let the evil emperor saint take action. I remember that this kid was only in the early stage of the 4th level of the great sanctuary when he became the elder Keqing. How long has it been since the first day of promotion? The speed is too fast. Yeah, at this rate, it won't be long before this kid's strength will be enough for the evil Emperor Saint to be unable to deal with it. Now it is the best time for the evil Emperor Saint to take action. The evil Emperor Saint's attack on himself was almost broken, and his face finally changed. But it was almost broken, wasn't it still not broken? Saint Yuan poured out of the evil Emperor Saint's body, and the originally unstable storm of the sea swept up again and continued to blast towards Han Feng. Fusion, Holy Flame strikes the sky. Fusion, Holy Flame Emperor Fist. The degree of integration between Xingyan Hongtian Fist and Aurora Tsangyan is 10%. Although Xingyan Hongtian Fist is only in the middle stage of the 6th layer, it is only medium in the middle grade high-level sacred arts. But 100% of the fusion Aurora Tsangyan, the power is even better than the Lotus Bursting Fist. The integration of Holy Flame Emperor Fist and Aurora Tsangyan is not high, at least not as high as Xingyan Hongtian Fist and Aurora Tsangyan. However, the Holy Flame Emperor Fist is already close to the top-level middle grade and high-grade sacred secrets. After integrating with Aurora Tsangyan, the power is still stronger than the integrated Holy Flame Hongtian Fist. As soon as the two killer moves came out, the situation was surging, and the world changed. The entire space formed a fierce collision of the storm of the sea and the wave of fire, and a terrifying bombardment broke out continuously. Some of the weaker great sanctuaries couldn't help but quickly retreat to the extreme, and then silently said leave 3 times and disappeared into the small world. Now the fluctuation of the battle here has made them feel scared. At the core of the 18th floor of the small world, the fierce battle continues. After the first flaming giant fist and the storm of the sea cancelled each other out, the storm of the sea has disappeared, and before the evil emperor can output the holy Yuan, the emperor fist that follows will destroy the remaining sea of the sea. The storm was completely defeated, and there was even the remaining power to fight back against the evil Emperor Saint. See Emperor Star. The evil Emperor Saint waved his arms hastily, and the ocean stars blocked in front of the evil Emperor Saint. Boom boom boom. Rumbling. One by one, the ocean stars exploded, gradually blocking the Emperor Fire Fist. Everything gradually subsided, and the evil Emperor Saint and Han Feng resumed their confrontation again. Taking a deep breath, the evil Emperor Saint resisted the surging killing intent. Who is your excellency? The strength displayed by Han Feng is too different, which makes the evil Emperor Saint cannot help but suspect the identity behind Han Feng. Now that the family has completely declined, even some slightly stronger third-rank empires are inferior. If you get into any power that is not worse than Zhenchenzong, then the consequences. Fourth more. The original plan for today was 6 and 15,000 words, but now it seems impossible. The cabbage did not expect that there would be someone pretending to be cabbage today, and even shamelessly added cabbage to QQ, even saying that the cabbage pretended to be him. He wrote all the supreme saints and 9 flames, and he also liked to eat cabbage. Being able to be shameless on this is really eye-opening. Cabbage was so angry that she didn't know what to code. Before this person was planning to join the ordinary group, I really don't know what this person thought. Bai Cai rejected this person and deleted it. Anyway, Bai Cai hopes that this person will not disturb Bai Cai again. These days, people will come looking for trouble if they want to code quietly. Tong Tian Holy Brick. Han Feng was a little stunned, but he didn't expect the other party to be concerned about the power behind him. My family knows their own affairs. What power is behind them? Han family? Ray's house? Any power placed in the central continent will not enter the stream. Han Feng's figure paused. Since the evil Emperor Saint is concerned about the power behind him, is he going to talk about it? But soon Han Feng threw this idea away, and he and the Great Elder were completely opposed to each other. Unless he joined the Great Elder faction, the Great Elder's hatred of him would only increase day by day. The elder asterisk had to take another shot. Instead, it is better to solve the other party now. What's more, Yuhachi Emperor Seal still needs the solution from the evil Emperor Saint. The later the delay, the greater the impact on Yuhachi's qualifications. Thinking of this, Han Feng did not have any verbal explanation, and took the lead. Fusion, Holy Flame Emperor Fist. Okay, I wanted to spare your life, but now it seems that this seat is too kind. The evil emperor was furious with Han Feng's hand. Even if he is concerned about the forces behind Han Feng's attitude seems to be that he does not intend to end it like this. The holy sea is soaring. Boom. It was like the constant collision of two meteorites, and there were rumbling sounds everywhere. For a while, the two were evenly matched. The evil Emperor Saint wanted to drag Han Feng down, but soon the evil Emperor Saint realized that the speed of the other party's recovery of Saint Yuan was no slower than him. God! This guy is actually on a par with the evil Emperor Saint. How is this possible? Could it be that I have hallucinations? The evil Emperor's attack at the moment is comparable to the peak of the sanctuary. How can this kid be so strong? The great sanctuary, watching the battle all around, could not accept that the evil Emperor Saint and Han Feng were tied. Han Feng's mouth suddenly revealed a strange smile. Fusion, Burning Heaven Emperor's esteemed finger. Boom. The sky rolled away the vortex of flames. From the vortex of flames, a hegemonic aura that seemed to come from the ancient world came crashing down, and a giant flame finger passed through the vortex of flames and pressed against the evil Emperor Saint. This flaming giant finger gives the visual impression that it is very slow, very slow, very slow. However, in fact, the flaming giant finger pressed on the storm of the sea at an extremely fast speed, directly crushing the originally consumed storm. The giant finger of flame locks the evil Emperor Saint, making the evil Emperor Saint feel that he is exposed to everything and has nothing to hide. Emperor Fan Tian's esteem refers to the 6th level, which is originally the top-level middle-grade high-grade holy domain secret knowledge, and its fusion degree with Aurora Tsangyan is even higher than that of the Holy Flame Emperor Fist. The 6th level Fenchen Emperor's reverend finger, the power is only higher than that of the Holy Flame Emperor Fist, and the degree of fusion is also higher. The power that finally erupts is naturally beyond the Holy Flame Emperor Fist after the fusion of Aurora Tsangyan. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, Chi was stunned. The impression of the evil Emperor Saints over the years has always been the overlord of the great sanctuary, almost equivalent to the strongest under the peak of the sanctuary, and even enough to compete with the peak of the sanctuary whose realm is unstable and has just been promoted. But such a powerful existence is now being pressed and beaten by the juniors who have just had some fame in Jintian sect. In the original assessment, it was well known that Han Feng was less than 500 years old. Less than 500 years old, in the eyes of these 1,000-year-old guys, they are indeed juniors. If they knew that Han Feng was less than 50 now, they would be even more uproared and shocked. It can't go on like this. Suddenly, a halberd appeared in the hands of the evil sovereign saint who was being oppressed, and a strong aura burst out. High-grade holy artifact. Han Feng has a powerful holy artifact, Tong Tian holy brick and a blood-drinking dragon knife in his hands. Han Feng is naturally very familiar with the aura of the powerful sacred artifact. In an instant, Han Feng judged that the halberd that appeared in the hands of the evil emperor was a middle-grade sacred artifact, or a very high-grade middle-grade and high-grade sacred artifact. Even among the middle-grade and high-grade holy artifacts, it is an extremely powerful existence. No matter what forces are behind you, you have to die today. Break! Boom boom boom. With the battle halberd in the hands of the evil Emperor Saint as the center, a circle of air waves surged out violently, and it was able to resist the flame giant finger, but did not immediately blast it down. I finally used the middle-grade holy artifact. I really didn't expect that kid to force the evil emperor to such a degree. Hey, but since the middle grade holy artifact has been taken out, the result is already doomed. Yes, with bare hands, that kid will definitely not be the opponent of the evil Emperor Saint. How rare are the middle grade holy artifacts? How many of us are there? Not to mention, they are close to the top among the middle grade holy artifacts. If that kid has such a precious holy artifact, I will insert my eyes and explode my own balls. A great sanctuary vowed. The surrounding warriors exclaimed in a low voice. As the Great Elder faction, no one wanted Han Feng to win. Once Han Feng wins and defeats the strongest Elder Kaching of the Great Elder faction, it means that in the small world, Han Feng is the strongest. At that time, their arrogant days in the small world will be gone forever, or in other words, the small world will become the world of the suzerain. For a time, many great sanctuaries were cheering the evil Emperor Saint in their hearts. Boy, you should feel honored to die under my broken wave halberd. Breaking waves, halberd combat skills, breaking waves, starlight. The dazzling waves, like starlight, seemed to come from the distant sky, mighty, and the space vibrated. Thousands of breaking waves swept away like a group of stars, hitting the giant finger of flame one after another. Boom. Boom. Click. Suddenly, the surface of the flaming giant finger cracked with dense cracks, and the next moment it collapsed directly. The evil sovereign saint had a grinning face. Saint Yuan poured out from his body continuously, and the weight-breaking halberd in his hand erupted with more powerful power. Han Feng quickly retreated, but he was still enveloped by a suffocating pressure. No one noticed that a small golden light burst out in the sky, shattering starlight. Han Feng dodged in embarrassment, and was rubbed by some breaking waves and stars from time to time, and he was immediately injured. Humph, I want to see how long you can hide. The evil Emperor Saint couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he didn't kill Han Feng for a while. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. More and more wave-breaking stars hit Han Feng, and at the same time, more waves like starlight caught up with Han Feng, and they surrounded Han Feng, like a murderer who was about to open his fangs and smash Han Feng with one bite. The wind devours. Some warriors showed the look of the overall situation. Surrounded by so many waves and stars, no one thought that Han Feng could still escape. Having been hit by more than a dozen waves before, these warriors believe that the surnamed Han must be seriously injured, and if he is swallowed up at this moment, he will surely die. But at this moment, the evil Emperor Saint on the other side felt a deadly threat rising from the bottom of his heart. Impossible. This kid has been raped by me to this point. What would make me feel such a threat? Although he didn't quite believe the bad feeling that rose in his heart, he was able to become the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. A strong man who is not far from the peak of the sanctuary, trusts his intuition more than what he thinks. Immediately, the evil sovereign saint gave up the killing move against Han Feng, and used all the wave-breaking starlight for defense first. At the same time, the golden light was flourishing in the void, and a golden giant mountain that people looked up to fell from the sky, slamming into the top of the waves and stars. In an instant, the endless gust of wind carried the golden light, and the sea waves tossed, and bombarded all around. The task was not completed yesterday. First, something made the cabbage in a bad mood. Some readers may know that the author's coding is very affected by his mood. If he is in a bad mood, it is difficult to code any excellent works. Second, it has something to do with it. To be honest, I was really angry at the time, but it wasn't to the point where I couldn't eat, but I always thought about this matter, like it was stuck in my throat, and the quality of the code was average. Yesterday, I watched some episodes in the 4th quarter, and I looked at them today, and some were not satisfied, but they were all coded, and I couldn't change them. The task was not completed yesterday, but continued today, as if the updates of number 1 and number 2 were reversed. Shows its power. This golden giant mountain is a huge holy brick. The Tongtian sacred brick is also a middle-grade high-grade holy weapon, and it is also a very high-level existence in the middle-grade high-grade. Its power is only stronger than that of the wave-breaking halberd. Boom boom boom. A wave of golden air waves and turbulent waves of the sea raged, and some of the great sanctuaries that were a little closer were directly involved, and some of the great sanctuaries were directly annihilated. This shocked and frightened many warriors, watching from a distance. At first, they were puzzled by the evil emperor's sudden holding back, but the moment the golden giant mountain appeared, they understood everything. At the same time as they understood, a deep shock also rose from the bottom of their hearts. This is a middle-grade holy artifact. It is not difficult to understand that the evil emperor saint can possess such a holy artifact at the level of the great sanctuary. No matter how it declines, it is still an ancient family after all. The so-called dead camel is bigger than a horse. The heritage left by the Haigu people today is still not comparable to ordinary forces. But why does this surnamed Han also have a middle-grade high-grade holy artifact? The martial artist who said that Han Feng would cut his eggs with his eyes if he had a middle-grade holy weapon, didn't dare to say a word at this time. He just felt a gust of cold air rise. The evil emperor saint was very frightened at the moment. He thought that if he took out the wave-breaker halberd, he would be able to solve the opponent. Unexpectedly, the other party also had a powerful middle-grade and high-grade holy weapon, and judging from its power, compared to his own wave-breaker halberd, it was actually only as strong or not. Damn it! The evil emperor saint was suffocated. In the great sanctuary level, the evil emperor saint has always been the leader of the same level. The evil sovereign saint believes that there are few people below the peak of the sanctuary who can surpass him, but now he is oppressed to such an extent by those who only have the fifth-layered heaven of the great sanctuary. It takes more Saint Yuan to mobilize the middle-grade high-grade holy artifact than to cast the middle-grade high-grade holy domain secret knowledge. I don't believe that this guy can really support it all the time. And this strange hill holy artifact is even more distant, and the consumption is even more amazing. Breaking waves, halberd combat skills, breaking waves, starlight. Humph. Han Feng snorted lightly, controlling the holy brick to smash the evil emperor saint continuously. The evil sovereign saint quickly turned ugly. He found that he underestimated the power of this golden giant mountain. As long as his wave-breaking starlight is a little weaker, he is almost unable to defend against it. But after using most of the wave-breaking starlight to resist the golden giant mountain, the part that can be separated can't pose too much threat to Han Feng at all. It can be seen from the relaxed state of Han Feng dodging now. All around, those who dared to continue watching the battle were almost all of the same level. The weaker ones either left in fear, or were bombarded by the previous fluctuations. Because it is relatively powerful at the same level, the eyesight is naturally unmatched by ordinary people. These warriors could see that the situation of the evil emperor saint was gradually getting worse, and the Libra of victory began to tilt towards Han Feng. No matter how you look at it, Han Feng doesn't look like Saint Yuan has consumed a huge amount of successors. The evil sovereign saint looked gloomy and uncertain, and suddenly seemed to have made some kind of decision. He threw the wave-breaker halberd fiercely in his hand, and slammed into the holy brick of the sky like a meteor. The power of the wave-breaker directly knocked the holy brick into the sky, but at the same time, the wave-breaker itself also had a few cracks. The vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth rushed towards the evil emperor saint, and the remaining Saint Yuan of the evil emperor saint also surged. The space near the evil emperor saint seems to be boiling, constantly fluctuating violently. The evil emperor saint burst out with an aura that made all the great sanctuaries feel palpitations. This is a sign of using the unique skills of the high-grade sanctuary. Han Feng's face became serious. The top-grade sanctuary is a powerful secret that only the peak of the sanctuary can exert its full power. How terrifying the power is. Even if the evil Emperor Saint can't exert all the power of the high-grade sanctuary's secret knowledge, only a part of it is fatal to the great sanctuary. The evil sovereign saint said coldly, being able to force this seat to such a degree, in the great sanctuary, you are the first that this seat has encountered. Unfortunately, you will soon fall under the unique skills of this seat. This move is a high-grade and low-grade sacred art that I have learned from the Xintian stone. Restricted by my cultivation, my ability is limited, but even so, it is not something that can compete with a middle-grade holy artifact. What? The evil sovereign saints have realized the unique skills of the high-grade sanctuary. When did the evil Emperor Saint realize it? We don't know at all. I'm afraid that the evil Emperor deliberately concealed it, so we don't know the slightest bit of news. I even doubt whether the elders know about it now. Whether the elders know it or not, I only know that the evil sovereign saint will win now. High-grade sanctuary secret art, the power surpasses that of middle grade by too much, even if only part of the power of high-grade sanctuary secret art can be exerted, the lethality caused by it is extremely astonishing. The storm of the Sea of Stars breaks. The evil Emperor Sage shouted loudly, and heavy waves swept out, and the waves contained extremely profound vibrational power. Wherever the waves pass, the space collapses. Under the shock and awe of the top-grade sacred knowledge, Tong Tian's sacred brick couldn't get close to it for a while. Han Feng's body was extremely cold. Not good. Sensing the stiffness of his body, Han Feng bit his tongue violently. The pain of the tongue made Han Feng regain his mobility. As soon as he shot, the blood-drinking dragon knife appeared in Han Feng's hand. Han Feng whispered, "It seems that this is your last resort, so I don't need to keep it." At the beginning of the battle, Han Feng did not use all his strength, just wanted to force out the opponent's means step by step. If the opponent is within the range that can be dealt with, then the last shot is a sharp method, and the opponent can be killed. If you find that the opponent's strength is too strong to compete, then you can only break out the strongest blow to escape, and fight again when the strength is stronger in the future. If you use the strongest means as soon as you come up, it will be better to kill the opponent, but if not, then the opponent is vigilant, and it is basically impossible to escape. After all, if you want to lead the small world, you must be in a non-combat state. Now, since Han Feng has determined that the evil Emperor Saint has almost exhausted his strength, naturally, he will not have any more hands. Blood-drinking dragons die. The blood-drinking flying dragon knife is already the 7th form of the blood-drinking 9 dragon knife, and it is a real high-grade holy artifact. High-grade and low-grade holy artifacts are even stronger than high-grade and low-grade sacred arts. Han Feng uses blood to control the blood-drinking dragon knife, even if it is not able to exert 10% of its power, at least most of it. What's more, what Han Feng used was the most powerful ultimate move of the blood-drinking 9 dragons sword, blood-drinking 9 dragons extermination. Even more powerful than the evil Emperor Saint, the blood dragon that covered the sky and the sun made the warriors of the Great Elders faction tremble. Impossible. The evil Emperor Saint panicked. He had always acted indifferently before, that was because the evil sovereign saint had always had a backup move. However, now that the evil Emperor Holy Core has used the last move, and there is no more trump card, in the face of such a crisis, how can the evil Emperor Saint not panic? What if the vibration force is strong, in the face of overwhelming strength, no matter how strong the vibration force is, it will be swallowed up. The blood dragon roared in the sky, and its body collapsed suddenly, turning into a blood-colored blade like a torrential rain. Like a storm, all the shaking waves were rolled in, torn and shattered. Second more. Happy Dragon Boat Festival everyone. Oh, ___, oh. No. The evil Emperor Saint felt that death was approaching, roared unwillingly, and wanted to escape from this place. But the evil sovereign saint forgot that he was in a fighting state now, and no matter how he recited leave in his heart, he would not be able to leave this small world. If you want to survive, you have to fight hard. The warriors around also found out that something was wrong, and immediately recited leave in order to leave this world. However, except for a small number of people who left, most of them were swallowed by the blood-colored blade storm before they finished reading, and lost their lives. Most of the dignified great sanctuaries have cultivated for more than 1,000 years to reach this state. In other places, these great sanctuaries are all famous, and they are considered as overlords, and no one dares to provoke them. But now, they have fallen silent here. And he wasn't killed head-on, he was just caught up in the aftermath of the battle. This way of dying made the swallowed great sanctuary full of unwillingness before dying. But no matter how willingly, death is death, and this ending will not change in any way. If there are people who sell regret medicine in the world, these people must be eager to buy some, and then choose to leave between watching the game again or leaving early. Hoo-hoo. After killing the evil emperor, Han Feng was extremely pale and panting. The blood-drinking dragon knife is a high-grade holy weapon. Although Han Feng's combat power is strong, it is still a great burden for Han Feng to urge the high-grade holy weapon. With just one blow, the Saint Yuan in Han Feng's body was almost exhausted, which is why Han Feng didn't immediately use the blood-drinking dragon saber when he came up. If the power of the evil sovereign saint is not something that the blood-drinking flying dragon knife can compete with, Han Feng, who has no strength to fight again after one blow, will be easily beheaded by the evil sovereign saint for no reason. Fortunately, the evil emperor saint was not that strong. After recovering silently for a long time, Han Feng finally dodged and left the small world. Outside the small world, the seventh elder waited anxiously, while on the other side, the first elder had a relaxed smile. In the view of the great elder, there is no chance that Han Feng will be spared if the evil emperor saint takes action. However, with the passage of time, when many great elders and martial artists came out in a hurry, a bad feeling arose in the hearts of the great elders. What's going on? The elder couldn't help but grab one of them and asked. Big. Great elder. This warrior came out before the blood-colored blade storm hit. Naturally, he knew the power of the blood-colored blade storm, and he also guessed that the evil emperor saint was about to fall. When the elder learned all of this, it was like being struck by lightning, and he immediately shouted, "Impossible! The evil emperor is a first-class powerhouse, below the peak of the sanctuary. How can he be hit by the middle stage of the mere great sanctuary? Beat!" The elders couldn't believe all this. The reason why the great elder faction can overwhelm the sect master faction is because of the evil emperor saint. As long as there is the evil emperor saint, the small world is the world of the great elder faction. For so many years, the evil sovereign saint did not know how many first and second level shock stones, even the third level shock stones, would be obtained every once in a while. Without the evil emperor saint, in the future. On the contrary, the faction of the other suzerain is very likely to get more and higher quality shocking stones. In the middle of the great sanctuary, hunting giant beasts on the 18th floor of the small world, I want to know how rich the harvest will be. Impossible. The old man doesn't believe it. The elder was still numbing himself. On the contrary, the seventh elder was both surprised and delighted. The seven elders were not optimistic about Han Feng's actions at all. The evil emperor saint's near invincibility in the great sanctuary level has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Who would have thought that he would be defeated now, or even be directly bombarded? The seventh elder did not think that those warriors were lying. In the face of the great elder, the peak of the sanctuary, the 9 heavens, if these warriors lied and deceived the great elder, it was courting death. I can't think of it, this elder Han's combat power will be so amazing. It's still the 5th layer of the great sanctuary. If it breaks through to the 9th layer of the great sanctuary in the future, what level of combat power will it reach? I'm afraid of the ordinary sanctuary. The peak 1 and 2 layers will also be killed by Elder Han. Thinking of this, the seventh elder shook his head again. I'm really dizzy. No matter how strong Elder Han is, how can the gap between the peak of the sanctuary and the great sanctuary be so easy to cross? It is only the domain suppression of the peak of the sanctuary. It's enough to suppress Elder Han so that he can't fight back. However, it is very likely that Elder Han's combat power will be hard to find in the great sanctuary. While countless people were watching, another figure came from the core of Xintian Monument. Seeing this figure, the seventh elder instantly smiled, while the first elder was completely gloomy. This figure is Han Feng. Death. The result of the fall of the evil sovereign saint was a huge blow to the great elder, and he even ignored it for a while, and wanted to kill Han Feng. Boom. The entire space was immediately enveloped by a majestic killing intent, and the hellish aura caused everyone's complexion to change greatly. The smile on the seventh elder's face was instantly replaced by anger. Elder dare. Boom boom boom. The seventh elder and the first elder touched each other, and the terrifying aura swept out like a demon of destruction. Puff puff. Many great sanctuaries were bombarded and vomited blood. Han Feng did not expect that the great elder would attack him when he was extremely angry. Even if he defended in time, the energy fluctuations in the battle between the peaks of the sanctuary were still not something that Han Feng could easily contend with. Han Feng was seriously injured by the blast. Originally, Han Feng and the evil emperor were not injured when they fought, and now they are even more injured. Puff. The seventh elder is only the eighth heaven at the peak of the sanctuary, and is far from the opponent of the great elder. The first elder was still in the sky, but the seventh elder was spitting blood and retreating again and again. For this reason, the seventh elder still stood in front of Han Feng and scolded, "Great elder, do you want to break the rules of my heaven-shattering sect? Dare to confront Elder Han's opponent. This old man will kill all the elders of your great elder faction today." The great elder, the elder Kaching, who had just recovered his strength, looked terrified when he heard the words. The great elder looked stiff, and the killing intent that spewed out gradually subsided, and said stiffly, "Sorry, the old man is rude." Seeing the first elder recover, the seventh elder also breathed a sigh of relief. If they really killed each other's elder Kaching, the matter would be so serious that it would be irreversible, unless people from both factions stopped entering the small world. But in that case, the Xintian sect will eventually lose its own root, the mystery of shock. If it goes on like this, it will definitely fall. Whether it is the domineering Great Elder faction or the moderate Sect Master faction, they are unwilling to let this result happen. In the past, the Sect Master's faction lost so many Kaching elders without saying anything. Now, after the first elder vented his anger for a while, he had to endure it. "Let's go," the great elder said coldly, leading his own faction to leave first. After the great elder's faction all disappeared, the heavy coercion of the space disappeared. Elder Kaching, who belonged to the Sect Master's faction, breathed a sigh of relief, and some even slumped to the ground, showing a look of happiness. The first. "Thank you for the big reward." Amazed face, / It can only be said that there have been too many unlucky things this year. Yesterday, the power was cut off at a critical moment. Are you going to worship the Buddha? Make up as much as you can today. If you can't make it up, continue to make up tomorrow. Sanctuary. The seventh elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked with concern, "Elder Han, how is your injury? Why don't you go and treat your injury first?" The rest of the sect masters sent elders Kaching to see that the seventh elders were so concerned about Han Feng but left them aside, and they couldn't help but feel a little unwilling in their hearts, but they soon disappeared. Yes, this elder Han not only brought a lot of shocking stones, but also has such super powerful combat power that even the evil emperor saint was killed. The seventh elder should value Elder Han first. Jealous. Han Feng is stronger, and it is also of great benefit to them. A strong force will always be respected by people. If Han Feng is just an ordinary sanctuary, these elders and elders of Keqing have to unite to stumble Han Feng and crowd out Han Feng. After all, they are not alone in the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. But after Han Feng showed his strong combat power, everything was different. And Han Feng's current cultivation base is only the 5th heaven of the great sanctuary. With the cultivation base of the middle stage of the great sanctuary, the powerful great sanctuary Zhuzangshan, the evil emperor saint, was killed, which means that as long as it is not an idiot, it is clear. Such a genius with a promising future and extraordinary combat power, it would be better if he didn't make friends at this time. It's just a pity that with 7 elders around, they have to hold back if they want to make friends with Han Feng. Han Feng reluctantly recovered his internal injuries, so he nodded and said, "Then the junior will treat the injury first. After the injury is recovered, the junior will go to remove the Sea Emperor seal." The 7th elder was startled. Isn't the evil emperor slaughtered to pieces? How did Elder Han find out the solution? Han Feng just smiled mysteriously without saying a word. The 7th elder looked embarrassed, knowing that this was Han Feng's secret, so he stopped asking, but sent Han Feng back in person. The rest of the elders, Keqing, could only watch the 7th elder and Han Feng leave, looking at each other. Cough cough. One of the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention, and said, "I think we should leave. If we want to make friends with Elder Han, we should wait for Elder Han to recover from his injuries." Now disturbing the other party, the Elder Han has a little sequelae and has not had time to recover, so it is not a friendship but a revenge. Everyone suddenly woke up and nodded again and again. Indeed, now that Elder Han is still injured, it is indeed not a good time for them to make friends. Somewhere in the back mountain of Xintian sect, Chai Hong and Wen Feng were doing something that made people blush. After a long time, Chai Hong let out a soothing cry and let it out. Wen Feng's body trembled, and something came out. Shrinking in Chai Hong's arms, Wen Feng said coquettishly, "Senior brother, when will we hold the engagement banquet?" Chai Hong patted Wen Feng's delicate body and smiled. "What's the hurry? The master is about to come out," and then asked the master to see when the master is free. "Okay, let's go, it's not good to be seen." After being told by Chai Hong, Wen Feng immediately got up and put on her clothes. Chai Hong laughed. "It must be the master who solved the problem with the surname Han, now let's go." Wen Feng smiled. Yu Haoqi, who had already been stepped on by her, suddenly rose up. It was false that Wen Feng was not anxious. After all, before he came to Xintian sect, Yu Haoqi had always been worshipped by Wen Feng, and the Yu family's power was not bad. But now that the surnamed Han is dead, Yu Haoqi will surely fall into the dust again. However, when Chai Hong read the news, his face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes were blank. "Impossible, how is this possible? How, master, how can?" Seeing Chai Hong's performance like this, Wen Feng groaned in her heart. "Senior brother, what happened?" Chai Hong said blankly, "Master. Master is dead." "What?" Wen Feng only felt the world spinning, her body softened, and she fell to the ground. It is not too short for Wen Feng to join the Great Elder faction, so she naturally knows the temper of the Great Elder. For the First Elder, useless people have always been abandoned, just like Prince Yun, who was greatly valued before, but has now been left behind by the First Elder. Wen Feng knew that without the evil Emperor Saint, he and Chai Hong were the core disciples and inner disciples who had no backers. Chai Hong was okay to say, but Wen Feng can predict that if her family is really made trouble by the Yu family, the First Elder will never be his backer. With Chai Hong alone, how can she resist the Yu family's offensive? Although Chai Hong is a core disciple, he is currently not even able to cultivate in the great sanctuary. Thinking of the result of Yu Haoqi passing the whole story to Yu's family, and the result of Yu's family's anger, infinite panic rose in Han Feng's heart. In the Grand Elder's palace, the first elder walked back and forth angrily, thinking that his powerful general was killed. The first elder had the thought of eating Han Feng raw. Someone next to him said cautiously, "Elder, although we can't take action, it doesn't mean that others can't take action." The great elder's body froze and his eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't this old man think of it? Although the Holy See ancient clan has not fallen to the extreme now, except for the evil Emperor Saint, the rest of the people hardly inherit the blood of their ancestors. Even if they inherit it, they will not be able to. It's only the level of primary and intermediate saints. But no matter how it declines, there are still a few early peaks of the sanctuary in the clan. These strong people in the early peaks of the sanctuary shot, no matter how powerful the surnamed Han is, there is absolutely no possibility of escape. The evil emperor is a hope for the rise of the ancient Holy See clan. Now that this hope is beheaded by the surnamed Han, the strong men of the ancient Holy See will definitely not let the surnamed Han easily. The man said again, "It's just that the problem now is that if the surnamed Han does not leave Xintian sect, the Holy See ancient clan will not be able to take action. We can't let the Holy See ancient clan shake in and out of our Xintian sect, really want that. At that time, even if the surnamed Han is killed, the face of our Tian sect will also be stepped on the ground, which can be said to hurt 1,000 enemies and 800. The elder nodded. This is indeed a problem. After pacing back and forth a few times, the first elder suddenly raised his head. I remember that the person surnamed Han came to seek the golden thread to gather grass. If the old man's expectations are not bad, the person surnamed Han must have something urgent to do. It seems that, as long as if you get 10,000 points, the surnamed Han is very likely to leave. With the battle strength of that surnamed Han, it won't take long to get 10,000 points. It is estimated that it will not be far before that kid leaves Xintian sect. Hi good people. Yes. A figure disappeared. In the palace, there are still a few cronies, and some of them can't help but ask, "Elder, since that kid is going to leave soon, why do we have to kill him? As long as he leaves Xintian sect will not, is it still our world?" The first elder glared at the man, and said angrily, "There are 27 floors in the small world, this kid has only reached the 18th floor this time, and there are still 9 floors to break through. Do you think that he will break through to the sanctuary in front of the kid in the future? Peak, will you give up such a good opportunity? If you don't kill him, it won't be long before this kid breaks through to the peak of the sanctuary, and he will definitely come back. Now we are just worried about the rules and can't shoot. I'm afraid we will break the rules and shoot. I don't have the patience anymore." A person in the 5th layer of the Great Sanctuary has an existence comparable to the peak combat power of the sanctuary. God knows how far the peak combat power of the sanctuary will go against the sky. Second more. Sanctuary. In the Xuanhuan Tower, Han Feng was immersed in the Lingquan, and the energy in the Lingquan continued to pour into Han Feng's body, nourishing Han Feng's body. Lingquan not only has the effect of improving aptitude, but also the effect of recovering injuries. It's just that the effect of restoring the injury is poor, the general injury is okay, and the effect of the fatal injury in the spiritual spring is not great. And even if it is a general injury, Lingquan is not as good as some medicine pills. It's just that Han Feng doesn't have that kind of high-level healing pills now, so Lingquan is the only choice. Fortunately, none of Han Feng's injuries were fatal, and he almost recovered after 10 days and a half. After returning from Lingquan, Han Feng practiced. On the 18th floor of the small world, although Han Feng was mainly on the road, he still killed a lot of giant beasts. Now his cultivation base is gradually approaching the limit of the early stage of the 5th layer of the Great Sanctuary. If you say it carefully, it is probably around the early middle and high levels. After a long while, Han Feng slowly collected his work. If I concentrate on hunting, I will probably reach the initial limit. Breakthrough is impossible. Now my cultivation base has broken through to the fifth heaven of the great sanctuary, and killing the beast will get the energy of it is far less than that of the fourth heaven of the great sanctuary. The practice in a short period of time has not had much effect, and Han Feng directly came to the soul search space. After spending a long time with Lin Qingshan, Han Feng came to the place where the soul of the evil emperor was imprisoned. What is this place? Let me go. The illusory soul of the evil emperor roared. When the evil emperor saint was swallowed up, Han Feng took the opportunity to use the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower to collect the evil emperor saint's soul, or primordial spirit. At this moment, the primordial spirit of the evil emperor saint is bound by several soul chains. Han Feng ignored the roar of the evil emperor saint, but frowned and said to Xiao Peng, is it possible for me to absorb his primordial spirit to get his memory? Xiao Peng said flatly, impossible. His primordial spirit is the real power of the great sanctuary, Zhuzangshan. Don't think that your combat strength is worse than him, but in primordial spirit, you are far inferior. Your current cultivation base is in the fifth layer of the great sanctuary. The death of the primordial energy is the peak of the fifth layer. Han Feng sighed, I knew this would be the result for a long time. Then I ask you to defeat his primordial spirit and leave only the memory of the Sea Emperor seal. Well, in this case, with your current primordial spirit, you can easily absorb it, and you won't have the problem of memory disorder. Xiao Peng admired this behavior and immediately shot. Ah! Xiao Peng shot. The evil emperor saint immediately let out a shrill scream, the pain, even Han Feng shuddered. After a while, the primordial spirit of the evil sovereign saint collapsed, leaving only a small orb of primordial spirit. Han Feng took the ball of Yuanshan, and Yuanshan poured out and swallowed it. After a long while, Han Feng exhaled, I see, I understand. In front of the bed. The seventh elder asked again, Elder Han, are you really sure about removing the Sea Emperor seal? Han Feng smiled and nodded, yes, if you don't believe it, the seventh elder will just watch it. Han Feng stepped forward, and his hands were connected to each other. Suddenly, Han Feng slapped Yu Haoqi's forehead, and strange runes poured out. Submerged into Yu Haoqi's body. Yu Haoqi's painful complexion gradually changed, soothed, and the blue color on his body gradually subsided. After a long time, Yu Haoqi regained his stability, as if he was dreaming something. The seventh elder was pleasantly surprised. This kid, Yu Haoqi, has only been awarded the Sea Emperor seal for less than a month. The Sea Emperor seal has been lifted so quickly, and the impact on his qualifications is extremely negligible. On the bed, Yu Haoqi opened his eyes in confusion, as if he couldn't understand what happened, but soon the memory before the coma flooded into his mind. Yu Haoqi's face changed greatly, and he turned over. The seventh elder laughed, and Yu Haoqi pressed it down, you are just fine, let's rest first. Yu Haoqi looked at Han Feng anxiously, Master Han, the master behind Chai Hong is going to deal with you. Han Feng smiled slightly, I already know this, don't worry, that evil emperor has been solved by me. Yu Haoqi was about to tell Han Feng to avoid him, but when he heard the words, he suddenly got stuck, staring at Han Feng blankly, looking extremely funny. The seventh elder looked very cool. When he knew that Han Feng had killed the evil emperor saint, he was stunned for a while, but now someone has finally tasted his emotions at that time. Han Feng looked at the seventh elder, Seven elders, it's up to you to tell me everything, I'm going to enter the small world again. The seventh elder hurriedly said, okay, please come with me. Yu Haoqi had to sit there anxiously when he heard the words, waiting for the seventh elder to return and tell everything. On the 18th floor of the small world, a giant beast died under Han Feng's fist, and Han Feng sighed, sure enough, as my cultivation becomes stronger, the energy I get from killing the giant beast in the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary will be less. This time I will break through to the middle stage of the 5th layer of the great sanctuary. 3 days later, Han Feng returned from the small world, and within a few days of retreat, he successfully broke through to the mid-level realm of the fifth heaven of the Great Sanctuary. After killing the evil Emperor Saint, the Elder Kaching of the Great Elder faction no longer dared to trouble Han Feng, and the Great Elder also completely died. Without the interference of the elders, everything Han Feng used was used for cultivation. Entering the small world to kill giant beasts, retreating to improve cultivation after returning, comprehending the shocking stone, and entering the small world again, this has always been a back-and-forth pattern. Some people who wanted to make friends with Han Feng did not find the opportunity for a while, which made those great sanctuary warriors sigh. No wonder Elder Han had such a high level of cultivation and powerful combat power at such a young age. Efforts are not comparable to them. As a great sanctuary, the status is not comparable to that of ordinary warriors. In addition to ordinary cultivation, many great sanctuaries will also have some fun from time to time, otherwise the days will be too boring. Han Feng didn't realize that his practice was very boring, but he never tired of it. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, Han Feng de Sanyu's fifth layer peak cultivation base finally accumulated to the limit. After the 9th return, Han Feng's body can no longer be solidified, and it is easy to sprint for a high level. Breakthrough to the 6th level realm of the Great Sanctuary. The majestic breath filled the whole room, and Han Feng's face was neither happy nor sad. Han Feng had long expected this result. The 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, this is already the last realm in the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary. The next level is not so easy to break through. Once you break through, you will enter the 7th level of the Great Sanctuary and enter the later stage of the Great Sanctuary. Realm. Han Feng's eyes glowed with light. The later stage of the Great Sanctuary is the symbol of the 4th-rank empire. There are often several later stages of the Great Sanctuary, and the next generation does not lack talents with the potential to break through to the later stages of the Great Sanctuary. This empire can be promoted to the 4th rank. Anywhere, the late stage of the Great Sanctuary is a force that cannot be ignored. The reason why the Xintian sect gathered so many elders from the later stages of the Great Sanctuary was because the Xintian sect was no longer a superpower comparable to an ordinary first-rank empire. Even an ordinary first-rank empire might not have so many late stages of the Great Sanctuary. The cultivation base has successfully broken through, and it is urgent to comprehend the earthquake stone. Thinking of this, Han Feng took out the level 4 earthquake stone and entered the time room in urgent need of comprehension. The third one. Since he was promoted to the 5th level of the Great Sanctuary, the probability of Han Feng getting a grade 4 earthquake stone on the 18th floor of the small world has been greatly reduced. But although the probability is decreasing, Han Feng hunts more and more giant beasts, especially Han Feng exerts all his strength, and none of them can insist on a move when Han Feng is injured. The rampant killing, even if the probability is reduced, still allows Han Feng to obtain a large number of 4-level shock stones. The same is true for the 4th-level earthquake stone, not to mention the 2nd and 3rd-level earthquake stone. A large number of high-level shocking stones made the 7th elders simply happy. If it weren't for the sect master's faction, someone would need to preside over it. Apart from the sect master, he was the only 7th elder who was familiar with Han Feng. Maybe the 7th elder would also learn to retreat and understand the shocking stone like the sect master. Now the 7 elders have to suppress their urgency and wait for the suzerain to retreat and exchange with him. The 4-level earthquake stones were exhausted by Han Fengshanhua's energy, and the level and power of Duba Earthquake Fist became stronger and stronger. However, after Dopa Xintian Fist reached the top of the top grade, there was no way to continue to improve. Even if Han Feng consumes several magnitude 4 earthquake stones after that, it is all in vain and pure waste. What the hell is going on? Han Feng pondered. It is said that if he has learned too many 4th-level shock stones, he can completely realize the ultimate sanctuary. Zentianquan has no tendency to advance at all. My cultivation base has now reached the early stage of the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, and the probability of getting a high-level earthquake stone on the 18th floor has decreased again. Even if I enter the 18th floor of the small world, it is impossible to get too much. The 4th level shock stone. Not only the 4th level shock stone, with my current cultivation base, the energy obtained by killing the 9-layer giant beast in the Great Sanctuary is also greatly reduced. 6th heaven and 7th heaven is the gap between the middle and late stages. It's not that easy to break through. Judging from the energy you get every time you kill one head, it's impossible to reach the limit of 6th heaven without entering and leaving the small world dozens of times. Breaking through to the 7th heaven, I don't know how long it will take. I can't waste any more time. Unless I enter the 19th floor of the small world now. With my current cultivation base and enter the small world floor, corresponding to the peak level of the sanctuary, the energy obtained by killing a giant beast will be amazing, and it is even possible. Every time I kill a few heads, I can get a level 4 earthquake stone. But my current strength is capable of competing against the peak of the sanctuary, especially when I cast the blood-drinking 9 dragons. I can kill the weaker sanctuary at the beginning of the peak, but that is one-on-one. Once I'm surrounded, I can't go to the 19th floor to find death. After thinking for a while, Han Feng gave up the idea of entering the 19th floor of the small world. Now, Han Feng has decided to leave. 10,000 points have been accumulated long ago, and the agreement with Xintian sect has been completed. However, Han Feng always felt a little regretful that Dopa Xintian Fist was not upgraded to the level of the ultimate sanctuary. Han Feng, it's better to stay in Xintian sect for a few more days. Skylark has begun to break through in the days when you comprehended the Xintian stone. Now you are in the state of being promoted to the peak of the sanctuary. It will be over in a month. Maybe. Sensing Han Feng's departure, Xuanhuan immediately transmitted his voice. Skylark is breaking through. Han Feng was overjoyed. Zhu Tianyunk had already reached the limit of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, and now to break through, that is the peak of the sanctuary. Every time Zhu Tianyunk breaks through, the control of his own blood will be greatly deepened. Han Feng couldn't imagine that when Zhu Tianyunk broke through to the peak of the sanctuary. To what extent do you control your own bloodline? Originally, Zhu Tianyunk's control of bloodline was almost equivalent to the level of high-level holy bloodline, or it was relatively high-level among high-level ones. Now that you have broken through, can you exert the power of the top-level, holy bloodline level? If this is the case, with the peak cultivation of the sanctuary, the combat power really does not know how powerful it will be. With a powerful holy domain, peak beast coming out next to him, Han Feng also felt much safer. Han Feng also knows that he has disturbed the favorable situation of the Great Elder in Xintian sect. Now the Great Elder in Xintian sect may not do anything, but after leaving Xintian sect, it is hard to say. Especially the ancient Xinghai people, Han Feng is more vigilant. After killing the evil Emperor Saint, Han Feng didn't believe that the Holy See ancient clan would have no idea. These ancient families have always been revengeful, and the same is not true of the original Holy Dragon clan. To guard against the Great Elder faction and the Holy See ancient clan, it is necessary to have a strong enough combat power. Now that Zhu Tianyunk is promoted, it is better. After observing Zhu Tianyunk, Han Feng glanced at Fei Tianyensher and Phantom Leopard at the same time. Although these two guys are not on the verge of breaking through, they have also reached the level of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. I think it will take less than half a year and a year to try to break through the peak level of the sanctuary. At this time, Han Feng couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had used a lot of high-grade holy stones in the Great Elder. Otherwise, after the 3 beasts were promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, there would not be enough high-grade holy stones, and the strength of the 3 beasts would definitely be affected. Since the Skylark is going to be promoted, then I'll stay for a little longer. It's only a month, even if you enter the small world, you won't be able to improve much. It's better to work harder on Dopo Zentianquan, and strive to promote it to the top sanctuary. Han Feng pondered. Han Feng is thinking about how to improve? Judging from the situation of comprehending the heaven-shattering stone before, Dopo's heaven-shattering fist has reached a certain bottleneck, and it is impossible to advance with the heaven-shattering stone alone. By the way, the seventh elder, as the eighth heaven at the peak of the sanctuary, should know how to solve the problem. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. After showing the sixth level of his Dopo Jintian fist to the seventh elder, Han Feng looked at the seventh elder eagerly, waiting for the seventh elder's answer. The seventh elder opened his mouth and closed it after a long time, with a wry smile on his face. Elder Han, you really shocked the old man constantly. High grade and high grade, it turns out to be a high grade and high grade sanctuary. Your own cultivation base, Elder Han, is only the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary. A great sanctuary sixth level heaven is only in the middle stage of the great sanctuary, but it has realized the high grade and high grade sanctuary secret skills that most of the sanctuary peaks can't comprehend in the late stage, and it is still the top existence in the same level. What is this? Metamorphosis. Even the suzerain, the strongest sanctuary, is not so strong. Han Feng hurriedly said, Seventh Elder, you haven't said why I can't comprehend the ultimate sanctuary? The seventh elder glanced at Han Feng with red eyes, and then slowly said, it's not that there is a problem with the Jintian stone, but the reason for you, Elder Han. Me? Han Feng was stunned. The seventh elder nodded, yes, it's your own reason, Elder Han. It is true that you can comprehend the best sanctuary secret skills by comprehending a large number of fourth-level shock stones, but there is a premise that your own cultivation base must follow. On. The foundation is weak, so it is impossible to touch the ultimate sanctuary. The ultimate sanctuary is generally only the master of the small perfection in the sanctuary can comprehend and create it, which involves some of the realm of the small perfection in the sanctuary. Mystery. Only the more powerful beings in the peak of the sanctuary, the powerhouses who touch the mysteries of the small perfection of the sanctuary, can create the ultimate sanctuary. Fourth more. There should be one more update. Today is probably 5, and I will continue to make up tomorrow. Chin-ching. The seventh elder looked at Han Feng and continued, Elder Han, your understanding is indeed astonishing, and the number of fourth-level shock stones is sufficient, but your foundation, Elder Han, is too weak. The ultimate realm of the great sanctuary has not been reached. Han Feng suddenly came over, so it was. Immediately, Han Feng did not give up and said, Seventh elder, is there no way for me to realize the ultimate sanctuary secret in a short period of time? Do I have to break through to the peak of the sanctuary? The seventh elder hesitated for a while before answering, that's not true. As I said before, Elder Han couldn't comprehend the ultimate sanctuary skills because he didn't have a deep understanding of the mystery of the sanctuary's small perfection. After all, Elder Han, you and the realm of small perfection in the sanctuary is very different. But if you can understand enough mysteries, it is not impossible to comprehend the ultimate sanctuary skills in advance. However, Elder Han, you should know that even if you have realized the ultimate sanctuary skills, with your current the cultivation realm is also incapable of exerting itself, so why rush to comprehend the ultimate sanctuary skills? Because this junior is about to leave Jintian sect, I just want to leave no regrets before leaving. Han Feng sighed. What? Elder Han is leaving. The seventh elder was not calm. Yes, the juniors came here for the purpose of gathering the golden threads. Now that the golden threads have been gathered, and 10,000 points have been collected, it is time to leave. Han Feng explained. The seventh elder remembered what happened at the beginning, and also understood that Han Feng had urgent business to do. But just giving up a super genius like this, what the seventh elder thinks is not a taste. But what else could the seventh elder do to force Han Feng to stay? Not to mention that the benefits the other party brought to the sect master's faction is not only comparable to 10,000 points, let's say that he is really tough to keep the other party, or he will become an enemy directly. Since the other party has an urgent matter to do, it must be a very important thing to him. Obstructing the other party's important matter is simply a vengeance. The seventh elder is not so stupid. Thinking of this, the seventh elder was very depressed. Han Feng chuckled lightly, it's not like this junior will not come. After breaking through the peak of the sanctuary that night, he will definitely come. When the seventh elder heard this, his depressed expression was immediately swept away, and he was overjoyed. Then the seven elders began to find a way for Han Feng's sanctuary secret. Elder Han, your cultivation base is low. It is impossible to feel the mystery of the sanctuary's small perfection from the perspective of cultivation, but it is not possible in the sanctuary's secret knowledge. It's the same. If Elder Han can learn from some of the top-grade and top-grade shock attribute sanctuary secrets, and get some impressions of the sanctuary's small perfection, he may be able to comprehend the top-grade sanctuary secrets. Great! Han Feng was excited, looking forward to looking at the seventh elder, since the seventh elder said so. Whether the seventh elder laughed, yes, this sect has been established for so many years, especially in its heyday. There were also a number of sanctuary small perfections, plus some sanctuary small perfection ancestors accumulated over the years. The martial arts pavilion had a lot of top-quality saints at that time. The inheritance of the domain's unique knowledge. However, please forgive me, Elder Han. You can learn from these sanctuary secrets, but you can't let Elder Han inherit them. The ultimate sanctuary is a treasure for any sect, and it is not something that can easily be passed on to the disciples, let alone the elders of Keqing. Even for the disciples to learn from, it requires the disciples to make great contributions. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Feng had brought great benefits to the sect master these days, the seventh elder would not dare to arbitrarily give Han Feng the best knowledge of the Holy Land for reference. In case a bad thing causes losses to the inheritance of the sacred arts, that is not something the seventh elder can afford. The topmost floor of the Xintian sect's martial arts pavilion is a very small space. There are only more than 10 stone platforms in the entire space. Crystal balls are placed on the stone platforms. Inside these crystal balls, there is the ultimate sanctuary of vibration attributes. The seventh elder introduced, there are 15 kinds of top-grade sanctuary secrets here. In fact, there have been 19 of the ancestors of this sanctuary's small perfection, and 4 of them have not realized their own top-ranked sanctuary secrets. In fact, these 4 people are the sanctuary's small consummation in the last 100,000 years. In the recent more than 100,000 years, the vibrational force in the fragments of the Xintian monument has gradually weakened, and the small world at the core of the Xintian monument can hardly get the 4th-level earthquake stone. Yu Xiaoqing couldn't comprehend the powerful sanctuary skills. The seventh elder said again, every time you take away a piece of inheritance crystal ball, you need a lot of points. With your total points, Elder Han, you can take about 5 pieces. However, Elder Han has brought a lot of benefits to my sect master. The old man can make a discount for Elder Han. After the discount, you can take 5 inheritance crystals for reference, Elder Han. The magnitude 4 earthquake stone brought by Han Feng was not 1 or 2, nor 10 or 20, but 100 or more. The value of these 4-level shocking stones is added up, and it may not even be comparable to a real top-grade low-level sacred knowledge. Han Feng discovered the power of Yuanshan, and finally chose the 5 best sanctuary techniques as a reference. The 5 sacred arts are the Earth Movement Song Yanpa, Earth-Shaking Xian Sword, Tian Qing Chen Wu Chuan, Ba Ling Wu Xiang Movement, and Xianming Wave Palm. Among the 5 top-grade sanctuary secret arts, there are not only some mysteries belonging to the sanctuary's small perfection, but also a powerful vibration force. Among them, Tianqing Chen Wu Chuan and Han Feng had the highest degree of fit, at 80%, followed by earthquake Kanjiampo and earthquake Xianjian, both of which were about 70%, one was more than 70%, and the other was less than 70%. The second is the movement of the bailing martial elephant, and the degree of fit is about 60%. Finally, Xianming wave palm, the fit is only 50%. The 5 sanctuary secrets that Han Feng chose are the 15 most compatible with him, and the remaining 10 sanctuary secrets have a general degree of fit, especially one of them is not compatible with Han Feng. To 1%. Since he wants to learn from his own unique sanctuary secret knowledge, Han Feng naturally has to choose the one that fits him the most. After saying goodbye to the 7th elder, Han Feng couldn't wait to enter the time room and began to learn from it. The 5 unique techniques of the Holy Land, the earth-moving Tsang Yanpa, the earth-shaking Xian sword, the Tianqing Chen Wu Chuan, the Ba Ling Wu Xiang Dong, and the Xianming wave palm constantly flashed in Han Feng's mind. With the help of the power of heaven and man, the essence and origin of the 5 sanctuary secrets are gradually analyzed by Han Feng. The ultimate sanctuary is so simple, if you want to understand how to create it, even if you have a reference. What's more, it is not so easy to analyze even if it is to learn from a high-level existence such as the ultimate sanctuary. With the help of the power of heaven and man, Han Feng also learned from it for many years to fully understand the advanced direction of Duba Zentianquan. It still took a few years to have the power of heaven and human beings. However, most of the people who can comprehend the best sanctuary secrets are the sanctuary small perfection. As a sanctuary small perfection with 8,000 years of life, it is really nothing for 100 or 10 years. And Han Feng still has a time house, a few years in the time house, but only 5 or 6 days outside. In the time room, Han Feng opened his eyes energetically. I finally realized it. Since it is based on Tianqingchen Wuchuan as the core, it will be called Zentianchen Xingzhang in the future. Since the advanced Dopa Jintian fist is completely different from the beginning, Han Feng directly used a brand new name to call the advanced Dopa Jintian fist. The 5th is complete. Ask for flowers. Tomorrow we'll continue to make up, not 6 or 5. Coming to Jintian sect, in less than a year, he was promoted from the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary to the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, and he also realized a powerful and top-quality sacred art, which can be said to be very rewarding. Returning the inheritance crystal, the 7th elder looked surprised. Elder Han, you. Could it be that you have already? Han Feng nodded and admitted. The 7 elders looked sluggish. That was the ultimate sanctuary technique. How many sanctuary small perfection 1st level, 28th level sanctuary powerhouses would not necessarily be able to comprehend such a powerful sanctuary technique? But Han Feng is now only in the 6th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Even if there are several top-quality sacred arts that can be learned from, and there are 4-level shock stones that can be comprehended, but in such a short period of time, one can comprehend the top-level sacred arts, how perverted it is. After a long while, the 7th elder sighed. The future generations are terrifying, the latter generations are terrifying. Not long after, the 7th elder sighed. Since Elder Han has already realized the unique skills of the best sanctuary, I am afraid that Elder Han has already decided to leave. Yes, the junior is about to leave after comprehension and stability for a period of time. Han Feng replied. The 7th elder exhaled. Alas, since Elder Han is leaving, this old man can only wish Elder Han a smooth journey in his future practice. In the main hall, Han Feng continued to comprehend Zentianchen Xingzhang. Although Zentianchen Xingzhang is a top-quality inferior sanctuary, there are still some shortcomings that have not been made up. Han Feng is making up for these shortcomings by comprehending the 4th-level Jintian stone. However, even if it is a 4th-level Jintian stone, the continuous improvement of Zentianchen star palm has not been so great. Fortunately, there are a lot of 4th-level earthquake stones, and a single one can't have much effect, and it can be made up through the number. With the number of grade 4 earthquake stones in my hand, it should be enough to raise the heavenly earthquake star palm to the highest rank of the best inferior, but unfortunately my cultivation base is too poor to really display the earthquake star palm, no matter what. The peak of the sanctuary is still at least in the midterm realm. If you want to exert 100% of the power, at least the peak of the sanctuary is the limit of the ninth heaven, or even the small perfection of the sanctuary. Whether it is the peak of the sanctuary or the small perfection of the sanctuary, it is too far for me now. It is estimated that it will take a long time to experience the power of this star-shattering palm. Han Feng's words were full of inability to use regret. After a few days, Han Feng had just finished his comprehension, and a fairly familiar person came to the main hall. It turned out to be Miss Meng. I don't know why Miss Meng came here. Han Feng slightly cupped his hands and asked, in doubt. Meng Qin smiled slightly. Young Master Han is leaving Xintian sect. Han Feng nodded. Yes, the 10,000 points agreed at the beginning have already been collected, and there are important things to do next, so naturally I have to leave. Meng Qin hesitated for a moment and said, Is it urgent for Mr. Han? The little girl wants Mr. Han to help with some things. Help? I don't know what it is. Han Feng frowned, a little unwilling. Seeing Han Feng's reluctance, Meng Qin immediately said, That's it, the little girl was born in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. I wonder if young Master Han has heard of it? Han Feng shook his head. If there were some forces in the North Continent, it would be better to say, but Han Feng in the Central Continent was extremely unfamiliar. Meng Qin also knew that Han Feng was from the Beizhou continent, and didn't care that Han Feng didn't know about the Heavenly Wolf Valley, and even in the Central Continent, few people knew about the Heavenly Wolf Valley, so Meng Qin had to explain, Master Han should know about the mainland. In addition to ancient families and rank forces, there are some hidden forces. Han Feng was stunned, stared at Meng Qin and said, Could it be? Exactly. The Heavenly Wolf Valley, where the little girl is located, is the hidden power. Meng Qin began to explain why she came. The Heavenly Wolf Valley is one of the hidden forces in the Central Continent. Among its forces is an ancestor of the great perfection of the sanctuary. After a long period of time, every faction will have many factions, and the same is true of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. After a long period of factions, the Sirius Valley was finally divided into 4 major forces, namely, Sirius Valley East Valley, Sirius Valley West Valley, Sirius Valley North Valley, and Sirius Valley South Valley. Each of the 4 valleys has its own valley owner, each of whom is a super powerhouse at the level of small perfection in the sanctuary. Further down, it is the top level of the sanctuary peak in each valley. Meng Qin was the direct daughter of the owner of the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. From the development of Sirius Valley to the present, there may be many different surnames, but every member of Sirius Valley has wolf blood. In the Heavenly Wolf Valley, there is a unique spiritual spring, called the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring, which contains extremely pure energy. If it absorbs the energy in its spiritual spring, it will have unspeakable benefits. Every 1,000 years, the powerhouses under Yatsuya's 1,000 years can compete to win the place to enter the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. Each of Yatsuya recommends a first person under 1,000 years to fight, and the valley where the first winner is located has 4 places. The second has 3, the third has 2, and the last has only 1. In the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, where Meng Qin is located, this time after 1,000 years, there is no strong person. Meng Qin left the Heavenly Wolf Valley this time to find some geniuses for help. In fact, Meng Qin's aptitude is definitely at the top in the East Valley of Tianlang Valley. Unfortunately, Meng Qin was born at the wrong time. Now he is only 500 or 600 years old, and he is still 400 or 500 years away from Chitos. The gap of 400 or 500 years of practice made Meng Qin hopeless to have top combat power and could not represent Donggu in the war. Meng Qin said, Xintian sect, as the top existence among the rank forces, is my first stop. Originally, I just had the mentality of trying, but I never thought that I would meet a genius like Han Gongzi. As long as Han Gongzi is willing help, the little girl can call the shots. As long as you have won the top 3, young Master Han, there must be one of young Master Han who will enter the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. Afterwards, young Master Han can also take some heaven and earth spirits or holy artifacts from my East Valley's inventory as a reward. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Are these Meng girls the masters? Meng Qin said anxiously, the little girl is the daughter of the valley owner of the East Valley. How can she not be the master? With the strength you have shown, young Master Han, as long as the little girl advises her father will definitely listen. Han Feng was a little moved, but he didn't quite believe that Meng Qin could really call the shots. Even if she was the daughter of the valley owner, she was not the valley owner. But the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring is really attractive to Han Feng, and maybe the key to breaking through the 7th heaven is on this Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. Han Feng, are you going to help? Fatty said. The Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring does make my heart move, but the last reward is what makes my heart move the most. Han Feng replied. The latter reward? The one who took the heaven and earth spirits and holy artifact from the inventory? Yes, as a hidden force in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, there must be a lot of good things in the inventory. Maybe there will be something we need? Han Feng's eyes flashed. The first. Every time I change the map, I get stuck. If you can't finish it today, make it up tomorrow. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. Now Han Feng already has the 4 necessary holy fruit level heaven and earth spirits, purple spirit crystal fruit, 8 treasures yellow heart flower, golden silk aggregate grass, and green flame purple ginseng. The fat shot is enough to allow Lin Qingshan to directly achieve a high-level holy spirit body when she transcends the calamity and achieves the sanctuary. Or the highest level high-level holy spirit body. But no matter how high-level it is also a high-level holy spirit body, not a top-level holy spirit body. If you want to get the top-level holy spirit body, you also need other heaven and earth spirits. Rao is chubby and can't say what he needs, so he can only look for it slowly. Spirits that are more advanced than holy fruits such as the purple spirit crystal fruit are rare in the Xintian sect, and they are the most precious existences. Outside, it's even harder. However, as a hidden force, the Heavenly Wolf Valley was different. 1 Sanctuary Great Perfection Ancestor, for Sanctuary Small Perfection Valley Masters, this strength is almost equal to half of the Central Capital Academy, which can be called powerful. Such a powerful force has been hidden for so many years, and the survival in the inventory is obviously not less, and it is extremely precious. Perhaps the precious holy fruit that is difficult to obtain outside may be only ordinary in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. It is a good opportunity to be able to pick up an item you want from the inventory in the East Valley of Sirius Valley. What only makes Han Feng hesitate is whether Meng Qin can really call the shots. If you can't call the shots, it's a waste of effort. No matter how confident Meng Qin is, Han Feng still retains some doubts. After all, Meng Qin's attitude was a little anxious before. Han Feng, since you have such a plan, what does it matter if Meng Qin can really be the master? Let's go to Tianlang Valley first. Even if Meng Qin can't be the master, isn't there still Meng Qin's father? With the eyesight of the small perfection realm, as long as you show great strength, Meng Qin's father will not reject Meng Qin's proposal. If Tianlang Gadonggu is too stingy and wants to let you take action but is unwilling to make a profit, then we will just leave. Xuanhuan suggested. Han Feng felt that it was reasonable, and looked up at Meng Qin, who was worried. Han Feng said, "Since Miss Meng sincerely invites you, then let's go with Miss Meng to the Heavenly Wolf Valley. But let's talk about it first. If the promise of Heavenly Wolf Valley Donggu and Miss Meng does not match, don't blame me, and just leave." Meng Qin was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, when the little girl returns to the Heavenly Wolf Valley, she will tell her father about young Master Han's strength, and the father will never refute the little girl's promise." Han Feng nodded, believing Meng Qin, and then said, "I've already collected 10,000 points, but Miss Meng." Miss Meng smiled indifferently. "As the daughter of the owner of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, even if I don't collect enough points, the Xintian sect would not dare to stop me from leaving. And it's not like I won't be coming back. When the competition for the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring is over, the little girl will return to Xintian sect. Such a good opportunity, the little girl has no intention of wasting it in vain." After agreeing on a good day, Han Feng and Meng Qin left Xintian sect within a few days. Outside the Xintian sect, among the clouds, several figures could be vaguely seen. "They finally left the Xintian sect?" an old man asked with a sullen face. Looking closely, the appearance of this old man was somewhat similar to that of the evil emperor. "Yes, Patriarch, shall we take action now?" The old man waved his hand. "No. It's too close to Xintian sect. Isn't it a shot in the face of Zhenshenzong? Even the great elder of Zhenshenzong would have to shoot us for the face of Zhenshenzong. Our holy see, the ancients have now completely declined, and they can no longer provoke strong enemies, otherwise there will be danger of destruction at any time. We will follow behind and wait until we are a little farther away from Xintian sect, which is the moment when we take action. Dare to kill my son and the hope of my holy see ancient clan, no matter who they will die." The old man looked terrifying. In the sky, the two figures spread out their wings and flew quickly. All the scenes on the ground seemed to be fast-forward movies, and they passed in the blink of an eye, and there was no time to see them clearly. Suddenly, one of the figures paused and said to the other, "Miss Meng, we are being followed." Meng Qin's complexion changed. Even though she was powerful behind her, she was now alone, and Han Feng only had two people. The two great sanctuaries seem to be powerful, but as long as they encounter the peak of the powerful sanctuary, they will only fall. Only the peak of the sanctuary is the real top powerhouse in the mainland. "Young Master Han, who is following us?" Meng Qin's face was solemn, and she only hoped that it was not the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng said lightly, "It should be from the ancient Holy See. There are about 2 sanctuary peaks and 5 great sanctuaries. 2 of the sanctuary peaks are the first and second level of the sanctuary peak, and 5 great sanctuaries. They are all at the limit of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and half of them have stepped into the peak of the sanctuary." "What?" Meng Qin turned pale in shock, and the person who followed them turned out to be such a powerful force. Han Feng glanced at Meng Qin and smiled lightly. "I killed the evil Emperor Saint. The Holy See ancient clan will naturally not let me go. These people are mainly coming for me. If Miss Meng is afraid, you can leave." Meng Qin's heart tightened. She stared at Han Feng, and said slowly, "Since the little girl has invited Mr. Han as a helper, she can't abandon Mr. Han, and the little girl will not leave. Although the little girl's cultivation base is not good, her combat power is even less than that of young Master Han, but as the daughter of the owner of the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, the little girl naturally has some means and treasures to save her life, and at a critical moment, perhaps the little girl will play a role." Meng Qin knew that this might be a test for her by Han Feng. If she abandoned Han Feng and left now, then the other party would never help her again. Han Feng said that, and it was indeed a temptation. Meng Qin's character can be known from this matter. If Meng Qin really abandoned him, then the father who taught such a woman would not be much better, so Han Feng would not dare to go to Sirius. Gudonggu, if the matter is finished and the other party has bad thoughts, there is no place to cry. Within the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, there is also Donggu, which is guarded by the small perfectionists of the sanctuary. No matter how Han Feng's combat power surpasses his cultivation, he will only end up being captured, or he will be silenced. Seeing that Meng Qin did not abandon him because of the pressure of the ancient Xinghai clan, Han Feng smiled slightly. Then, let's fight together. Later, I will take action against these strong men of the ancient Holy See, and Miss Meng will stay by the side, find the right time to attack and inflict heavy damage on the opponent. I hope that Miss Meng's life-saving means and treasures will be more powerful. Knowing that there were trackers behind them, Han Feng and Meng Qin simply stopped. Seeing this, the tracker behind him understood that he was exposed. Although I don't know how it was exposed, it has come to this point, and there is nothing left to hide. 7 figures appeared in front of Han Feng, and the huge breath hit like a huge wave. The old man in the center snorted coldly, "Boy, when you killed my son, did you think you would be reduced to this point?" The first. Let's try to solve the Sirius Valley plot directly today and tomorrow. There is not much content in this plot. My son? It seems that your excellency is the father of the evil emperor saint. Han Feng looked at the old man, and after a closer look, he was really similar to the evil emperor saint. But this old man did not have the majestic vitality of the evil sovereign saint, on the contrary, he was a little gloomy. Obviously, the old man is not too young, at least about 3,000 years old. For the sanctuary peak powerhouse with 4,000 years of life, 3,000 years old basically entered the downhill road. At this stage, it is equivalent to the middle-aged and elderly people of ordinary people. All kinds of functions are greatly reduced, and every improvement in cultivation is as difficult. This old man has reached the peak of the sanctuary peak at this age. The path of cultivation in the future has basically been abolished, and he has reached the peak of the sanctuary peak. Realm. The powerful auras of the 2 sanctuary peaks and the 5 half-step sanctuary peaks enveloped the whole world. Meng Qin was breathing tight, her face flushed red. These warriors, from the ancient Xinghai clan, put too much pressure on Meng Qin. Although Meng Qin has not seen the peak of the sanctuary in recent years, she has never felt the powerful killing intent of the peak of the sanctuary, especially since it also enveloped her. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Meng Qin stood up and said, "Seniors, the little girl is from the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Can you, seniors, spare young Master Han for the sake of the little girl?" 2 sanctuary peaks, 5 half-step sanctuary peaks. Rauscher Meng Qin knew that Han Feng's combat power was strong, and he did not think that Han Feng would be spared this time. The old man's sneering face suddenly stiffened. Skywolf Valley. The old man's pupils shrank, staring at Meng Qin. If it was the ancient Holy See clan in their heyday, where would they put the Heavenly Wolf Valley in their eyes? During the strongest period of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, there were only 3 or 4 sanctuary great perfection, and now it is only 1 sanctuary great perfection. But what about the heyday of the ancient Holy See? Not to mention a few true god ancestors, there are as many as 20 or 30 people in the great perfection of the sanctuary. Where can the mere Heavenly Wolf Valley be able to compete? It is a pity that the current Holy See ancient clan has not even more than 10 powerhouses in the early stages of the peak of the sanctuary. Compared with the Heavenly Wolf Valley, they are like seedlings and big trees. For a while, the old man was terrified. But thinking of the child who died tragically, the old man looked grim. Even if it is a disciple of Tianlang Valley, if you want to protect this son, the old man will kill you even. Meng Qin's heart froze. This old man didn't even give face to Tianlang Valley. Han Feng said loudly, "Since you want to kill me, let's do it." The old man waved his hand. The sea has no boundaries, the sea has no success, the sea has nothing, the sea has no limit, and the sea is powerless. This son is handed over to you. The 5 half-step sanctuary peaks should be together, and immediately took a step forward, and the huge breath turned into an invisible giant beast, blasting towards Han Feng. Just as Mang Qin was about to do something, Han Feng's voice transmission came from the sea of consciousness. Mang Qin hesitated for a moment, and immediately retreated back. This action seems to be no longer interfering in the matter between the ancient Shanghai clan and Han Feng. The old man breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though the old man's mouth was powerful, he was extremely jealous. The current Holy See ancient clan did not have the strength to compete with the Heavenly Wolf Valley. God knows what status this strange girl is in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. It's fine if the status is not high, but if the status is noble and you really want to kill this woman, Tianlang Valley has a way to find the murderer. If this old man was alone, it would be fine if he had nothing to worry about. After killing someone, he would remain anonymous, or leave the central continent directly. But behind him there is a huge Holy See ancient clan. Once discovered, there is nowhere to escape. The 5 half-step sanctuary peak breaths rushed in, and Han Feng's expression remained unchanged. In terms of momentum alone, each of these 5 people is stronger than the evil Emperor Saint who has not displayed the Holy See evil Emperor body. Obviously, the 5 people may not be as good as the evil Emperor Saints in terms of aptitude, but it is precisely because they have stayed at the level of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary for a long time, resulting in a deep accumulation. But Han Feng has no pressure, although the momentum is strong. Can these 5 people have the powerful bloodline of the evil Emperor Saint? The evil Sovereign Saint also realized the unique skills of the high-grade sanctuary. Did these 5 people perform it? Void Immortal Body, congeal. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Han Feng shouted loudly, and the aura of the 6th heaven of the Great Sanctuary suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed to the point where it is close to the peak of the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. But this skyrocketing was not over yet. The silver-white flame shot up into the sky in an instant and merged into the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Void Immortal Body. Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed again. The Great Sanctuary 9th heaven, the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, the late stage of the Great Sanctuary, the peak of the Great Sanctuary. It is easy and powerful to surpass the level of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, and it is even infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary. If it is said that before the breakthrough, the Han Feng in the early stage of the 5th heaven only slightly surpassed the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, then now it is far beyond. In terms of the cultivation level after the skyrocketing, it is no better than the original use of the Holy See Evil Emperor. How much is the difference between the Evil Emperor and the Saint? The powerful aura after the skyrocketing is like a dragon with its fangs open, and the momentum of the 5.5 steps of the peak of the sanctuary is in one bite. The 5 Hai Wuya groaned in unison, and couldn't help but take a step back in the sky, their faces pale. In the first inning battle, the 5 fell to the disadvantage. The old man and another sanctuary peak, first layer, looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. As expected of being able to kill my son. The resentment in the old man's heart was getting deeper and deeper, and even the great elder was implicated. If the great elder of Xintian's sect didn't know the depth of the other party, how could his son die? The 2 sanctuary peaks did not make a move, and they all wanted to see how far Han Feng could do it. In other words, because the elders had reminded them in advance, the 2 were full of jealousy towards Han Feng, and they would not take it lightly until they found out all of Han Feng's cards. But once Han Feng's trump cards are used up, the 2 sanctuary peaks will never show mercy, and the first shot will be the Thunder's ultimate move. Humph, you guys are far worse than the evil Emperor Saint, use whatever tricks you have. Han Feng repelled the 5 with his aura and smiled brightly. Hai Wuya and the others' faces sank. The arrogant person, even the evil Emperor Saint, dare not say that we will win the 5 of us together. Brothers, let this arrogant boy taste our strength. Flowing water suffocates. Waves and clouds. Fighting waves. The tide is howling. Roaring falls. The powerful coercion covered the sky and the sun, and Han Feng's indifferent face also slightly restrained. The unique skills displayed by these 5 people were all middle grade and first class. 5.5-step Sanctuary Peak Powerhouse Middle Grade High Grade Sanctuary Peculiar Knowledge broke out, and its power is enough to make people stunned. At this moment, the entire space seems to have become a marine world. Endless waves, whirlpools, tidal waves, and waterfalls soared into the sky desperately, and then devoured the Korean wind. Break! The aurora at Xuanhuan in Han Feng's dantian surged out more, forming 3 flaming lotus flowers. Boom! The flame lotus exploded one after another, and the flames that shook the world and smashed the sky surged into the sky. The ocean world was stagnant for an instant, and then in the blood of the 5 people including Hai Wuya, the ocean world shattered in an instant and turned into an endless sea of fire. Second more. Penetrating the bone claw. Impossible. How so? Hai Wuya and the others were full of disbelief. With their half-step Sanctuary Peak cultivation base, they are still using middle-grade high-grade Sanctuary skills. Even if they are a real Sanctuary Peak first-level powerhouse, who did not understand the high-grade Sanctuary skills, they would not dare to say it. Can be easily resisted. Meng Qin's eyebrows trembled when he saw it in the distance. God, this Han Feng's strength is too perverted. Although I have known from other elders that this guy is powerful, it is really shocking to see. After muttering a few words to himself, Meng Qin became excited. The stronger the better. The strongest 1,000-year-old geniuses in the rest of the 3 valleys are already the cultivation level of the great sanctuary Chongtian, and their real combat power is comparable to ordinary ones. Sanctuary Peak, I didn't feel too sure before, but now it seems that as long as Han Feng makes a move, not to mention first, second, and third are still possible. If you can get second, except for Han Feng, I am still able to get 2 in the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, which is much better than the one at the bottom. Don't let Han Feng have an accident here. Meng Qin seemed to have made up his mind. If those 2 sanctuary peaks never die, maybe I really want to use that thing. Although it's a pity to use it up, but it is not worth mentioning when compared with the quota for the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. In the Sea of Fire, Han Feng's lazy voice came out. 5. Don't you say you have to teach me a lesson, hurry up. Hai Wuya and the others' faces were ashen, and in this tone, it seemed that they didn't take the 5 of them to heart at all. Court death. Flowing water suffocates. Waves and clouds. Fighting waves. The tide is howling. Roaring falls. Han Feng said disdainfully, it didn't work before, will it work now? The same lotus-bursting fist, this time Han Feng increased the firepower, and the flames surrounded the 5 people, as if they were going to devour them. The 5 people looked terrified. They had seen the power of this flame with their own eyes. If you get caught in it, you will definitely be burned into slag. The old man and the Sanctuary Peak first-level powerhouse couldn't stand it any longer. Trash, I thought these 5 would be able to reveal the opponent's whole cards, but the result is. The old man yelled angrily. The Sanctuary Peak first-level powerhouse suddenly shot, stop. Huge power poured out, the powerhouse waved his palm, and the sea of fire that swallowed the 5 people was almost defeated. Han Feng sneered, want to save people? Dream. With a flick of his sleeves, the phantom thunder leopard and the flying flame lion appeared together, and the powerful aura of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary surged out along with the roar of the 2 beasts. Seeing the 2 mere big sanctuary monsters trying to stop him from saving people, the Sanctuary Peak first-level powerhouse smiled coldly. 2 wastes, dare to take action against this old man. But when the strong man fought with the 2 beasts, he found that his face was ugly, and he was wrong. The cultivation of these 2 beasts is indeed only the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and there is still some distance from the limit of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, but the bloodlines of the two beasts are not low now. With their powerful bloodline power, both beasts exerted a combat power that was far beyond the sanctuary, comparable to the peak power of the sanctuary. Comparable to the real sanctuary peak powerhouse, naturally unable to compete, but the combination of the two beasts, it is completely different. If this powerhouse is the second level of the peak of the sanctuary, or the first level of the peak of the sanctuary with the unique skills of the high-grade sanctuary, then it will be extremely easy to deal with the two beasts. However, this powerhouse is only the first layer of heaven, and he still hasn't realized the first layer of the high-grade sanctuary. When the two beasts were blocking the peak of the sanctuary's first-level powerhouse, the Sea of Fire had devoured the 5 half-step sanctuary peaks including Hai Wuya, burning them to ashes. The corners of Mang Qin's mouth twitched in the distance. This Han Feng not only has extraordinary combat power, but also such a powerful contracted beast, so that other geniuses are not allowed to live. You dare? The old man made a painful voice. These are 5.5-step sanctuary peaks. It is very likely that they will be promoted to sanctuary peaks in the future. Now they have lost 5 of them all at once. This old man who has lost a lot, the current patriarch of the ancient Holy Sea clan, can't bear it, and his heart is almost it all stopped because of this. The old man thought that an accomplice would be enough to save Hai Wuya and others, so he didn't make a move. Strong remorse eventually turned into resentment against Han Feng. Die, kid. The old man roared, the Xuanhuan killing intent covering the whole world was like a blade, blowing towards Han Feng in all directions. Fusion, burning heaven Emperor's esteemed finger. Feeling the boundless killing intent, Han Feng's pupils shrank, and he was about to merge Aurora Tsongyan into the 6th layer of Emperor Fenchun's esteemed finger, and one finger fell from the sky. Combined with the Fen Tian Emperor's venerable finger of Aurora Tsongyan, coupled with the cultivation base that is now infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary, Han Feng's outbreak this time has truly reached the peak of the sanctuary. Boom! Like 2 asteroids colliding, the entire space was almost annihilated at this moment. Puff! Han Feng's face turned pale, he vomited blood and flew out, and the holy flame armor on his body shattered. The old man is also not much better. With the blow just now, the old man hasn't had time to use the sanctuary. The old man stabilized his embarrassed body and said in a cold tone, "Okay, good, really a genius, no wonder my son will be beheaded by you." The previous finger, I'm afraid it is the real peak of the sanctuary, a person who is caught off guard and has no defense. It's good to say that it will be hit hard by you. It's just a pity, the old man is the 2nd level heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. Even if you don't use any unique skills of the sanctuary, it is not something you can easily contend with. Now, lose your life for my son. The Emperor of the Sea penetrates the bone claws. Even if the old man is already a strong 2nd level sanctuary peak, he has not yet realized his own top-grade sanctuary secret skills, and the Sea Emperor's bone claws are only a half-step high-grade. But even so, the power of this claw was unbelievable when the old man's sanctuary peak 2nd level cultivation base was displayed. For Han Feng, it was like seeing a demon king appearing in the void, and the demon king was grabbing it with 1 claws, and the entire space seemed to be locked and stagnant. The blue veins on Han Feng's forehead jumped, knowing that if he was hit by this claw, he would really fall. As soon as he bit the tip of his tongue, scarlet blood overflowed, and the pain made Han Feng recover a little bit of vitality, and he immediately threw a punch. This fist was swung, and the heaven and the earth shook, and the shocking power continued to spread like ripples. Dopajintian fist. Han Feng roared and shouted, and he was already performing the 4th level of Do Pazentianquan, which had reached the top rank and lower level sanctuary level. The heavy vibration power superimposed, the power increased in a straight line, and the claw slammed into the sky. Boom! Boom boom boom. It was as if it suddenly lit up in the dark night, and it was extremely dazzling. Nothing can be seen in the entire space, except for the terrifying vibration of energy. Han Feng was thrown away like a kite with a broken string, and his clothes were ragged. The old man was covered in scars, and blood was spitting out from his mouth. The third one. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / The old man looked at Han Feng with horror. Top-grade sanctuary secrets. It turned out to be a top-grade sanctuary secret knowledge. Why? Why? The fear in his eyes gradually turned into a strong jealousy. He thought that even the dignified Peak Sanctuary had not grasped the secret skills of the high-grade sanctuary. How could this little big sanctuary realize it? Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed frantically. Even if you have a high-grade sanctuary, you still have to die in the hands of this old man. It is true that both of them were injured in this battle, but the old man's injuries were obviously much lighter than Han Feng's. In any case, the old man is the peak of the sanctuary, and this leap is not so easy. If Han Feng exerts the 100% power of the 4th level of Do Pajintian Fist, he may be able to fight with the old man and die together. If he is lucky, if the old man dies, Han Feng will not die. But in the case of not being able to exert all the power, Han Feng was severely damaged, and he could not exert 4 or 5 layers of strength, but the old man could still exert 60 or 70% of his power. If the fight goes on, Han Feng will die. The old man looked at Han Feng with the eyes of a dead man. Such a genius died by his own hands. What a joy it was. However, when the old man's eyes came into contact with Han Feng, he immediately trembled. In Han Feng's eyes, there is nothing but fear. At this point, don't you have any strength to resist? The old man shouted continuously, but did not approach. The battle with the imaginary ants was so injured that I have to say that Han Feng still left a deep shock in the old man's heart. Now, the old man really didn't dare to get too close, for fear that the other party would come up with another trick. What other means does Han Feng have? In addition to the blood-drinking flying dragon knife, there is only Zhu Tianyunk. Do Pajintian Fist and blood-drinking dragon knife consume a lot of Han Feng. Because Duba Zentiankwen Han Feng can't exert all the power, it can be used 2 or 3 times, but if he is injured in the battle with the enemy, he may only be able to use it once or twice. The blood-drinking dragon knife is enough to exert great power because it is a blood contract, so no matter whether the current Han Feng is injured or in his prime, there is only one chance to use it. Now that he has performed a Do Pajintian Fist, he has been severely injured, and he can no longer use the blood-drinking flying dragon saber. The only cards left are Zhu Tianyunk. Han Feng's eyes were calm. The reason why Han Feng delayed leaving for a few days after agreeing to Meng Qin's invitation was to wait for Zhu Tianyunk's breakthrough. Today, Zhu Tianyunk is already the peak of the sacred beast, and with the power of the powerful blood, the comprehensive strength is even more powerful. It is precisely because of Zhu Tianyunk that Han Feng has no pressure from beginning to end. The reason why he did not let Zhu Tianyunk take action is that Han Feng wants to determine the level of comprehensive combat power after his breakthrough. Han Feng flicked his sleeves and was about to summon Zhu Tianyunk, but at this moment, a huge coercion came crashing down, as if the Supreme King was looking down on everyone here in the sky. Not only Han Feng, but also the old man's complexion changed greatly. What is this? The old man stared at a talisman paper in the sky, radiating dazzling light. With the burst of light, the rune paper suddenly turned into a golden rope and burst out. No. Realizing that the target of the golden rope was aimed at him, the old man was horrified and could not help but flee immediately. However, the golden rope had already locked the old man tightly. Before the old man could fly 1,000 meters away, he was tightly bound by the golden rope. The golden thunder and lightning swept out from the golden rope and bombarded the old man in unison. The old man was in pain. Screams again and again. Meng Qin flew over at this time and shouted loudly, "Master Han, this is the golden heavenly spirit rope talisman. Although it is only a one-time talisman, it can exert the power of a high-grade holy weapon. The golden celestial spirit rope charm is bound, not only can't display the power of the domain, even the cultivation base is limited to less than 1/10. Take this opportunity to kill it quickly." Han Feng came back to his senses and was secretly shocked. Such precious talisman papers are extremely rare in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Breaking the Heavenly Fist. Due to the heavy damage, although this punch is also the fourth realm, it is not as powerful as the previous one, and its power is not as strong as the previous punch against the old man. But at this moment, the old man can't display the domain, and his strength can't play 1/10, even if it is a weakened version of a punch, it is still unstoppable. It should be noted that the old man has been severely damaged, and his strength is only 60 to 70% of the heyday, and then limited to 9 out of 10. In other words, the power that the old man can really exert at this moment is only 67%. 67% of the power of the second level of the peak of the sanctuary. I am afraid that even the 9th level of the great sanctuary is slightly inferior. Boom! A punch hit the old man fiercely, and the old man was immediately smashed by the blast, leaving no residue behind. Released this punch, Han Feng was out of breath, staggered, and finally hit the ground. Fortunately, this old guy was careless and didn't use his domain power from the very beginning. Otherwise, if he was suppressed by the realm of the second level of the peak of the sanctuary, God knows how much my cultivation will be suppressed. Even if I use Dopa Jintian Fist, I guess I won't be able to hurt him at that time. Han Feng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead happily. Through this battle, Han Feng almost understood the limit of his own combat power. In terms of simple outbreaks, he is no weaker than the ordinary peak of the sanctuary at the early stage of the second level heaven. He has not mastered the secret skills of the high-grade sanctuary, but if the peak of the sanctuary uses the domain suppression, it is hard to say. We must seize the time to break through the 9 flames and different fire art to the late 5th layer. At that time, the power of Aurora Tsangyan is no less than that of the high-grade holy fire. With the characteristics of Aurora Tsangyan, it is enough to devour the domain power in the early days of the peak of the sanctuary. Each layer of the 9 flames and different fire art has 4 realms, the initial, middle, late and peak stages. Only the 5th layer has a perfection, which is the special and sanctuary low-grade holy fire, middle-grade holy fire, high-grade holy fire, top-grade holy fire, and super-holy fire. Corresponding to the holy fire. Meng Qin flew over and said with a strange look, "Master Han, is there any serious problem?" The fighting strength displayed by Han Feng made Meng Qin ecstatic. Han Feng took a breath and said, "Thank you Miss Meng for your help, otherwise." Han Feng shook his head slightly. Meng Qin smiled lightly. Young Master Han is the helper invited by the little girl, so he is naturally obliged to protect young Master Han's safety. Hearing this, Han Feng also smiled, and then, Han Feng's eyes glanced at another battlefield in the sky. Another sanctuary peak powerhouse from the ancient Holy Sea clan, and the two beasts had an inseparable fight, and he had long wanted to retreat, and when he saw the old man die, he was so frightened that he didn't have the least bit of fighting spirit. Han Feng smiled coldly and joined the battle regardless of the injured body. With the addition of Han Feng, the two beasts killed the peak of the sanctuary soon. After recalling the two beasts, Meng Qin also flew over. "Young Master Han, you really surprised the little girl. I had some doubts when I heard about young Master Han in Jintian sect before, but now." Meng Qin looked in admiration. Han Fengwan's taste, no matter how powerful it is, if I'm bound by that golden rope from Miss Meng, I'm afraid I'll have to be captured. The first. Mentioning the golden heavenly spirit rope talisman, Meng Qin's eyes showed a hint of heartache. This rope charm is powerful, but the problem is that it is a disposable item. Han Feng accurately swept the heartache in Meng Qin's eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Something like the golden heavenly spirit rope talisman, even if Han Feng didn't know the source, he knew that it must be extremely precious. Meng Qin found Han Feng's embarrassment, and for fear of a estrangement, he immediately said, compared to the safety of Mr. Han, the rope charm is nothing. As long as Mr. Han can win me one more place in the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, it's enough to make up for the loss of that rope charm. Han Feng patted his chest. Don't worry, Han will not let Miss Meng's loss go to waste. With the incident of Meng Qin's shot, the two became intimate a lot invisibly. Although Han Feng knew that even if Meng Qin didn't do anything, he wouldn't be a big problem, but he couldn't just say it. Cannot refuse. The two found a place to rest for a while, and when Han Feng recovered, the two set off again. The Thunder Domain is a peculiar area in the central continent, where terrifying thunders often fall from the sky. This thunder is not the white thunder of the White Thunder Wasteland of Beizhou continent. The Bailey in the Bailey Wasteland is mainly used to temper the holy body. Although there are often semi-sacred falls, it is because they misestimate their own limits, because they will collapse and die because they have endured too strong Bailey. In fact, if you are cultivating in the White Thunder Wasteland, as long as you are careful and cautious, the possibility of falling is not high. But the thunder of the thunderstorm is different. The thunder of this thunderstorm is full of the aura of destruction, and every thunder is extremely powerful. The purpose of these thunders is to destroy, not to temper the holy body. If there is a semi-sage who wants to come here to temper the holy body, it is courting death. The minefield is also divided into 4 parts, the edge, the periphery, the inner periphery, and the core. The thunder of the edge of the thunder field, each one is enough to destroy any cultivator under the sanctuary. This natural barrier prevents 99% of the warriors in the central continent. Thunder in the outer thunder territory is extremely dangerous in the early and middle stages of ordinary sanctuary, and it will fall if one is not careful. If there is no protection under the great sanctuary, the thunder in the inner thunder territory is also in danger of falling. The thunder field at the core is strangely devoid of any thunder. After passing through the heavy thunder, Han Feng wiped away a cold sweat, turned his head to look at the area behind him that looked like a sea of thunder, and Han Feng sighed. I didn't expect that the place where the Heavenly Wolf Valley is located is actually in the middle of such a dangerous thunder field. No wonder Sirius Gu is not known to outsiders. The corner of Meng Qin's mouth curved. Tianlang Valley, as a hidden strength, naturally aims to hide from the world. To hide from the world, it is natural to find a place that can stop most warriors from being disturbed. This thunder territory is perfect. Han Feng nodded heavily. That's right. In the center of the thunder territory, a bottomless terrifying abyss suddenly appeared, as if a ferocious beast opened its fangs to devour people. Looking down from the top, I can only see the thick white clouds covering the situation below the abyss. Naturally, Meng Qin noticed Han Feng's actions, and covered his mouth with a smile. At the bottom of this abyss, even the distance from the primordial spirits of the Peak Sanctuary powerhouse cannot reach the bottom of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Han Feng took a deep breath. How far is the search range of the primordial spirit at the peak of the sanctuary? If it spreads around in a circle, it is enough to explore more than 100,000 meters. If it spreads in a straight line, millions of meters are not a problem. But even so, the bottom of the abyss could not be reached, and the abyss was too deep. It should be noted that the radius of the Earth in the previous life was only more than 6,000 kilometers, and this abyss was almost 1/6 of the radius of the Earth. Although a continent in the Forgotten Continent is equivalent to more than 10 times the total land area of the Earth, the depth still surprised Han Feng. My dear, it is said that the forgotten continent is just a small continent separated from the continent of the gods. I really don't know how big the continent of the gods is. Han Feng muttered in his heart. Meng Qin took Han Feng to the abyss. Both of them are in the great sanctuary, and the speed is extremely fast. The distance of more than 1,000,000 meters does not take long for the two of them. The distance of about 1,340,000 meters is indeed more than the straight-line detection of the sanctuary peak primordial spirit. Han Feng secretly said. What appeared in Han Feng's line of sight at the moment was an enchantment that exuded fierce and coercive pressure. Han Feng could see that the person who arranged this enchantment should be a strong man in the great perfection of the Holy Land. The enchantment laid out by the great perfection of the sanctuary, I don't know to what extent the suppression of the warriors has reached. With my cultivation of the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary, if I don't display anything, it's just a simple punch. I'm afraid I can only smash a small dirt hole on the ground. Han Feng thought thoughtfully. Meng Qin waved his hands and displayed complicated handprints. After a while, the barrier shook and slowly opened a hole, and both Meng Qin and Han Feng flew into it. Entering the enchantment, valleys come into view. The scenery in the valley is exquisite, the birds and flowers are fragrant, and it looks like a paradise. From a distance, I saw more than a dozen people flying here. The leader was a man in his 20s or 30s, wearing a blue robe, looking elegant and polite. See senior brother he. Meng Qin hurriedly stepped forward to salute. The elegant man said gently, Junior sister Meng, please come. Isn't junior sister going to look for help? Could it be that I came back this time? After speaking, the elegant man's eyes shifted to Han Feng, and he couldn't help frowning. Meng Qin said with a smile, when the junior sister came back at this time, she naturally found a helper. This is Mr. Han Feng Han. While Meng Qin introduced Han Feng's identity like a refined man, Meng Qin also introduced Han Feng's identity as a refined man. The Valley Master of the Heavenly Wolf Valley is the sanctuary small perfection, the top level is the sanctuary peak, and the lower ones are all disciples, Dharma protectors, etc. As long as they can be promoted to the great sanctuary within 500 years old, they can become the true disciples of various valleys. If they become the great sanctuary after the age of 500, they can only be turned into deacons or guardians. There are also rankings among the true disciples. This elegant man's full name is Xuanhuan. He ranks 5th among the true disciples of the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. It turned out to be senior brother he, you have been looking up for a long time. Han Feng clasped his fists. Seeing that Han Feng was so young, Xuanhuan couldn't help but wonder if Meng Qin had hired the wrong person, but because he couldn't see through Han Feng's cultivation, Xuanhuan didn't take it lightly, but please, brother Han. Meng San, you are here to entertain brother Han, and I will bring junior sister Meng to meet the Valley Master. Xuanhuan said to a young man behind him. Afterwards, Xuanhuan smiled apologetically to Han Feng. I also ask brother Han to forgive me, and I will entertain brother Han after Master Gu meets the junior sister. Han Feng waved his hand, so he didn't care. Immediately, a young man named Meng San took Han Feng to the place where Donggu entertained guests, while Meng Qin followed Xuanhuan to meet the owner of Donggu Valley. East Valley. When he was about to meet the owner of the valley, Xuanhuan sighed, Junior sister, you should know that your approach has no support except for a small number of people, especially the senior brother who is firmly opposed. This time you invite outsiders, senior brother. I'm afraid I won't let it go, and I have to target that Han Feng. Is the junior sister sure that Han Feng is powerful? If the junior sister is deceived by the Han Feng, not only will this child be made difficult by the senior brother, but you will also lose face with the junior sister. Second more. Meng Qin pouted, if the senior brother is more competitive, how could the junior sister make such a choice? We have been at the bottom of Donggu several times, and the entire Donggu is only supported by his father. There are more than 10, which is far from the other 3 valleys. If these 10 or more elders have the potential to be promoted to the sanctuary small perfection, that's all, but none of them. Once the father reaches the limit of our East Valley, the sanctuary has not yet been born. Small perfection, we people in the East Valley can only merge into the other 3 valleys, and there will be no East Valley since then. This time, we Donggu must have a few more people to enter the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring anyway, so that there will be a few more warriors who may be promoted to Little Perfection in the future. I am not sure who will be promoted to Sanctuary Little Perfection in the future, then Donggu will be able to continue to develop. He Guanchuan looked helpless upon hearing this. He Guanchuan also knew that what Meng Qin said was correct. The small perfection in the holy domain was not so easy to achieve, but if he absorbed the Holy Wolf Holy Spring, his grasp would undoubtedly be better. Now the valley owners of the 4 valleys have all entered the Sirius Holy Spring. The East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley was at the bottom several times, which means that several times only one person from the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley entered the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. Entering the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring only makes the possibility of being promoted to the Sanctuary Small Perfection a bit higher, but it is not certain. The more people who enter the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, the more people who may be promoted in the future. With so many people, there will always be a promotion. Just one promotion is enough to guarantee the continued existence of the valley. He Guanchuan said, anyway, junior sister, let's be prepared, the senior brother is not easy to pass. He Guanchuan is not optimistic about Han Feng. There are more than 10 hidden forces in Central Continent, and Tianlang Valley ranks high. The existence of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, the chief disciple of Yatsuya, is a genius among geniuses, few outsiders can compare. To find a genius who is stronger than the chief disciple of Sirius Valley Yatsugu in the vast Central Continent, the probability is too small. Even if there is such a genius, it does not necessarily match the age. Within 1,000 years, 999 years are also within 1,000 years, and 200 or 300 years are also within 1,000 years. Even if they are both geniuses, those who have cultivated for a long time are bound to be stronger than those with a short cultivation time. To find a genius who is stronger than the chief disciple of Yatsuya, this genius must have been cultivating for nearly 1,000 years. It is too difficult to find. Just like the original Prince Yun, his aptitude may be stronger than that of Yatsugu's chief disciple. He doesn't need to absorb the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring to be promoted to the Sanctuary Small Perfection, but the time for cultivation is still short, and he never competes with Yatsugu's chief disciple. Ability. Meng Qin looked at Iguanchuan with a worried look, and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, senior brother is by no means Han Gongzi's opponent. This time our Tianlang Valley Donggu is going to shine. After that, Meng Qin ignored He Guanchuan's confused face and entered an elegant bamboo house in the valley. In the bamboo house, a middle-aged man in a white robe was writing something, and his entire body seemed to merge into a place between heaven and earth. The powerhouse of the small perfection in the sanctuary can already open up a huge enchantment, which is equivalent to a small world, but this small world still exists in the world and cannot be hidden in a different dimension. And the sanctuary great perfection powerhouse can hide the enchantment created by himself in the different space. As long as the continent is not destroyed, there will be no problem in the enchantment space hidden in the different space, and it can develop like a world. The middle-aged man, as a small perfection in the sanctuary, can open up a huge enchantment space equivalent to a small world. Nature's understanding of space has reached an unimaginable level, and every move is in harmony with heaven and earth. After Meng Qin came in, the middle-aged man put down the pen in his hand, looked up at Meng Qin, and said with a condoning expression, "Are you happy to go out and play?" Meng Qin couldn't take it anymore. "My daughter is going out for a big business, how can you talk about it?" The middle-aged man is naturally the owner of Donggu and Meng Qin's father. Meng Wu naturally knew what her daughter was doing when she went out. In fact, Meng Wu neither supported nor opposed what her daughter did. Even if you find help from outside, it doesn't sound good to say it out, not to mention that if you want someone to take action, you must be paid some money. It always feels a bit more than the gain. Meng Qin also knew her father's concerns, and said with a smile, "Father, the helper that my daughter has found this time is not ordinary, and it will definitely make my father beg for wine." Oh? Meng Wu was interested this time. What character made his daughter so confident? Could it be that the genius found this time can kill the peak of the sanctuary with the cultivation of the great sanctuary? The genius of West Valley has such ability. If so, it is indeed begging for wine. Otherwise, what's the use of getting a helper and only getting third place? The helper he found got a place, and Donggu still only had one place, so it would be better to let Donggu go directly to the bottom. At least without giving the helper the rest of the pay. Seeing that her father was interested, Meng Qin immediately told Meng Wu what happened on the road. Meng Wu originally just listened with an interested expression, but his expression soon became serious, and finally he opened his mouth and said excitedly, "Daughter, are you telling the truth? That kid is really badly injured. A sanctuary peak second-level heaven?" Meng Qin nodded. Meng Wu gasped, even the genius from Shigu couldn't do this. The second level of the peak of the sanctuary is not the first level of the peak of the sanctuary. What's more, this severely damaged sanctuary peak second-level heaven is not in the early stage of the second-level heaven, but in existence near the peak in the later stage. Gradually, Meng Wu came back to his senses from the surging emotions, and his eyes flashed. "Daughter, isn't this a joint effort to deceive you? After all, this matter is too incredible. The sixth heaven of the great sanctuary severely damaged the second heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. Thinking about it, it makes people feel." Meng Qin rolled his eyes. "Just to deceive me about losing 2 sanctuary peaks and 5 half-step sanctuary peaks? Besides, when Han Feng offended the Holy See ancient clan, his daughter hadn't invited him yet." Meng Wu also reacted at this time, laughing at himself. "I'm so nervous that I can't even see things clearly." Tianlang Valley Donggu has been at the bottom several times. Meng Wu has already gotten used to it, and suddenly heard that his daughter bringing back a helper who is very likely to win the first place. Meng Wu was excited for a while, and his head twitched, and now he came back to his senses. Meng Wu found the key. "Daughter, this Holy See ancient clan sanctuary peak second-level heaven should be careless, at least not using the domain to suppress, otherwise." Meng Qin also admitted this point. "That's true. If the old guy used the peak of the sanctuary domain to suppress Han Feng might not be able to hit him hard. But whether or not he used the power of the domain, it was enough to prove that Han Feng's, the combat power is extraordinary." Meng Wu pondered, and said slowly for a long time, "Then Han Feng's fighting power is strong, and he is no longer suspicious as a father. But don't forget, he is only the 6th level of the great sanctuary. If he is suppressed by the other 3 chief disciples' domains, are you sure what the outcome will be?" The third one. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155755439. This. Meng Qin didn't dare to say any guarantees. After all, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Seeing this, Meng Wu changed the subject. "You invited that Han Feng to come to help. You must have promised something, and let me hear it for my father." Meng Qin came out one by one. Meng Wu's mouth twitched. His daughter was really generous. Donggu's inventory, even if he, the valley owner, wants to get some precious items, he has to discuss with the elders. As a result, his daughter. But if Han Feng can really take the first place, this promise is really nothing. After a long while, Mengwu said, "Well, anyway, your senior brother doesn't support your behavior at all. This time you brought someone back. Your senior brother can't just sit back and ignore it. You have to make things difficult. Why don't I take everything, call the people together and let them discuss freely? At that time, you will naturally know what level of Han Feng's combat power has reached. Let's talk about it first. If Han Feng can't exert much strength under the suppression of the domain, in the end, you can only let your senior brother compete for the spot. If you beat your senior brother, but there is no potential to compete for the first place, then your previous promise is not easy to say. For example, there are only 2 places to get the third place. If the kid gets 1, we will only have 1 in the East Valley, which is no different from the bottom of our East Valley. In this way, as a father, the treasure in the inventory will not be worth the loss. That kid chooses. If it is the second place, we will only get 2 places in Donggu. The father promised to let the kid choose any treasure in the inventory, but the level of this treasure should not be too high. It is probably equivalent to the middle and lower grades of high-grade saints. Degree. If you want to select the top-ranked saints from the inventory, or even the inferior ones of the top-ranked saints, you must win the first place. In this way, we will have 3 places in Donggu. The value of 3 places, almost enough to make up for the loss. This. Meng Qin hesitated. This is a little different from what she promised Han Feng at first. What if she annoys the other party because of this? But Meng Qin also knows that this is the limit that her father can tolerate. If it goes beyond that, I'm afraid that this time Donggu is still at the bottom rather than choose her method. Thinking of this, Meng Qin had to respond, hoping that Han Feng would not be angry. Somewhere in the East Valley. Han Feng came here under the leadership of a disciple. As soon as his eyes swept away, Han Feng saw the middle-aged man in the center, with an unfathomable breath, and Meng Qin beside the man. Seeing this, Han Feng understood the identity of this man, and he must be the owner of the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Han Feng saluted respectfully. Junior sees Lord Mengwu. Mengwu laughed and asked Han Feng to get up. Han Xiaoyu has such a cultivation level at a young age, it is really terrifying after birth. Where, the difference between the junior and the senior is the difference between clouds and mud. Mengwu Hehe waved his hand. Don't be humble, the owner of this valley has only cultivated for a while longer than Xiaoyu Han. If Xiaoyu Han has been practicing for so long, I am afraid that the owner of the valley will have been thrown into an unknown lump. Gu master, you are too proud of this kid. How can the geniuses outside be compared to the geniuses of our Heavenly Wolf Valley? But at this moment, a cold hum came out. Han Feng followed the voice and looked. I saw a pair of men with cold eyes staring at him with hostility. Master Han, this is the little girl's senior brother Ji Lang, and also my chief disciple of Donggu. Meng Qin immediately transmitted his voice to Han Feng. Han Feng immediately understood completely. Before arriving at the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Meng Qin also explained to Han Feng some of the situation in the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Han Feng naturally knew that the chief disciple of Donggu did not agree with Meng Qin's behavior of inviting outsiders. In this way, Han Feng was not surprised that this chief disciple looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Mengwu's mouth curled into a smile, but he did not scold the chief disciple. Seeing this, Han Feng understood a little. I was afraid that the valley master was still a little skeptical of his own strength, so he was indifferent to the chief disciple who made things difficult for him. Looking at Meng Qin's anxious and apologetic face, Han Feng smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. Han Feng had already expected this situation. However, since he knew that the valley master was intending to test his own strength, Han Feng would naturally not be concerned about the identity of the chief disciple. Therefore, in the face of the hostility of the chief disciple of Donggu, Han Feng provocatively said, since your excellency is so confident, why not have a discussion with Han? Let Han know how much better you are than Han. Hiss. Many disciples in Donggu gasped. This person dared to speak to the senior brother in such a tone. It was too arrogant. He clearly did not take the senior brother seriously. Gyra's expression turned gloomy. Okay, the helper chosen by the junior sister is really rampant. Ji Lang sneered, only you, dare to compare with this son? Junior brother why don't you come and have a spar with this boy? Let this mad boy understand that no matter how outstanding he is outside, it is not worth mentioning in our heavenly Wolf Valley, and he can't even make it into the top 3. Go. Ji Lang turned to Xuanhuan and said. Xuanhuan is the 5th true disciple of Donggu. In Ji Lang's opinion, it is enough to deal with Han Feng. Xuanhuan's expression changed, and he waved his hands again and again. Senior brother, junior brother just had diarrhea today, and his condition is not good. Let's choose someone else. Xuanhuan is also suspicious of Han Feng's strength, but Xuanhuan loves Meng Qin more on weekdays, and now he takes action against Han Feng. Is it not a face of his junior sister? Xuanhuan does not want to be complained by the junior sister in the future. You. Ji Lang's face stiffened. He never expected that Xuanhuan would reject him directly. Have loose bowels? It's a big sanctuary. It's okay to not eat food for decades. How can you have diarrhea? It's an excuse. Fortunately, Ji Lang also remembered the relationship between Xuanhuan and Meng Qin on weekdays. He just gave Xuanhuan a cold look and ignored it, instead focusing his attention on the other person. This man is huge, bald, with a squat on his face, and he doesn't look like someone to be messed with. Meng Qin said, Master Han, this is my 3rd senior brother. I usually walk very close to the senior brother. He is a member of the senior brother's faction. He will definitely not reject the senior brother's proposal. Informed Han Feng of the specific news of the 3 senior brothers. Only now did Han Feng know that these 3 senior brothers were named Tian Xian, and they all possessed the bloodline of the Tsangyan Heavenly Wolf, and their rank was as high as that of a high-level holy bloodline. The power that can be controlled and exerted now is not weaker than that of the intermediate and high-level holy blood. The first. The cabbage doesn't understand. What the hell I did that was outrageous. God can't see it. Since Jiu Yan's book got a little better and made a little money, things have been happening in the family, first grandma, grandpa, and then it's my mother. Fortunately, my mother reminded me quickly, otherwise I would have had a car accident. Now it's finally the turn of cabbage. I usually use a knife to cut potatoes with cabbage. Today, I suddenly got interested and used a shredder. I accidentally cut off a piece of the thumbnail. I didn't cut my hand with the knife, but it was a shredder. I really don't know what to say. Meng Wu didn't speak from the beginning to the end, and smiled as Ji Lang and others targeted Han Feng. Although Meng Qin was a little resentful about this, he had nothing to do. Meng Qin knew that this was his father's test for Han Feng. If he passed Han Feng, he would be able to represent Donggu in the war. Treasure. If you don't pass the assessment, then there is no such thing as Han Feng's participation in the war. Don't worry, senior brother, junior brother will let this son understand that the geniuses outside are not farts in front of my Tianlang Valley warrior. Tian Xian's huge body stepped on the ground, and accompanied by the vibration of the ground, he walked towards Han Feng. Boy, kowtow to senior brother now and admit your mistake. You can still walk out intact, otherwise. A cold light flashed in Tian Xian's eyes. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Han Feng calmly said. From Meng Qin's mouth, Han Feng knew that this person was only in the early stage of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. Looking for death. Tian Xian stared sharply and punched Han Feng. Although Tian Xian doesn't take Han Feng seriously because he looks too young, Tian Xian is not stupid, and the genius who can be retrieved by Meng Qin is definitely not bad. However, when the aura of Han Feng Great Sanctuary 6th layer broke out, Tian Xian's face flashed a trace of stunned. The genius that junior sister Meng found was actually only the 6th heaven of the Great Sanctuary? There were still some fears, because the cultivation base that Han Feng showed completely disappeared without a trace. The 6th heaven of the Great Sanctuary dares to be mad and overreaching. Tian Xian looked contemptuous. Boom! The provocative fist bombarded the place where Han Feng stood before, and a big hole was smashed out by Tian Xian. It ran quite fast. Tian Xian pouted. On the other side, Xuanhuan tugged at Meng Qin's sleeve. Junior sister, how can you find a 6th level heaven in the Great Sanctuary? It has to be 8th or even 9th level heaven to compete with the senior brother and represent our East Valley. Join the battle for the place in the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring. Meng Qin said with a smile, senior brother just watch it carefully, young Master Han will definitely surprise you. Xuanhuan's heart was itching, and he stared at Han Feng. I want to see, what ability does this kid have to make junior sister value him so much? On the field, Han Feng kept dodging, and Han Feng found that Tian Xian didn't seem to be very good at speed. Boy, don't you have eggs? Don't run if you can. After saying that, Tian Xian's body poured out Saint Yuan. The hand of Tsang Yen. The hand of flame condensed out in the air and slapped it fiercely in the Korean wind. This move is impressively a middle-grade, high-grade sanctuary. With Tian Xian's cultivation level at the early stage of the 8th heavenly layer, the power of this move was no worse than that of the ordinary Great Sanctuary Ninth layer. Han Feng's figure suddenly stopped. Tian Xian was overjoyed. This guy was just agitated by himself, but he really stopped dodging and had to fight hard. For a moment, the provocation was filled with the triumph of victory. Equivalent to the power of the ordinary Great Sanctuary 9 heavens, how can the Great Sanctuary 6th heaven resist? Idiot! Ji Lang also scolded disdainfully, but he couldn't help it after being agitated. With this kind of heart, he was too embarrassed to provoke him. Just when everyone thought that Han Feng was about to lose, Han Feng shouted loudly, Void Immortal Body, congeal. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. The immortal shadow full of holiness is now behind Han Feng, and Han Feng's strength has skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed to the 7th level realm of the Great Sanctuary, which is still a relatively advanced level. Immediately afterwards, the golden flame swept out like a storm, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared again, reaching the 8th level realm of the Great Sanctuary, which was better than Tian Xian's initial stage of the 8th level heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Void Immortal Snake Dragon Finger. The white snake snaked out, swallowed the hand of flame in one mouthful, and slammed into Tian Xian unabated. What? Not good. Tian Xian was first surprised that Han Feng's strength had suddenly skyrocketed so much, and then saw his Tsang Yan's hand being swallowed up. Rao is so, the white snake has also approached. Tian Xian had to cross his arms in front of him, and the white snake slammed into Tian Xian's body. Tian Xian's face turned pale, and he flew out, spun in a circle in the air, and stumbled to the ground. There was silence all around, and all Donggu disciples widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. From the early stage of the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary to the middle and late stages of the 8th level of the Great Sanctuary, this improvement is too much, and there is more than the 2nd level. Among them, there is also a gap between the middle and the later period. Originally, everyone was a little bit unimpressed by Han Feng, the person Meng Qin brought back, but now it is a lot more serious. At least one of them with such strength can count them in one palm. Meng Qin proudly said, Senior brother look, junior sister said earlier that Han Feng would surprise people. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes. it's really surprising, but if that's the case, it's not necessarily a victory over third senior brother, let alone compared to senior brother. Meng Qin wrinkled her nose. Han Feng's methods are not only these, senior brother looks at it. He Guanchuan's eyes lit up. Oh? Are there any other means? Meng Wu's eyes flashed. The two great skills for improving cultivation are 100% compatible with this son. It seems that this son should have realized it. Comprehension of the sanctuary practice that is no worse than bloodline improvement is one more time. There are two, and they can be superimposed. This child's comprehension is really astounding. No wonder he can hit the peak of the sanctuary. However, the main reason why it is difficult to fight over the sanctuary is the suppression of the realm. Only a few people have the means. Can solve this problem. I wonder if this child can resist the suppression of the domain? If not. Meng Wu slowly shook his head. In the venue, Tian Xian became angry. Boy, I was careless before, this time I will beat you so much that even your mother doesn't recognize you. Song Yan's bloodline, congeal. Tian Xian suddenly let out a wolf howl that resounded through the heavens and the earth, and turned into a giant flame wolf with a height of 2 or 3 meters and a body length of 7 or 8 meters. The eyes were filled with endless flames. With a glance of his eyes, the flames burned directly in the void. Song Yan roars. Endless flames sprayed out in a spiral, and the fiery flames made everyone retreat. Tian Xian's control over his own bloodline is enough to exert a level no lower than that of an intermediate and high-level saint-grade bloodline, and his cultivation level has skyrocketed to the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary in an instant. With this unique technique of the Holy Land, the outbreak has already exceeded the level of the great sanctuary. This kind of outbreak is comparable to the outbreak when Han Feng and the evil Emperor Saint were fighting, and it is also not much beyond the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Did you use your bloodline? As expected of a genius in the heavenly Wolf Valley, there are not many outsiders who can use the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary to surpass the strength of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, but it's a pity. Lotus bursting fist. The 3 flaming lotus flowers flew into the spiral flame and exploded. With the 3 flames condensed by Aurora Song Yan, the power after the explosion has exceeded the level of the middle grade sanctuary. Boom boom boom. The first flaming lotus directly shook the spiral flame, the second flaming lotus smashed Tian Xian's Song Yan roar, and the third flaming lotus exploded directly on Tian Xian. Second more. Puff. Tian Xian screamed, and immediately returned to the human form from the Song Yan serious state, vomited blood and was blown away. A black mark on the ground. Han Feng couldn't help but be amazed. If he was outside, the power generated by the explosion of these 3 flaming lotuses would be more than enough to blow up a mountain range. Defeat. Lost? Since Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed, no Donggu disciple has underestimated Han Feng, but they did not think that Han Feng could easily win. After all, they knew that the third senior brother Tian Xian did not use his blood vessel's power. Unexpectedly, when the third senior brother displayed the Song Yan heavenly wolf bloodline, he was directly defeated in seconds. This is enough to show that the two sides are not on the same level. He Guanchuan opened his mouth wide. If I'm not mistaken, the power has surpassed that of the mid-grade sanctuary. Where did this guy inherit the sanctuary? Meng Qin smiled slightly, without commenting. She was so surprised now, and she still has more to eat in the future. Meng Wu's expression did not change. Ever since he knew that Han Feng had hit the peak of the sanctuary, Meng Wu had no doubts about Han Feng's outbreak. The reason for such a test is to know whether Han Feng has the ability to resist the suppression of the field. Only. This Tian Xian was careless, or the defeat was too sudden. He didn't have time to use his domain power at all, and my goal was not achieved at all. It seems. Thinking of this, Meng Wu's expression suddenly changed, and Chao Jilong's voice transmission. Ji Lang was startled, grinned slightly, and looked at Han Feng with a little care. Gu Master is right. Although this subburst is strong, the gap in the realm can't be changed. If Tian Xian used the realm to suppress it from the beginning, the result is still unknown. Han Feng Chao Jilong hooked his finger. This chief disciple, it's your turn this time. The rest of the disciples were silent. Before defeating Tian Xian, they all thought it was Han Feng Kuang Feng, but after defeating Tian Xian, they could not guarantee that Big Brother would really win. Ji Lang snorted coldly and looked at someone in the crowd. Meng Qin acted as a commentator in a timely manner. This is my second senior brother Yin Han. The second senior brother and the senior brother are not of the same faction, so they should refuse. The true disciples of Tianlang Valley Donggu are also sectarian. Among the top 5 true disciples, the third and fourth are Jilong's faction. Yin Han is neutral, he does not join any faction, and maintains a close distance from any faction. The same is true for his relationship with Meng Qin. He did not court Meng Qin just because Meng Qin was the daughter of the owner of the valley. Sure enough, Yin Han shook his head and rejected Ji Lang. Ji Lang seemed to know Yin Han's decision and didn't care. After Yin Han refused, Ji Lang stood up. Boy, are you called Han Feng? For the sake of defeating Tian Xian, you are already qualified to ask me to remember your name. Ji Lang looked proud. Han Feng pouted, of course you will remember my name, and you will remember it very deeply, because today you will be defeated in my hands. Ji Lang was not angry either, as if he had grasped Han Feng's weakness. This time, I can only win and not lose. Ji Lang clenched his fists. Ji Lang is a very ambitious person, and his eyes have been condensed on the position of East Valley Master from the beginning. Ku Jilong knows that he has many competitors, or in other words, as long as he is the top 10 among the true disciples, they are all his opponents. Although Ji Lang is now the first true disciple and the chief disciple of Donggu's senior brother, but his family knows his own affairs, Ji Lang knows that he can become the first true disciple, that is because of the long training time, and after a few more 10 years is more than 1,000 years. Further down Yin Han's cultivation time is also close to 1,000 years, so even if Yin Han is the second, very close to the first, Ji Lang is not the strongest opponent. Almost the same training time, Yin Han Chao is no match for him now, and there will be no exceptions in the future, and he will still not be his opponent. Once he absorbs the energy in the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, the gap will further widen, and it is almost impossible for Yin Han to surpass it. Among the top 10 true disciples, Ji Lang was afraid of the fifth Higuanchuan. Among the top 10 true disciples, apart from Higuanchuan, the worst one has more than 800 years of cultivation time. Only Higuanchuan has cultivated to the 7th level realm of the Great Sanctuary in just over 600 years. This cultivation speed made Ji Lang feel a serious threat. Under the true disciples, Meng Qin's aptitude is stronger. If it weren't for the fact that he had a good father, he didn't have much pressure, and he didn't practice too hard. If He Jilong alone absorbed the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, He Jilong would no longer be afraid of Higuanchuan and Meng Qin. But if the absorption of the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring is changed from one of him to several, then this guy was found by Meng Qin's girl. If he really represented Donggu in the competition for the quota, and there were a few more quotas, he would definitely choose Meng Qin, which would be a huge disadvantage to me. Only if I participate in the competition for the quota, and I am at the bottom, can I guarantee that I am the only one in Donggu to absorb the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring? Gyro's eyes flickered. When his thoughts returned to the venue, Ji Lang stared at Han Feng. Han Feng, I admit that you are very strong, but you forgot that the reason why the gap between the strong and the sanctuary is insurmountable is because of the power of the domain. Third junior brother lost to you because there was no time to exert domain suppression. But I wouldn't be so careless, you have no chance of winning. Hum. Many disciples of Donggu suddenly realized that, yes, how did they forget about the power of the domain and the suppression of the domain? Han Feng's face was weird, really. No wonder you are so confident, then you can try it. Ji Lang felt that something was wrong. Han Feng didn't panic at all, but at this point, there was no time to think so much. Ji Lang waved his hand, and the realm of the great sanctuary Juzongshan condensed out and swallowed Han Feng into it. The realm of the great sanctuary Juzongshan was suppressed, swarming like a tidal wave. Broken! Han Feng shouted loudly, the aurora Tsongyan surged out, and Ji Lang's domain suppression was immediately swallowed up. The surging aurora Tsongyan is like a laser cannon, constantly hitting the field barrier. Click. Ka-ka-cha. Clack clack. Under Ji Lang's incredible gaze, the dignified great sanctuary Juzongshan was instantly shattered. What? Many Donggu disciples were stunned. This is the realm of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. The other party is useless even in the realm. They just released a strange flame to break the suppression of the realm and the realm of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Did you come out from the west? When was the field so vulnerable? Ji Longru was hit hard, this is impossible. He Guanchuan swallowed a mouthful of spit. My dear, junior sister, where did you find this monster? You can even ignore the suppression of the domain. No, it is swallowing the power of the suppression of the domain. The third one. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Meng Qin's beautiful eyes swept He Guanchuan's eyes, and the sound transmission said, Senior brother, continue to watch, this is not the full power of Han Feng. What? Haven't used all your strength yet? He Guanchuan screamed strangely, and then said embarrassingly, this kid may really have the ability to represent our East Valley to compete for the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. The ranking may not be too low, junior sister, you have done a great job this time. Meng Wu's face was no longer calm, and his expression was extremely moving. My good guy, he can really resist the 8th heavenly domain of the great sanctuary, and even swallow it. However, the other chief disciples of Sanggu are all the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, especially the one from West Valley has reached the peak of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. This child can resist and devour the peak of the 8th heaven. I wonder if it can resist the domain of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you can't resist. Ji Lang's own domain is also the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary, and facing the other chief disciples of Sanggu will also face domain suppression. I am sure that Ji Lang has no ability to resist domain suppression, but this son is not necessarily. Take a gamble. A light flashed in Meng Wu's eyes, as if he had made a decision. You actually. Ji Lang was speechless in surprise. Han Feng smiled lightly, without 3 points and 3 points, how can I dare to go to Liangshan? Since I dare to fight at a higher level, I am here at the invitation of Miss Meng Qin, and naturally, I have the ability to resist the suppression of the field. I wonder if you have any other means? Ji Lang's eyes darkened, it's just swallowing the domain, what's there to be proud of? The gap between the two of us cannot be narrowed by using some special means. Thunderbolt serious blood, congeal. Knowing that Han Feng's explosive power is strong, Ji Lang used his bloodline power from the very beginning. It is also a high-level holy bloodline, and Ji Lang's control over his own bloodline far exceeds that of Tian Xian. Tian Xian only brought out his bloodline to a level equivalent to the mid-level high-level holy-grade bloodline, but Ji Lang used his own bloodline to be infinitely close to the high-level holy-grade bloodline level. Obviously, Ji Lang has mastered his own bloodline, and once he is promoted to the peak of the sanctuary in the future, he may bring out his own bloodline perfectly. Possessing a high-level holy grade bloodline, capable of exerting 6 or 7 points of power, bursting out with a power that is infinitely close to the high-grade holy grade bloodline, Ji Lang's cultivation level began to soar in an instant. The early stage of the Great Sanctuary 9 Heavens, the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary 9 Heavens, the late stage of the Great Sanctuary 9 Heavens. Boom! Ji Lang's cultivation level quickly broke through the limit of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. Just in terms of cultivation, Ji Lang is stronger than Tian Xian, who broke out with all his strength before, and Ji Lang has not yet used the unique skills of the Holy Land. The powerful aura rushed towards the surroundings, and Han Feng was the first to bear the brunt. Ha ha ha, kid, take it. Thunderstorm. Han Feng stepped back quickly, and his thoughts turned sharply. The cultivation beyond the limit of the Great Sanctuary, coupled with the top-notch sanctuary of the middle grade, this person's outbreak level has been infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary. It seems impossible. Don't expose some trump cards. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. The silver-white flame merged into the 6th layer of the holy flame battle body, and Han Feng's aura fluctuated again, and it jumped to the middle and late stages of the 9th layer of the Great Sanctuary. Fusion, burning heaven Emperor's esteemed finger. The formidable aura that far exceeds the power of the middle-grade high-grade sanctuary, or the half-step high-grade sanctuary's secrecy surges out. In the sky, the flame vortex condensed and appeared, and a giant flame finger whizzed out of the flame vortex and shot at Ji Lang. At this moment, Han Feng may be inferior in cultivation, but the gap in the sacred knowledge is enough to make up for this deficiency. Moreover, the improvement of the combat power of the sacred knowledge is much more than the improvement of the combat power of the cultivation base. Otherwise, there will not be so many geniuses who can explode the powerful combat power far beyond their own cultivation base. Ji Lang's pupils shrank, and in Ji Lang's shocking eyes, the giant flame fingers in the sky constantly crushed his thunderstorm. Retreat. Ji Lang's body swayed. During the thunderstorms, the power and size of the flame finger were greatly reduced. However, even so, the flame finger that finally broke through the thunderstorm still carried extremely powerful, formidable power. The giant flame finger collapsed and exploded before it approached Ji Lang's body. The fire wave spread, and Ji Lang was swallowed by the fire wave and fled in embarrassment. Although the fire was finally extinguished, his own image was greatly damaged. At the very least, Ji Lang, as the eldest disciple of the true lineage of Donggu, had shattered his image of invincibility among many disciples in the past. Many eyes on Ji Lang's adoration have shifted to Han Feng. The world is so cruel, everyone will only remember the glory of the winners, and the losers will only be left behind. Damn it! Damn it! Ji Lang roared in his heart with a hideous look on his face. It was just an accident before, this time it must be. Okay, don't say it anymore. Before Ji Lang finished speaking, he was restrained by Meng Wu's stern shout. Ji Lang looked back at Meng Wu with begging eyes, but Ji Lang only saw a look of indifference. Ji Lang's heart is cold, knowing that the Valley Master has already made a decision, and this decision is likely to be. Ji Lang clenched his fists tightly, blue veins were popping up, and his heart was full of fear. It was just that when Meng Wu had already made a decision, Ji Lang did not dare to do anything out of the ordinary. Meng Wu smiled at Han Feng and said, Xuanhuan, I have had a lot of poor receptions before, so please forgive me for Xuanhuan. This time, the competition for the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring will be done by Xuanhuan. Han Feng clasped his fists with both hands. The younger generation will do their best and will not disappoint the owner of the valley. Meng Wanning felt Han Feng, smiled softly, and his face suddenly became solemn. Han Xiaoyu, you must have known from the little girl how important this quota is, so the owner of this valley has to declare in advance. If Han Xiaoyu is only at the bottom, then for the only place, the old man will only choose the disciples of Donggu. It's natural. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged, which Han Feng had already expected. Meng Wu continued, if it is the third place, I can guarantee that Xuanhuan will have a place, but the second condition that the little girl promised to Xiaoyu is not acceptable. Han Feng continued to nod, which was also expected by Han Feng. There are only 2 places for the third place, and I occupy one, and Donggu has only one. How is this different from the previous results of Donggu? If he promised to take a treasure or holy fruit from the treasure house at will, it would be a huge loss for Donggu. Thinking of this, Han Feng said directly, what if the junior wins first? Hearing this, Meng Wu laughed, of course it's up to you. Han Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Ji Lang sneered disdainfully, number 1? Excessive. Han Feng ignored Ji Lang, but continued to wait for Meng Wu's unfinished words, and only listened to Meng Wu. There are still 2 months before the competition for the quota, and Xuanhuan will be the little waitress for the past 2 months. I also hope that Xuanhuan prepare within the next 2 months and try to face it with a complete victory. Meng Qin smiled softly, Father, don't worry, everything from young Master Han will be handed over to his daughter. Han Feng clenched his fists, then I will trouble Miss Meng. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. For the true disciples of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, 2 months and 2 days were no different. On this day, the Heavenly Wolf Valley was bustling and noisy early in the morning, because today was the day when the true disciples of Yatsuya competed for the place. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. In 3 months, Han Feng's cultivation base did not make any breakthroughs. Without the support of the holy fruit source liquid, Han Feng's cultivation base grows at a rate comparable to that of a normal intermediate-level holy quality person. Intermediate-level saint quality qualifiers, even the highest-ranking ones, are only expected to be at the peak of the sanctuary, and their hopes are only slightly larger. In the Great Sanctuary, especially in the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary and above, the cultivation speed of the intermediate sage qualifiers is not very high, and it only takes more than 10 years or more than 10 years to break through a small realm, which is extremely normal. 3 months can hardly improve anything. Although Han Feng has not made a breakthrough, after all, there are quite a few holy stones around him. After refining them into holy stone source liquid with Aurora Tsangyan, he can absorb 10% of the energy in the holy stones. Therefore, the improvement of Han Feng in 3 months has almost reached the initial limit of the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary. If there are no adventures and opportunities, if you continue to practice slowly, as long as there are enough holy stones, it is estimated that Han Feng will be able to successfully break through to the middle stage of the 6th heaven of the Great Sanctuary in less than a year. This speed is already a very top-notch training speed among intermediate-level saint quality qualifiers. But for Han Feng, this speed is too slow. I hope that the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring will not disappoint me, and I also hope that I can get some useful things from the treasure house in the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Otherwise, these 3 months will be wasted. Han Feng said softly. Outside the East Valley of Tianlang Valley, Meng Wu looked around for a week. Yes, everyone has arrived, let's go. Donggu and his group went to the location of the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring. Among the group, there are Ji Lang, Tian Xian, Yin Han, He Guanchuan, Meng Qin and other true disciples, as well as several senior elders of the peak of the sanctuary. It was Han Feng who walked side by side with Meng Wu in front. This position was arranged by Meng Wu for Han Feng, which shows that Meng Wu attaches great importance to Han Feng, and is also to prevent several senior elders from the peak of the sanctuary from playing tricks. One of the senior leaders of the peak of the sanctuary is Ji Lang's grandfather. Ji Lang missed the opportunity to participate in the battle, and it is not impossible for this high-level elder of the sanctuary to be dizzy and undermine Han Feng. Because it was the idea of the sanctuary's small perfection super-powerful senior, Han Feng couldn't refuse it, so he had to face the real disciples' awe, worship, Ji-lang and others' resentment, and the complicated eyes of several Sanctuary Peak senior elders, silently moving forward. Sirius Holy Spring is located in the center of Sirius Valley, and the distances from East Valley, West Valley, South Valley, and North Valley are all the same. The surrounding area of Sirius Sacred Spring was white mist, and the mist formed a natural barrier that shot straight into the sky. Mengqin's voice transmission was filled with awe. Master Han, don't underestimate this white mist. This mist has a strong toxicity, and the ordinary sanctuary Xiaocheng is contaminated, and it will also suffer. Hey! Han Feng took a deep breath. The white mist was so poisonous. Han Feng's eyes gradually changed as he looked at these white mists. Mengqin continued his voice transmission and said, the Holy Wolf Sacred Spring can only be full of energy every 1,000 years. These white mists are to prevent the Four Valley Master from robbing the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring in advance for his own selfishness. Moreover, in the white mist, I am always there in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. The only ancestor of the great perfection of the sanctuary is in charge, which makes Yatsuga Valley Master not dare to act rashly. Han Feng's face also brought respect. In this fog, there is a sacred perfection. It is almost at the top of the Forgotten Continent. Although the true God is strong, because the Forgotten Continent's vitality is too low, the recovery of the spiritual energy in the true God's body is too slow. This leads to the true God's random shot, which may take tens of thousands of years to restore the consumed spiritual energy. Therefore, the achievement of a true God certainly has a strong deterrent power, but it is also destined that the true God can hardly make a move in the Forgotten Continent. The four teams gathered outside the white mist around the Holy Wolf Sacred Spring, facing each other tit for tat. A dignified atmosphere slowly permeated out. Han Feng figured out the identities of these people under the introduction of Mengqin's voice transmission. The master of Nanga Valley is extremely handsome, and his cultivation is in the late stage of the sanctuary small perfection first layer. The owner of the North Valley is a woman, with an ordinary face, a kind of extermination of Shirtai, and her cultivation base is in the middle stage of the sanctuary small perfection first layer. West Valley Master is thin, his face is cut like a knife, and his eyes are very sharp. His eyes swept over, and Rauscher Han Feng also felt frightened. Han Feng even felt that such a strong man was enough to kill himself with a single eye knife. Through Mengqin's introduction, Han Feng knew that this West Valley Master was the strongest existence in Yatsuya today, and his cultivation base had broken through to the small sanctuary. At the peak of the second level of perfection, it is very likely that he will enter the peak of the third level of the small perfection in the sanctuary in his lifetime. The peak of the sanctuary small perfection triple heaven is already the highest peak of the sanctuary small perfection, and further up, it is the sanctuary great perfection realm. As for Meng Wu, the owner of the East Valley, it was in the early days of the second heaven of the sanctuary. Despite the fact that Donggu has been at the bottom of the last few battles, Meng Wu's cultivation level ranks second among the four Valley Masters. After introducing the Valley Master of Yatsuya, Mengqin began to introduce the chief disciples of the remaining three valleys. On the Nanga side, the chief disciple is a master of boxing, with the blood of the Azure Dragon and Heavenly Wolf. Since there is the word Sirius in the bloodline, it naturally means that this person also has some dragon bloodline in the bloodline. This person's name is Wu Jian, and his cultivation is only in the early days of the great sanctuary Juzongshan, ranking third among the chief disciples of Yatsuya. The second in cultivation was Shi Jun, the chief disciple of North Valley, who was in the bloodline of Thunder Sky Wolf, and his cultivation was in the middle stage of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Ranked first in terms of cultivation, the most powerful is Yao Xiang, the chief disciple of Shigu. His cultivation has reached the limit of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and half of his feet have reached the peak of the sanctuary. Not only is his cultivation base strong, but Yao Xiang's bloodline, the Golden Sirius, is also very good among the high-level saint rank bloodlines, close to the high rank of high-level saint rank. These bloodlines mean that even if Yao Xiang does not have the assistance of the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring, he will most likely enter the sanctuary small perfection in the future. And in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, as long as Yao Xiang keeps firm belief, he will go further. Among the high-level saint-grade bloodlines, he is also close to the high-level existence, and he is also an extremely remarkable genius among various ancient families. Strange, since they have their own rankings, what else do you need to try? Han Feng asked, with a strange face. Meng Qin explained, cultivation is just cultivation, and the real combat power is not necessarily certain. For example, Wu Jian is weaker than Shi Jun in terms of cultivation, but Shi Jun's level of Lei Jun Tianlang is higher than that of Psunglong Tianlang. Weakness. Which of the two is stronger depends on how much power each of them can exert on their own bloodlines. Generally speaking, if they exert the same amount of power, the one with higher bloodline will naturally be able to exert more strength. Therefore, there has been an endless debate about which of the two is stronger than Wu Jianhe. The number one and the bottom are almost the same. Yao Xiang is recognized as number one. Not only is his cultivation base strong, but his bloodline is also strong. The level is extremely high, and the power it exerts is almost equivalent to an ordinary, high-level holy bloodline. Young Master Han, your biggest opponent is this person. As for the bottom, young Master Han must already know who it is? Meng Qin shrugged. Han Feng glanced at Ji Lang subconsciously. Ji Lang's cultivation base is only the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. Second more. Ji Lang's face was gloomy, especially when there were constant gazes around him. Ji Lang was in a very bad mood. At this time when Yatsuya met, it was normal to observe the chief disciple of each valley, and there would be a comparison while observing. The scrutiny and comparison in these eyes made Ji Lang, who had a high self-esteem, a little unbearable. When Han Feng looked over, Ji Lang raised his head and looked at Han Feng coldly. Boy, don't think that you will be complacent if you promise me, you will feel better later. When you fail, how will you explain it? Ji Lang's tone was cold. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and rolled his eyes secretly. While Meng Qin was introducing the chief disciple of Sangu to Han Feng, the masters of the 4 valleys were arguing with each other. After a while, no one was able to occupy the top. As a last resort, the 4 of them could only bring the topic to their own disciples. Nanga Valley Master smiled and said, East Valley Master, who is this strange young man beside you? Nanga Valley Master has long noticed Han Feng. Generally speaking, the one who follows the Valley Master and is closest to the Valley Master should be the chief disciple of each valley. The owner of Nanga Valley also knew that the chief disciple of Donggu was Ji Lang. Among the chief disciples of Yatsuya, he was recognized as the last one, and even the second true disciple of West Valley was not necessarily worse than Ji Lang. But now, the chief disciple did not follow Meng Wu, but was replaced by a young man who did not know him at all and felt extremely unfamiliar. Meng Wu looked a little embarrassed. Although it was not unheard of to ask outsiders to help, it always made people feel inferior to others. This is why many people in Donggu opposed Meng Qin's original decision, and it was also Meng Wu. Reasons for neither, for nor against. If it wasn't for Han Feng's great strength, he almost easily defeated Ji Lang, and many disciples saw the hope of getting out of the bottom, and there might not be so many disciples supporting Han Feng now. Cough. This little brother is the helper invited by the little girl. Meng Wu felt his face burning hot. Han Feng clasped his fists and respectfully said, Junior, see you seniors. Hee, please get up. The Nanga Valley Master stumbled across his face and quickly returned to normal with a gentle tone. There was also a strange look on the faces of the North Valley Valley Master and the West Valley Valley Master. Meng Wu actually made such a choice. You must know that you have to pay a certain price to ask outsiders to help, which means that the number of the heavenly wolf holy spring, the East Gu must give each other one. Donggu has made such a big sacrifice, so this helper who is so confident will not be at the bottom? It should be noted that only ranking second and first can make up for such a big loss. For a while, many strong people's eyes fell on Han Feng. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged, as steady as Mount Tai. This calm behavior made many strong people take a high look at Han Feng. But even so, no one thinks that Han Feng will achieve such good results. The gap between Ji Lang and the other 3 chief disciples is there. Neither the 8th heaven nor the 9 heavens, Ji Lang was on the same level as the other 3 chief disciples. This phenomenon can be described as rare. In the past, even if Donggu was at the bottom, there was no such low grade. How did the 3 Valley Masters know that this was specially lowered by Ji Lang in order to ensure that only one of the true disciples of Donggu's generation could get the quota and enter the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring? Otherwise, with Ji Lang's bloodline and aptitude, he should be promoted to the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary in the near future. Master East Valley is very brave. Master North Valley, the extermination master, Tai Yin Yang, said strangely. Mengwu said lightly, let's wait and see. For a moment, the Yotsuya people fell silent, as if they were waiting quietly for something. During this period, the chief disciple of Sanggu, Wu Jian, Shi Jun, and Yao Xiang, looked at Han Feng without a trace. Suddenly a stranger came out to replace Ji Lang, which made Wu Jian and Shi Jun feel a sense of crisis. Only Yao Xiang just glanced at it because he was interested, and didn't really take Han Feng to heart. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere became more and more silent. Suddenly, the white mist surrounding the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring surged, and the next moment suddenly opened a hole. At the same time, an old man suddenly appeared in the middle of Yotsuya's horse as if teleporting. The old man was bent over with a wrinkled face. The old man's breath was sluggish, and he kept coughing and leaning, as if he was going to die in the next moment. But no one would despise the old man because of his appearance. It can suddenly appear without everyone noticing, which is something that an ordinary old man can do. Moments after the old man appeared, Mengwu and other 4 valley owners, as well as many people in Tianlang Valley, bowed and shouted, "See the ancestors!" This old man is the only one in the Heavenly Wolf Valley who is a great perfectionist in the Holy Land. The old man looked around for a week and said lightly, "Are you all ready? Back to our ancestors, we are ready. Now that you're ready, let's start." The old man stepped aside, sat down, and closed his eyes. Everyone was not dissatisfied because of this. First, the identity, cultivation, and status of the old man were not something they could be dissatisfied with. Second, everyone also knew that the old ancestor seemed to close his eyes and ignore anything, but he was actually watching carefully. The owner of Nangagu laughed, "Aren't the 3 going to come first? Then Nangu will do it first. Wu Jian, come and learn the tricks of the other chief disciples of the 3 valleys." Wu Jian stepped out, his eyes shifted back and forth on Shi Jun, Yao Xiang, and Han Feng. Shi Jun should be similar to me. Yao Xiang is not something I can compete with, but this strange young man is very interesting to me. I don't know how much better this boy is than Ji Lang. Anyway, every battle has a certain amount of time. Rest, and can't fight one after another, even if I put a lot of effort into it. I don't worry about being taken advantage of by Shi Jun. His interest in Han Feng gave Wu Jian a choice. Wu Jian said respectfully, "Senior Meng, this junior is here to ask for advice." Mengwu also wanted to know how Han Feng would behave when he fought against the great sanctuary Juzangshan, and immediately said, "Han Xiaoyu, the opponent chose you, let's take action." Yes. Han Feng moved and appeared not far from Wu Jian. Wu Jian frowned slightly. This speed and movement are really normal. Did he overestimate the opponent? Wu Jian didn't dare to be careless, for fear that the other party was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The breath of the great sanctuary, Zhuzangshan, swept out, and Wu Jian stared at Han Feng. Han Feng also released his cultivation base, and the atmosphere of the sixth heavenly layer of the great sanctuary surrounded him. Great sanctuary sixth heaven? Wu Jian was choked. With this cultivation among the true disciples in various valleys, I'm afraid they won't even be able to enter the top 10. Sangha Valley Master also widened his eyes. This cultivation base is too low. Meng Wu's head is twitching. After Han Feng revealed the aura of the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary, eyes fell on the ground, and everyone couldn't believe the aura they felt. The third one. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / This? East Valley Master, are you joking? Nanga Valley Master couldn't help but ask. This time, Deesa's pretense was mysteriously changed from Meng Qin to Meng Wu. Meng Wu hissed, "Don't ask, you'll know after watching." Without getting an explanation, the Nanga Valley Master pouted and turned his head. Sangha Valley Master is not an idiot. Since this Han Feng can be valued by Meng Wu and brought to participate in the battle for quota, it cannot be as simple as the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary. No one noticed that the eyelids of the ancestors of the great perfection of the sanctuary trembled slightly. Interesting boy. The old ancestor murmured in his heart, not knowing whether he was talking about Wu Jian or Han Feng. After Wu Jian was surprised, his expression became solemn. Wu Jian is not Tianxian. Seeing that Han Feng's cultivation is not only not high, but surprisingly low, Wu Jian is more cautious and does not dare to be careless. Since the cultivation base is so low, I don't know of the suppressing power of the domain. As soon as he said it, Wu Jian's first wave of tentative attacks began. A field with the majesty of a silk dragon opened, and the frenzy spread to the surrounding. While releasing the domain, Wu Jian stared closely at Han Feng, but was stunned to find that the other party did not have the idea of displaying domain confrontation. What the hell is this person thinking? Wu Jian was about to go crazy. Generally speaking, even if one's own domain is inferior to the opponent's, they will not easily allow the opponent's domain to devour themselves. If the realm power confrontation is used, it may also be able to slow down the realm's suppression of its own power. At least it will not be suppressed to a very low point immediately. But if there is no resistance and the opponent's domain is allowed to devour himself, his cultivation will be suppressed to a very low level immediately. Wu Jian's doubts and madness only lasted for a moment, only to see the silver-white flame swept out of Han Feng's body, which directly swallowed up the power of the domain, and Wu Jian's domain suppression did not play any role. It can actually devour my domain? Wu Jian's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. The 3 Valley Masters took a deep breath. East Valley Master, where did you find this enchanting evildoer? The hierarchy among the powerhouses in the sanctuary is strict. It is even stricter than under the sanctuary, and the suppression of the high-level domain is enough to make the cultivation base helpless. Only a small number of evildoers can rely on their powerful bloodline and powerful sanctuary to increase their comprehensive combat power, so that they can still burst out powerful strength to defeat the enemy after being suppressed. But it is not like Han Feng directly released a strange holy fire to swallow the realm. Seeing the incomparably surprised faces of the 3 valley owners, Meng Wu laughed out loud, revealing his pride. Nanga Valley Master snorted coldly, although this move is indeed surprising, it does not mean that this son can win. Don't forget that Wu Jianke has not yet exerted his blood power. In the venue, Wu Jian quickly calmed down, It seems that using the domain to suppress you is not enough, then. Songlong Tianlang, congeal. Wu Jian's whole body was wrapped by a huge Saint Yuan, and the Saint Yuan condensed for a while and turned into an energy, Sirius. The wolf howled continuously, and there were even a few dragon roars in between. The pressure of the dragon swept over, and Han Feng couldn't help but step back. Wu Jian's cultivation base has reached the initial stage of the Great Sanctuary Nine Heavens. After displaying the Songlong Sirius, his cultivation has far exceeded the limit of the Great Sanctuary Nine Heavens, and is infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary. It can even be said to be comparable to the pinnacle of the sanctuary. It can be seen that Wu Jian's control of his own blood has reached a very high level. Such coercion has gradually become irresistible to Han Feng. Immediately, the void immortal body and the holy flame battle body were displayed at the same time, and Aurora Tsangyan was integrated into the two major martial arts, and Han Feng's cultivation level rose sharply. The virtual immortal body and the holy flame battle body are superimposed, and Han Feng's cultivation base has jumped to close to the peak of the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary. When Aurora Tsangyan is integrated into the two sacred arts, Han Feng's cultivation base has skyrocketed again, has already surpassed the limit of the great sanctuary, comparable to the peak of the sanctuary. At this moment, Han Feng's breath is no worse than Wu Jian's. Everyone opened their mouths wide and stared blankly at this one. One is the powerhouse of the great sanctuary ninth layer, and the other is only the sixth layer of the great sanctuary. The three valley owners were once again shocked. From the sixth level of the great sanctuary, that is, the mid-stage of the great sanctuary, it has soared directly to the peak of the sanctuary. The magnitude of this improvement is simply unbelievable. It was as if a small stream had grown into a vast ocean in front of him in a moment. That kind of shock, even if the three valley masters were all super experts in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, felt incredible. This time even Yao Xiang, who was recognized as the first true disciple of Yatsugu, could not help but look at Han Feng seriously. Shi Jun, North Valley's first true disciple, looked even more solemn. Your Excellency's improvement in strength is admired by Xiaohashing, but a person's strength is not only determined by his cultivation. I, Wu Jian, will not underestimate anyone. Since your cultivation base has increased so much, the sanctuary skills that you must know will not be ordinary. How about one move to determine the outcome? Wu Jian originally planned to have a good discussion with the person he was interested in, but seeing that Han Feng's strength had reached this point, he couldn't help but change his mind. In a duel with the strongest tricks, the consumption of the holy essence in the body is only temporary, and it will be able to recover in a short time, and it will not affect the subsequent battles. Han Feng guessed Wu Jian's plan, which was exactly what he wanted, and immediately said loudly, "That's exactly what he meant." Blue Dragon Wolf Soul Claw. Fusion Burning Heaven Emperor's esteemed finger. With the dragon's roar, the sky wolf collided with the giant flame finger in the roar, and the terrifying power erupted, forming an energy vortex in the sky. In this blow, the two are actually on a par. It's amazing, it really competes with the big brother. Nangu's disciples also admired Han Feng for a while. They could see clearly the previous situation. Han Feng's own cultivation base was only the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary. With the cultivation of the sixth layer of the great sanctuary and their senior brother fighting on the same level, on the surface, the two are considered to be evenly matched, but in fact, with a single collision, invisible air waves rushed to the surroundings. Han Feng kept retreating, and the holy flame armor guarded Han Feng. Wu Jian also has a strong defensive sanctuary, and this air wave did not cause any damage to Wu Jian. The air wave gradually dissipated, and Wu Jian sighed, "I lost." "No, it's just equal." Han Feng shook his head. "Wu Jiandao, the next one is the great sanctuary Juzangshan. It's a match." If you lose, you lose. Don't talk nonsense. Such a neat and tidy attitude surprised Han Feng, and it also gave Han Feng a lot of goodwill towards Wu Jian. The first battle has come to an end. There is no rule that the cultivation base must be equal in the battle. If Wu Jian died and did not admit defeat, it would really only be a tie in the end. It's just that Wu Jian didn't have such a thick skin, so he just conceded defeat. Wu Jian originally thought that his behavior would disappoint the owner of the valley, and it would also make his younger brothers unwilling, but Wu Jian did not expect that when he returned to the Nanga team, he was greeted by the admiration of the younger brothers and the gratified eyes of the valley owner. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Not bad. The owner of Nanga Valley gave Wu Jian a commendation, and Wu Jian looked blank. Seeing this, Nangagu just smiled and didn't say anything. As a hidden world power, Tianlang Valley has countless geniuses. It doesn't take hundreds or thousands of years to have many more geniuses who have the hope of being promoted to Sanctuary Small Perfection. But up to now, there are only 4 Sanctuary Small Perfections in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, and many geniuses who are promising for promotion are still stuck in the Sanctuary Peak 9 Heavens in the end, and some even perish on the way. Why didn't these geniuses break through? It is the heart. The unconsciousness of Wu Jian's character at this moment is in line with the road to the small perfection of the sanctuary, so why is the owner of Nanga Valley displeased? The reason why I didn't say it was because I was worried that Wu Jian was deliberately looking for his current Xinqing, and eventually his Xinqing became unbalanced. It was not unheard of in the past, which made many people feel regretful. Therefore, although the owner of Nanga Valley was delighted, he did not directly give Wu Jian a specific explanation. Meng Wu and the others are small perfection in the sanctuary, where can't see all this, and can't help but feel a burst of envy and jealousy towards the Nanga Valley master. In the field, the ancestor of the great perfection of the sanctuary said lightly, "Recover for an hour, and then start the next battle after an hour." An hour later, the ancestor said, "Who will learn from this game?" Wu Jian smiled and said, "Why don't Brother Shi go and discuss with Brother Han?" Shi Jun's face stiffened. From the previous battle, Shi Jun determined that he and Wu Jian were actually half a pound. Who could win depends on the strategy adopted during the long battle and other factors. Even Wu Jian was only tied in the end, and it is estimated that he would be the same. It is better to fight with Wu Jian after saving his strength. Thinking of this, Shi Jun refused. The master of the North Valley, the master of the extinction, had a terrible face, and looked at Shi Jun with a bit of a bad look. In this regard, Shi Jun smiled bitterly in addition to smiling. Wu Jian guessed some thoughts of Jun attendee. "Don't you want to expose your unique skills and trump cards to me? Hey, even so, you may not be able to beat me in the end." Everyone thought that She refused to discuss with Han Feng. It is very likely that he will fight Wu Jian, but Yao Xiang suddenly jumped up. "Boy, fight with me." Yao Xiang's hands behind his back, his eyes signaled Han Feng to take action. "Yao Xiang is out? I thought this guy was going to make the last shot, but I didn't expect." All the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf Valley were discussing each other. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he said slowly, "Brother Yao is so enthusiastic. If my younger brother refuses, then I don't know what to do, and I ask Brother Yao to be merciful." If Yao is merciful, maybe he will lose." Yao Xiang said rudely. "Haha, Brother Yao is really joking." Han Feng snorted, and his heart suddenly burst. Did this guy see something? The rest of the Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples showed surprises. What does Yao Xiang mean? Is it? Yao Xiang's next words confirmed the suspicions of these disciples. "I'm naturally sensitive. When you used the unique technique of the sanctuary, I felt a sense of threat coming. What surprised me even more was that I felt that there was a more powerful threat hidden in you." "Don't tell me, the previous move was your strongest move." Yao Xiang said lightly. What? You didn't use all your strength when you were fighting with me? Wu Jian felt a little uncomfortable, but he was relieved quickly. If this is the case, then it is an extremely correct decision for him to admit defeat, otherwise it will be a tie, and as a result, the opponent will suddenly reveal a stronger combat power. It will not be embarrassing at that time. Several valley owners obviously trusted Yao Xiang, and looked at Han Feng with surprise. What kind of cards did this guy have left? Even an existence like Yao Xiang couldn't help showing a cautious look. At the same time, everyone also understood the reason why Yao Xiang suddenly shot ahead. Among Donggu's disciples, Ji Lang clenched his fists and roared in his heart, impossible. There's no way this kid can hide. Ji Lang didn't want to believe that Han Feng only used a small part of his strength when he fought with him, which was a huge blow to Ji Lang. Ji Lang stared at Han Feng's junior, his eyes full of resentment. Yao Xiang must have made a mistake. I want to see what this kid has to say. In the field, Han Feng clasped his fists. I didn't expect brother Yao to have such an ability. It seems that the younger brother can't be surprised later. Yao Xiang's eyes were flat. Your move before was no threat to me, and I have no interest in warming up with you. I will use my strongest move to fight you. If you win, you are the first. If I win, I'll be first. Han Feng didn't expect Yao Xiang to say such a thing, but this move is in line with Han Feng's intention. Han Feng knew from Meng Qin's mouth that Yao Xiang had a very high degree of mastery of his own blood, and it was very likely that he would truly reach the peak level of the sanctuary after using his blood. Not only that, Yao Xiang's own comprehension of the sanctuary peculiar knowledge has already been upgraded to the top-grade sanctuary peculiar skill level. Although it has not been fully upgraded, it is not comparable to a half-step high-grade sanctuary peculiar skill. This level is only slightly inferior to the top-grade and low-grade sanctuary secrets at the bottom. This kind of unique skill combined with Yao Xiang's strength, the power that burst out is absolutely powerful. Yao Xiang and Han Feng are different. Yao Xiang's own cultivation base is already at the limit of the great sanctuary. Such a powerful sacred art can definitely be displayed several times. And Han Feng is different. If he really wants to fight, Han Feng himself doesn't have much confidence, but if it is only the strongest tricks to collide, then all the results can be difficult to say. At least Han Feng's confidence is greatly increased. If the confidence in defeating Yao Xiang was only 20% to 30%, it is now 50%. Admit it. He actually admitted it. Ji Lang growled in his heart. While roaring, Ji Lang was a little panicked. Could it be that this Han Feng will really get the first place? Impossible, this kid can never get the first place. If he gets the first. Ji Lang knew that if Han Feng got the first place, then Donggu would have 4 places to enter the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. Excluding Han Feng Donggu, there are still 3 places, and if you exclude him, that's 2. This means that in the future, there will be 2 strong competitors competing with him for the position of East Valley Master. At this moment, Ji Lang was looking forward to Han Feng's defeat. In the field, Yao Xiang's entire body turned into a golden wolf, and the golden aura shot straight into the sky like a storm. It was Yao Xiang's golden wolf bloodline. Ouch! The golden Sirius raised his head to the sky and howled furiously, and the golden gale frantically blew toward the surroundings. The unparalleled coercion burst out. Compared with Han Feng and others' breath that was comparable to the peak of the sanctuary, the aura that Yao Xiang exudes at the moment was genuine and reached the peak of the sanctuary, and it was not the peak of the sanctuary, but the peak of the sanctuary. The midterm peak of the domain peak. Golden proud claws. Yao Xiang shouted angrily, and the dazzling golden giant claws pierced through the space, tearing with a powerful tearing force. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 2616355535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. From the peak of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary to the middle of the first heaven of the peak of the sanctuary, the improvement seems to be very small, not even the first heaven. But don't forget, this is from the great sanctuary to the peak of the sanctuary. If Yaoxiang's cultivation is only in the early stage of the great sanctuary, I am afraid that it will be enough to upgrade to the later stage of the great sanctuary. Being able to exert a bloodline control level that is not weaker than the power of the high-level holy grade bloodline, the magnitude of the improvement is undoubtedly astonishing. Under such a powerful aura, many Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples were short of breath, and some of the oppressed were out of breath. This was the result of their distance. If they were a little closer. Many disciples looked at Han Feng, who was being oppressed by the breath. Except for the disciples of Donggu and Nanggu, they were the disciples of Beigu and Shigu at this moment, and they couldn't help but admire them. In the midst of the breath storm, Han Feng did not change his face, letting his clothes be blown to pieces. Han Feng's eyes were fixed on the approaching golden giant claw. The power of this claw has already surpassed the peak of the sanctuary. Breaking the earthquake fist. Han Feng's whole body was surging, and Xuanhuan rushed out and gathered on the right fist. Boom. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. There seems to be some force that makes the space vibrate and the earth vibrates. The eyes of the 4 Valley Masters were awe-inspiring, and they had already seen what this was. Shocking mystery. Top-grade sanctuary secret art. Several valley owners looked horrified. Is this the threat Yaoxiang said? This is a real top-grade sanctuary. Even the valley masters of the small perfection realm in the sanctuary were so surprised, not to mention the rest of the Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples. The top-grade sanctuary secret skills. This is the real top-grade sanctuary secret skills. It is more perfect than Yaoxiang's golden outyin claws. In the aspect of the sanctuary, Yaoxiang was undoubtedly defeated. Ji Lang looked at this scene frantically, and his heart was filled with deep horror. Ji Lang never imagined that Han Feng, who was only in the 6th level of the great sanctuary, had already mastered such a super-powerful sanctuary. If he had played against Han Feng, he would have used this trick. For a while, Ji Lang shuddered. Wu Jian smiled bitterly. It's not wrong for me to admit defeat, and fortunately I voluntarily admit defeat, otherwise I'm afraid I'll lose my face at this moment. Wu Jian knew that if Han Feng used this trick in the previous battle with Han Feng, he would definitely lose. Shi Jun secretly rejoiced that fortunately he did not discuss with Han Feng, which was no longer on the same level. Meng Wu already knew from Meng Qin's mouth that Han Feng mastered the unique skills of the top sanctuary, but knowing it is one thing, seeing it with his own eyes is another. People are like this, and only when they see it with their own eyes will they no longer doubt it. At this moment, there are still some elders in the early stage of the sanctuary who are envious and jealous. They have seen from this trick that the top-grade sanctuary skills that Han Feng has learned are also relatively good among the high-grade and low-grade. This kind of unique skills there are also, but they are all realized after a long time of cultivation after being promoted to the peak of the sanctuary. This Han Feng has now realized such a powerful sanctuary secret. Will he still get it after he is promoted to the peak of the sanctuary in the future? A lot of shocking power surged out, colliding with the golden giant claws in the sky. The devastating shock wave spread all around like the sea. At the moment when the golden claws and the shocking fist collided, it was as if a sun had suddenly risen in the dark night, and the dazzling rays of light made many people could not help but close their eyes. The Valley Master of the West Valley narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, Master Donggu, the genius you found is indeed a heaven-defying genius. The 6th level heaven of the great sanctuary has realized such a unique skill, but it's a pity. This kid seems to have it can exert a small part of the power of the unique skills. If this child can exert 10% of the power, I am afraid that it is enough to easily defeat my Yao Xiang and Shigu. Both the South Valley Master and the North Valley Master nodded. After being shocked, they quickly discovered the current situation of Han Feng with the eyesight of their sanctuary small perfection realm. Mengwu sighed. Han Feng had already surprised Mengwu enough, but unfortunately Yao Xiang is also an excellent genius, few can compare. In any ancient family, it can be ranked as a top genius. Even among the most outstanding ancient families, there are very few disciples who are better than Yao Xiang. Han Feng, after all, was held back by his cultivation. Mengwu couldn't help but think that if he didn't ask Han Feng to reach the limit of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, he only needed to reach the 7th heaven realm of the Great Sanctuary. At this moment, his combat power would probably surpass Yao Xiang's. Motivating the golden Outyin claw, Yao Xiang's eyes showed a trace of moving. At this moment, Yao Xiang has the upper hand, but Yao Xiang is not such an arrogant person as Ji Lang, so he did not sneer at Han Feng. Yao Xiang clearly remembered that the opponent's own cultivation base was only in the early stage of the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, and it was even lower than his 3rd level. Although the gap in combat power caused by the gap in cultivation is not as big as the gap in combat power caused by the gap in absolute knowledge, the gap in combat power caused by the gap in the 3rd layer of heaven still cannot be underestimated. Therefore, Yao Xiangming had the upper hand, but he did not show any joy. It's a pity. If your excellency's cultivation base is stronger, maybe you will be able to defeat the next. Yao Xiang looked pity, then said, if your excellency's strongest strength is only like this, the first one will go to the bottom. Down. After saying that, the power of the golden claws suddenly increased a bit. Han Feng bowed his body under oppression, and his right fist struggled to withstand the force and tearing force from the opposite side. The golden light beams continued to shoot, and Han Feng's body was wiped with countless wounds, dripping with blood. Every golden light beam is the claw force blasted by the golden giant claws, which is extremely sharp. The golden claws shone brightly. Han Feng's face changed, extremely pale, his body kept retreating, and 2 deep marks were drawn on the ground. Han Feng gritted his teeth and resisted. If he could use the blood to drink the 9 dragons' sword, Han Feng might not be so embarrassed. But Han Feng did not dare to expose the blood-drinking 9 dragons' sword in front of these Sanctuary Small Perfection and Sanctuary Great Perfection. The Tuoba family was once an ancient family in the central continent. As a hidden force, the Heavenly Wolf Valley had existed for a long time. Maybe they knew about the existence of semi-artifacts such as the blood-drinking 9 dragon knife in their heyday. Han Feng can't guarantee that these people will not covet the blood-drinking Kowloon knife. And in this battle for quota, it is not allowed to use the holy artifact. There is no other way. I can only integrate Aurora Songyan into Dupa Jintian Fist. With my current physical strength, I may not be able to withstand such a powerful blow. After this blow, I am afraid that I will no longer be able to fight. Fortunately, what Yao Xiang wanted to try at the beginning was only the strongest move from both sides. At this time, Han Feng was a little fortunate. Aurora Songyan, merge. Just when everyone thought that Han Feng was about to lose, Han Feng shouted, silver-white flame swept out, and instantly merged with the 4th layer of Dopa Jintian Fist. The Dopa Jintian Fist was originally the unique sanctuary learned by Han Feng himself, and the fit was perfect, 10%. Today's Aurora Songyan is only half a step away from the high-grade holy fire, and it is integrated into the Dopa Jintian Fist. Although it is not enough to raise the 4th level of Do Pazentianquan to the level equivalent to the high-grade and middle-grade sacred arts, it can be even if the improvement is only a little, it is enough to make Han Feng's combat power skyrocket. The first. Originally, the power of Han Feng's eruption was only close to the peak in the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary. And at this moment, after integrating into the aurora Tsangyan, the power of Han Feng's punch is comparable to that of the peak of the sanctuary. The original decline was immediately restored at this moment. In the void, the heaven-shaking fist, which continuously fluctuated its vibrating power, gradually pressed down the giant golden claws. What? The Yotsuga Valley master and many of his disciples were shocked. While surprised, Mengwu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Could it be that? Meng Qin's small mouth opened slightly. Oh my god, Han Feng still kept his hand when he fought against that old guy. He Xuanhuan on the side had a weird expression on his face. What kind of shit did his junior sister have? But he just went out for a walk, and he really brought back such a monster. You know, no one thought that Meng Qin could really bring back any kind of genius. There may indeed be geniuses out there that are comparable to their first true disciple of the four valleys of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, but there is no doubt that such geniuses are extremely rare, and it is not so easy to meet one. When Meng Qin left the Heavenly Wolf Valley, there was not much time left for the competition for the place in the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, less than a year. In less than a year, I want to find an existence comparable to the first true disciple of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, or it happens to be about the same time as the first true disciple of Yotsuya. This probability is too low. In the arena, Yao Xiang's complexion gradually turned hideous, and blue veins appeared on his forehead, obviously doing his best. However, Yao Xiang had no chance of turning over due to an outbreak comparable to the peak of the sanctuary in the early days of the second layer. Boom! Suddenly, the giant golden claws exploded, and an endless golden wind swept across. Puff! Yao Xiang's face turned pale. He couldn't help but take a few dozen steps back, spit out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Han Feng is like a kite with a broken string. He flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and the current situation was clear at a glance. Although Yao Xiang was injured, he obviously still had the strength to fight again. And Han Feng has fallen to the ground covered in blood, panting, and has no strength to fight again. Judging from this situation, Yao Xiang should have been declared the winner, but Yao Xiang had already said at the beginning that the strongest move would determine the winner or loser. As for the strongest move, Yao Xiang was defeated. The owner of the four valleys is quite entangled. But at this moment, Yao Xiang stood up and said, I lost. Shigu advocated what he wanted to say, but Yao Xiang himself had already admitted that he had lost. There was a flash of admiration in the eyes of the ancestors, and then the ancestors directly came to Han Feng's side to hold up Han Feng. A peculiar energy poured into Han Feng's body, and he didn't know what the ancestors inputted. Anyway, it didn't take long for Han Feng to recover 4 or 5 points. Han Fengchao bowed to Yao Xiang. Brother Yao's strength, the younger brother admires. Along the way, Han Feng has encountered many geniuses, but in battles, Han Feng is often the winner. Now, for the first time, Han Feng has met a genius who makes him feel unfathomable. Han Feng admitted that he underestimated Yao Xiang. Before, he thought he had a 20 to 30% chance of winning. Now it seems that if he really fights, he doesn't even have a 10% chance of winning. At the level of the Great Sanctuary, Yao Xiang was indeed standing at a very high level, and his combat power surpassed that of the average Sanctuary Peak first-level powerhouse. Perhaps only the top geniuses of the more powerful families in the ancient family can surpass Yao Xiang at the same level. However, Han Feng was not discouraged by this. First of all, his own cultivation was only the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, and there was a gap between the two. Secondly, Han Feng himself did not practice for 100 years, but Yao Xiang had almost 900 years. Han Feng is confident that it won't take long for him to surpass Yao Xiang. To Han Feng's hand, Yao Xiang just said, then turned around without caring, and his attitude was still extremely proud. This made Han Feng's understanding of Yao Xiang deeper. Maybe Yao Xiang is arrogant, but this arrogance is not arrogance. The next person to discuss is Shi Jun and Wu Jian. After a difficult battle, Wu Jian finally won. This time, the ranking of the serious Holy Spring competition has been decided. The first is the Han style of the East Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. The second is Yao Xiang, the first true disciple of the West Valley of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. The third is Wu Jian of Nangu. The fourth and last place is Shi Jun from Chatan. In this competition for places, there are 4 places in the East Valley, 3 in the West Valley, 2 in the South Valley, and only 1 in the North Valley. There is no objection to this ranking. Although many disciples are aware that Yao Xiang is the real strongest among the 4, but Han Feng's attack from the 6th-level realm of the Great Sanctuary is enough to make these disciples look at Han Feng with admiration and admit that Han Feng's strength. Moreover, the strongest move is what Yao Xiang said himself. When it comes to the power of the strongest move, Yao Xiang really lost. Ha ha ha, 4 places. 4 places. Rao Shermengu, as a master of the small perfection realm in the sanctuary, couldn't calm down at this moment, and he was excited again and again. The rest of the top-level sanctuaries also couldn't help showing excited faces. Only Ji Lang's face was gloomy, as if Donggu's first place was an embarrassment for him. The old ancestor suddenly said, "Since the battle has come to an end, the 4 still choose which disciple will come to the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring to absorb the power of the Holy Spring." Meng Wu regained his senses from the joy, and began to ponder. He came last several times in a row. This time, there were suddenly 4 places. Meng Wu was a little unsure of whom to choose. The ancestor smiled lightly. "If the 4 of you are undecided, just ask the 4 young people. After all, they won this place." As soon as these words came out, in addition to the exterminating master of the North Valley Valley Master, the other 3 Valley Masters set their sights on Wu Jian, Yao Xiang and Han Feng. Ji Lang groaned in his heart and shouted badly. If the owner of the valley chooses, he, the first true disciple of the East Valley, may not be able to get a place, but if Han Feng chooses. Jiru suddenly panicked. "Gu Master, you are the Valley Master of our East Valley. You are free to choose this title. How can Han Feng, an outsider, have the right to speak?" Ji Lang was afraid that he would not have the quota to enter the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring, so he couldn't help shouting loudly. Road. Humph, this first place was won by young Master Han with great difficulty. Everyone can see the difficulties of obtaining the 4 places. For this reason, young Master Han was seriously injured. Why is young Master Han not qualified? Meng Qin heard Ji Lang's words, but his face sank, and he was born sarcastic. In the past, although Meng Qin couldn't see Ji Lang, he still maintained respect for his senior brother. However, since the arrival of Han Feng, Meng Qin has been despised by Ji Lang's various performances, and now he doesn't even have the respect he deserves. "What kind of mouth are you talking about? How can you speak here?" As a senior brother, Ji Lang enjoys the respect of his junior brothers and junior sisters on weekdays. Where has he been so run on? He immediately scolded without thinking too much. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. As soon as these scolding words came out, Ji Lang secretly said that it was not good. As a senior brother, Ji Lang is naturally qualified to scold his junior brother and junior sister, and he is often scolded by Ji Lang on weekdays. In the end, he has to endure the identity of Ji Lang's senior brother. But Meng Qin is different. Behind Meng Qin, there is Meng Wu, the owner of the East Valley. Aware of the coercion of Xuanhuan, Ji Lang's face changed wildly, and he looked at the person who issued the coercion, full of horror. This person is Mengwu. If Ji Lang reprimanded other people, Mengwu might really consider Ji Lang's opinion. The first true disciple of each valley, but the primary consideration of the next valley owner, the opinion of the first true disciple on weekdays, that is, the valley owner will also focus on consideration. However, no matter how much he values the first true disciple, Gu Master will definitely choose his own daughter between his daughter and the true disciple. Mengwu's face sank. Shut up. Little brother Han has earned such a great honor, for our Donggu, where is an outsider? He is clearly our Donggu benefactor. That's how you treat our Donggu benefactor. This kind of character, you are the first true disciple of my East Valley. Ji Lang's face turned pale in an instant. Mengwu's words were simply questioning his position as the first true disciple. What does that mean? It means that the position of the first true disciple is likely to be lost. Looking at the other Donggu disciples, Ji Lang was shocked again. In the past, these disciples who worshipped and respected themselves, the respect in their eyes has been replaced by disappointment and contempt. Han Feng represented that Donggu won the first place and brought Donggu what kind of glory. In the hearts of these disciples, Han Feng was undoubtedly equal to a hero. The respect and admiration for Han Feng has already surpassed Ji Lang. Can Ji Lang comprehend the unique skills of the high-grade sanctuary in the 6th level heaven of the Great Sanctuary? Can Jireh win the first place? Can Ji Lang win 4 places? Cannot. Not at all. These disciples continued to compare the senior Jilang they used to respect with Han Feng. The more they compared, the more they saw the huge gap between Jilang and Han Feng. Therefore, Han Feng's status in the hearts of these Donggu disciples is getting higher and higher. But now, Ji Lang has insulted the hero in their hearts, and even scolded the younger sister with a grim face, causing the Donggu disciples who were disappointed with Ji Lang to start rejecting Ji Lang. Ji Lang swayed slightly, and then he suddenly realized what he had done under the unwillingness and jealousy. Looking at Tian Xian and the others who have always been close to him, Ji Lang smiled bitterly. Even Tian Xian and others dared not look directly at him. Ji Lang fully expected that after this incident, his status would suffer unprecedentedly. Provocative. Mengwu ignored Ji Lang, turned his head and said, "Brother Han, who can you recommend?" Although Han Feng's injuries are not yet healed, he can move freely with the help of the ancestors of the great perfection realm of the Heavenly Wolf Valley Sanctuary. Hearing this, Han Feng held his chin and pondered for a moment, then raised his head and glanced at the disciples in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. What caught his eyes was a pair of eyes full of anticipation. However, Han Feng knew that even if Mengwu gave himself the right to choose, he could not choose casually. It is an extremely important thing to absorb the power of the Holy Spring of the Sirius Holy Spring. To choose, you must also choose the elite. It would be a complete waste to choose some moderation at random. Whenever Han Feng glanced over, a group of Donggu disciples stiffened, breathed quickly, and looked expectant. Tian Xian and others who used to be close to Ji Lang regretted it very much at this moment. If they had known that Han Feng was so perverted, they would never have offended him before. Now, it would be strange if the other party would choose them. Ji Lang's face was even more complicated. Ji Lang knew that after what happened just now, unless the other party was the Holy Father, he would definitely not be selected. In fact, Han Feng's heart is really not big, and Han Feng cannot care about the previous provocation of Tian Xian and others. But to Ji Lang, who is constantly looking for trouble, Han Feng is quite annoyed. His eyes are direct after passing Ji Lang. Ji Lang was not counted among the candidates at all. After a long time, Han Feng withdrew his gaze, apparently making a decision. Han Feng Chao Mengwu clasped his fists slightly, and said, "Thanks to the seniors' attention, the juniors naturally dare not be careless. The juniors choose Miss Meng Qin, He Guanchuan, and Yin Han. Meng Qin's eyes suddenly widened. Unexpectedly, Han Feng would choose her. Her current cultivation level is far from that of the true disciples. He Guanchuan and Yin Han felt even more incredible, especially Yin Han, who basically didn't have an intersection with Han Feng. Han Feng chose these three people and had his own considerations. First of all, Meng Qin. Han Feng was invited by Meng Qin, and being able to get a place in the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring is of course based on his own strength, but without the opportunity given by Meng Qin, strength is useless. What's more, Meng Qin's aptitude is extremely outstanding, not inferior to Wu Jian and others, or even stronger. After entering the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, he must be more likely to hit the small perfection realm of the sanctuary in the future. Besides He Guanchuan, the relationship between Han Feng and He Guanchuan is also normal, but it is much better than others. In addition, He Guanchuan is close to Meng Qin, and his own qualifications are much stronger than Ji Lang, so Han Feng naturally chose He Guanchuan. As for choosing Yin Han, there is really no choice. As I said before, if you want to choose as much as possible, choose the elite. Most of the top 10 true disciples are Ji Lang's cronies. Even if they are not cronies, they are close to Ji Lang's faction. Only Yin Han remained neutral, and had a similar attitude towards Ji Lang's faction and Meng Qin and others. When Ji Lang made things difficult for Han Feng, Yin Han even refused to take action. Compared with other true disciples, Han Feng is naturally more willing to give the opportunity to Yin Han. Of the 10 true disciples, those who were not selected all smiled wryly. They almost guessed the reason why they were not selected. They couldn't help but feel that these true disciples who were close to Ji Lang for the first time began to resent Ji Lang. If it wasn't for Jiru, how could they have no chance at all? As for the rest of the Donggu disciples, although they were a little disappointed that they were not selected, they had no objection to Han Feng's choice. As a result, these 3 places were originally won by Han Feng, and the owner of the valley also said that Han Feng could choose by himself. No matter which one Han Feng chose, they could not complain. Secondly, these 3 disciples did not feel wrong. Meng Qin and He Guanchuan's aptitudes were extraordinary, and they hoped that the sanctuary would be a small consummation in the future. If any of the 2 of them are promoted to sanctuary small perfection in the future, it will be enough to keep Donggu's inheritance, which is a good thing for Donggu. Although Yin Han's aptitude is not comparable to Meng Qin's, Yin Han is the second true disciple of Donggu. No matter in terms of aptitude or strength, he is only slightly inferior to Ji Lang. Strictly speaking, Yin Han and Ji Lang are on the same level. Even Ji Lang was qualified to enter the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring before, and Yin Han was naturally qualified too. Very good, it seems that everyone has selected the places, so except for the 10 selected people, let the rest leave. The old ancestor waved to the 4 valley masters and motioned Yatsugu to lead their respective troops to leave. The 4 valley master has entered the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring before, and he knows what the 10 people of Han Feng will endure, so they also know that the 10 people will not be able to get out in a short period of time. Immediately, the 4 valley masters led the troops to leave, preparing to come back in half a year. The third one. Come with me, you 10 little fellows. The ancestor glanced at Han Feng's 10 people lightly, without a trace of enthusiasm in his eyes, and walked towards Bai Wu first. Wu Jian and the others looked at each other in dismay. This ancestor didn't care too much about them. After all, they are also the most outstanding geniuses in the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the recent millennium. In their respective valleys, Wu Jian and others were greeted by elders, but now they were suddenly cold, and they were not used to it for a while. Yao Xiang said with a cold face, "What's so surprising, the ancestors, as the great perfection of the sanctuary, have a lifespan of 16,000 years. If they are well maintained and have a holy relic that replenishes their vitality, they may be able to live longer." long. For such a long time, the ancestors have presided over more than 10 times of competition for the Sirius sacred spring. After so many times, we have seen countless geniuses that are comparable to or even surpass us. What qualifications do we have for the ancestors to take care of us? Unless we show the potential to advance to the great perfection of the sanctuary. Wu Jian and the others stayed for a while. Yes, it was only 1,000 years, or 1,000 years of decline, and so many geniuses appeared. What about before? Maybe they think they are good, but in the eyes of the ancestors, they are actually just ordinary. Shi Jun smiled bitterly. The potential to be promoted to the great perfection of the sanctuary? At least it is possible to have a top-level holy bloodline. Even if the top holy level is not high, there is not much hope of promotion. Han Feng didn't say a word. After Yao Xiang left with his ancestors, Han Feng immediately followed. This Yao Xiang, although arrogant, is actually someone who understands everything. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. Xiaopeng said, this guy is actually not arrogant. It should be said that because he sees too clearly, he sometimes chokes when he speaks, which is not pleasing. Over time, seeing that there are not many friends, it is estimated that this will become the case. Look. But because of this, don't think that this guy is only a high-level holy bloodline level, and it is really possible to advance to the holy realm in the future. But the limited bloodline level, if you can really break through to the great perfection of the Holy Land by chance, this guy is only afraid that he will stay at the level of the great perfection first layer for his entire life, and there is no possibility of further progress. Han Feng took a slight breath of cold air. Xiaopeng's evaluation of Yao Xiang was really high. High-level saint bloodline, the ability to break through to the small perfection realm of the sanctuary is the accumulation of virtue of the ancestors. If you want to be promoted to the great perfection of the sanctuary, the possibility is infinitely close to zero. But Xiaopeng said that Yao Xiang, with his thorough heart, is likely to be promoted to the great perfection of the Holy Land in the future. For a while, Han Feng was full of real admiration for Yao Xiang. When he came to the white fog, the old ancestor waved his sleeve robe, and the thick white fog surged, and a white fog passage appeared in front of everyone. The old ancestor reminded, walk carefully, don't touch the white mist, you should know how poisonous the white mist is. The 10 people looked solemn, carefully followed behind the ancestors. No one would stretch out their fingers to touch the white mist out of curiosity. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the vision suddenly became clear. Among the 10 people, even Yao Xiang couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. This is a paradise on earth that seems to be isolated and natural. The sky is beautiful, it seems to be a portrait full of poetry. Everyone was stunned by the beauty. The old ancestor let out a chuckle. Okay, you are not here to appreciate it. Now that you have passed the white fog, you can fly with the old man. After saying that, the old ancestor jumped up and flew into the distance. Everyone woke up and quickly followed. Not long after, they flew through the valleys, and finally the group landed in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. White mist drifted in the valley. Unlike the poisonous mist outside, this white mist is full of divine brilliance. Just a slight sniff, everyone felt a shock, a refreshing feeling rose from the bottom of their hearts, and the whole body was surging. Han Feng and 10 people approached with their ancestors, and they discovered that the white mist was suspended above a huge holy spring. The diameter of this holy spring was hundreds of meters, and the area was extremely large. The spring water of the holy spring is white and silver, and the breath of pure energy slowly rises. Everyone's eyes were hot. The old ancestor said, "This is the heavenly wolf sacred spring." The general effect is to improve the cultivation base and aptitude. During the initial glorious period of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, there was no shortage of geniuses from some high-ranking saints who were promoted to top-ranking saints. When everyone heard the words, their eyes became more fiery, and they all swallowed. The old ancestor glanced at everyone. Unfortunately, there is no one with the highest level of high-level aptitude in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. It is almost impossible to rely on the power of the Holy Spring of the Heavenly Wolf to advance to the top-level aptitude. But you are not bad. The middle level is close to the high-level sacred aptitude. Maybe after you go out this time, your aptitude is enough to advance to the highest level high-level saint. If you keep your heart and mind unchanged, there are 10 will be promoted to the sanctuary in the future. Small perfection. The ancestor looked at Yao Xiang. Yao Xiang's expression did not change, but the others were jealous. The old ancestor continued, the power of the Holy Spring of the Holy Wolf of the Heavenly Wolf has other effects, but these effects are not even known to the old man. The strangeness of the Holy Spring of the Heavenly Wolf is here. Different people enter the Holy Spring of the Wolf to get the gains are also different. The improvement of cultivation and aptitude is only the common feature of most people, and some people improve other things. In addition, how much benefits can be obtained in the Holy Wolf Holy Spring also varies from person to person. Don't think that you are in each. The elites in the valley can really get great benefits from this Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring. It's not that it hasn't happened before that some elite geniuses get nothing. Everyone's expressions are stunned, and there is still such a thing. Wu Jian asked anxiously, then, old ancestor, can you see which of us can get a bigger harvest? The old ancestor snorted softly, if you can see it, the old man has already appointed a candidate to enter. Generally speaking, the elites do get more benefits than others, and only a very few do not get the benefits. You can rest assured, as long as it is not too much. Unlucky, it shouldn't be that you won't get any benefits. It's just how much difference you get. According to the observation of this old man over the years, being able to absorb 3 or 4 months in the Holy Wolf Sacred Spring is considered an average level. The longer the absorption time in the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, the greater the benefits. The length of time, naturally, you can tell what level you are at. Okay, stop talking nonsense, it's time for you to go in. With a flick of the old ancestor's sleeve robe, the white mist floating over the Holy Spring slowly spread, and the misty scene became much clearer. At this time, the pupils of the 10 Han Feng shrank, and they saw that there were stone statues standing at intervals around the Holy Spring. There were 10 stone statues, and each stone statue was exactly like you. A giant wolf spread out the huge wings behind it and roared up to the sky, his expression full of hideous and unruly. This is? 10 people asked. The old ancestor sighed, this is the icon of the Heavenly Wolf, which contains countless remnants of our ancestors in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. As long as our ancestors in the Heavenly Wolf Valley reach the small perfection or even the great perfection in the sanctuary, they will a trace of one's own thoughts, or residual thoughts, remain in the icon. The first. Sanctuary. The remnant soul of the ancestors. Yao Xiang and the others' faces changed, and their gazes towards these stone statues had changed. Since it is the remnant soul of the ancestors, doesn't it mean that their ancestors also have remnant souls in this serious icon? Immediately, Yao Xiang's 9 people bowed and bowed. Although Han Feng has nothing to do with the remnants of these ancestors in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, the ancestors also said before that the remnants who can enter the serious icon were at least in the sanctuary small perfection realm, the 28th heaven of the sanctuary. Master. In the face of such a powerful master in his lifetime, Han Feng wanted to pay his respects and pay his respects. After the 10 people got up, the ancestor said, when you absorb the power of the Holy Spring in the Holy Wolf Holy Spring, each of you 10 people choose a Holy Wolf icon to comprehend, maybe you can inherit the unique knowledge of the holy domain of a certain ancestor. Or practice experience. If you can obtain the inheritance of the most powerful sanctuary secret knowledge of your ancestors and the experience of breaking through the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, it will be of great benefit to you. Not only will the difficulty of breaking through the small perfection realm of the sanctuary be greatly reduced in the future, but also after promotion in the future. You can quickly comprehend your own top-quality holy domain secret knowledge by borrowing from the inherited top-quality holy domain secret knowledge. Han Feng's 10 people breathed again. Induction of this serious icon. There are other benefits. Rao is that Yao Xiang couldn't help but get excited at this moment. The old ancestor glanced around for a week and said, not only the powerful sanctuary's secret knowledge and practice experience, but there are many incredible treasures in the serious icon waiting for you to pick up. Don't forget that the sanctuary's small perfection and the great perfection have powerful space ability. Many ancestors created a small space before sitting, put their treasures into it, and then put them into the serious statue. Whether you can get these treasures depends on your luck. Even if you are strong, if you can't get in touch with the ancestors' remnants, you won't get anything. This sentence made everyone's enthusiasm a little less, but everyone present was an excellent genius in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, and they were full of confidence in themselves. Okay, what needs to be said has been said, let's go to the Holy Wolf, Holy Spring now. The ancestor flicked his sleeves, and an invisible and unstoppable force lifted the 10 Han Feng up and threw them one by one. Enter the Sirius, Holy Spring. Not far behind everyone, there is an icon of Sirius. Falling into the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring, Han Feng no longer thinks about other things, but concentrates on absorbing the power of the Holy Spring. With Han Feng as the center, a small vortex gradually condenses around. The power of the Holy Spring poured into the body, and the power of Han Feng Yuanshan carefully observed the changes in his body. Soon, Han Feng was delighted to find that his aptitude, which was stagnant in the intermediate and high-level holy products, showed signs of breakthrough. Not only that, the Saint Yuan in the body also began to surge, and gradually ran towards the limit of the early stage of the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary. Han Feng took a deep breath, all his mind was devoted to absorbing, without wasting a single bit of the Holy Spring's power. Time passed slowly. Among the 10 people, 2 of them walked out with a sullen look. After only 2 months of soaking, they found that they could no longer absorb it. The power of the Holy Spring that they could absorb had reached the limit. With an average absorption time of 3 months, they are clearly less than average. Before the 2 entered the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, they were in the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and they are still in the 8th heaven, and they have not made a breakthrough. However, both of them have been promoted to the peak of the 8th layer of the Great Sanctuary, and their aptitudes have also improved a little, so it is not a gain. As 3 months approached, more and more people reached their limits. 3 months later, only Yao Xiang, Meng Qin and Han Feng remained in the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. Even Shi Jun and Wu Jian have only reached the average level of 3 months. The cultivation of both of them is close to the limit of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. The improvement of the cultivation base is still second, but the bloodlines of the 2 have improved a lot, and Wu Jian has reached the advanced middle-class level. He Guanchuan's cultivation base has improved a lot, and he is only 1 step away from the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. It is not a big deal to improve from the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary to such a level. However, the improvement of his cultivation has led to the fact that He Guanchuan's qualifications have not improved much. Originally, He Guanchuan's qualifications were close to the advanced intermediate level, but now he can only reach the advanced intermediate level, which is slightly better than Wu Jian's bloodline level. 1 chip. But even so, the high-level and middle-level bloodline power has already made many disciples in the Heavenly Wolf Valley show envious faces. Is there only 3 people who have been over 3 months? The overall quality of geniuses in this 1,000 years is not comparable to the last time. The ancestor secretly said. However, when the eyes of the ancestors shifted to Meng Wu and Yao Xiang, there was a hint of satisfaction in the eyes of the ancestors. Although the overall quality has declined, at the top, it is not inferior to the past, or even better. Then, the old ancestor looked at Han Feng again, with a pity on his face. If this child is a disciple of my heavenly wolf valley, it would be great. Immersed in cultivation, Han Feng has no idea of the changes in the outside world. With the passage of time, Han Feng's cultivation base has been raised to the peak limit of the 6th layer of the Great Sanctuary, but at this point, Han Feng is trapped by a hurdle. 6th heaven and 7th heaven is the level gap between the middle and late stages. From the middle stage to the late stage, it is not so easy to break through you. Its difficulty is several times more difficult than the initial breakthrough to the midterm. Han Feng has already reached the 6th level after absorbing the power of the Holy Spring, but after so many days, there is still no sign of a breakthrough. Han Feng's heart gradually became a little anxious. But at this moment, the aptitude in Han Feng's body finally broke the limit of the intermediate sage aptitude, and instantly broke through to the advanced sage aptitude level. In an instant, Han Feng felt that the whole world had changed, and the outside world that his body was in contact with also brought him a completely different feeling. That feeling is like breaking the cage, contacting a wider world, and the soul has been released to the greatest extent. Cool. Han Feng could not wait to roar up to the sky. However, Han Feng had a feeling that if he really shouted at this moment, something bad would happen. Therefore, Han Feng suppressed the roar that was about to roar, and his face was flushed. Afterwards, in the stunned Han Feng, the bottleneck of breaking through the 7th heaven, there are signs of loosening. Could it be that the breakthrough of aptitude has made it less difficult for me to break through? That's right, it must be so. No wonder I had a bad feeling before. If I shouted it out, I'm afraid that the power accumulated from the improvement of aptitude will be lost. If it spreads out, although the difficulty of breaking through will still be reduced, it will never feel the loosening of the bottleneck immediately like now. Sensing the loosening of the bottleneck, Han Feng was in a hurry, and Xuanhuan surged wildly in his body. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a huge whirlwind blew around Han Feng, and an amazing pressure rose into the sky. That is the coercion that belongs to the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Second more. Upgraded. The 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. I really broke through to the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Han Feng's heart was full of ecstasy. According to normal practice, if there is no high-level holy fruit source liquid, if there are no other adventures, it is impossible to advance from the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary to the 7th level of the Great Sanctuary within a few years. Considering that the 6th and 7th layers are the gap between the middle and late stages, the promotion time may be longer, and it is not impossible for more than 10 years. This is also considering that Han Feng's own aptitude has reached the very high level among the intermediate saints. If the aptitude is not very good, it may not be able to break through for decades or hundreds of years. However, in this heavenly wolf sacred spring, it only took a few months to achieve the results that are likely to be achieved in a few decades. How can this not surprise Han Feng? Han Feng clearly knows that he will have a battle with the strong Yan clan in the future. The geniuses of the Yan clan, especially the top geniuses, are definitely extremely powerful at the same level and can be called invincible. Han Feng reckoned that even Yao Xiang, at the same level, could not be the opponent of the top geniuses of the Yan clan, perhaps still far inferior. And Han Feng understands even more that his opponents are not only the geniuses of the Yan clan, but also the older generation of the Yan clan. Han Feng's eyes have already been placed on a higher level. For this higher level, the stronger the strength, the better, and he cannot be satisfied just because he is strong in the Great Sanctuary level. Han Feng didn't know, but he and Yao Xiang were the only ones left in the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring. In the 4th month, Meng Qin also reached the absorption limit. Among the 10 people, Meng Qin's cultivation base is definitely the worst, but in the end, Meng Qin is enough to rank 3rd, stronger than Wu Jian, Shi Jun, and He Guanchuan. Fortunately, Meng Qin's name as a genius has long been known. Although everyone was a little surprised and jealous, they didn't find it incredible. If Meng Qin had also cultivated for 900 years, it would never have been such a little cultivation, at least in the middle and late stages of the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan. After encountering some adventures, it is not impossible to directly advance to the peak of the sanctuary. Junior sister, congratulations. He Guanchuan cupped his hands in congratulations. He Guanchuan is now only one step away from the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. His primordial spirit is extremely powerful. He can't tell that Meng Qin has successfully broken through to the limit of the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary. His aura is even more fluctuating and extremely unstable. Touched the bottleneck of the 7th heaven. If he can stay for a few more days, it may be enough to be promoted to the 7th level realm of the great sanctuary. This improvement in cultivation is simply shocking. Meng Qin resisted her excitement and said modestly, "Little sister's level is too low, so naturally she has improved a lot." Before Meng Qin entered, he was at the 3rd level of the great sanctuary. The level was indeed too low. In addition, he had stayed in the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring for 4 months, so it is not unbelievable that he could directly improve to the 3rd level. Moreover, Meng Qin knew that the reason why his cultivation could improve so much was because the power of the Holy Spring that he absorbed focused on improving his cultivation. On the contrary, the bloodline did not improve much. Originally, Meng Qin's bloodline was in the middle class of high-level saints, but at this moment, it was still in the middle class, and it didn't improve much. After being humble, Meng Qin couldn't help but look at Han Feng, and his eyes moved. In the late stage of the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary, Han Feng has improved a lot. 4 months. Han Feng's cultivation has not only broken through to the 7th level, but now it has been upgraded to the late 7th level, and his own aptitude has also been upgraded to the middle level, which is close to the high-level holy grade. Another month passed. Han Feng's cultivation base was trapped at the peak of the 7th heaven, and he was unable to break through. Seeing this, everyone in the outside world thought that the absorption of Han Feng had reached the limit. 5 months, this time is also a relatively good result in the past, and this time it is ranked 2nd. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Feng didn't open his eyes and walked out, and he stopped in the holy spring of Sirius, and the whirlpool centered on Han Feng did not stop. Strange, so strange. I have clearly sensed that this guy's cultivation has stopped. How can this guy still absorb the power of the holy spring? Wu Jian showed a puzzled look. The old ancestor said at this moment, this is the benefit other than the cultivation base and aptitude that the old man said before. As for the benefit, no one knows except the kid himself. If the kid walks out, you can ask yourself. Wu Jian and others shook their heads in embarrassment. This is likely to be related to the other party's secret. The two sides are not familiar with each other. It would be too abrupt to ask. In the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, Han Feng himself thought that he had reached the limit. Although he felt a little regret that he did not finally break through to the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary, Han Feng was very satisfied. From the early stage of the 6th layer of the great sanctuary to the peak of the 7th layer of the great sanctuary, it has improved by more than the 1st layer of heaven. This is still the gap between the middle stage of the great sanctuary and the late stage of the great sanctuary. The cultivation base and aptitude are no longer improved. Han Feng planned to leave, but the power of the holy spring pouring into the body did not stop, but instead rushed in other directions in the body. The first is Han Feng's forehead. That's the holy pupil of the star. Han Feng was shocked. How is it possible? Can the power of this holy spring still improve the holy pupil of the star? For a long time, the holy pupil of the star can only have unexpected effects in the hands of Han Feng. Although the level of the holy pupil of the star is high, Han Feng's primordial spirit is not very powerful, and the power caused by the holy pupil of the star is average. If the other party doesn't pay attention, one careless may be hit hard by Han Feng, but if the other party is prepared in advance, it can no longer cause huge damage. This opponent is only in the late stage of the Great Sanctuary, not the peak of the sanctuary. If it is a peak powerhouse of the sanctuary, even unexpectedly casting the holy eye of the star will not have much effect. However, now that the power of the holy spring is pouring into the holy pupil of the star has a tendency to be promoted, which is different for Han Feng. Today's holy eye of the star is a 6-pointed star, and once it is promoted, it will be a 7-star. The 7-star holy eye of the star is a high-grade and low-grade sanctuary of the highest level. With the power of the primordial spirit that Han Feng now surpasses the 7th heaven, he can display the 7-star holy pupil of the star, as long as the opponent does not reach the peak level of the sanctuary. So powerful, even if you are prepared at the peak of the sanctuary, you will be hit hard by Han Feng. Unless there is a defense against soul attacks under the peak of this sanctuary. But when Han Feng displayed the holy flame battle body and the void immortal body, and integrated into the Aurora Xuanhuan, the situation was different. Displaying these two sanctuary secret skills and integrating into Aurora Xuanhuan, Han Feng's 7th level cultivation base, I am afraid that he will immediately be promoted to a level that is truly comparable to the peak of the sanctuary, and it is not the early stage of the 1st level heaven. Han Feng is in Yuanshan and Saint. The improvement of the body is naturally far less than the improvement of the cultivation base. Han Feng is now beyond the power of the Yuanshan of the 7th heaven. Even if he can't improve that much, it is not difficult to reach the 8th and 9th heaven. The power of the primordial spirit of the 8th 9 heavens, and the help of the 7-star star pupil, a surprise, the peak powerhouse of the sanctuary will also be hit hard. Since the cultivation base has risen to the peak of the 7th heaven, Han Feng's control of the high-grade and low-grade sanctuary secrets has been greatly enhanced. In the heavenly wolf sacred spring, a star pupil appeared on Han Feng's forehead, and the pupil in the shape of a 6-pointed star continued to rotate, gradually changing to the shape of a 7-pointed star. The first. With the promotion of the holy pupil of the star, an invisible power of the primordial spirit spreads around. The huge primordial spirit that can even influence the peak of the sanctuary makes everyone except the ancestors look shocked. Wu Jian swallowed and spit. With such a powerful primordial spirit, is it possible that this kid is also good at primordial spirit attack? This kid is hiding too much. Why haven't I seen this kid use it before? Shi Jundao. At that time, Brother Han was only in the early stage of the 6th level, so his Yuanshan must not be high. Now that Brother Han is at the peak of the 7th level, the power of Yuanshan has naturally surpassed before, and at this moment, Xingtong should be in a promotion state, so there is such a strong primordial spirit. Once this powerful primordial spirit attacks us, we will naturally be unable to resist it. But if it was 5 months ago, we may not be able to resist it. Wu Jian nodded knowingly. Indeed, the holy pupil who was 5 months ago had not yet been promoted, and his own primordial spirit power was not high. It might have some impact on them, but it was definitely not fatal. Could it be that this is what Han Feng got? Wu Jian muttered. Although the sound is small, what level are there? Naturally, I could hear it clearly. Perhaps Han Feng will come out soon. But a month has passed, and everyone looked at Han Feng numbly. It has been 6 months, and the promotion of the holy eye has already ended. Why is this guy still absorbing the power of the holy spring? At the moment when everyone was extremely envious, Yao Xiang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst out with a suffocating pressure. The huge breath roared straight into the sky like a giant dragon, and the space shook. Wu Jian's pupil shrank. Yao Xiang has broken through to the peak of the sanctuary. After absorbing the power of the holy spring for 6 months, Yao Xiang gained unimaginable power. This power allowed Yao Xiang to directly reduce the time it took for the Great Sanctuary to break through to the peak of the sanctuary. The gap between the Great Sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary was too great, so big that Yao Xiang took 6 months to break through. If Yao Xiang is only in the early stage of the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, the power of the Holy Spring absorbed in the past 6 months is probably enough to raise Yao Xiang to the peak of the half-step sanctuary. In the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring, Yao Xiang suddenly flew out and landed in front of everyone. Gradually, Yao Xiang restrained his aura, and his realm was extremely stable. The old ancestor praised, "Yes, the aptitude has been upgraded to the highest level of the high-level holy product, and it has broken through to the first stage of the holy domain peak, and the realm is still very stable. Next, you have more than 3,000 years to hit the holy realm of small perfection. With your bloodline, it shouldn't be a big problem, and it's not impossible to even reach the limit of the sanctuary small perfection realm." Having said this, the old ancestor paused. Although it is difficult for the high-level saint blood to advance to the great perfection of the sanctuary, the old man hopes that you can try your best to strive for it. Only when the new sanctuary Great Perfection powerhouse is promoted can the old man be at ease. Go. Relax, the ancestors, the younger generation must work hard to reach the sanctuary of great consummation. Yao Xiang looked serious. Wu Jian and the others sighed. Among them, perhaps only Yao Xiang has the fighting spirit and ability to attack the great perfection of the Holy Land. For them, being able to be promoted to sanctuary small perfection is already very satisfying. Yao Xiang looked at the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. At this time, a strange and shocked expression flashed on his face. Wu Jian and others laughed secretly. It turns out that Yao Xiang would also be shocked. In the Heavenly Wolf Holy Spring, Han Feng's heart was filled with deep ecstasy. Since the promotion of the Holy Eye of the Stars, Han Feng originally thought it was over. How could he know that the remaining power of the Holy Spring actually caused the Holy Flame Armor and the Holy Flame Booming Seal to automatically operate, and it didn't take long for it to be promoted to 6th Heavy Boundary. Since then, the Holy Flame Armor and the Holy Flame Booming Seal have also been promoted to the top middle grade sanctuary skills. The promotion of the Holy Flame Armor, Han Feng's defense is greatly enhanced. Even if it is the real peak of the sanctuary, don't think about breaking Han Feng's defense easily. The promotion of Saint Flame Rising Heaven Seal greatly enhanced Han Feng's large-scale attack. However, at the realm of Han Feng, the range of damage caused by a casual shot is extremely large, so the help of Xingyan Han Tianquan to Han Feng is not so great. This is also the reason why Han Feng always prefers the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Holy Flame Han Tian Fist to be promoted first, followed by the Holy Flame Armor and finally the Holy Flame Han Tian Seal. These 4 martial arts don't require fire-type source fluid to advance? Why? Han Feng was surprised, but full of doubts. Xiaopeng explained, the power of the Holy Spring contains extremely pure power. This power has no attribute, it has an effect on martial artists of all attributes, and it can naturally improve the 4 martial arts, but similar to the energy of the power of the Holy Spring is too small, so Han Feng, you will still focus on the fire attribute source fluid in the future. Of course, if you really encounter the power of the Holy Spring, you must not let it go. Similar to the power of the Holy Spring, the pure power of the 4 martial arts is even above the fire attribute source liquid. Hey, this time you hit the big luck. The improvement of your cultivation base and aptitude is the second thing. The improvement of these 4 martial arts is the real big one. This time, your comprehensive combat power will only increase by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Han Feng also smiled. Every improvement in the sanctuary's unique knowledge has a great impact on the comprehensive combat power. Even though the cultivation base has improved so much, the improvement in comprehensive combat power is only a small part. Han Feng watched with ecstasy, watching the continuous improvement of the four martial arts by the power of the Holy Spring. After the Holy Flame Armor and the Holy Flame Rising Heaven Seal were both upgraded to the 6th level, the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Holy Flame Rising Heaven Fist also began to improve together. The four major martial arts are promoted together, and the power of the Holy Spring is extremely large, which causes more Holy Spring power to flock to Han Feng more frantically along with the needs of the four martial arts. Wu Jian and the others outside the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring looked at each other in disbelief. After such a long time, the speed of absorbing the Holy Spring has not decreased but increased. What happened? It was the ancestor of the Great Perfection realm of the sanctuary, and it was the first time that he encountered such a thing, so he couldn't help but focus more on Han Feng. The old ancestor was expressionless, but his heart was full of regret. Why isn't this kid a genius in my Heavenly Wolf Valley? Well, it is also a great blessing for Heavenly Wolf Valley, for such a genius to befriend him. It's really strange, Mingming the aptitude level is average, but it has just been promoted to the high-level holy grade. How can the cultivation base and combat power be so abnormal? The primordial spirit of the great perfection of the sanctuary is too huge, and the ancestors perceive more clearly than others that Han Feng's age is most likely within 300 years. With such a terrifying cultivation base and combat power at such an age, it is possible that he will be promoted to a true god in the future. Thinking of the true god, roused the ancestor, and envy and yearning flashed in his eyes. With the passage of time, the speed at which the power of the Holy Spring poured into Han Feng finally began to slow down. In contrast, the four major martial arts of Han Feng, Holy Flame Battle Body, Holy Flame Rising Heaven Fist, Holy Flame Armor, and Holy Flame Rising Heaven Seal, began to slow down. Has all been upgraded to the 6th peak. Second more. Yao Xiang took a deep look at Han Feng. In just 8 months, Yao is very impressed by the extent of your improvement. This time Yao still loses. But now Yao loses only because of the sanctuary. When my golden Outyin claw is officially elevated to the top grade sanctuary level, it will be unpredictable who will win and who will lose. This time will not be far away. Wu Jian and the others nodded slightly, not thinking that Yao Xiang was talking big. Golden Outyin Claw, in fact, already has a tendency to be promoted, and already has some charm of the top-grade sanctuary. The reason why there has been no improvement is because Yao Xiang has not broken through to the peak of the sanctuary, and has not truly understood the essence of the peak of the sanctuary. But now it is different. Now Yao Xiang has been promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, and the realm is still so stable. It is estimated that he has mastered the essence of the peak of the sanctuary. At this time, if you comprehend the Golden Outyin Claw, it will be enough to upgrade the Golden Outyin Claw to the top-rank sanctuary in a few years. At that time, the outcome of the two is really unpredictable. Han Feng laughed. Little brother won't stand still in the past few years. Yao Xiang nodded. With the talent shown by brother Han, that's true. But Yao won't give up, because of it. Sooner or later, Yao and brother Han will discuss again momentum. Han Feng stopped talking, just smiled mysteriously. It has been more than 2 years since the middle grade and middle grade holy fruit was planted in the planting space, and it will mature in a few years. Once mature, Han Feng will use it to improve his own cultivation, and the cultivation will improve, and the control of high-grade and low-grade sanctuary will become deeper and deeper. Don't look at the fact that Xingyan Hong Tianquan is Han Feng's strongest trump card now, but it can be the top grade of Xingyan Taiwanquan, Lotus Blasting Boxing 3rd, Burning Heaven Emperor's Venerable Finger 7th, and Duba Zentianquan 4th. After the control of the inferior sanctuary skills gradually deepens, Han Feng's strongest trump card will be replaced by these high-grade and low-level sanctuary skills. It is true that the level of Xingyan Hong Tian Boxing, which integrates Aurora Tsangyan, is not weaker than that of high-grade and low-grade sacred arts. Even because of the characteristics of the 4 major inheritance martial arts, Han Feng, can exert 100% of its power. But Holy Flame Taiwanquan and other sanctuary secrets do not need to be integrated to be high-grade and low-grade sanctuary secrets. The reason why it is not the strongest trump card at present is because Han Feng does not have deep control over these sanctuary secrets. Even if it is integrated with Aurora Tsangyan, firstly, Aurora Tsangyan is still only at the upper middle level, and secondly, the fit between these sacred arts and Aurora Tsangyan has not reached perfection. It is not as good as the fusion version of Xingyan Hongtianquan. However, when the cultivation level is gradually deepened, and the control of the high-grade and low-grade sanctuary secret skills is gradually strengthened, the fusion of Aurora Tsangyan again will definitely surpass the fusion version of the 6th level peak of the Holy Flames. The old ancestor said lightly, since they have all come out, let's go to the serious icon to accept their respective inheritances. Whether there is a harvest, and what will be passed down after the harvest depends on your luck. The 10 people honed their fists one after another, hoping that they would be able to inherit a powerful sanctuary secret from their ancestors. Han Feng flew to a serious statue and sat down cross-legged, and the power of the primordial spirit gradually poured out into the serious statue. In an instant, Han Feng's Yuanshan seemed to come to a dark space, and Yuanshan turned into an illusory figure. Time passed, and in less than half a month, a few elite geniuses got up with a look of loss. Obviously, they didn't get much. The old ancestors are not surprised. There are a lot of harvests that have not been obtained in previous sessions. If there are elites and talents who have received a strong inheritance in each session, the inheritance left by the ancestors will be long gone. The ancestors of the sanctuary small perfection and the great perfection, even the hidden forces like the heavenly Wolf Valley, have not had much after so many years. Not long after, Wu Jian, Shi Jun, He Guanchuan and Meng Qin also got up. The 4 of them had some gains, but the gains they got were very different from what the 4 of them imagined, so the 4 of them did not show joy. There is nothing to hide about these gains. After the other elite geniuses asked, the 4 of them all answered. The 4 of them all encountered the remnant souls of their ancestors in the sanctuary small perfection realm. However, none of the 4 of them inherited the most powerful sanctuary skills of their ancestors, but only inherited one of the more powerful sanctuary skills of their ancestors. Wu Jian and Meng Qin got top-grade and high-grade sanctuary skills, while Shi Jun and He Guanchuan got top-grade middle-grade sanctuary skills. When the 4 of them are promoted to the peak of the sanctuary in the future, when they have not raised their comprehension to the top-grade sanctuary, the sanctuary that they have inherited now can be used as a trump card. Moreover, with these top-grade sanctuary secrets that have been inherited, there is a great reference for the secrets that they need to understand. Being able to be recognized and inherited by their ancestors, the 4 of them naturally have a good fit with these ancestors. Everything needs to be compared. Originally, the 4 of them were a little dissatisfied with their gains, but after knowing that the other 4 elite geniuses did not receive them at all, Meng Qin and the 4 were greatly relieved, and suddenly they were extremely satisfied with their gains. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Yao Xiong and Han Feng. At this time only 2 people are not over yet. It didn't take long for Yao Xiong's body to shake, and he slowly got up. Everyone clearly saw that Yao Xiong's mouth showed a radiance. Everyone's expressions were shocked, and people like Yao Xiong couldn't help but feel joy. How could the inheritance be ordinary? Wu Jian asked, but he got no response from Yao Xiong, so he had to retreat embarrassingly. Now, Han Feng is the only one who hasn't got up yet. In the dark space, Han Feng kept walking forward tirelessly without noticing the passage of time. From beginning to end, Han Feng was in a dark space. The most shocking thing is that Han Feng doesn't seem to know his current situation, and there is a trace of confusion in his eyes. Wake up, wake up. Wake up. Bastard, didn't you hear me wake you up? Suddenly, Han Feng's primordial spirit seemed to have been attacked by something, and the illusory primordial spirit's body gradually became clearer. Just, what happened? Han Feng was taken aback. Little Fatty's voice came angrily, you can be regarded as awake, and if you keep walking like that, you will fall into this dark space forever. Knowing everything from Fatty's mouth, Han Feng took a deep breath, and before he knew it, he walked for more than 10 days. Huh? You actually broke free from the old man's means, boy, as an outsider, you did a good job. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from all directions in the dark space. At the same time, a bright light suddenly shot out in front of Han Feng, and the light continued to spread like a vortex, and soon a brilliant hall appeared from the vortex. In the hall, the old man in green robe sat on the ground and looked at Han Feng with a shocked expression. The level of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda is too high, even if it is limited by Han Feng, it cannot exert hundreds of millions of powers, and it is not something that the old man can discover. Therefore, the old man did not know at all that Han Feng was awakened by the spirit of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. He really thought that Han Feng broke free from the means he used by his own strength. The first. Han Feng looked at the old man in the hall. The feeling this old man gave to Han Feng was the same as the feeling that the ancestors gave to Han Feng before, it was unfathomable. Junior C. Senior. Han Feng did not dare to be careless. The old man was blunt, we old fellows in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, it's not easy to leave something for the younger generation before sitting down, why are outsiders always coming to grab it? Han Feng was suddenly choked up. From Meng Qin's mouth, Han Feng learned that the owner of the 4 valleys of the Heavenly Wolf Valley had indeed invited foreign aid from outside a long time ago. This old guy doesn't seem to be very interested in me. Han Feng secretly thought that it was not good, so he wouldn't get anything because of it. Unexpectedly, what happened next surprised Han Feng. The old man said, but since you got rid of the old man's methods, what if the old man gave you an inheritance? After speaking, the old man pointed out, and a beam of light mixed with wonderful words shot at Han Feng, and in an instant it poured in from Han Feng's forehead. Han Feng's expression was shocked, and many things suddenly appeared in Yuanshan. Han Feng hurriedly ran the power of Yuanshan to sort out, and then he was shocked to find that the inheritance given to him by the old man was a top-quality middle-class sanctuary. Generally speaking, this is a super powerful sanctuary secret technique that can only be fully exerted by the strong in the middle stage of the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. This old man is too generous. Blood eyes, wolf claws, the best middle-class sanctuary skills, I'm afraid I won't be able to practice in a short time. Han Feng shook his head in his heart. Even if this kind of sanctuary skills can be mastered in advance, the cultivation base must be at least a saint. At the peak of the realm of the 9 heavens level, it is even necessary to enter the realm of small perfection in the sanctuary. This realm is too far away for Han Feng at the moment. The current Han Feng has not even reached the limit of the great sanctuary, not to mention the peak of the sanctuary. The old man muttered, I knew that the old man would meet outsiders, so I left some inferior sanctuary secrets, and it's cheap for you, kid. Although the old man was unfathomable, he was still a little bit of a remnant of his soul left before his death, and the only secret techniques he mastered were those that were specially left behind during his lifetime. Therefore, although the old man really wanted to give only the top grades, he didn't have any stock, so he had to pass on the top grade middle sanctuary secrets to Han Feng. Thank you, senior. Han Feng quickly thanked him, without the slightest bit of grudge against the old man's muttering. If the old man were selfish, he would not have to pass it on to him at all, but the old man did not do so. Obviously, the old man was more open-minded. Isn't it just being said a few words, what's the big deal? The old man waved his hand, okay, since you have the inheritance, let's go. After that, the old man ignored Han Feng, and he didn't know when a monster egg appeared in his arms. The old man stared at the beast egg in his arms with pity, and fell into silence. This is Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Han Feng knew from the mouth of the ancestors that many ancestors in the Sirius Valley used the power of enchantment to leave some items in the Sirius icon, and this beast egg is obviously one of them. No matter how you look at it, this monster egg doesn't seem to have been transformed. Only, this monster egg is full of dead energy, and it looks like it can't hatch. Han Feng sighed in his heart. Xiaopeng's voice suddenly sounded, "No, this beast egg is not completely dead, it must be some evil secret method, which caused its vitality to be continuously swallowed by death energy. Now it's just that the egg is filled with a lot of dead energy, so it looks like a dead egg. There should be some special power in this Sirius icon to prevent the continuous devouring of this evil force, otherwise this monster egg will really become a dead egg." The reason why this old guy put this monster egg before sitting even with some of his remnant souls sealed in the Sirius icon, it is estimated that he wants to use the power in the Sirius icon to keep the monster eggs alive. I really don't know what this old guy has to do with this monster eggs. Care about this monster egg. Han Feng, you are lucky, as long as you save this beast egg, the old guy will be able to give you more benefits. If I am not wrong, this old guy is very likely to step into the Holy Realm before his death. Great Perfection Second Layer, Sanctuary 32 Layers, Realm. This cultivation realm is enough to rank high in the ancient family, and there must be a lot of inventory. Han Feng's eyes lit up, but then he frowned and said, "This anger can't even help this senior, how can I solve it? Even the death energy of the Great Perfection Realm of the Sanctuary can't be solved. What can he do with a great sanctuary?" Little Fatty smiled, "If it's outside, there is no way for the Lingquan in the Tianhua Tower. After all, the current Lingquan has not yet reached the 5th level of great perfection, and it only helps all the negative effects of the great sanctuary. The great perfection of the sanctuary is not enough. But now it's in the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring. With the help of the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Spring, there will be no problem. Of course, because the level of the spiritual spring is not enough, we can only stubbornly press the source of death energy, but we can't completely eliminate death energy. Root out. But in the future, Han Feng, if you cultivate the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art to the perfect state, you will naturally be able to completely solve the root cause of death. I have seen it. The blood of the little guy in this beast egg is not bad, second only to Skylark. It is very likely that he will step into the realm of true gods in the future. The animal breeding space is now level 5, which is enough to accept 5 magical beasts, and there are still 2 short of it. It would be a pity to miss such a good beast." Hearing this, Han Feng was heartbroken, and his eyes became hot. "But, little fatty, I'm still in the primordial state, can I use the 9 Flame Skyfire Tower?" "What can't be used? The binding between the Tianhua Tower and you is both blood and soul. Even if it is only in the state of the primordial spirit, the Tianhua Tower can be used," Xiaopeng replied. Han Feng said again, "But disappearing directly in front of the seniors, isn't it too? Hey, blind asterisk heart. This old guy can only exist in the Sirius icon, but he can't take the initiative to go out. If you want to inform, you can only wait for the next 1,000 years. And after 1,000 years. Hee, Han Feng, you have no confidence to reach really God?" Han Feng's expression was shocked. Yes, with the help of Tianhua Tower, the true God is not his ultimate goal. I don't know how much Millennium can achieve, but at least it is enough to compete with the great perfection of the sanctuary. Even if the Heavenly Wolf Valley knows that everything is greedy, how can he help him? Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a lot more at ease about the next exposure of the Tianhua Tower. "Boy, why don't you leave?" The old man's greedy eyes moved away from the beast egg, and he saw Han Feng stopped not far away with a strange look, and the old man immediately scolds. Han Feng said respectfully, "I don't know the monster egg in the arms of the senior." "None of your business. Hurry up, hurry up." The old man interrupted Han Feng directly and waved impatiently. The intent of expulsion is obvious. Han Feng touched his nose and sneered, "Senior, you haven't finished listening to the junior. The junior has a way to restore the beast egg in the senior's arms to normal." "I don't care what you haven't finished." "What?" "Say it again." "The first 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. When the old man heard that Han Feng had to talk, he wanted to drive him away even more impatiently. However, when he heard the second half of Han Feng's sentence, the old man froze immediately, and the next moment he grabbed the clothes on Han Feng's chest and roared. If the old man had saliva, Han Feng would have been sprayed on his face at this moment. "Quick! Make your last sentence clear. What can you do?" Cough. The senior is calm. The junior is saying that the junior is confident that the beast egg in the senior's arms will return to normal. The old man quickly backed away, took the beast egg into his arms again, and sneered, "Joke, even the cultivation of the old man's sanctuary can't help this death. What can you do with a mere sanctuary?" The old man lost his temper, just because of Han Feng's words, but now his mind has recovered. How can he easily believe Han Feng? "Humph, isn't it because I want to get more sanctuary secrets from the old man and make up lies? If so, even if the old man is just a remnant soul, he can still kill your kid's primordial spirit." The old man's expression became more and more serious. It was cold, and the tone became more and more cold. The more he thought about it, the more the old man felt that this was the case. Han Feng had long guessed that the old man would have such doubts, so he thought in a different position. If he suddenly heard a small human being shouting loudly and could help him solve a big problem that he couldn't solve, Han Feng would also be the first to suspect this. The little people want to deceive themselves. Han Feng was not annoyed by the attitude of the old man, but calmly said, "Senior, the monster egg in your arms has already taken over 90% of the death energy. Unless you carefully input the Xuanhuan sensor, you will only think that this monster is a monster. The egg is a dead egg, but the junior didn't do this to see the problem with the monster egg. Isn't this enough to make the senior trust the junior?" The old man's cold expression gradually eased, and he lowered his head in thought. After a long while, the old man raised his head and stared at Han Feng, and the coldness in his eyes weakened a lot. "Indeed, even if the sanctuary small perfection realm is here, if you don't check it yourself, you will only think that this is a dead egg. Seeing the problem is enough to show that your eyesight is not simple. But the old guess is correct, you are trying to get more inheritance from the old man." Han Feng was said to be on his mind and looked embarrassed. Without waiting for Han Feng to reply, the old man said lightly, "Compared with inheritance, the monster egg in the hands of the old man is more important to the old man. If you can really restore this monster egg to normal, the old man will be all the sacred knowledge. Why not pass it on to you?" Han Feng was shocked. Although he knew that this monster egg might be very important to the old man, Han Feng never expected it to be so important. In order to cure the beast egg, the old man is willing to pass on all his sanctuary secrets to him. This means that the Sirius Valley has suffered a lot. Han Feng was even more curious, what exactly is this monster egg? The old man couldn't even care about the loss to the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng said embarrassedly, "Actually, it's not just your sanctuary, senior, but also this beast egg. Although I don't know what's in this beast egg, the junior can feel it. Its bloodline is not simple. I am afraid that it has already stood at a very high level among the saints. If the juniors can cultivate them, they will definitely be a great helper for the juniors in the future." The old man snorted twice. The appetite is so great that even the old man's demon beast egg is eyeing, "But for the sake of your honesty, the old man doesn't care. After that, the old man didn't say anything, he just looked at Han Feng absently, and after a long time he said in a hoarse voice, "As long as you can cure the monster egg, the old man will pass on all the sanctuary secrets to you. But this monster egg does not. I can't give you anything you want, you need to promise the old man a few conditions." "Senior, please tell me." Han Feng was once again surprised by the importance of Warcraft eggs to the old man. "There are no conditions for inheriting the magic of the sanctuary, but there are conditions for taking the magic egg. Obviously, the magic egg in the heart of the old man is not more than the magic of the sanctuary, but far surpasses. The ratio is not worth mentioning at all, it is equivalent to the gap between a grain of sand and the entire beach." The old man was on a finger, the first and most important one. "You can't treat this beast egg as your subordinate, or a chess piece that you can command at will. The old man hopes you can treat it as a real brother." Han Feng was surprised. "The first condition is this?" For the three beasts of Zhu Tianyunk, Han Feng did treat them as relatives, and did not scold them as his subordinates at will. This condition is not unacceptable to Han Feng. Therefore, Han Feng quickly responded. The old man hummed softly, "It's not a lie to promise so easily, right?" Han Feng was speechless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you want the younger generation to swear?" The old man did not speak. Han Feng had to swear to the sky, and the old man calmed down and said the second condition, "You also know that if the old man passes everything to you this time, it will be a big loss to the Heavenly Wolf Valley, so the old man wants you to swear that in the future as long as the Heavenly Wolf Valley doesn't do anything wrong to you, you can't let this beast egg deal with the Heavenly Wolf Valley. If the Heavenly Wolf Valley is in danger in the future, I hope you can help." Han Feng thought about this condition, and Han Feng agreed. "Anyway, there is a premise, that is, the Heavenly Wolf Valley cannot do anything that is sorry for him." The old man did not make Han Feng swear on this condition, which made Han Feng once again amazed at the status of the monster egg in the old man's heart. The old man stretched out his third finger. "In the future, this demon beast egg will grow up, and I hope you can avenge it." "Vengeance? Is it the one who gave up his anger?" Han Feng's heart moved. The old man pouted. "That person is already dead, and he was killed by the old man. Even if there is no old man, after so many years, that person would have died of old age. What the old man asked you to avenge is the descendant of that person. Of course, if that the descendants are not some heinous people, but no matter what, this magical card of the mother of the beast eggs must be re-entered into the family tree." Han Feng was stunned. This enemy who was deadly on the devil's egg was actually related to him by blood? Are they of the same race? The old man sighed and told the origin of the monster egg in its entirety. After that, Han Feng was completely stunned, and completely understood why this beast egg was so important to the old man. Because the father of this monster egg is the old man. In other words, this monster egg, which has not yet given birth to a monster, is the son or daughter of the old man. No wonder this senior wants me to treat this beast egg like a relative. Han Feng sighed in his heart, feeling the greatness of his father's love. No father would be willing to let his son become a chess piece that he arbitrarily drives. Han Feng believed that if the old man hadn't already died and there was no way to save his son, he would have been killed directly by the old man just because he had said that he liked the beast egg. Later, with the gradual explanation of the old man, Han Feng understood the whole story. And all the reasons for what happened lie in this magical beast egg. The magical beast bred in this magical beast egg is a mutated Aoyan heavenly wolf, Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf. Second more. Claws. The Aoyan heavenly wolf is a high-level wolf race in the wolf clan in the demon realm. The original Aoyan Tianlang came from the advanced stage of the Yanlang. The flame wolves are divided into 3 grades, namely, the 3 flames, the 6 flames, and the 9 flames. The growth limit of the 3 flames is the 12th level, the 6 flames are the peak of the earth, and the 9 flames are the peak of the heavens. Very few 9 flames will be lucky enough to step into the sanctuary because of various opportunities. From the animal body into a human form. But the limit of these 9 flame heavenly wolves is the initial level of the ordinary sanctuary, and few of them can reach the middle stage of the ordinary sanctuary. Everything is limited by the bloodline level. The Aoyan heavenly wolf is divided into 2 levels, innate and acquired. The acquired Aoyan heavenly wolf naturally came from a mutation of the flame wolf. The level of the 3 flame heavenly wolf is too low, and there is almost no way to mutate. The 6th flame heavenly wolf may mutate, but the probability is too low. Even the 6 flaming heavenly wolves would not necessarily have a mutant advanced arrogant flaming heavenly wolf. The possibility of the 9 flames heavenly wolf mutating is much higher, and there is a 9 flame heavenly wolf of about 100,000 who is completely likely to mutate into the advanced stage. Don't look at the large number of 100,000. The reproduction of beasts is much stronger than that of humans. Human women generally give birth to 1 at a time. Twins, triplets, and even more twins are still a minority among the entire women. But Warcraft is different, especially wolves. It is not a problem to have 7 or 8 babies at a time. For Warcraft, especially the Warcraft family, the number of races is often incredible. It's just that there are very few outstanding ones, otherwise humans would have been wiped out by beasts long ago. For a monster family like the Aoyan heavenly wolf, none of the Aoyan heavenly wolf are outstanding, and the natural number is not much, and 100,000 is not too much. Therefore, every few decades or hundreds of years, in the race of the proud heavenly wolf, there will often be a lucky 9 flame heavenly wolf who mutates into the proud heavenly wolf. But whether it was the Aoyan Sirius that mutated from the 6 flames heavenly wolf or the Aoyan Sirius that mutated to the 9 flames heavenly wolf, they were all the lowest level Aoyan Sirius, only equivalent to the primary saint level. Congenital Aoyan Tianlang refers to the fact that both parents are Aoyan Tianlang, because both parents are Aoyan Tianlang, so they are blessed from birth. The reason why the race of Aoyan Tianlang will grow and develop is because of the 2nd generation of the innate Aoyan Tianlang. The 1st generation is naturally Aoyan Sirius, who was advanced by Yanlang. The congenital Aoyan Sirius has been at the intermediate saint level since birth. Some parents are extremely outstanding, and it is entirely possible for the bloodline of the younger generation, Aoyan Sirius, to reach the high-level saint level. As for the top saint level, even the race of the Aoyan heavenly wolf rarely appears. Aoyan Tianlang is already so powerful. As a variant of Aoyan Tianlang, how could it go wrong? As a mutated Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf, its rank has reached the highest rank of the top holy rank, and it is only 1 step away from the divine rank. It stands to reason that the mutated Aoyan Tianlang should be highly valued by the Aoyan Tianlang clan. It can be said that whether the Aoyan Tianlang can become one of the top forces in the demon domain in the future depends on Aoyan Tian Wolf. However, at that time, the patriarch of the Aoyan heavenly wolf was not lenient, and only saw that his position was threatened, so he attacked. At that time, the hornet's nest was stabbed. At that time, the mother of Aoyan swallowing Sirius was only a small branch of the Aoyan Sirius family. It has not received the attention of the senior leaders of Aoyan Tianlang, such as the patriarch. Naturally, these people do not know that the mother of Aoyan Tianlang has traveled to the Beizhou continent, and it has happened with a strong man for some reason that cannot be said. Relationship. The mother of Aoyan swallowing Sirius also seemed to realize that something was wrong, and hurriedly sent a message to notify the old man. However, the distance between the Heavenly Wolf Valley and the demon realm where the old man was located was so far away. When the old man arrived, it was already too late. The mother of Aoyan swallowing Heavenly Wolf was dead, and the demon beast egg was also filled with death energy, and the furious old man killed the strong man of the Aoyan Heavenly Wolf clan in a moment. Although the Aoyan Heavenly Wolf clan is powerful, the strongest is only the small perfection in the sanctuary, whereas the opponent of the old man, the great perfection in the sanctuary. But after he came back to his senses, the old man regretted it, because he killed the patriarch of the Aoyan Heavenly Wolf clan too quickly. There was no way to get rid of the death, even if the old man asked a lot of Aoyan Heavenly Wolf clan at that time. The higher-ups did not help either. Because this dead energy was inherited by the patriarch of the Aoyan Heavenly Wolf clan at that time, no one could relieve the dead energy except for this patriarch. The old man fought for the Heavenly Wolf Valley all his life, and he did not leave his descendants at all. Even the old man himself did not expect that after he was more than 10,000 years old, for some reason, he would have a relationship with Xiao, who was far younger than him. Sirius had a relationship, and to the surprise of the old man, he had a descendant. Although this descendant has a strong bloodline of demon beasts and existed in the form of demon beast eggs at birth, the old man still regards demon beast eggs as his own life. With the most important things in life, the old man put aside the Heavenly Wolf Valley and spent the rest of his time dealing with death chi. It's just a pity, no matter what the old man did, the death energy invaded the whole beast egg unhurriedly, until the old man's lifespan was almost exhausted, and the death energy in the beast egg had reached 90%. This is still the old man who has been continuously transporting vitality and holy essence into the magical beast egg for many years, otherwise the magical beast egg would have already become a dead egg. It is precisely because of the continuous transmission of vitality that the old man who is just in his early 10,000 years will quickly age, and his lifespan will eventually be exhausted. Han Feng silently listened to the old man's continuous narration, wondering how the old man had a relationship with the female Aoyan Sirius, but the old man said hesitantly. Obviously, he did not intend to elaborate, and Han Feng had to give up. In addition, the fact that a wolf gave birth to an egg made Han Feng's mouth twitch a little. Shouldn't he give birth to a wolf cub directly? Is it because the world is different that these monsters and the creatures of the earth are also very different? The old man has almost finished speaking at this moment, took a deep breath and said, "Boy, since you said you have a way, then show it to the old man." It is impossible for the old man to really believe you just because of your words. The old man wants to see more deeply. Evidence of. Han Feng nodded, took the beast egg, and the body of the primordial spirit disappeared directly from the surprised eyes of the old man. This. The old man's eyes widened, and he never thought that Han Feng would disappear directly. Did this kid leave? Impossible. Without the old man's secret technique, it is impossible for this kid to take my son away. Involuntarily, the old man began to feel anxious, and even more regretful. That kid should not do anything bad to his child. In the Xuanhuan Tower, Han Feng put the magic beast egg into the spiritual spring, because he just wanted to prove that he had the ability to restore the magic beast egg, so Han Feng took out the magic beast egg soon. With the concentration of death energy in the beast egg, even Lingquan cannot be solved in a short time. If you stay in the Xuanhuan Tower for too long, God knows what the old senior will do. Half a day later, when the old man reached the limit of his endurance and almost broke out, Han Feng suddenly appeared holding the beast egg. First change. Claws. You kid. The old man was on the verge of eruption, and the moment he saw Han Feng, the old man almost couldn't hold back and kill Han Feng with a palm. But the old man just raised his hand, as if sensing something, staring at the beast egg, unable to move it away. After a long time, the old man shook his hand and stuck the beast egg, with tears streaming down his face. Okay. It's really good, great, my son is saved. Compared to the death energy in the demon beast egg, the extra vitality is too small. If it weren't for the enormous power of the primordial spirit of the old man, he would not have sensed this subtle change in vitality and death. The old man raised his head and watched Han Feng open his mouth, but finally found that he couldn't say anything. After a long while, the old man squeezed out a sentence, "Thank you." As the great perfection of the old man's sanctuary, he actually thanked the Han Feng district great sanctuary. If an outsider saw it, he would be shocked. The great sanctuary is really not much different from the ants for the great perfection of the sanctuary, and it is a relatively strong ant to die. At this moment, the old man is really grateful to Han Feng, and finally believes that Han Feng is indeed capable of saving his children. The old man knew that the only reward he could give was the sanctuary that he had left behind. The old man said, at the beginning, the old man left a total of 3 sanctuary secrets, and the previous blood-eyed wolf claw was one of them. Now the old man will pass on the last 2 to your boy. Extending his finger, 2 rays of light shot towards Han Feng. These 2 rays of light contain wonderful words, and one of them is particularly profound. 2 rays of light shot into Han Feng's mind, and Han Feng's mind immediately added 2 kinds of complicated text collections. The constant combination of these words finally converged into the cultivation methods of the 2 sacred arts, and Han Feng finally knew the names of the 2 sacred arts. The ultimate sanctuary of the highest quality, Xianming Tianlanji. Supergrade inferior sanctuary unique skills Emperor Tian Wolf Claw. Among them, Xianming Tianlanji and Han Feng only had an 80% fit, while Emperor Tianlong's claws had 90%, and the previous Xuanhuan Tianlang claw had an 85% fit with Han Feng. When Yuanshan enters the Sirius idol, he will first meet the remnant soul of his ancestors in Sirius Valley, who is most compatible with him. This is also what the ancestors said before. If you don't have a high degree of fit, even if you want to get the inheritance, the remnants of the ancestors will not be happy. On the one hand, they left the sanctuary for the heavenly Wolf Valley, and on the other hand, they did not want the sanctuary that they had learned through hardships to disappear. A person who does not fit well with his own sanctuary skills is simply tarnishing his own sanctuary skills. Therefore, elite geniuses who do not fit well with the remnant souls of their ancestors cannot touch the remnant souls of their ancestors at all. The old man glanced at the beast egg reluctantly, and then said with anticipation, "Little brother, I wonder if you are willing to cure my son before leaving?" This is the last wish of the old man. As a father, the old man really wanted to see the birth of his child with his own eyes, before the remnant died. Han Feng hurriedly said, "Even if the senior doesn't say it, the junior won't leave so soon. To eliminate the dead energy in the demon beast egg, we also need the help of the special power in the Sirius idol." After that, Han Feng returned to the Juyan Tianhua Tower again and put the magical beast egg into the spiritual spring. After that, Han Feng would take out the magical beast egg for the old man to take a look at every day. As time went by, the old man saw with his own eyes that the anger in the monster egg gradually increased and the death chi gradually decreased, and his expression became more and more excited. His attitude towards Han Feng became more and more friendly as time went on. From the original boy to the little guy and then to the little brother, at this moment the old man called Han Feng as the Han boy. The previous kid and the little guy had a lofty attitude, and the little brother after that was grateful, but he was a little alienated in addition to gratitude. The last name, Han Xiaozi, really regards Han Feng as his own. In the Sirius icon, the communication between Han Feng and the old man has also been transferred from Warcraft eggs to other aspects, such as guidance in martial arts. The old man even taught Han Feng the essence of the peak of the sanctuary that he had comprehended at the beginning. Although this is only a verbal teaching, it is like listening to a scripture to Han Feng now. Basically, he doesn't understand much, but Han Feng still memorizes it. When one day he breaks through to the peak of the sanctuary, everything the old man said today will bring him great help in practice. In the Sirius icon, Han Feng and the old man were happy to communicate, but Wu Jian and others outside looked helpless. "Ancestor, it's been a few months, nothing will happen, right?" Wu Jian couldn't help asking. The old ancestor shook his head, the old man has taken care of this place for so many years, and I have never seen anyone who comprehends the uniqueness of the Holy Land in the serious icon. Then what's the situation? Meng Qin looked worried. The old ancestor still shook his head, but said nothing. After a long while, the old ancestor suddenly said, "Okay, let's go back first. The owner of the 4 valleys has been waiting outside for a long time. If the old man expects it well, this kid will not wake up in a short time." Meng Qin had something to say, but the ancestors did not give Meng Qin a chance to speak. With a roll of his sleeves, he sent Wu Jian and other 9 elite geniuses out of Baiwu. Not long after, the old man returned, his eyes fell on Han Feng, and he muttered to himself, "This kid. I won't be valued by any ancestor's remnant soul, and he will be taught by the ancestor's remnant soul." Soon, half a year has passed. In the Sirius icon, the beast egg finally glowed with brilliance, and the surging vitality rippling out. The old man was so excited that he didn't know what to do. However, Han Feng and Xiaoping both knew that this was not really a solution, but to suppress the root cause of death qi. If you want to solve it completely, you still need the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art to reach the perfect state. Based on the state of the old man's primordial spirit, he naturally found a clue. After Han Feng explained, the old man sighed, "Han boy, I will ask you in the future." Alas, I will help you again, while the old man is still a while away from dissipating. Take 1. The old man suddenly stretched out his hand and covered Han Feng's head with a palm. Han Feng was taken aback, and just wanted to do something, but found himself unable to move. A stream of peculiar insights rushed to Han Feng along the old man's hand. Han Feng was horrified to discover that these insights were exactly the old man's cultivation insights into the blood-eyed wolf claw, the Xianming wolf wing, and the Aoyan swallowing wolf, as well as the comprehension of the essence of the peak of the sanctuary and even the small perfection of the sanctuary. If Han Feng was only vague about sanctuary peak and sanctuary small perfection before, it is much clearer now. Especially at the peak of the sanctuary, Han Feng probably knows what is going on, which will play an unimaginable role in Han Feng breaking through the peak of the sanctuary in the future. The transmission of the insights has not yet ended. After about a quarter of an hour, the old man looked pale and closed his hands. "Han boy, this old man has already passed on to you all the insights of the 3 major sacred areas. As long as you thoroughly understand this old man's insights, understand that in the future, the peak of the sanctuary and even the small perfection of the sanctuary will no longer be a bottleneck for you." Han Feng was shocked. This time he owed too much. Originally, the old man's remnant soul could live for a few months and a half years, but now it is about to collapse. Han Feng moved his lips and said, "Senior, this junior swears that he will treat Lan Ao as a relative in the future." Lan Ao was the name the old man gave his son. Second more. The old man was assured and smiled with relief. Afterwards, the old man stopped speaking and kept his eyes on the beast egg. Click. Click. In the silent dark space, the sound of something shattering suddenly sounded. The expressions of Han Feng and the old man were shocked. Under the gaze of the two, the beast egg was suddenly pierced by a young wolf's head. This, is Aoyan swallowing the heavenly wolf? Han Feng was absent-minded. Even if it just broke the shell, the little guy showed a different behavior. The little guy obviously understood the relationship between the old man and himself, so he screamed softly, and even climbed out and rushed towards the old man, lovingly licking the old man with his tongue. Han Feng stared at Lan Ao. The hair on this little guy's body seemed to be a burning flame. Even though his body was still thin, he still had a chilling aura. Especially the cultivation base, the Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf, who deserves to be the top saint bloodline, was born at the rank of the earth. And it is on the verge of breaking through to the sky. Okay, my son. The old man raised his hand and stroked the little guy. After about half an hour of intimacy, the old man's hand finally fell weakly, and his body gradually turned into nothingness, dissipating in the dark space. The little guy obviously understood what happened to the old man, and couldn't help crying. Han Feng sighed and hugged the little guy. Little guy, your father is gone, but you still have me and 3 good companions. I will treat you well. The little guy looked at Han Feng with wet eyes, pitiful. The effect of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda is really powerful. The little guy was rescued by Lingquan, and he was very kind to Han Feng. Maybe the little guy transferred his thoughts and emotions to the old man, to Han Feng, so the little guy showed Han Feng an unprecedented intimacy. As soon as Han Feng raised his hand, the little guy was received by Han Feng into the animal breeding space and accompanied by the 3 beasts. Little fatty, do your best to cultivate Lan Ao. Don't worry, leave everything to me. With this little guy's talent and the large amount of holy stones now, I promise that this guy will be able to advance to the sanctuary in less than half a year. After everything is arranged. Han Feng exhaled and left the dark space. Outside, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the ancestor, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Senior. Han Feng quickly got up. The old ancestor waved his hand. No need to say anything, no matter what you get, since the ancestors haven't said anything, this junior will not question it. Leave here, the others have already left. Yes. Han Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the ancestor of the Heavenly Wolf Valley did not show any bad thoughts about him. Back in the East Valley of Tianlang Valley, Han Feng finally realized the treatment of a hero. From top to bottom, whether it is the valley owner Meng Wu or the high-level elders, or the true disciples and ordinary disciples, the attitude towards Han Feng all happened. A huge change, completely different from when Han Feng first came to Donggu. After Meng Wu hosted a banquet, he led Han Feng to the East Valley Treasure House. In the treasury, all kinds of holy fruit and holy artifacts appeared in Han Feng's sight, dazzling. Little fatty, come and see if there is any holy fruit here that helps Sister Lin condense the Holy Spirit. The Heavenly Wolf Valley is worthy of being a hidden power, and Han Feng is very envious of the holy fruit in this treasure trove, both in quantity and quality. Some of these high-grade holy fruits with fire attributes are not without them. But Han Feng knew what his first purpose was, so he had to look away from the high-grade fire attribute, holy fruit. Xiao Peng's eyesight is naturally not comparable to Han Feng's. After a while, Xiao Peng's surprised voice came, Han Feng, hurry up and go there. Go straight ahead, right there, turn right. What caught Han Feng's eyes was a strange holy fruit. This holy fruit was like a heart, and it even beat from time to time. This is... Han Feng could not have imagined that there would be such a strange holy fruit, but... Han Feng frowned. No matter how he looked at it, the fluctuations emanating from this holy fruit were only low quality. Fatty pouted, the main function of this holy fruit is not to improve strength, and the energy fluctuations are naturally not that great. If this holy fruit is placed on the continent of the gods, even some true god-level spiritual bodies will fight for it. What? Han Feng took a breath and looked at this strange heart fruit. Han Feng's eyes were different. Han Feng naturally wouldn't doubt Xiao Peng, since Xiao Peng said so, then this devouring heart does have the value for the spirit body true god to compete for. Han Feng pondered, little fatty, what you mean is only the true god of the spirit body. I am afraid that the true gods of other races may not necessarily like it. That's right, because of this, except for the spiritual body, that is, the spiritual race will pay attention to this kind of holy fruit, other races will not do this, especially humans. Fortunately, this is also the case, otherwise these people in the Tianlang Valley will not. Such a precious holy fruit is only treated as a strange holy fruit. Han Feng has now glanced around and found that around the strange heart-shaped holy fruit, most of the existences in the Heavenly Wolf Valley are not very sure. However, although I don't know what it is, the ancestors of the Sky Wolf Valley have extraordinary eyesight, and the value of this holy fruit is finally defined as a high-grade holy fruit. Little Fatty, now you can say, what is this holy fruit called? Fatty replied, devouring the heart. Devouring heart? Han Feng was taken aback, could it be? Xiaoping continued, when the spirit body is promoted to the sanctuary, if the heart of devouring can be refined, then the physique will mutate into a devouring spirit body. Devouring a spirit body will not change the quality of its own spirit body. For example, I transformed Lin Qingshan's spiritual body quality into a high-level holy spirit body with a lot of purple spirit crystal fruit and other holy fruit and holy herbs. After swallowing the devouring heart and turning it into a devouring spirit body, the level of the spirit body is still a high-level holy spirit body. But as a devouring spirit body, the quality of the spirit body is not static. As long as you use the devouring function of the devouring body, you can improve your spirit body quality. The higher the absorbed spirit body quality, the more your own spirit body quality will be improved. Big. The level of this devouring heart is not high, and Lin Qingshan's spiritual body can be upgraded to a 9-colored spiritual body at most. Therefore, in the continent of the gods, it is the true god level that is contested. If the level of this devouring heart is higher, it can be upgraded to a spiritual body quality that surpasses that of a god, and a super powerful person that surpasses the true god may not be able to fight for it. Speaking of this, Xiaoping said regretfully, it's a pity, there are only a few spirit races in the Forgotten Continent, and there are very few high-quality ones. It is in the continent of the gods, as long as Lin Qingshan improves the quality of her spiritual body to a 9-colored spiritual body through devouring, it is entirely possible to break through to a level more powerful than a true god. Han Feng said solemnly, Little Fatty, didn't you say you can help me get out of the Forgotten Continent? Can't you bring other people? Xiaoping hesitated for a moment before saying, no, if you want to bring other people, you can, but in this case, you have to pay a huge price. What price? Han Feng asked. Don't ask, it's too far away from the Forgotten Continent to discuss how to leave the Forgotten Continent just now in the Great Sanctuary. I'll tell you when you reach the realm of small perfection or even great perfection. Xiaoping didn't answer Han Feng again. The first. Hearing what Xiaoping said, Han Feng knew that no matter how much he asked, it would be no use. Han Feng said helplessly, well, since you don't say it, let's talk about this devouring heart. Although we know that the value of this devouring heart can be said to be the #1 treasure house, the people in the Heavenly Wolf Valley don't know if it would be too conspicuous if we took this devouring heart. Fatty pondered, indeed, it is obvious that you can get the holy fruit and holy artifact of higher value. In the end, only the heart of devouring was chosen. Those strong people are not fools. Through our actions, we might guess that we know the devotion. The real use of the mind. In this way, you can say. Han Feng nodded, that's what I mean too. Han Feng decided to tell Meng Wu, and he was a little uneasy in his heart. He wondered whether Meng Wu, the owner of the East Valley, would agree. After all, the prior agreement was only to take one item. Meng Wu was silent for a moment when he heard the news, and then called Meng Qin. Meng Qin quickly agreed, Father, according to our original agreement, as long as Han Feng can win the first place, he can take the same in our Donggu treasure house. The holy fruit and holy artifact of our Donggu treasure house are the most precious. The rank of ours has reached the top grade. To be honest, even if we have the first place, the loss of a top-grade holy fruit or holy artifact will be a huge weakening for our East Valley. Only by growing up and breaking through to the peak of the sanctuary, Jizongshan, or even the small perfection of the sanctuary, can you make up for such a loss. If 2 people are promoted to the small perfection, they will make a profit, and the 3 will make a big profit. Now Han Feng feels that it is difficult to refine and absorb the best holy fruit and the best holy artifact, and wants to change to the top level, which is a good thing for us in Donggu. Losing some top-level holy fruit and holy artifact is incomparable. Lose the best holy fruit and holy artifact. Mengwu smiled bitterly. How can a father not know this? It's just like this, it must be compensated by quantity. How much should we compensate? Meng Qin was startled. How much does Han Feng want in exchange? Mengwu sighed. This is the entanglement for my father. If Han Feng decides the quantity, we can still bargain. But the problem is that Han Feng didn't say anything and left all the choices to us. If we give too much, our losses may be even more serious than the loss of top-quality holy fruit and holy artifact. But if we give too little, we will not be able to live in our own hearts, and the spit stars of the rest of the three valleys will also drown us. In the end, Meng Qin and Meng Wu's father and daughter decided to try it out first, and the number given was 4. The original agreement was to take any holy treasure from the treasure house. Anyone who changes will choose the most precious first, the most precious grade in the East Valley treasure house, which has already reached the best. At this level, even some small perfections in the sanctuary will be envious. For high-grade treasures, and only high-grade treasures can barely be compared with a top-grade treasure, but in general, Han Feng suffers. If it is high-grade and low-grade, then the loss will be even more. Meng Qin and Meng Wu originally thought that Han Feng would be dissatisfied and raised the number. They had already prepared for it. In fact, their bottom line was 6. However, to their surprise, Han Feng agreed at once. Inside the treasure house, Han Feng smiled and said, 4, almost enough. If it is true to exchange the top grade for the top grade, this amount is indeed a loss, and Han Feng might not really be willing. But Han Feng himself knows that the value of the devouring heart is not comparable to the super holy treasures in the eyes of certain groups of people. With the heart of devouring, Han Feng is no longer so greedy. After all, in general, it is still profitable, and this is clear to you. As for the outside world, if the people in the Heavenly Wolf Valley think that they have suffered a loss, it is not necessarily a bad thing. At least it will make Han Feng more pleasing to the eyes of some high-level leaders in the Heavenly Wolf Valley who are distressed about the treasures. And it was true afterwards. Even Ji Lang's grandfather of the peak of the sanctuary looked at Han Feng with a lot of kindness. Having obtained the heart of devouring, Han Feng did not leave in a hurry, but instead retreated directly in Donggu. Among the 4 high-grade holy treasures, in addition to the devouring heart, there is also a fire attribute holy fruit, fire attribute spar, and holy artifact. Whether it is a fire attribute holy fruit or a fire attribute spar, there is currently no way to use it to improve the cultivation base, and the body cannot bear it. But it's different when it is used to improve the 9 flames and different fires. Staring at the holy fruit and spar in his hand, Han Feng couldn't help but feel heartache. Now the 9 flames and different fire art is still the mid-level limit of the 5th layer, and Aurora Tsangyan is only equivalent to the middle-grade holy fire, and it is impossible to refine the holy fruit and spar. It is the source liquid. In other words, at this time I can only directly refine it like other warriors, so I will lose a lot of energy, and the absorption efficiency will be 40 to 50%. Little Fatty hummed, then just keep it, and it will be the same when the 9 flames and different fire art breaks through and then refines it. Han Feng shook his head. I'm going to the spirit clan soon. Who knows what the situation of the spirit clan will be? The time is too short, and we must seize all the time to improve our strength. Even if it wastes a lot of energy. Han Feng ran the 9 flames and different fire art, and began to absorb the surging fire energy in the fire crystal. Han Feng's 9 flames and different flames had already reached the midterm limit, and he was only one chance away from breaking through. Now that the opportunity has come, the 9 flames and different fire art in the middle of the 5th floor can easily break through and be promoted to the later stage of the 5th floor. The aurora at Xuanhuan in the late fifth floor is powerful enough to be comparable to the high-grade holy fire. Because of the characteristics of aurora at Xuanhuan devouring the domain, Han Feng at this moment is no longer afraid of the domain of the first-level powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary. In other words, the domain repression of the sanctuary peak first-level powerhouse can no longer cause harm to Han Feng. The improvement of the 9 flames and different fire art has not yet ended. The real quality of the fire crystal has reached the high-grade medium. Even if the absorption efficiency is only 40 to 50%, it is enough to greatly improve the 9 flames and different fire art. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were only one high-grade and high-grade medium-grade fire crystals and holy fruits in the treasure house, Han Feng's choice would be even higher. There are indeed a lot of holy fruits used for promotion in the East Valley treasure house, but this is the total. In terms of fire attributes alone, there are not too many. Even if there are, they have long been used by the peak elders of the East Valley Sanctuary. These are left to prepare for the younger generation, and there are not many. Now it has been directly taken away by Han Feng. The 5th floor late stage early stage, the 5th floor late stage early stage middle stage, the 5th floor late stage early stage high stage. It was fully promoted to the peak of the early stage of the late 5th floor, only one step away from the middle stage of the late 5th floor, and the 9 flames and different fire art stopped. The surging silver-white flame burns out, wrapping Han Feng inside, and the space where the powerful flame burns is distorted. At the peak of the late stage of the 5th floor, the aurora at Xuanhuan at this time can even swallow the realm of the sanctuary peak triple heaven. In other words, unless it is the peak of the sanctuary's 4-layered heaven and the upper domain, or the mutated 3rd-layered domain, it can suppress the Han Feng at the moment. Second more. The 9 flames of the vegetable group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / The silver-white flame turned into a lotus, which gradually opened and bloomed. Sitting cross-legged in the flaming lotus, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. I saw clusters of silver-white flames burning in my eyes, as if they were about to burst out of my eyes. Han Feng exclaimed, the initial peak of the late 5th floor, perhaps the amount of aurora at Xuanhuan is not comparable to the high-grade holy fire, but in terms of quality, it has reached the peak of the high-grade and low-grade holy flames. So much higher. If the aurora at Xuanhuan at this moment is integrated into the sacred art, I really don't know how powerful it will be. Han Feng's original purpose was to promote aurora at Xuanhuan to the top-grade holy fire, and now he is only one step away from the top-grade medium, which greatly exceeded Han Feng's expectations. The little fat sneered, don't forget that the fire crystal itself has reached the top-grade medium, and the top-grade medium is also extremely high-grade. To be honest, just reaching this level is already considered to be excessive. If you can make it, refining is fully absorbed into the source liquid with 100% efficiency, and now it should at least be promoted to the high-grade medium flame level. Han Feng rolled his eyes and said nothing. How could Han Feng be too wasteful? But if he wanted aurora at Xuanhuan to break through quickly, he would either use high-grade fire-type spirits, or use a lot of middle-grade fire-type spirits. A large number of mid-grade fire attribute spirits, even the heavenly Wolf Valley would feel distressed. Han Feng Jiuyan Tianhua Tower has a lot of planting space, but it will take several years. Han Feng didn't have so much time to wait. Little fatty, is there a way to refine that fire attribute holy fruit? Although the power of aurora at Xuanhuan has increased, the amount is too small, and Han Feng has not been able to support the one-time refining of the fire attribute holy fruit into the source liquid. Once there is a stop in the middle, the result of refining is likely to be failure. The higher the level of the holy fruit, the more difficult it is to refine, and basically requires a one-time success. So don't look at the fact that Han Feng was able to sustain himself intermittently by swallowing the pills in the past, but now he can't. Han Feng can only hand over the refining holy fruit to Xiaopeng. Only this time even the fat man couldn't do it. Xiaopeng spread his hands out, showing weakness. This seed is formed by the artifact spirit of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. The ability to control Aurora Tsangyan naturally exceeds yours, but this excess is also the limit. If it's just high grade and low grade now. Even a slightly lower ranked holy fruit can be refined, but this holy fruit is top grade. This level has exceeded my limit. Unless you can break through to the peak of the sanctuary, this seat has no ability to refine it. Han Feng was stunned. That means, I can only see and touch now? Fatty gloated, yes. Of course, if you absorb it to improve the 9 flames and different fire art, you can absorb it now. Different from the body, the 9 flames different fire art can withstand far more than the body. It can even be said that as long as the absorbed fire attribute energy is sufficient, the 9 flames different fire art can continue to improve within a certain range. Han Feng quickly shook his head. A high-quality fire crystal has been wasted, and it can't be wasted anymore. Since there is no way to refine the high-grade and high-grade fire attribute holy fruit into source liquid, Han Feng simply studies the last holy artifact. The name of this holy artifact is very common. It is called a real fire fan, but its level is not low, almost reaching the highest level of high-grade middle-grade holy artifact, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a half-step high-grade holy artifact. Han Feng bit his fingers and squeezed out the blood essence, and began to refine and control the holy artifact. With the continuous control of refining, the connection between Han Feng and the real fire fan is getting deeper and deeper. The real fire fan contains Xingyuan real fire, which can fan out 108 Xingyuan real fires at a time, with incredible power. If the power of the true fire fan can be fully exerted, it is quite difficult for the strong in the middle of the peak of the sanctuary to completely resist it. The real fire fan has reached the high-grade and medium-level holy artifact level, and Han Feng wants to fully control it, but he is still far from it. Putting away the real fire fan, Han Feng began to refine the high-grade holy stone source liquid. The energy contained in the high-grade holy stone is far inferior to the holy fruit of the same level, so it is not difficult to just refine a high-grade holy stone into the source liquid. This is the case with Han Feng, and Chubby is naturally more relaxed. In fact, before Aurora Tsangyan was promoted, Xiaopeng was able to refine the high-grade holy stone into the source liquid with the powerful Aurora Tsangyan of the middle-grade holy fire. If it wasn't for this, how could Zhu Tianyunk improve so fast after being promoted to the peak of the sanctuary? Due to the transformation of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, the holy stone source liquid has a great effect on the improvement of warcraft, but it is different for Han Feng. The help of the holy stone source liquid to Han Feng is only better than that of ordinary warriors. Therefore, if Han Feng wants to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he must need a large amount of holy stone source fluid. Since holy stones help warcraft far more than Han Feng rarely relies on holy stone source fluid for cultivation. In the words of Xuanhuan, it is too wasteful. The same amount of holy stone source liquid may only increase Han Feng by 1 layer of heaven, but if it is absorbed by magical beasts, it will be more than 4 or 5 layers of heaven. At this moment, the holy stone source liquid refined by Han Feng is naturally not used to improve cultivation. These holy stone sources liquefy into streams of energy pouring into the spiritual spring space, and the silver-white spiritual water in the spiritual spring fluctuates with an intoxicating aroma. My aptitude has reached the peak of the primary level of the high-level holy product. I hope that the spiritual spring after the upgrade can help me break through to the middle level of the high-level holy level. A wave of energy poured into the Lingquan, and when it could no longer flow in, Han Feng jumped into the Lingquan. The energy contained in Lingquan keeps nourishing Han Feng's body, However, it is not a short period of time to upgrade from the primary level of the high-level holy product to the intermediate level, just relying on the high-level and low-level holy stone source liquid. It didn't take long for the energy in the Lingquan to be absorbed by Han Feng, and the silver-white Lingquan completely turned into ordinary water, and the bottom of the spring could be seen with the naked eye. Han Feng continued to refine high-grade and low-grade holy stones, and continued to soak them. In this way, after 10 times, Han Feng's body began to undergo great changes, and Han Feng was overjoyed. This was a sign that his aptitude was about to be promoted to the intermediate level of high-level holy products. What surprised Han Feng even more was that the Super Saint Flame art, which had not been moving for so many years, also had a tendency to break through. Since being promoted to the sanctuary, the Super Holy Flame art has stayed at the peak of the 8th level for a long time and cannot improve. Han Feng doesn't care about this. After all, the saint who created this Super Holy Flame art has only cultivated to the 8th level. Never ascended to the 9th level. But now, I'm going to break through. Boom. The flame soared into the sky, and the Super Holy Flame art instantly broke through to the 9th level of the highest realm. At the same time, Han Feng's aptitude has also broken through to the intermediate level of high-level holy products. The 9th Super Sacred Flame art itself is not weaker than the realm of top-level saint quality qualifiers. The initial stage of the 9th level is roughly equivalent to the initial stage of a top-level holy quality person. The double breakthrough of the Super Holy Flame art and aptitude has made Han Feng's cultivation base ready to move. The original Han Feng's cultivation base has reached the 7th peak. At this moment, with the improvement of Super Holy Flame art and aptitude, there is a bottleneck. Symptoms of fragmentation. The higher the qualification, the easier it is to break through the bottleneck. This is reflected in Han Feng's body at this moment. Broken. Since the bottleneck is showing signs of being broken, why would Han Feng give up this opportunity? Saint Yuan surged out of the body. Han Feng's body was shocked, and the breath of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary surged out. The first. I really didn't expect that the Super Holy Flame art would break through at this juncture, and even my cultivation base would successfully break through to the 8th heaven realm of the Great Holy Realm. The breakthrough in the Super Holy Flame art and cultivation base is not at all Han Feng's plan. The breakthrough from the 7th to the 8th level of the Great Sanctuary, and the breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th level of the Great Sanctuary belongs to the improvement between the later stages of the Great Sanctuary. Therefore, Han Feng did not have this consideration for the cultivation base to break through to the 8th heaven. In Han Feng's view, it is impossible to break through to the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary without a few years of hard work. However, since the breakthrough was made, Han Feng also suppressed the comprehension that the old man had taught about the peak of the sanctuary and the small perfection realm, and first stabilized the initial stage of the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. At the level of the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, even if it is a stable realm, it will take a long time. After the initial stage of the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary was completely stabilized, Xiaopeng brought a surprise to Han Feng again. The 3-day holy brick was originally at the level of the holy brick of the sky, and the limit was the middle grade holy artifact. Since the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art was able to break through to the later stage, Xiaopeng finally restored the Tongtian sacred brick to the 2nd stage, Shantian sacred brick. Shantian holy bricks correspond to high-grade holy artifacts. Today, there are 3 high-grade holy artifacts in Han Feng's hands. Shantian holy brick, blood-drinking dragon knife, real fire fan. As far as the current level and power are concerned, the high-grade true fire fan is above the Shantian sacred brick and the blood-drinking flying dragon saber, and the Shantian sacred brick and the blood-drinking flying dragon saber are now only high-grade and lower-grade holy artifacts. However, in the long run, the Shantian sacred brick and the blood-drinking dragon knife are far from a real fire fan. The Shantian holy brick is only the second stage of the 3-day holy brick, and there will be a third stage of the 9-heaven holy brick in the future. There are 2 stages behind the blood-drinking flying dragon knife. The last stage belongs to the super holy artifact, or a half artifact. It's time to comprehend the comprehension of the peak of the sanctuary and the small perfection of the sanctuary left by the predecessors. Even the seniors also taught me the insights of the blood-eyed wolf claw, the Xianming wolf's wings, and the emperor's wolf claw, so I can't let the seniors down. Comprehension of realm perception and unique knowledge perception can be cultivated in the House of Time. In the House of Time, with the help of the state of heaven and man, Han Feng has a deeper understanding of the feelings left by the old man. If in the past, the sanctuary peak realm and the sanctuary small perfection realm were still thick fog for Han Feng, now it is like lighting a lamp in the thick fog, and you can see a relatively far distance. With the deepening of the comprehension of the pinnacle realm of the sanctuary and the essence of the small perfection of the sanctuary, the control of the top-grade sanctuary's secret knowledge has gradually deepened. The Holy Flame Taihuang Fist, the 3rd level of Lotus Explosion Fist, the 7th level of the Burning Heaven Emperor's Respect Finger, and the 4th level of Duba Zhentian Fist, the 4 top-rank and low-level sacred arts, were displayed more and more easily from Han Feng's hands. However, after comprehending a certain level of essence, Han Feng found that no matter how he comprehended it, his control over the high-grade and low-grade sanctuary techniques could no longer be improved. However, this feeling of inability to improve was different from before. In the past, I really felt that I had reached the limit, but now I feel that it has not yet reached the limit. Just because of some restrictions, I can't exert the more powerful power of the high-grade and low-grade sanctuary. Soon Han Feng understood what this restriction was. It is cultivation. The cultivation base of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary is still a little weak, but because the essence of understanding is deeper, this time is different from before. As long as the cultivation base skyrockets, it can exert a stronger formidable power of the high-grade and low-grade sanctuary unique skills, until it is equivalent to the level of comprehension. With Holy Flame Battle Physique, Void Immortal Physique, and Aurora Tsongyan, who has already been promoted, it is no longer difficult to reach the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng's eyes burst out with joy. Based on my current understanding of the essence of the peak of the sanctuary, as long as my cultivation level skyrockets to the peak of the sanctuary, I am afraid that the power that can be exerted against the high-grade and low-grade sanctuaries unique, the Emperor's Heavenly Wolf Claw, is the one with the highest level of the 3 great sanctuary secret skills, and it is the supergrade sanctuary secret art. Supergrade sacred artifact is known as a semi-divine artifact, and the supergrade holy domain secret art is naturally also known as a semi-divine secret art, and those who can be linked to a demigod are not ordinary levels. Therefore, even if Han Feng has a high understanding of the Emperor's wolf claw, he can't use it now, even after his cultivation has skyrocketed. That senior helped me a lot. In the future, I will break through the peak of the sanctuary, and the bottleneck will not be as big as other warriors. And breaking through to the peak of the sanctuary, there are not too many bottlenecks in the breakthrough between Chongtian, until I am promoted to the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, which really saves me too much time. Now, it's time to leave. Almost all the content to be sorted out in this retreat has been sorted out, and Han Feng has already left. After saying goodbye to Meng Wu and Meng Qin, just as Han Feng was about to leave the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yao Xiong appeared again. "Brother Yao, you are..." A guess flashed in Han Feng's mind. No, so soon. The next Yao Xiong's words confirmed Han Feng's guess. "Brother Han, the secret skills in the lower ranks have really been promoted to the top-grade sanctuary secret skills level. Let's fight again." Golden Wolf Claws. Yao Xiong did not give Han Feng a chance to refuse, and immediately developed a powerful bloodline, and the Golden Giant Claws roared. Yao Xiong's bloodline has been promoted to the high level of the high-level holy product, and his control over the bloodline has also increased a lot during this period of retreat. At this moment, Yao Xiang's cultivation level has soared directly close to the peak of the sanctuary peak Triple Heaven. This golden giant claw has explosive power comparable to the limit of the sanctuary peak Triple Heaven. Huge pressure enveloped the entire sky, and some Donggu disciples who came to send Han Feng shuddered and looked horrified. It won't take more than a year from my retreat to the exit, and I will be promoted to the ultimate skill in less than a year. This Yao Xiang is worthy of being praised by Xiaopeng and is expected to be promoted to the great perfection of the sanctuary. However, this year has improved tremendously, but this guy isn't the only one. Void Immortal Body, congeal. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Aurora Tsang Yen. Fusion. The silver-white flames illuminated the entire sky, and the entire sky seemed to be affected by the silver-white fire. What level is Aurora Tsang Yen today? That is a high-grade and low-grade peak flame, and it is only one step away from a high-grade and middle-grade fire. Such a level of Aurora Tsang Yen is integrated into the Void Immortal Body and the Holy Flame Battle Body. Whether it is the Void Immortal Body or the Holy Flame Battle Body, it is not inferior to the real top-grade sanctuary. Especially the Holy Flame Battle Body integrated into the Aurora Tsang Yen, the power that erupts is almost the highest level comparable to the high-grade and low-grade. It is even comparable to the weakest high-grade middle-level sacred knowledge. Under the double superposition of such two great sacred arts, Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed to the point where even Han Feng himself feels a little incredible. Peak Sanctuary Peak Double Heaven Peak, or surpassed? Compared with the previous Transcendence first layer, it was barely comparable to the second layer, which was a full improvement almost to the first layer. This is the first level of the Sanctuary Peak, and the gap between each level is comparable to the gap between the middle and late stages of the Great Sanctuary. Fusion, Holy Flame strikes the sky. Aurora Tsang Yen condensed in Han Feng's right fist and exploded. The terrifying flame fist seems to be a flame star falling from the sky, with a destructive flame aura. The power of this punch is far beyond the scope of the Sanctuary Peak Triple Heaven, and it is infinitely close to the Sanctuary Peak 4th level. As I said before, the gap between each peak of the Sanctuary is huge. From the perspective of the explosion level, Han Feng is not much stronger than Yao Xiang, but in fact this gap is enough for Han Feng to easily defeat Yao Xiang. Boom! The collision between the golden giant claw and the flame giant fist is like two stars, colliding, bursting with bright light, extremely dazzling. The entire sky of the Sirius Valley was covered up. The powerful energy fluctuations are like a tsunami that spreads all around, and the whole sky is a scene of doomsday. The Donggu disciples were so frightened that they didn't dare to stay in the sky any longer. A single wave of tsunami energy aftermath was enough to cause them to be severely injured. No matter how weak they were, it was not impossible for them to be swallowed by the aftermath of the tsunami and directly killed. The aftermath of the tsunami continued to spread, swallowing both Han Feng and Yao Xiang. However, because Han Feng had the upper hand, more tsunami aftermath devoured Yao Xiang, and only a few of them devoured Han Feng. The current level of the Holy Flame armor is not weaker than the Holy Flame battle body, and the level after integrating into the Aurora Tsang Yen is naturally higher. Therefore, the disciples of Donggu landed on the ground and looked up to find that Han Feng stood alone in the void, allowing the aftermath of the tsunami to continuously impact his body, but he stood still. At this moment, Han Feng's image rose again in the eyes of Donggu disciples. But Yao Xiang is different. First of all, Yao Xiang's defense is obviously not as strong as Han Feng's, and secondly, the aftermath of the tsunami that swallowed Yao Xiang is also more. Under the gaze of Donggu's disciples, Yao Xiang rushed out of the aftermath of the tsunami, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. One side was unscathed and standing still, while the other side was in a state of embarrassment and spitting blood. It was clear at a glance who won and who lost. The Donggu disciples were surprised for a while. Han Feng was so difficult to win at the beginning, and everyone with good eyesight knew that if they really learned from each other, it would definitely be Han Feng who lost. But now that Han Feng won easily, it seems that the consumption is only average. If this battle continues for a long time, it may be Han Feng who wins, and this progress is too great. If Yao Xiang hadn't upgraded the golden heavenly wolf claw to the top grade sanctuary, it would be fine. They also knew from Meng Qin's mouth that Yao Xiang was defeated when the two fought for the second time, but Yao Xiang at that time was different from now. What? One is that the bloodline has not been promoted, the control has not been improved, and the unique skills have not been promoted. Now, the bloodline is improved, the control is improved, and even the unique skills are improved. It can be said that the current Yao Xiang can completely defeat Yao Xiang, who has absorbed the power of the Holy Spring. But even Yao Xiang, whose strength has soared, still lost. A clean loss. Yao Xiang stared blankly at Han Feng, as if he hadn't recovered. "Yao, brother?" Han Feng called out cautiously, for fear that such a genius would be beaten by himself, otherwise the Valley Master in West Valley would not let him go. He was the guest of honor in the East Valley, but not the guest of honor in the West Valley. Fortunately, Yao Xiang is indeed a genius praised by Xiaopeng, and his psychological endurance is stronger than Han Feng thought. For a long while, Yao Xiang looked at Han Feng deeply, and flew away without saying a word, but Han Feng clearly sensed that Yao Xiang's fighting spirit became stronger. Leaving the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Han Feng accelerated and left, but he did not know that after Yao Xiang returned to the West Valley, he stared at the exit barrier of the Heavenly Wolf Valley for a long time without saying a word. "Xianger, there are people outside the heavens, you don't want to mess up your mind because of this." I don't know when, the Valley Master of Shigu appeared beside Yao Xiang. Yao Xiang raised his lips, "Guzhu, I didn't lose my mind. Instead, I want to thank Han Feng for giving me more motivation than ever. He has been occupying the title of the #1 genius in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yao Xiang has not been so enthusiastic for a long time. Yao Xiang has a kind of enlightenment in his heart. Following in the footsteps of Han Feng, maybe he can achieve higher achievements." The Valley Master of West Valley was startled and smiled slowly. The first